Jamesy, can you repeat yourself? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Just can you give me what have you gathered out of this channel? Like a compact version of everything. Go ahead.
To be honest, a few things really. I've understood the tools which measure the Earth, the levelness of the Earth. I believe it was Triggering Triangle who said he personally measured the Earth with a device. I cannot remember the exact name of it, but he measured it. He measured the levelness, and he said there's no curve. There's a few things I've picked up. I can't remember exactly what I've picked up, but that's why I'm here, to keep on learning. I'm trying to educate myself, to be honest. That's the honest answer, and that's why I'm back, because I'm here to educate myself. Obviously, gravity is a theory, cannot be proven. We all know that.
Or defined, even. Can you even define what? Yeah, just
the way I look at it is, if an object is denser than the air around it, it will drop. So yeah.
That's an interesting definition.
I mean, that's the simplified version I have in my head. If you guys could expand on that, I'd love to know more.
It's as simple as it gets, though, right? I don't think anyone's going to deny the phenomenon thing, and it falls in the way that you described. Or conversely, something would rise if the conditions and the object were different, for example. No one's going to argue with that. We're just going to argue about the cause because it's associated with fear, and that would mean the Earth would curve. The surface of the Earth doesn't curve, so the gravitational idea, for example, the creation of the Earth and other planets, everything everything pulling towards the center of mass, that idea has been debunked just because of the measurement of the surface of the Earth. We don't claim to know what gravity is. We just point out what everybody else points out. They don't know what gravity is.
Fair enough.
Say gravity is a theory. What does that actually mean?
A theory is something that doesn't have evidence, I believe. It doesn't have, evidence to support it. It's kind of like... Don't really know how to explain it.
Help me with this one.
Pardon?
When he described gravity as a theory, is that... I mean, we're in the English channel, so I'm just want to see if that actually how you use it. Gravity is a theory. Is that the correct way to say it, Jedi?
No, he didn't say scientific theory. If it was a scientific theory, it would be based on scientific hypotheses that have been validated through an experiment. Then you can base your theory upon things that you've proven to be true. This is more like a colloquial theory, like an idea, because really you can't do any of the science. It's just an idea to explain. Usually comes along with the mathematics, which is the language that helps you explain your idea. So it's a theory. Okay. It's not a scientific theory. So I've got an idea.
Right. Because you can't measure it, can you?
Measure what?
You can't measure gravity.
What do you mean? We can measure the rate of objects falling, right?
Yeah, but that's not gravity.
Well, that's the phenomena of the object dropping, and we can measure its rate of acceleration to the 8 meters per second squared.
So, do you think gravity exists or doesn't?
Okay. So, two things, right? Gravity, either the phenomena that we observe, the thing falling down, or the cause of the phenomena, making it fall down. Now, we all observe the phenomena. I'm not saying there's a cause.
Okay. You see, when I think of it, right, I think of gravity, this theory that Isaac Newton discovered. This thing of this force pulling down objects into the center of the Earth.
That's a law of gravity.
Newton. Let me speak, please.
Yeah, you got it wrong. Okay, Newton.
No. I'm explaining. No.
Law
this is not what I believe. I'm just making a point. Please let me speak.
Okay. Yeah, but when you're off, okay, you're just dead wrong. That if you talk about Newton, that's the law of gravity.
Yeah.
Einstein give us a theory of gravity.
Okay, my apologies.
Yeah,
My
just so
apologies.
you're on the right. Make sure you're on the right footing before you step.
Correct. Okay, thank you for that. Back to what I was saying. So the theory of gravity, whatever they call it, it's the idea of big objects pulling smaller objects towards them. For example, they say NASA will say Jupiter has huge gravitational field. It holds all the planets in place, right? So this theory of big objects pulling smaller objects towards the center, to me, it sounds a bit debatable. If I look at it in a kind of obvious way, the way I see it, right? You're holding a ball, you drop that ball, it drops. Why does it drop? Because it's denser than the things around it, the air around it, the oxygen, whatever it is, you know? So when you
That's
guys
why you
say,
can check, demonstrate, and verify, right? You can actually
yeah,
control
exactly.
certain variables, and you can kind of confirm that that's the case to a
Yeah, I
certain
mean,
within a certain parameter. But when you said that you can debate for the other side, that's actually not a debate because the other side cannot demonstrate their side. A debate will be like my opinion about gun rights, or I don't know, you like green and I like red. We can debate about which one is, is better. We could debate about that, but debating about there's no debate between fantasy and reality, though.
yeah,
See, a law like Newton's law of gravity, that's not a debate. That's like a natural law. You see things falling at a rate.
yeah.
The
Thing is,
main problem is that when
the
he
reason I was
says,
mistaken, carry on,
oh, go
sorry.
ahead. No, you got it. Go ahead.
Okay, the reason I was mistaken is because in school I always learned that like Isaac Newton discovered gravity. When I think of gravity, I think of him.
He didn't discover
The
it
apple
though.
falling
He
from the
didn't
tree.
find it he didn't
No,
find it in
yeah,
the natural world.
I understand that now.
Yeah.
But what I've always been taught was that he, came up with the theory. I never knew Einstein actually discovered it properly.
Einstein didn't discover anything either. That's not a
Well,
discovery. A discovery
well,
will be me
you
discovering
know what I'm trying to
something,
say.
right?
You know what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm trying to say.
They made stories about their ideas in their minds and put it on paper and call it what they called it.
Yeah.
It's not a discovery. That's not something you discover.
So, I've been wondering, like, so are you saying like they're lying, and why would they lie?
Right.
That's one thing I've been wondering myself.
Okay. Let's use Newton as an example. He thinks, because of the current learning at the time, because he's part of that establishment, that the Earth is a sphere, making astrological observations and so on. He's working on this theory, and he's trying to make up a mechanism and answer these questions as to what makes the world go round. Not only why things fall to the floor, but in his case, after he saw the apple fall from the tree, he looked up at the sky and he was asking the question, well, why do things go round and round? He's working with inside the paradigm. That's what he's doing. He's not necessarily lying. He's just trying to make the world work from his point of view.
Okay, interesting. So when it comes to Einstein, the person who believed gravity was an actual thing, what was he thinking?
Probably the same thing. The Earth is a sphere. Now, I don't agree with Newton with his idea of the mechanics of what makes the world go round and up and down. I'm going to come up with another way to do it that I can explain with math. I'm going to say there's a four-dimensional space-time fabric, and because objects are really, really big, they bend and warp this space-time fabric, which causes things at speed that were going in straight paths to have curved paths. We call them orbits, or if they're close to the object of mass, they will be described as vertical paths straight down towards the center. He's just coming up with a mathematical mechanism that explains the world in which he perceives to exist, the Earth being a sphere.
Okay. The one thing that leaves me wondering is that, like, when it comes to maths, like, you're either wrong or you're right when it comes to maths. It's not like there's a maybe. It's either you're wrong or you're right. You either have the exact answer or you don't. It's like when
You
you
ever
put
worked
2
with
plus 3
quadratics
into a
before?
calculator, you know, it will come up with 4, right? You can't say 3 will be right because it's not, it's 4. So I'm wondering, like, when Einstein thought of these mathematical equations, and he said they were correct, what made it obvious they were wrong? I'm
You never
wondering.
played with quadratics before?
No.
It's not
You know,
wrong.
you know what quadratic is?
Mathematics is. Sorry, quick, go on.
Yeah, do you know what a quadratic is?
No.
Okay. Well, just take a look. Just maybe do a quick Google search and see how many quadratic equations or non-linear equations exist inside Einstein's formulas.
Can you spell it for me? Quad.
So quad, R-A-T-I-C.
Yeah. Equations, right?
Yep.
And 10 coupled.
So how many answers can a single quadratic equation produce?
I'm not sure. Bear with me.
Yeah, almost an unlimited amount.
Okay.
It can fail. It can produce an error. It can error out. You could have 1 or 2 real solutions. Then you could have 1 or 2 imaginary solutions. And then you compound that when you start stacking quadratic equations inside each other.
Okay.
So when people
So-
start thinking like, well, Einstein came up with one universal answer, E equals like mc squared. I think that's what it is. Yeah, it's not even close. Okay. You know, people don't really like touch that stuff. So I mean, like your pipeline. I mean, though it sounds, you know, that you think that it sounds, you know, humble. Like, hey, this guy did a lot of math, and math comes up with a unified answer.
Yeah.
Though sometimes math, especially math at that level, it comes up with more questions. They've got math equations where they don't know what the answer is. They're trying to, still to this day, trying to find like these complex math equations that will come up with a new equation. So isn't it sort of like very easy where you just whip open the calculator and start punching in some numbers and it tells you the theory of gravity?
That's interesting. Okay.
You might find interesting too is when you have fractions. You know, where do you draw that line when the fraction goes on infinitely?
Oh yeah, it's like remainders, right?
Yeah.
They go on forever. Do you think we lack the reality of seeing the real truth in certain equations?
No, I'm saying like if you're doing an equation that has multiple, you know, infinite fraction, like a non-rational number, and you've compounded that, you round up like 0.33333 to like 0.3334.
Yeah.
How many times would you do that before you get a completely different answer than someone else?
That's insane. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's a good point, man. So when it comes to like the laws of like everything, do you think we're unable to fully determine the laws of these mathematical equations, do you think we lack the awareness, the conscience to really determine the truth?
Yeah, I think you're barking up the wrong tree there, because a natural law or scientific law, an expression of reality, is not going to be as clean as cut as a fraction or an equation.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. So, do you think we as humans lack the knowledge to really determine the truth when it comes to these certain equations, these certain numbers?
Well, let's use Newton. Newton said the model, the heliocentric model, was so mathematically perfect that it could have only been made by a supernatural being. Because nothing in nature is that perfect. There's always imperfections in nature. But this heliocentric model is so mathematically perfect and completely consistent all the way through that his hypothesis was God of the Bible made the universe.
Okay.
And that's where people start thinking, is this science or is this theology? And then when you look into what other things that Newton wrote about, it was theology the whole time. That was like this little law of gravity. That was a side hustle he did for a couple years. But his main shtick was two things. He believed in the Catholic Church, and he also believed in alchemy. Was his other shtick. He thought that he was going to turn mercury into, or lead into gold, using mercury to something with the digestive system. They actually exhumed his body and they saw that he had high levels of mercury poisoning.
Damn.
Have you ever heard of Gödel's incompleteness theorem? 0116 AOG.
Hey, what's up?
Have you ever heard of Gödel's incompleteness theorem?
No.
Okay, Kurt Gödel, he was a mathematician and logician, proved logically that there is no mathematical system which is both complete and consistent. It can be one or the other, but it can't be both. That means that there's things that are true in the mathematical system which can't be proven. No proof exists, but they are true, but they actually just can't be proven.
How can it be true if it's unproven?
Well, that's an inconsistency, isn't it? So something could be true, just your knowledge does not require it to be true or not. It just can't be proven true.
Oh, that's the point you're trying to make.
Yes, it just can't be proven true.
Okay.
And self-consistent would mean that it doesn't contain any paradoxes. There's a paradox in any mathematical system. The way that Gödel proved this is that he assigned a number to a bunch of mathematical symbols and objects, and then put them like on playing cards. That's the best analogy. And then he used those playing cards to prove that something is true and not true at the same time, just using logic. It's a little more complicated than that. I'm oversimplifying it. The point is that math in and of itself, subsections of mathematics, some mathematical systems, because all mathematical systems have some axiom, right? And by axiom, I mean within that system, it's true, right? So we can make a mathematical system where the number 3 doesn't exist, right? And that system would have certain consequences, and we can make statements within that system, which would be true statements within it, but within some other mathematical system, say binary, they wouldn't be true. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because Crit talked about irrational numbers. So you have like divide 10 by 3, right? And what is it? 3.33333333333, right? Forever.
Yeah.
But 1/3 is that same thing, but that actually has a solution, right? 1/3, which is the same
Well,
thing as
it's the same thing,
which
yeah.
is the same thing as 10 divided by 3 is 1/3.
Yeah,
So expressed in decimal, there's no solution, but expressed in rational numbers, there is a solution, and we can come up with all these different base. I don't know if you know what a number base is. So decimal is a base 10 number system.
Yep.
Things like degrees is a base 60 number system, and things that are expressible in each of these number systems might not be expressible in another one. So
Yep.
that's the thing, is like the point is that like mathematics is not some universal fucking truth that determines reality. There's particular parts of mathematics which can be extended to a reality and in a way emulates it, but that's only for some cherry picked subsection, and you have to ignore all the things that are wrong, which is possibly an infinite number.
that's insane, bro.
Yeah, mathematics is just a tool.
So, like,
It's
that-
just a tool of that
that is
we assign symbols and objects to relationships, but we don't even need the symbols, right? We could write it all out in words, and it would mean the same thing.
No, but when you said like 1/3 is the same as 3 over, what did you say? 3
3
over.
divided by 10, or 10
Yeah.
divided by 3.
That's insane. Because it is the same thing, right?
Yeah.
So our brains like simplify 1/3 as being like a level playing field, right? You know, 1/3 goes into 3, 1 goes into 3 times. But like 33 recurs forever. So
Yeah,
it's like,
well, I mean, this is where you get into frickin' pure mathematics, and there's, there was people that think things like irrational numbers like 0.3333 forever isn't actually a number, and they're not actually real. They're just bullshit. And that argument, that debate that happened, 400 years ago, they just, nobody knows about it. Actually was of numbers used to be controversial. Imaginary numbers used to be controversial. A lot of the concepts we accept as truths in mathematics at the time that they were first thought of were controversial, and that the mathematicians fought about whether these things are actually real. I'm sure you've heard things like pi is a number. If I say,
yeah,
hey, what number?
or whatever it is.
Pi isn't a number, though.
No.
It's the ratio of the circumference to the diameter, but it's not actually a number. It can't be expressed in any number.
Yeah, because it keeps going on, doesn't it?
Yeah, so it's not actually a number. Numbers have an actual set value. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Do you think it's a case of like, when I'm thinking about these things, the thing that keeps coming back to me is like, do you think us as humans just lack the knowledge or whatever it is to
I
perceive
don't know.
these numbers? Do you think we just lack
We're going
something?
down the wrong path, yeah.
No, no, it's not. I don't think that they're unseen. I think that we have expectations of mathematics which are unrealistic. We try to attribute properties to it that don't actually exist. And then we
Like
go,
some-
oh, it doesn't have the properties I imagine it should, so it must be my lack of
So-
comprehension. It's not our
Do you
lack of
think-
comprehension.
Do you think we're
This
too
is a good
logical?
example.
Do you think we're too
Hold on.
logical?
Well, let me give an example, right? If we look at gravitational paradigm, Einstein used mathematics. Now, these mathematics make predictions, right? Now, when the predictions go wrong, sometimes they start telling us that they've made a discovery because the predictions don't match the reality that's observed. So then we end up with things like dark matter. That's how things get discovered through mathematics. Dark matter doesn't exist, neither does space-time. But if people are running around in these false errands, then yeah, we haven't got a chance of solving the problems and the questions of life. You understand how mathematics can really fuck things up. If you go down these paths that start on a false premise and the mathematics makes predictions, all of a sudden you're making discoveries, apparently, like dark matter and dark energy, because according to the mathematics of the universe, there's not enough mass in the universe to, let's say, hold a solar system together. So there must be something else, right? So yeah, math just fucking makes shit up if you let it.
So do you think it's more simple than what we think, or what the general population thinks?
I think we're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. We just have unrealistic expectations of what mathematics can do and what it can't do. What it can say about that, what we can, like, so it's a tool, and we use it to describe features of the world because those features of the world have relationships, and we'll quantify those certain parts about the natural world, and then notice relationships between the quantities. But that quantification and extension into some mathematical formulas, none of that is real. We're just reifying that. That's how nature itself is actually working. Nature doesn't do calculations. There's no fucking hidden fucking person calculating out, like, the fucking momentum in the vector that a proton is traveling.
Indy, you had to drop the mic after you said nature doesn't do calculations. You have to drop the mic right there, though.
Yeah, I know. I should have just shut up at that point. Yeah, nature just don't do that.
Me personally, like when it comes to myself, I'm always trying to look for an answer in things. So do you think there is no answer?
No, no. There's an
'Cause
answer.
what it sounds like,
it is what it is the answer.
What it sounds like is like humans as a species were trying to answer these questions by using maths, and it seems like from what I've heard, sometimes there isn't an answer that we can physically work out.
Not within math.
So are you saying there's another factor, another way of calculating things, or do you just think it's just the way everything is? It's all just
not all things are proven the same way.
And it goes back to my point I said earlier. Do you think humans lack something which can really find the truth in these questions?
No.
But if we can't answer
it's not a lack of our ability. I said not all things are proven the same way. Not all things can be proven. Can I prove mathematically what your favorite color is?
Well, no, not unless you ask me.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with mathematics, right?
No, okay.
Yeah, but I can prove what your favorite color is by asking you and you giving me an answer. So
Yeah.
not all things are proven the same way, is what I'm telling you.
Okay.
We can prove things are true, but we don't have to use mathematics to do it.
Yeah, true, yeah.
So when you say, hey, man, well, we like mathematics can't describe all things, so like maybe there's a big hole in our knowledge. Not because of mathematics not describing everything. There's holes in our knowledge for lots of reasons, but it isn't because of the mathematics or lack of mathematics. That's just why even in science they have quantitative and what's called quantitative and qualitative descriptions. Because sometimes the quantitative is useless and like the qualitative, as in like the properties that we can describe the thing has, right? Is it hot? Is it cold? Is it tall? Is it short? Is it brown? Is it blue? Is it like, these subjective things, these qualities that it has just descriptively. Like I go, hey, dude, what's the shape of the moon? Objectively, qualitatively, it looks like a circle. That's what it looks like. Doesn't mean it is a circle. Qualitatively, that's what it looks like.
Sometimes it looks like a circle. Some other times it looks different.
Semicircle, half a circle.
Depends on the way the sunlight is reflecting off it.
Assuming the sunlight is reflecting off of it.
That leads us on to something else. What do you think about the moon?
Because there's no qualitative now, according to you, well, not you specifically, but there's no qualitative description of the sunlight reflecting off the moon. Or quantitative. There is a qualitative one, though. You say, hey, man, look, man, it's fucking sun's reflecting off the moon. But that's what they think is happening. They don't actually see that.
Have you guys, seen the videos where, they can see the reflection of the Earth on the moon?
Like Earthshine.
Yeah, I've seen videos online where,
how would they know what Earth looks like?
they've seen the the land masses of the Earth reflecting.
How
off
would they
of-
know what Earth looked like?
I don't know. I don't
Earth
know.
shine on the moon. Earth, like literally
Yeah.
the Earth's reflection reflecting off the moon.
Moon map.
Yeah, I
Moon
mean,
map.
I've seen videos. What
The
do you want
moon
me to
map? I don't do the moon map, bro.
do? Okay.
It's on other people.
No, I'm
Fuck with no moon map.
wondering. I'm here. I'm all to learn. You know, I'm not.
Well, you're not going to learn moon
Isn't
map.
that just in a
moon
small?
map in here.
I just want to know.
Isn't the
what you guys-
moon map in a crater or something?
No, it's like I don't know if you've seen it, but I've seen videos of like the shadows on the moon. They're actually the Earth's reflection.
Yeah, well, we're aware. I don't think you're going to find anybody in here that believes that is the case.
Okay.
You know what pareidolia is, right?
No.
It's like when you see like faces and things inside of things that have nothing to do with it, like
Oh yeah, right.
Jesus.
Jesus in your tea leaves.
in your tea leaves. I prefer the toast. They were selling Jesus toast on frickin' eBay. I remember like
Jesus
20 years ago.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, I mean,
Jesus and a piece of toast. It was actually pretty.
I
don't know if they
just
did
like
that on
how-
purpose, like a burner do, but some of them was pretty good art. Well, I mean, why complicate things, right? I mean, this is like the globe Earth idea of, or the modern ideas. Actually, let me go back a little bit. This idea of describing everything that exists with mathematics, it's called idealism, or the ideal system, right? Where you think that there's some Platonic forms, and that's where the real world is, and these abstract ideas that don't actually exist in the physical world.
Oh yeah, it's like the human brain. You know, it always goes back to like the most obvious answer. You know, like you said about us seeing human faces and things. It goes back to basic human brain chemistry. You know, we always try and simplify things. That's how the human brain works. We always try and look for an obvious answer sometimes, and maybe it's not always the
I'm
case.
talking about something different than that. I'm talking about Plato came up with this thing that the world of ideas in forms, and that say what's, for instance, a chair, that we have individual chairs which we experience in the natural world. Lazy boy, high chair, stool, they're all chairs, but they're not actually the pure chair, right? The ideal chair is an idea in the minds of human beings, and that's where chairs really exist, right? And this is where the idea that people have about mathematics, they think that the abstract world of mathematics is the world that actually exists, and this is the shadow world, a shadow of that. This is where the allegory of the cave comes from, and that there's people, and they're chained to the wall, and all they can see is shadows on the wall, and they don't realize there's people walking behind them, right? Right. So this is this world of ideas. This is a thing that's been going on for 2,000 years. The world of ideas versus, would be called the internal world, right? The mind, versus the external world, and whether that actually exists or not, right? So or at least me, I'm not buying all that bullshit that we're a bunch of brains in a jar, and we can't prove the existence of an external world, and that the external world has to conform to some mathematical ideals. I don't buy that. I think we take ideals in our mind and try to shoehorn them into things we observe in the world, and try to create some good enough match so we can hold some sort of mental model of things to operate as human beings. But I don't think the idea comes first and the external world comes second. I think there's an external world, and we try to frickin', shove our imagination into it and try to get the external world that can form our imagination. Because I think fundamentally, at some level, human beings are delusional, and they try to make the external world conform to their own mind. And that's what I think mathematics is. Because we hear this, so I'll give you an example. We hear in this topic that if we go to the ocean and the ocean looks flat, it's not actually flat. That it's actually only looks flat because it's a giant ball, too big to see the entirety of it, and that's why it looks flat. But I'll ask them, I'm like, well, how do you know that's the reason it looks flat and it doesn't look flat just because it is flat? And I never get an answer for that because there is no answer. They don't know that it looks flat because it's a giant ball. They just want to believe that because in their mind, they have an idea about the Earth being a giant ball. Nothing on the external world, just in their mind. So they have to make the external world that they see conform to their internal world, which they don't see.
True. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're constantly told that, like, how dare you trust your senses? What's wrong with you? Your eyes can trick you. Don't trust your senses. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be able to survive without trusting my senses. And believe me, if I just ran around just trusting my thoughts, I'm fucking in for it. Because my senses are far more reliable than my thoughts.
True. Yeah.
When your senses fail you, what do you do?
Well,
What do you do if you like you saw something that wasn't there?
you panic. You know.
You'd go to the doctor, right?
Yeah. I mean, if
There's something wrong with me. My
I was
senses aren't
running
working.
around and I lost balance, you know, you'd panic. You'd go to the doctors, whatever, you know.
Yeah, you'd go to if your senses were misinforming you, you'd end up going to the doctor.
Yeah.
When our brains misinform us, which happens 100 times a day, we don't go to the doctor. It's normal modus operandi. You don't remember something you thought happened, you saw something wrong, you mistook a color, like you know. These are things that happen in their mind, which is also like very fallible. So the point being of all this is that we see the external, we see a flat Earth. We do not feel motion to the Earth. And the most obvious Occam's razor simple answer is that's because the way the world really is. As opposed to, you're just too small, or it's spinning too slow, or whatever, and imagining it's doing something that you're not experiencing, but it's doing it in such a way that's undetectable to your senses. He's checking to make sure you're paying attention, get good, because if you're ignoring what he's saying, why is he talking to you? Why are you talking to us if you're going to ignore the answers? It makes no sense.
I think you guys are ignoring what I'm trying to say.
Oh, we've heard this argument thousands of times.
So,
Thousands. This is new for you, not for us.
Okay.
So you guys don't understand. What he's trying to tell you is it's a known problem in academia. It's called the map terrain problem. And Gemsy's pointing it out to you that the map is not the terrain. See, the map is a representation of the terrain, but it can only be so accurate.
Well, yes.
Because to make it 100% accurate, it would have to be, so say you wanted a map of America, to make a 100% accurate map of America, it would need to be the size of America.
Well, yes, it's not real life. Yes, I understand.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so this is what we're trying to tell you. So when you shrink a map down, you lose information, right?
Yes, of course.
So what information got lost on the map that you posted?
Well, the sizes are all wrong.
How do you know that?
Well, because I know Russia's like square kilometer. You call it space? Yes, it's space. And I think like
you don't know that.
Bigger in real life.
You think? You don't know anything about what the size of Russia is, what the size of any of those things are. You've been told something, and either believe it or don't believe it, but you don't know them to be true.
So
I don't know if they're true or not. I don't know if Russia's the biggest country on earth. They say it is. How would I know?
Well, maybe they measured it.
Maybe they didn't.
Well, I think they did. I think they measured their country.
Well, it's your prerogative to think and imagine anything you want about what other people did or did not do. And imagine away. People don't navigate long distances with maps.
According to you, like ships can't go from United States to China.
Says who?
West.
Says who?
Because I mean, yeah, besides that you are saying that it means
That's
that
your map.
the back
That's
mount.
your
Yes.
map. Yours. Okay, good. That's your map. That's not our map.
Well, yes, you're saying
So
that
how are
it's
we
the back
saying
mount.
it with your map?
Also, you're saying that every
No,
single
you're saying it, get good.
information
You're
on that
saying
map
it. Stop trying to
is
impose your bullshit on us. You're saying it.
well, you're saying that
That's not our
every
map.
single. Well, yes, so you're saying every single thing on this map is wrong.
No, I'm not.
Well, what are you saying then?
So look, dude, that's an all or nothing fallacy.
All or
Either
nothing?
all the map is right or none of the map is right. That's a fallacy. Half the
Oh,
map could be right and half the map could be wrong. I don't know, but that's not our map. That's your map.
so you're saying that Canada is
Stop
not
saying so you're
no.
saying. That means you're going to straw man me. Cut that out.
So according to you, Canada is not
No, you just did it again. No,
right.
it's not according to me, dude.
So do you think Canada is in real life south of the United States, or is it north of it?
Is Canada's north of the United States?
Cool. So that's an information that's on the map that is correct. That's
Yes.
cool. Yes. So do you think like in
Got a
relation
picture of
to
you with
one
your head
another?
up your ass, so it would also still be correct.
No, you're being disrespectful. Don't be
Yeah,
disrespectful.
because you're being disrespectful by trolling.
I'm not trolling. I'm talking for real. But
Depends
Yeah,
which
that's
north
even
he's talking
sadder.
about too.
That's even sadder. If this is you for real, that's sad.
no, that's actually like it's okay.
Look,
I'm fine.
nobody
with
endorses the map you posted. This is your map. Okay? So stop saying we think something about your map. You think things about your map. No one endorses that map. East and
So
west are circles around a pole. You can easily travel east and west and end up back in the same place. It's called circumnavigation, which means navigating in a circle. Can't even believe I'm doing this for like the 5th time today. That you guys are so boneheaded, you think that you can't have circles on something that's flat. Can you
So
have
you
circles on a flat piece of paper?
well yes.
Okay, and then I can mark on that east is counterclockwise and west is clockwise.
East
Right?
is counterclockwise and west. Well, no, because if you're saying east, like you're going on a linear line, east indefinitely, and if you're going west, then you're going in linearly. In
He
like,
Is a
doesn't know what a
circle
circle is.
a
He
line,
doesn't know
brother?
what a circle is.
Hold on.
He doesn't know what
Is
a
a
circle is.
circle a line?
no, it's a
The
circle.
circle's not a line.
Can you draw for me what you mean on a map? Like, do
A
you have MS
circle is a
Paint?
line, dude.
Do you have MS Paint?
Yeah, a circle is a line.
No, a circle is a circle. A line is a line.
Yeah, it's composed of a line. It's a one-dimensional figure where the line is equal distance from a point.
Well, yes, but it's not a line. It means
It is a line.
no, straight. It's not a straight
Okay,
line.
so give me the other dimension.
What?
He's thinking lines
Give me the
are only
second dimension
horizontal
of a
lines.
circle then.
Hmm?
The second dimension of a circle. You said it's not. A line is one dimension. A square is 2 dimensions. Okay? A
What?
circle is 1 dimension. A property of a circle is this. Equal distance from a point. That
Well,
is a one-dimensional line.
do you think I don't know what a circle is?
Yes, I do.
I know what a circle is.
Okay, so we can have a circle on a piece of paper, right?
Yeah,
Okay, a flat piece of paper.
yeah.
Yeah, and you can go, if you mark counterclockwise east and clockwise west, you can go east and west and end up back at the same place on
That's
something that's
where,
flat. Hey, why
no,
did
that's
you interrupt
where
me?
you're
Why did
wrong.
you interrupt me right at the end?
Yeah, because you're wrong.
Tell me what I just said.
The thing that where you're wrong is that if you're going east, you said that it's clockwise. That's not true because you're eventually gonna go north or like south.
Why? I'm
Because
keeping
circle.
equal distance from a point.
Yes, but you're gonna change directions if you like
The point
move
is north.
clockwise or counterclockwise.
No, the point is north, dude.
What?
The point is north. The
It
North
doesn't
Pole
matter
is a
where-
point, right?
Well, this is the only northern point, but there are many other circles on that map.
So I can travel along the circle and I'm never going towards that point, right?
If you're like maybe like I really need MS Paint to like visually show you like what I'm trying to say.
There's nothing to visually show me, okay? This is very simple first grade level shit. A circle is equal distance from the point. If you mark the point as north and you go around the circle, you're never going towards that point because you're staying in equal distance. Equal distance. Do you know what that means? The
Yes, if you're
distance
going
doesn't
through
change.
yes, yeah. If you're going around, like if you're
That's
going,
right. East and
yeah,
west is going around. And now you get it.
yeah,
East.
around.
Yeah, that's what east and west are.
Oh no, you're okay. I really need fucking MS Paint too.
Let me ask you, are east and west on a globe a circle?
Just 1 second.
Is east and west on a globe a circle?
Just 1 second, please.
I'm running out of patience with you. Is east and west a globe on a circle?
Wait, I can't stream into this channel. Can I
Yeah, you're
stream?
goddamn right. Answer the fucking question.
I need to stream because I need to show
No,
you.
you don't. You're not gonna stream. You're not gonna fucking post images. You're not gonna do any of that shit. You're just gonna answer whether east and west on a globe is a circle.
No, east and west are like points, like directions, cardinal directions.
Are they a circle though? Do they go in a circle?
No, they're not a circle.
So how on a globe do you end up back at the same point?
Well, that's really weird. How do you do that?
Because it's a fucking circle?
Wait, well, yes, it's a circle.
It's like pulling
Exactly.
fucking teeth.
So,
He doesn't.
so the Earth is
Like,
round.
if you ask,
Thank you.
remember what you said?
No,
So the Earth is
because
round.
you can have a circle on a flat surface, which you already admitted.
You said you can keep going west and end up at the same point.
That's right. You go in a circle and end up back at the same spot.
Yes.
Yeah, on a flat piece of paper.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, you're like what you're saying means that the Earth is a globe.
So circles only exist on a globe.
Can I please stream?
So
too?
circles only. I can't give you permission
Earth
to
is
stream in
flat.
here. Circles
Can
don't
you
only exist
stream
on a
and
globe.
I-
You can draw a circle on any surface.
Can
You're
you
being
stream
intentionally
and I
idiotic.
show you what I need to draw? Like can
Ethan,
you
No.
remember you gave me the definition for a circle? I bet you. Ask him again what a circle. He still
See-
doesn't get the circle part. He
Get good.
doesn't know what it is yet.
Look in the chat. Look in the side chat. Platter, thank you for
Well,
helping
yes,
me out.
yes. In the chat, yes. in
Is
the
that a
chat.
sphere? Is that a globe?
It's a circle. It's like a disc.
Yeah, is that a globe though?
No, it's not.
Yeah, but he's going in a circle and ending up back at the same spot. How's that possible?
Yes, but notice how he's going north.
He's not going north. The
He's-
compass is pointing north. You see that's a compass. There's a magnet in the middle, and it's pointing north. He's not going north.
He is changing directions as he's moving.
That's right, in a circle, east and west.
Well, yes, that's the Earth from top.
But that's flat. Thank you. That is the Earth from up top. Thank you.
Well,
Not
it
a globe.
Can still go. Yes, it can still go like below. Like
Yeah, below. There is no below, brother. Look,
you can still do this on a globe.
you're fantastic, but you can do it on a flat Earth too. So what?
Well, that doesn't prove anything.
It was your argument. So your argument doesn't prove anything. Thank you.
Well, that was
Well
not my
done.
argument.
Well played.
Well done.
well-
Thank you for wasting our time with your argument that didn't prove anything. What would prove the Earth is flat? Get good. Get good. What would prove the Earth is flat to you?
Oh yeah, now I see it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. This obviously doesn't prove a flat Earth. Maps would never prove a flat Earth or a globe Earth. It's not possible. Just as a matter of basic logic. What would prove a flat Earth or a globe Earth view? What type of
Or
evidence?
maybe if you can go like really high and see how flat it is,
Well, you can see how flat it is from here. Why would you want to get farther away?
because it's so big.
How do you know that?
Well, it is big. I can also see that.
Yeah, I know the Earth is big, but how do you know you don't see how it really is unless you get a different viewpoint? How do you know it looks flat because it's so big and it don't look flat because it just is flat? Because that's a possibility, right? It just looks flat because it is flat?
Yes, but on your map, like you can't do the opposite.
That's your map.
No, the map you posted me in, like the
Oh,
circle.
the one Platter posted?
Yeah.
Yeah, what about that?
Well, you can do it like in east-west, but you can't do it north-south.
Well, good, because no one's ever actually done that.
No one ever went south, like
Never
from
been a north-south circumnavigation. No, there has not.
that never happened. Like nobody ever
Nope.
went from like the
No, well, they claim they
from
did it, but they don't
Africa.
actually go over the poles. They go like around them.
No one went from southern Africa to Greenland before by going south.
No, what you need to do is go from the South Pole to the North Pole.
Well, yes. So in order to go to
No one's ever done that.
no one's ever went from South Africa to Greenland by going south.
It's only up one side of the Atlantic Ocean. Oh, by going south? No, of course not.
No, they. Oh, okay. I see. No one ever done that.
No. There's claims to north-south circumnavigations, but then when you look at the route that they traveled, they didn't actually do a north-south circumnavigation. They went in like a north-south circle, like an oval around, but they didn't like go over. They never really crossed into, allegedly Antarctica and come out the other side. What they'll do is they'll dip down, right, close to the coast, and then come back up. So they'll go down, like, say, the east side of the Atlantic Ocean, and then they'll come back up the west side of the Atlantic Ocean. Now, if the Atlantic Ocean was, 12,000 miles wide, that might fucking serve as a circumnavigation, but it's not that wide. It's only freaking 6,000 miles wide. So they're going up like a quarter of the slice.
No one actually ever did it. That's insane.
You might believe and maybe have a vague idea that someone has done it because you've seen too much programming like TV, movies, sci-fi, fictional stuff. That someone might have done that, like Superman flying and doing it in a movie, and that's the vague idea that you think it might be truth, but no.
Talking earlier about the bodies on Everest, I'm getting kind of upset that there's bodies up there, dude. That's not right. I mean, if they can claim that they went to the moon and to Mars, why can't they get fucking bodies off of Everest? That's bullshit. Really great engineering. Not great engineering enough to get freaking corpses off of Everest, apparently.
Right.
Leave them up there. Well, just think about it if you think about it for a second. Like, they say they can do all this stuff, that they're smashing atoms together and discovering the secrets of the fucking universe. Looking back in time, 90 billion light years. Oh, there's some bodies on top of Everest. Oh, it's too hard to get those.
Is it too hard? It's not worth the risk. Like, there's no benefit to getting the bodies off.
What risk? Why not just wear spacesuits and fly the Mars helicopter?
No, for the bodies on Everest.
Yeah, wear spacesuits and fly the Mars helicopter.
I think a coat would work better.
Well, they need air. That's why you get the spacesuit.
Oxygen
Right.
mask. You don't need a spacesuit for it.
Well, we want to be. We want maximum safety, so we're going with spacesuit. And then they say helicopters won't fly, but they flew a helicopter on Mars.
Look, I won't stop you from wearing a spacesuit on Mount Everest. By all means.
How about the Mars helicopter?
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, they landed a helicopter on Mars, but there's no air on Mars, so we're wondering how they did that.
There is air on Mars.
The air on Mars is equivalent to being at something like 180,000 feet or something.
So you're saying that this never happened?
What? The people went to Mars? No, no one's ever been to Mars.
No, I posted the picture on the side.
No, that never happened, dude. Is that like some flight route or something? They don't fly over Antarctica. They're not allowed to because there was a crash in the 1970s where they smashed into a mountain and it took 20 hours to rescue the fucking people. Well, they didn't really rescue them. Recover their bodies is more like it. And they prohibited any flights going anywhere near Antarctica. The flight that crashed into something called Mount Erebus, which is on the coast. So they weren't even really in Antarctica that far. But, you know, they don't let anybody fly over there anymore. So this graphic is bullshit. Nobody flies over Antarctica.
What if I could prove you wrong?
Yeah, what if? You're going to search and search, and you're going to find maybe QF47, and it'll show you a little graphic of it going into Antarctica, but it doesn't actually do that. See, that's the funny thing is there's stories, and then there's data. And the stories never match the data. That's what you guys don't seem to comprehend. You can't possibly believe that the data doesn't support the narrative. But they don't have to worry about it because you guys never check. Y'all are on auto believe.
This story versus data.
Yeah,
Would you
story
agree that video is data, not story?
Data's something.
Or, I guess, and
Data
story.
with an airplane would be telemetry data.
I'm saying video.
Telemetry data, as in the direction, the
Said
flight
video,
route that the plane is.
dude.
Yeah, video is only so good.
Okay, but is it?
How does video get in the
data,
court?
or is video story?
Well, it could
which
be.
you're
It depends.
discrediting?
It depends.
On?
There isn't like all video is all video data.
I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
depends.
Not you could have shitty video, or you could have like a 24-hour time lapse.
All you have to do is
of
miscaption
a
it.
SpaceX satellite going over the southern hemisphere. And that would be data, because you can tell, hey, what's the weather in Greenland? Well, I can see Greenland from video. It says it's during this time,
bullshit.
this date.
Dude, stop it.
And then I can go cross-compare
Stop,
that to
dude. You're
ground
making
data.
shit up. SpaceX
I'm
satellites
not making
fly
shit
at
up.
225 miles. The field of view at 250 miles is 3% of the surface of the Earth. You think Greenland is 3% of the surface of the Earth? You wouldn't be able to get Greenland even if you had a whole 360-degree view. No, like
You're talking
there
about
has to be what you can see from the altitude, right? What you can see from the altitude has to match the geometry of the globe, right? You just don't get to like, oh, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, there's video, but you have to be able to evaluate the video for authenticity. It has to match what's actually on the ground. Because if you show a video of a pink house on the fucking, how do you?
Would you agree that?
What do you mean you can see that it's real? What does that mean?
If you just give me that point, that it is real, not fake news.
I have no way to know.
Would you agree
that
it's data?
It doesn't mean it's data, but that doesn't mean what it said it is.
Okay,
it is what it actually is. So check this out. Now, if I show an explosion and it says child's being blown up at a daycare, but I could also label that explosion mining blast looking for gold. And I can also label that now it's a real photograph now. It's 100% real photograph taken of the real world. But how I caption it and how I present it changes whether it actually is the thing I'm representing it to be. And all I did was change words. I didn't alter the photograph. I didn't do anything like that. This is how most fake photography, well, quote unquote fake, it's real photography. It's just miscaptioned.
Can you give me an example of what you're talking about? So I think I'm with you, but
okay, the USS Maine, it was called Yellow Journalism. That happened back in the time of Hearst. Hearst would show, he'd show basically thugs that were hired by union busters, beating up union strikers, people on strike for the union. He'd miscapture them and saying the union busters were getting beat up, and it was the union protesters that were doing the beating when it was actually the other way around. You had no way of telling from the photograph. All you saw in the photograph was violence. You didn't know who was who. They would just miscaption it. So you can take a picture claiming purporting to be, you could take a real photograph purporting to be of the Earth, and it's just a painting. Right? You ever seen hyper-realistic painting?
You'd agree that a painting that depicts reality is more valuable than one that depicts, falsehoods. Regardless of if it's a painting, a CGI, or real life image.
There's no way to tell. That's the point. You have no reference.
I think there is.
Oh, how? You have no reference.
Well, for example, like I would, concede the fact that you can make up ChatGPT or Grok videos today at the consumer level. Who knows what the government has? But despite this fact, there's no feasible way to recreate 24-hour footage of not GoPro, but it's like 360, Insta 360, I think. They brought one of those up on the ISS, and they're floating weightless, and they're doing all this stuff. I would put forth the idea that this is data. This is up for being able to be disproven, but it
because you don't know how they
just keep stacking.
No, because you don't know how they can make it, because your ignorance about cinematography means it's real. I can show you shit from 1927. I can show you shit made in 1927 that you can't tell is completely fake. In the 20s.
I don't see why my ignorance has to do with you,
because you just said it's not possible. You can't. You have no reference. You understand what I mean by no reference? You have nothing in your memory from which to compare it to. You don't know what the Earth looks like from space because you've never seen it. So if somebody shows you any image of the Earth, you have no way of looking at it and going, yes, that looks like what the Earth I saw looks like. But if I showed you a picture of a horse and you saw a picture, that's not a fucking horse, that's a giraffe. You would have a reference because you saw a horse before. You have a reference in your mind, a memory of seeing a horse. You know what one looks like that you can refer to in memory and compare what they're representing it to be to what your memory is. You don't have that with Earth. You've never seen the Earth from that point of view, so you don't have any reference from which to even to evaluate the image by. You understand? You've never seen people weightless. You've never seen people in space. You've never seen any of those things. The only thing you have to compare it to are other images that people also represented it to be real, that you also have no way to evaluate. It's a chain of bullshit that you have no way to tell the authenticity of. You have no.
I'm listening to what you're saying.
Actually, you can verify. You can verify bullshit, but their nonsense is the thing that you cannot actually verify. The bullshit I can find in the physical and natural world, but what they claim, the globe Earth in the vacuum of space, curving Earth, that you cannot find it in nature, like bullshit.
I mean, that's a good point.
I think the thing that adds up for me is that as time progresses, more companies, more nations, more private individuals, they're funded by their YouTube channel. They're sending rockets up. They're getting video down. I have a reference point into what Earth looks like from abroad. I've been to a beach. I've been to a landscape, and I can deduce that this
Did Earth look
footage
flat
is
at the
probably
beach
more
or
likely than
curved?
what?
Did the Earth look flat at the beach or curved?
I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying.
Yeah, I did. That was your reference. You went to the beach. You saw a flat Earth. That's your reference.
Okay, is the ocean blue and is
Yeah.
the sand gray or brown?
Well, it depends. Well,
We'd agree.
different oceans have
And if
different
I- if
colors
I- if I-
depending on
if I took my
the
drone-
ocean is.
bear
Hold on,
with
you
me.
asked me a
I
question.
let you talk.
You
I let
asked
you
me a
talk.
question,
And
so
you
you're gonna let
answered
me
already.
answer. No, I didn't. No, I
The
didn't
ocean
answer.
can be also
The
red and
oceans are
orange.
different colors depending on
Yes,
what part
I
of the
agree.
ocean you is and what time of year it is.
Why are you being pedantic?
I'm
My
not.
point is, okay, follow where I'm
It's
going.
not always blue.
You're
Sometimes
telling
it's
me
green.
I have no reference point. You're telling me I have no reference point when I see these videos, when I see these images of Earth abroad.
You don't know the Earth,
above.
dude.
Stop.
You don't know the Earth.
What I'm telling you right now, just build it from the ground level up. Let's assume
That's what we're
everybody's lying to
doing.
me.
You don't know the
But-
Earth. You're trying to skip a step.
Can you listen for 2 seconds?
No, you're trying to skip
Okay, I
a
didn't
step.
think so.
You're trying
would
to
be my
jump
question
the
to
shark
him.
and say, yes, I already know the Earth. You don't know that.
These guys are going to
Can
lose
you
their
listen? That
shit
will be
when
my
they
question
know
to
what
you.
the
Can you
gyrocompas is.
listen?
How did
Can
you
you repeat
evaluate?
anything
Okay,
Indio
tell me
said?
any video you've ever seen. What did you do? Tell me the process you went through to evaluate whether that was an authentic image of Earth from space.
So why I'm here is because I've seen 2 sunsets in the same night. And when you're telling me I can't have any clue what Earth actually looks like from
Okay,
abroad,
that would happen on a flat Earth too.
I'm
You're
telling
just ignorant.
you, let me finish. I let you
Yeah,
talk.
but that's not
Shut the
evidence of
fuck up.
anything. That would happen on a flat
Let
Earth too. You're
me
wasting our time,
finish.
dude.
Let me finish.
Okay, go with the thing that doesn't prove anything because it works on a flat Earth just the same fucking way. Go ahead.
You're just like the other guy.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready to hear something from 2017. Go ahead, genius.
When I was at this beach, I saw 2 sunsets. And because I took my drone up in the air, right now where I'm at, I'm limited to 400 feet in the air. But I can take my drone up and I can see the beach, the color of the water, and guess what? I can watch the sunset from my eye level and watch it set. I can take my drone up 20 feet, watch it set. I can take my drone up 400 feet, watch it set again.
Okay, that means what?
Despite this fact, my point is build from there. I can go watch a YouTube channel right now.
That would happen on a flat Earth.
Viewers. Can you let me finish?
Yeah, but that would happen on a flat Earth. I want to know how you're building from there because that would happen on a flat Earth too.
Yeah, your drones.
What do you
actually
think the
evidence with
horizon is on a flat Earth? The edge? What do you think the horizon is that the sun sets behind on a flat Earth?
What do you think the horizon is where the sun sets?
Yeah, on a flat Earth.
You can't see it anymore.
Yeah, what is
On
the
a flat Earth.
horizon, brother, that the sun you think is setting behind that you said sets twice?
You already know what I think, and I think you're derailing.
On a flat Earth, I said. On
You're
a
just
flat
interrupting
Earth.
me again and
On
again and
a
again.
flat. Listen closely. On a flat Earth. What do you think it is on a flat Earth that makes you say?
Why don't you?
Because you're saying I saw this happen. This indicates to me it's a globe because I saw 2 sunsets.
No.
So it didn't tell you the Earth
You
was
are
a globe.
so far away from what this conversation is. When I'm talking about seeing these double sunsets, I'm telling you why I'm here, and what this argument is about. Is never mind. I think I'm a little bit.
doesn't even know where
your
he's
script fell
here.
apart, huh? Your script fell apart. You think? Look, dude, you're the one that's doing it. It's not us,
What was it
bro.
before this?
He
Somebody
could
help me.
even tell you his
brother,
own claim.
look,
Why
we
I'm
know-
here is because.
Look, brother. We know what you read on the internet. You can see 2 sunsets. It would work the same on a flat Earth. It's ignorant people that say that shit that it would be different on a flat Earth because they think the horizon on a flat Earth is the edge of the Earth.
Okay, I'm sorry. The conversation was about how we can't imagine or we have no reference frame for what the Earth looks like. And my point
From
is
space.
that from drones to airplanes to spacecraft, these track. I can tell you, I posted a link in the comments, and it
These
was like an
track.
exact date, an exact time, and a satellite orbiting Earth. I think it was the ISS. I'll post the link again. But my point is that you can see this go across the sky. You can see the weather down below, and you can cross-reference this, and you can track
That's a lie.
with your own telescope.
That is a
You
lie.
can predict this.
That is a lie. I've been listening to you Globers say that for almost a decade, and never once have you actually ever produced evidence confirming. Shut up, dude. Shut up, because I won't tolerate liars, dude. Not once in 10 years has any of, not once in 10 years has any of you ever presented one iota of evidence of ground confirmation of what's been seen by a satellite. ChatGPT used to even say it and would give you references to papers that don't fucking exist. So this one particularly irritates me when people say this shit. Give us the data, the ground confirmation of what was seen by a satellite and simultaneously observed from the fucking ground. Show it now, please.
So you're like asking for like a live feed from a satellite.
What? The data that you've already seen.
Hold on, let me finish.
The shit you've already seen that you're referencing.
I already posted it in the side chat, but the problem is right now I'm banned from posting in the side chat. Why would I be banned?
I'm not in control of it. And you didn't
I
post anything in the side chat about a ground confirmation from a satellite.
This is the cult that I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're in the cult,
to
dude.
Interrupt and to ban and mute.
You're in the cult.
You're being disingenuous.
You're in the cult. Okay? You're in the cult. You just made up 3 fucking lies, dude.
I'd be
and your
happy
call
to
is
post
saying
a
we're in a
video
cult, but you just
in the
lied
chat
3 times.
if you'd unmute me.
But you lied 3 times. There's in the chat. So you're telling me right now, Whiskey, very specific. In the chat right now is an observation from the ground that confirms what was seen from satellite. In the chat right now.
Yeah, I tried to clarify.
Confirmation on the ground of what was seen from a satellite is in the chat.
Case in point. Anybody
It's
else
a yes
want
or
to try
no
to talk
question,
to me
dude.
like an adult?
It is a yes or no question. Stop dodging. Is it in the chat or not?
What's your yes or no? No, I can't post in the chat. It is in the chat. It was the most recent message I posted, but I'm muted now.
Okay, that's fine. But what you posted in the chat is a ground confirmation of something that was seen at the satellite, simultaneously observed from the ground.
When you say ground confirmation, what are you talking about? Like,
meaning
right now,
there was an image in a satellite,
oh my God.
and somebody,
You see how
whatever
you can't let me
feature.
talk?
Well, I'm answering your question. So whatever
I'm
feature they
asking a
observed,
question and you're interrupting.
whatever feature they observed, you're asking a question about what I'm asking for. I'm telling you, so you're not confused.
No, you're
An image claiming to be from an image, dude. I don't have a strategy, dude. You're the
listen
dumbest
to my
person
question
in
in
this
its
fucking.
fullest length instead of just grandstanding. Listen,
I'm not
when
grandstanding.
you're
I'm
asking,
telling you
when
what
you're
I want,
asking,
but you're
when
not.
you're
You don't want to
asking,
hear it because
oh
you
my
know
God,
it's not
yeah,
in the
'cause
chat,
you're over
and you
talking.
know you
You
lied.
go, princess.
No, you lied. You lied when you said there's a ground confirmation of something that's been seen from a satellite. You straight up fucking lied, and you know it.
Let me know when you're done.
I want satellite photograph confirmed by a ground observation of what the satellite saw was also seen from the ground from the other direction. Got it? You understand that? Is it in the chat? Yes or no? The answer is no. The answer is you've never seen that. That doesn't exist. And you fucking know it.
So what I posted in the side chat was, before I was muted, and I'm still muted, Earth at night on May 17th, 2025. Okay? I don't know what time it was. But are you asking me that you want me to give you a time? You know I have a heads up that SpaceX is going to be over Florida. They're going to be live streaming their launch, and they're going to be orbiting around Australia 6 hours after launch. And I go set up, you can use plain eyes, but let's get a pair of binoculars. And I tell you, hey, the SpaceX is going to, cross the surface of the sun. Maybe binoculars is a bad idea, but it's going to cross the surface of the sun or the moon or whatever at this time in Australia, based off of this launch, at 8 p.m. in Florida. Are you asking for both the live footage from the launch as it's going over Australia and live footage from Australia, watching, maybe through
I'll tell you what
camera
I want.
attached to
I want the thing you said you already had. That.
Oh, okay. Here. I'd love to post it, but I'm muted. It's
DM it to me
from space.
Okay. So where's the ground confirmation of what they saw from space?
There you go.
It's also seen from the ground.
Okay, I think that's the barrier of proof that I have not.
That's what you. Oh, so you didn't. So no one did that.
Let me finish with this video. But the fact remains is that what I just described
is a story.
Is done, has been done, will be done. Because we're only getting better at this stuff.
We can't even get bodies off of Everest. Believe whatever you want.
But
this guy almost sounds. This guy, you almost sounds like one of those people that call every day, like the scammers that call you trying to convince you out of something.
What are you gonna sell us next? Really simple.
Do you have an argument, or are you just gonna complain?
Argument against what?
Like
your claim?
Are wimping out, and now it's
your claim.
Side chat.
Listen, let me ask you
the evidence I give.
Let me ask you.
Interrupt me any chance you get because it's a part of your strategy.
I don't need a strategy for you. You're weak sauce, bro. You're weak sauce. I don't need a strategy. I don't have a script, bro. I got tens of thousands of hours of debating people. You're weak sauce. Okay. Really simple. Our claims evidence, yes or no? Our claims evidence. Our claims evidence.
No.
Okay. So the claim is whatever video you posted or are going to post was taken from space. What's the evidence that that's true? Oh, they said so. Is that the evidence? Because they said so?
I've seen launches in real life.
No, this video that you posted. Don't talk about some other shit. Focus. The video that you posted.
No, I thought we clarified earlier that the burden of evidence that you're really asking for.
You haven't presented any evidence.
Okay, already interrupted. Jesus Christ.
But you haven't presented any evidence.
Let me know.
You said claims are not evidence, right? So if claims are not evidence and you haven't presented evidence, then what? We're just supposed to go with your claim?
He wants to make more claims. He doesn't want to pose the evidence.
See, this is what it's called claim stacking. And all you're doing is stacking claims on top of claims on top of claims. You're not presenting any evidence the claims are actually true. We have no way to evaluate them. Either we believe what they're represented to be or we don't, which is completely subjective preference. I have no reason to believe their claims.
About 30 minutes ago, but we established that video is data. Do you remember that?
No, it's not data. Data is measurements, bro.
No, you already conceded the fact that it's data.
No, I didn't, dude. Good try, debate, bro. Good try, debate, bro. Good try, debate, bro. I did not concede that. We record this.
You didn't just concede it.
I never concede
into admitting that.
Don't you
just don't remember because your IQ is below room temperature.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. We record this. You see that little YouTube bot up there?
Okay.
You see that little YouTube?
I would love to pull the clip. Give me access. Give me access so I can pull the clip myself.
It's on YouTube. Type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You'll get the YouTube stream. I want me saying I concede that video is data.
And you'll do the same, right?
No, I want you playing me conceding that because you said I did. Don't try to straw man and change the subject and use red herrings. That shit ain't gonna work, debate bro. Look, we know your debate bro tactics. We know the debate bro tactics. You try to get people to agree to something and then reverse it in the middle of the conversation and try to take our position. We know the tactics.
What did I reverse?
We know the tactics.
He knows them because these works
no one's grandstanding. We know.
Yeah, because you won't be specific. What exactly did I reverse? Be articulate for once.
This is
Quit just
children tactics.
crying.
This
I just want to
tactic
know.
that you use against children doesn't work here, though.
Yeah, really don't. So it's really simple. You've made a bunch of claims. We want the evidence the claims are true. I pointed out you can't even evaluate whether they're true. It's not even possible. It's not possible for me. It's not possible for you. It has to be taken on faith. I have no reason, any reason, to take what they say those videos are as true. Why do you take them as true? That's why I asked you is how you evaluated them. I'm being completely fair to you.
What
How
facts
did
are
you
you taking as
evaluate them?
faith?
How did you evaluate the videos to their authenticity? They are what they are. Say they are the Earth from space. How do you know? How do you know that's what the Earth looks like? Maybe the Earth's purple. How do you know the Earth ain't purple? And they recolored it. How did you evaluate that whatever image they're
How
presenting
many
to you?
questions are you going to ask?
Well, I want you to get the
I'm still
idea.
stuck. I'm
I
still
want-
stuck on
Can you repeat to
you
me what I
giving
said?
up this idea.
Repeat to me one of the questions I asked you.
Yeah.
Repeat to me.
You were asking how can the what I wanted to ask you was why are you asking?
Yeah, what?
Bear
Hey,
with
you
me.
haven't been listening, have you? That's probably why I'm having a hard time. Because you're not actually listening to the answers.
No, you're just asking a bunch of questions and spazzing
I asked
out,
it.
and then asking me to
No one's
recall on
spazzing
one of
out,
your
dude.
spazzes.
It's just meta
I was
nonsense.
still stuck 30 seconds ago when
I'm asking
you
you
were
very
asking.
specific questions about
Oh
the
my gosh.
evidence.
You can't let me talk, can you? I think
Because you're trying to meta, dude, and I'm not doing it. I want to look. I try to focus very like a laser on evidence. I don't want to hear narrative. I don't want to hear spin. I don't want to hear anything. I want to see the actual evidence and how we know the evidence is true and how to evaluate it. It's truth. That's it. I don't care about the fluff.
So earlier I established that video is data. I gave you video proof that hey, you can watch this. You can watch this launch. You can watch this rotation around the Earth, and you can see. Hey, here's the weather patterns in Australia.
Established it's a rotation around the Earth, dude. You're
Greenland.
proving the thing. Look, you're assuming the thing you're trying to prove is true. It's called affirming the consequent. You haven't established it's rotating around the Earth. You understand?
Okay. Did you forget the part where you can view this with your naked eye?
You can view a satellite go around the Earth with your naked eye. From where?
When it passes in front of the moon, you absolutely can. In my example, I gave you a pair of binoculars.
Okay,
which
airplanes
really let
flying
you
in
be
front of
able
the
to
moon.
see
Are they
this.
going around the Earth?
Yes.
Airplanes
Are
are
they in
rotating
orbit?
around the Earth.
No.
But they look the same. It looks the same as with the spaceship, right?
Yeah.
It looks the same as a bird going in front of the moon. It looks the same as a bug going in front of the moon. No, you've never observed that.
He thinks you need help, Indio. He thinks you
No
need
one has
help.
ever observed an
Just
orbit.
last night I observed it. Just last
You
night.
didn't observe an orbit of anything.
Yes, I did.
Indio, for the night, his joke about thinking that you need help from him. I mean, like,
yeah, it is.
This is a good joke, though.
So
Hilarious.
you did not observe an orbit. You saw something move, and you inferred orbit from the loss of information.
No, you didn't
lacked
listen.
the information
You
of the
didn't
full
listen.
orbit.
You didn't listen.
I
Here's
do
the fact.
listen. I know what
Here's
inference
the
is,
facts.
dude.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah,
All right, just hear me out.
facts.
It's going to take 12 seconds. Hold your horses for 12 seconds. When I'm telling you that we can, we know when the launch is. We know when it's going to go. You know, it launches from Florida. We know when it goes over Australia, and we can see this from Australia. We can track this and we can predict this.
Okay. Did you do that?
And we have the video proof.
Oh yeah, really? We have video proof of us from Australia. Let's see it. From Australia.
I don't.
The
I
ground,
still don't
dude.
have permission.
The
I still don't
ground.
have permission to put
From the
links in
ground? Is
chat.
it from the ground?
The Colt has decided to silence my
Is
links.
it from the ground?
Yes.
Is it from the ground in Australia? Someone tracked.
To be fair, earlier we already went
Why
over
can't
this.
you answer
But
fucking
you're
simple
asking me.
questions that are yes or no?
You're asking me. I'm just going to keep talking if you're just going to keep interrupting. Earlier, you were asking me the same question, and I clarified with you that it sounds like what you want is not just video proof of the
No, I
launch,
want
but video
evidence
proof
for your
of the
claim.
observation in the ground in Australia predicting this launch. Is that what you want?
That's what you just claimed happened.
Okay, is that what you want? I'm
That's what you
asking
claimed
yes or no.
happened.
Yes or no. It's not that
I
hard.
want your evidence, dude. All
Okay, I
you
already
want to do
posted
is
it, but I'm muted right now in the chat.
brother.
If you'd like me to post it again,
I'm an
unmute me in the
empiricist.
chat.
I'm an empiricist. I go with empirical evidence.
Okay,
I don't go
you're
with
a fucking idiot. Why am I still muted in the chat? Let me post it.
I don't know who muted you, and I don't know why you're muted.
Hey,
I don't
send
undo
it to
people's
me.
mutes.
Send it to me. I'll post it for you. Send it to me.
Really simple. I'm an empiricist. I want evidence. I don't want your storytelling. Okay. You know what times it fucking launched from fucking Cape Canaveral or whatever it launched from. So what? You said then we can track it and we can do this. You didn't do any of that shit. Someone told you some shit. Okay. You heard some hearsay. What I want is empirical evidence that that shit is in doing what it said.
How much evidence do you need? What kind of evidence do
not
you need? Because
empirical
we can
evidence.
get GPS data in the middle of the ocean. We have
GPS
Starlink in
uses Earth
places that
Center.
didn't have
You're going to embarrass
signal
yourself.
before.
Stop. GPS uses a coordinate system called Earth-centered Earth fix,
Yeah,
which is
okay, I know you're on the script, but if you'd let me finish,
okay,
you
but
could respond
GPS
to the
is
whole
not
thing.
evidence of a globe because it doesn't use fucking globe geometry, dumb fuck. Just because it says longitude on your fucking phone doesn't mean that's what the receiver uses.
When I said we can get signal out at sea when we couldn't before,
That's because there's no fucking ball
it
in
goes
the way.
beyond GPS.
There's no ball in the way. That's why you can get a signal at sea. There's more transmissions at sea level that are 800 fucking miles because there's no ball in the way. There's 1918 radio transmissions at 10,000 miles because there's no fucking ball in the way. You only think it's fucking unbelievable because you think there's a big fucking hill of water between point A and point B. There's not.
So are you under the impression that before satellites we could have achieved data in the ocean far off the coast?
Farthest transmission in 19 miles.
Satellites.
Listen to me real carefully.
Pay for satellites, maintain satellites.
Never needed satellites at all. They were never required to ever make a transmission. In 1918, they communicated Cornwall, United Kingdom to Sydney, fucking Australia. And the reason they even tried to do it is because they were listening to fucking German radio from Berlin in Australia. There's no ball in the way. That's why you can listen to the fucking German radio in Australia. Fucking
how was the quality?
Admiral Byrd fucking talked, gave a weekly radio show from Little America in Antarctica, directly transmitted to fucking Long Island, New York, which was 9,600 miles. How do you do that? Recently, there was the Laura Chirp that was 800
what was the
miles
transmission signal
level
that you're describing?
What do you mean, what was the transmission?
Because I think the megahertz matters, right?
Does it?
Yeah, my understanding is that long transmission waves propagate better than short bursts, depending on if we're going for distance.
Yeah, that's right, because they have more power.
And it bounces off
and
the atmosphere.
They don't bounce off of anything. That was a post hoc. That's a post hoc excuse, dude. Meaning that idea was invented after the transmission. Yeah, the Knickerbein radio transmissions, the Knickerbein radar bombing system. The Knickerbein bombing system was two towers that intersected over England. That they flew planes, and when you were flying to the intersection point, that was your cue to drop bombs. Well, too bad England was 11 miles under the fucking horizon. So how did they drop bombs? How did they freaking pick up a signal?
Were the planes that far under the horizon too?
In World War II, planes didn't fly at 11 miles. These were propeller airplanes, and they had to bomb from 8,000 feet.
I agree with that statement.
They had to bomb from 8,000 feet. So this is where it gets fucked up because the British the regular scientists thought, well, they can't be doing that. That's impossible. Earth's a globe. And one guy was like, yeah, well, Earth might be a globe, but they're fucking doing it because we overheard them talking about it in the jail cell. So they looked for it. He had to get permission directly from Winston Churchill because all the other scientists go and kick rocks. Earth's a globe. So he went and he found the signal, and then they jammed it. Point is, people literally died because they thought Earth was a globe. Literally. Now, the whole point about this satellite stuff, there's no way to verify any of it. There's no way to test it. There's no way to
I already gave you examples. You just reject all of it.
How can we test it? It's
I
not a
can
matter of
visually observe
rejecting. It's a
launches
matter of why should I believe it?
in both YouTube and in real life, which I've done.
What? No, you have not. You've never seen a satellite orbit the Earth. Never.
I saw 3 last night. Not even kidding.
How long did you see them?
They were fleeting.
It's 3 seconds, 10 seconds.
Yeah, I would say maybe 5.
Okay. Did they orbit the Earth in 5 seconds?
I was chasing them with my telescope's guide scope.
Okay. Did they orbit the Earth in that time period that you were watching them?
I don't think they made a full orbit. No.
Yeah, that's right. You've never seen anything orbit the Earth. You inferred an orbit from seeing something in the sky for a little while. Okay, that's a fact.
That same telescope I can track, and I can tell my buddy in Australia on the other side of the Earth.
Yeah,
hey,
you could, but you never did.
Hey, bro. Hey, look up in the sky and watch the same telescope that I just saw crossing my vision. I don't know, 12 minutes ago, whatever it might be.
Yeah, that's a cool story, but you never did that.
Okay, but you can, right?
How do you know that? You've never done it. How did you know that?
Here's how I know that. Because I have an app that tells me where the telescopes are.
Because I have an app.
Are you going to keep interrupting? See how you just can't handle
more
yourself?
and more ridiculous.
Somebody
You're not
help this
telling me
guy.
how you know anything. You're telling me how you think somebody else knows it.
Take a breather. Try to listen.
I am listening. I am listening.
All you're doing is talking and you're responding.
Brother,
you're not even following.
You don't hear yourself. All you're doing is referring to third parties. When I ask you what you know, you don't know anything.
First-hand observation was a part of this.
Yeah, the first-hand observation was 10 seconds.
India, he
And
sent me the first
the
time
rest of the
knowledge.
stuff you're talking about was made up in your head.
Why there's always a heated
And so
conversation
when I tell
in this
you
channel?
that my buddy in Australia that I'm on the cell phone with, he saw the same thing.
With your boyfriend?
Yeah, he didn't because it didn't happen. He already admitted it.
Okay, just follow my example. Why
Yeah,
is
if I
this so
would have,
hard for you?
yeah, and if fucking look, bro, I'm not
It's so
doing
hard for you.
hypothetical woulda, coulda, shoulda. What are you trying to convince people of?
This is
your
real life.
imagination
This is real
true.
life. You just
Real
don't have
life
friends
is
in
your
Australia.
imagination. You never did it.
Oh my God.
How is it real life if you never did it?
Yo,
In
chill
the
out,
same
bro.
sense, I can call my friend in Australia and say,
Oh my
"Hey,
God.
is the light out?" Okay, well, it's dark here and the sun's there. In the same sense, I can do that and predict when, where, how much. I can also do that with satellites in the night sky.
You actually can't do that because the solar time doesn't use a globe to predict when it happens. So you're just making shit up as you go along, telling us what you think is true.
If solar time doesn't predict when it happens, what
time
does?
does not
And
use
give
a
me a
globe.
wristwatch based off of
Solar
that.
time
Chill
does not
out,
use a globe, dude.
Okay.
The predictions of solar time, time and date, SunCalc, all those apps, don't use a globe to predict when the sun rises, when the sun sets, when solar noon is. All
Does
that
it
shit
predict
doesn't
when
use.
it's nighttime in USA versus daytime in Australia? Does it predict
There's
that?
a model. There's a model that
Oh, it
predicts
does?
those things. Hold on. There's a model that predicts those things, but it's not a globe Earth model. It is an observer-centric model where you are at a point at the origin of coordinates. You're not on top of anything. You're not on a globe. You're not on a flat Earth. You're not on a freaking blade of grass.
You're talking through your ass.
No.
When I'm talking about knowing it's going to be daylight in one place and nighttime in another,
I'll bet you 100 Bitcoin that what I said is 100% accurate.
Can you send me
Everything I
one
said
Bitcoin?
is 100% accurate. You guys just don't like it.
Why you get so
have
mad about it, bro?
explanations that and then you think the model and the explanation are the same thing, but they're not. The mathematical model and the mathematics within the model are not the same thing as your explanation. They're not equivalent.
All other flat earths here that are reasonable, don't interrupt, and can address what I'm actually saying.
Yeah, we know what you're saying. You're saying you think
No,
that
you
something
don't.
would happen if you did something, but you've never actually done it. But that's also real life because
Every
you
time
imagine.
I
someone
have done it. I've
challenges
watched
the
the
flat
launch.
Earth,
I
they interrupt.
predicted where the launches are going to be, and I've accidentally seen orbiting satellites around our
You
Earth.
don't know they were orbiting.
But I do know that the prediction apps that were true are based off of a round Earth.
No, you don't know that. They're actually based off of Keplerian
You
orbital
think they're
element.
lying to me?
Bro, no.
If you go Google right now,
orbits are
what
predicted
map
using
does Google Maps use?
Brother,
It's a projection map based on a round Earth.
That's just
with reality, bud.
Just like Google Earth is a graphic that projects a globe out of a
You're all
cylinder.
over the place.
No, Google Earth is a cylinder mathematically, but it projects it as a globe. You think because you see a graphic that underneath the graphic they're using a globe, but they're not. Orbits are predicted using ephemeris, which uses Kepler's orbital element, which has an origin of coordinates and doesn't suppose it's on a globe. You have no idea how any of this shit works. You're just
What do you come
you
with
have an
those
explanation and a
claims, bro?
story, and all you're looking is confirmation of your fantasy.
The Earth is
giving
not flat,
evidence
bro.
to my claim.
Evidence
And all
you're
you're
claiming
doing is
what?
whining like a little bitch.
Yeah, you're
Address my
whining, bro.
arguments instead of whining
What
and
argument? What
interrupting.
argument did you make exactly?
You're just interrupting him, bro,
Interrupt with
because he's telling you
what
that
argument?
the Earth is not flat.
Yeah.
My
What
argument
argument did you make?
Is that the world that we live in, we utilize round Earth philosophies.
That's not
Whether
true.
it be predicting,
You're ignorant.
whether it be let me see how
No,
you
you're
feel about me.
ignorant, dude. You're
Okay,
factually
go
Stop
cry me a
wrong.
river.
insulting him
Cry me
because
a
he
river.
challenges
You
your
are
idea,
factually
bro.
wrong. Factually. You thought GPS used the globe.
Why do you need to insult him? Just
Yeah, there you go, Tito. Give an
Give
example.
an example of the round Earth that we live in. Well, the
they're
apps
always
that
asking
you
for
and
an
I
example.
use every day, whether it
Show
be
the
Google
data.
Maps.
I asked you this
Okay,
earlier, bro.
one sentence
About your
and I
app
asked a
that
question.
predicts star positions, and I said, "How do you know that it uses globe to predict?"
Because it's in the developer notes. If you look at Google Maps,
Where?
what they tell you is they use a
Show it.
projection map.
Show it.
I
Go
would
and
love
grab
to
it
link
and
it, but
post it in the side
I would
chat and
love
let's
to
have a look
post
at
it, but I'm still muted from your cult.
Yeah, otherwise it's just Ipsy Dixit. They do.
He
How much
sent me
trust
the
me,
evidence.
bro, have we
He
gotten out
sent
of
me
you?
the evidence, guys. I'm gonna post it again. He sent it to me. Look, I posted the evidence that he sent me.
I sent him a YouTube video from 20 minutes ago.
Here you go, guys. He sent that to me as evidence of whatever he's talking about.
Hold on. This is your evidence? This?
Yeah, listen to this. All right,
Why
keep whining.
I
Is this your
want to
act?
ask you a question.
But keep going. We're
No, I
applauding
wanna
for an
ask a question
encore.
about it. I
Keep
wanna ask a
whining.
question about
No,
it.
no, no. I love
No,
the
I wanna ask
whining.
you
Don't ask
questions about your
questions.
evidence.
More whining.
I'm asking you questions about your evidence. No one's whining. You have to try to intentionally
You're whining all day, all night.
You can't defend this. There's no way you can defend this.
Okay, I'm all ears.
You think that
Go
this is
for
what
it,
the Earth
princess.
looks like from the ISS?
Yes.
You think that this is what the Earth would look like from the ISS? That's what you think.
If you'd stop talking,
Okay,
you'd hear me.
so the ISS would only see 3% of the Earth. So you think that this little subsection is what, 1% of the Earth, this little piece? See, the ISS shouldn't show any curvature. It's not high enough.
Do you see how you're already
Because
going off on your script?
if you look at the
You're not
Chinese
even talking to me. You're
I am
literally just
talking to
following
you.
the script. You're no better than
What
like an
script?
Indian
I didn't know
hacker.
you. How would I have a
But
script
ju-
for something I
but
didn't
ju-
even know you were gonna?
But all you're doing
Bro,
is sophistry.
Bro, stop it. How would I have a script for something I didn't even know you were gonna post?
Oh, don't redeem! Don't redeem!
How would I know I have a script for something I didn't know you were gonna post?
The script that you're repeating is
Am I a
from
psychic
his site.
scripter?
The script that you saying about this ISS altitude and the percentage, that's his script, India.
Oh, my script is that the mathematics. Should I cite different mathematics?
Yeah, the point is that you're not addressing the video.
I am addressing it. I'm addressing its authenticity.
Can you let me finish? When the video tells you when it happened, when it was filmed.
Poisoning the well.
Thanks, guys. It was really.
Yeah, that's right. Don't start your statements with poisoning the well. Okay, that's the problem.
I can actually have a conversation instead of spazzing out. I'm
with
all
poisoning the
ears.
well?
Until then, I'm done talking with this retard.
And fuck off, dude. You can't defend this at all. That's why you don't want to talk.
He's driving
Here comes the grandstanding. The whining grandstanding. Here it comes.
I want to see you defend this. Everything you say is meta and posturing. Okay? I've been only trying to talk about the evidence directly, and you don't want to. You want people to go, oh, I trust bro in bro's stories about what should and could have happened, even though he's completely fucking ignorant about
is that your response to my high res video from the ISS on May 17th?
How do you know that, dude?
Is that your response?
My question is, this video, how can this be from the ISS when the view from the ISS should not look like that?
Prove that it should not look like that.
Okay, I'm going to post a quote from Paul Larson. I'm going to post a quote from Carl Larson.
Oh, wow.
Paul
guys,
Larson.
make way for this studious student here who's going to post a quote from some guy I've never heard of.
Well, he was a finalist for going to Mars, so you should have heard of him, because that's your cult.
He's like the subject matter expert of what you're talking about. He's like the highest priest of what you're
What am I
preaching.
talking about? What am I talking about? Just answer
this
that.
video.
No, not you, that other guy that just jumped in. He has no answer.
So you see this? This is Paul Larson. That's a scale model. That white circle right there, that's what the entire circle of the horizon would be from the International Space Station. And the ISS would be a dot in the middle of it. Now, from the viewpoint of the ISS, that shit would look flat. Paul Larson says, let's say you are at the elevation of the ISS, you're about 250 miles above the Earth, and we calculate the horizon line for the ISS, it's about 1,400 miles. If you're sitting at the point looking 360 degrees, what would the horizon look like? It would look flat. Paul Larson, planetarium director. I also have a GeoGebra diagram, and we also have photographs that China claim are from the same elevation as the ISS to show a flat fucking horizon.
Do you think that Mars astronaut would agree that there's only a flat Earth?
Who cares? That's irrelevant.
No, but you're forcing him for this claim that, hey, this is the field of view of a person at the ISS. So you're going to take him for face value there. But if we ask him, mathematics, what?
It's mathematics, dude.
You wanted to interrupt to tell me mathematics. What do you want to tell me?
Dude, I'm not trusting him. It's a geometric certainty that what he said is true. It's a mathematical fact.
Okay, but what he
says for a real simple
not
reason
true
too.
When he says that we orbit around the Earth,
he doesn't know that to be a mathematical fact.
You don't think so?
This is a geometric. How would he know?
Well, I can pull an app out of my phone right now and tell you when the ISS is going to orbit my house.
Doesn't tell me how you would know, though.
Oh, but it does the math, and the math that it uses.
How do you know what it does? You don't have no idea what it's doing behind there.
I don't need to see behind the curtain to know that it works because I can verify that it works.
So what? Lots of things work.
Great, and you don't need to peer behind the curtain of an elevator to justify getting on board an elevator, right?
Epicycles work to predict the positions of planets. So what? But you don't think the epicycles
if you're making
are really
claims
happening?
about how the elevator works, bro, yeah, it does matter.
Epicycles was the old way of predicting where the planets are. It works better than the current Keplerian model. It works. Is it true?
Okay, give me the app that uses that method and not the globe.
Every planetarium in existence.
Hello, can I ask?
Every planetarium,
planetarium
the planets
predicting?
in the planetarium, when they project the planets onto the fucking dome, they use the epicycle Ptolemaic model to do that.
Okay. When you project something onto the ceiling, it's a little bit different than what's actually happening on Earth, right?
How do you know that? It's the same view.
Because I can use these apps that aren't projectors. I can use these apps and they predict the future. Whereas a planetarium, it doesn't matter where they set up their hologram or their projector system.
Have you never been to a planetarium?
They're not predicting what's going to happen 1 second from now.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
The Ptolemaic model was used for centuries to predict where the planets would be seen in the sky.
Okay, but you're arguing that these planetariums have some analog model that the projection
They do because they can just make it out of gears. Yeah, they do.
It's all digital.
The one that's literally down the street, dude.
They're not projecting from an analog model.
Look, it was made by
projecting
MIT.
from digital images.
No, it's not, dude. You're wrong. You're just talking shit. There's one literally fucking down the street at the Omni Mugen fucking Theater at the Museum of Science down fucking Cambridge Street. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're a bullshit artist.
You're projecting off of analog
You are
models.
a bullshit artist, and I am calling you out.
Is that what
you
they're doing at your theater?
Bullshit artist, lying fucking
They're projecting off of analog models?
No, they have a literal physical gear system.
Physical gear system.
A physical gear system. Yes, that's right.
That's great. And do you think that there's gears tied to Earth, Mars, the Moon, and the rest of the solar system?
Your argument was it works, therefore it's fucking true, dude. It works, therefore it's true. This is called a reduction to absurdity. So this would also be true.
Okay.
That the Ptolemaic model is true because it works.
These gears, if I'm assuming as if they're as rudimentary as they are not true. Whereas
why not? They work.
These software programs are. So my point is,
how did you determine that?
It might be true. These gears might be true today, May 17th, 2025.
God damn it, dude.
But a year from now, the moon's position relative to the Earth is probably not true. I don't think that these observatories, these planetariums. What did you call them? Thank you.
It's a planetarium.
I don't think they're going to be. They're not trying to represent perfect, true life. When I'm talking about these apps, they are, and they do.
You've never been to a planetarium. They will go back 4,000 fucking years and tell you what the sky looks like.
Planetarium.
Okay, but they can give you any time and date and show you what the sky looks like.
They're using computer programs.
They're not using a computer, dude.
They're not rotating an analog geared device back 4,000 years.
Yes,
they're not doing that.
Yes, they are.
You're full of shit.
Dude, I'm not full of shit.
Can you imagine that model that in your head, the model that the place down the street from you fucking has? Can you imagine that model rotating 4,000
It has
times?
gears. You not know how gears work?
Oh, okay. So gears makes this a magical analog system. Please send me a link. I'd love to see it.
He's just gonna hand
It must be a work of art.
It actually is.
Which is bigger than
Each gear is a motion of the planet, and all they do is turn it. And the motions of the planets happen over and over and over again. In the precession of the equinox, so they just move the celestial sphere, they rotate it against the background of the planets. The planets are always in the same place. The only thing that changes in the back is the background star. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. You're out of your depth.
Yeah. I mean, like, this is like a phase 2, right? Like, there was a phase 1 of Flat Earth VC once in the server.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we had one in here. Box Ops ran it, but it was more text-based rather than voice-based.
Yeah, but then I think like the team took a break, and then I talked to Vivek like, hey, it's been a long time. Maybe we can talk to them again. They may come again.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
here
we
we
came
are
back with a vengeance.
Yeah, I'd say it was good timing. We've really matured in a lot of our views, solidified how we explain things.
Yeah, I love the work actually.
I think it's going to get bigger and bigger this year. It's going to be a good year because a lot of the censorship of flat Earth information has come right down on social media platforms. So we got places like TikTok and Instagram, Facebook, even YouTube now, where flat Earth videos are getting huge amounts of views again. Whereas over the past, since 2016, it's been crazy censorship where you could type in the name of a flat Earth video and it just doesn't come up at all in the search results. You would have to search from pages just to find the video, even if you typed in the exact title of the video. But now it comes up straight away. So I think this year it's going to bring a lot of attention. And we can tell it's getting a lot more attention because it's even being mentioned more on big platforms on YouTube, like Joe Rogan Experience and all sorts of different, shows that get many millions of viewers. So that's cool.
Yeah, I was just about to bring up the Joe Rogan show with that director, famous movie director. He just came in and started smacking the show with truth, totally off script.
Yeah, it was great.
Maybe that's why they're rolling out the aliens.
That's what I was just gonna say. That's why they'll bring out the flat Earth. They're gonna flood everything with alien crap, so people start looking in the sky, and they really got to believe them. Once they make lights happen up in the sky for predictable lights that people can go watch, it's gonna be like fighting people in a ring.
Good news is we've got like 10 years of saying that the lights in the sky don't determine the shape in the ground.
Well, and they just had drones for the past 5 years doing light shows.
Yeah. And Chinese spy balloons.
Yeah, they let all the tech be shown already. That's what you're supposed to do, remember? That's part of the deal.
That is. And Russia lately competing with Starlink by using blimps.
I'll bet those blimps didn't go
with blimps.
Yeah, I'll bet all those blimps from 1800s, that tech just moved higher into the sky. That's probably what happened.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
Well, didn't Russia just say that they will have their own version of Starlink, which they showed a picture of, and it is literally a blimp?
Yeah.
Now, that would make sense because you could actually hold routers like I've been asking for. You could route traffic.
What's interesting, those of us who have longer memories remember when Google Loon was purchased by Elon Musk. And there were articles like in those finance magazines, Forbes and Kiplinger, talking about how the deal went down with private equity. And you had Fidelity and JP Morgan advising the deal and all this other stuff. It was a big project. What do you think Elon Musk did with all those assets? And then now suddenly those balloons disappeared and we got Starlink. It's just like what happened during that transition period from the late 50s into early 60s. We
So
had
the magic
balloons,
show
balloons,
happened.
balloons, and then bang, no balloons.
The magic show is this. We're going to be in California, and then we're going to move to Texas.
But the whole time, we're actually somewhere else completely launching these balloons. And then, but in the buildings that we see on TV, we have rockets shooting up in the air because NASA figured out how to do that for television.
Hi.
Do you know for a while that they were claiming that they were launching rockets and asset A was the balloon that would fire off and asset B was the not balloon?
Seeing the shuttle shake and rock and roll like a balloon next to a building, you got to wonder about the shuttle.
The Russian shuttle shows you jet engines. You can see the cowlings on the outside in the intake. Looks like our shuttles can feel them.
Yeah, ours you hear, well, when that's why they stopped it, because people were catching on to when they were landing it. It was a jet plane landing.
Yeah, that's why they started having those assisted landings with the T-20 Tiger Sharks.
Oh yeah, to make the
formation
noise
with the shuttle.
Yeah, remember, it's a magic show. That's sleight of hand. It's called.
Can I stop for a second?
Yeah, that way you can't hear the jet engines from the shuttle.
I think they started doing it after that one video. You can hear the shuttle coming in with the jet engines. You never had any other videos again after that.
That's
Can
right.
you shut up for a second? Something is happening.
They said they'd be doing these magic shows in their own founding documents.
Shut up!
Talking about the shuttle.
Happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, they used to fly the jets alongside it to mask it. That's what I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Remember when they showed how they transported piggyback on a 747? No, that's actually how they launch it, because that thing can't take off the ground. It's too heavy, but it can land. That's why it needs engines so it can move.
Just before the transition to self-orbiting space junk, they were really big on raccoons, where they would have the balloon lift up a rocket and then the rocket fire off in the upper stage. And then you take a look at what's happening now, right? Or what happened then with the space shuttle. It looks like the whole thing is a balloon filled with a buoyant gas. And it's bobbing up and down and rocking. You have this fantastic light show for the engines. And it looks like it's being lifted up through a buoyant force up to a specific height, and then it sheds the nacelles on either side, pop, pop. And then that's maybe when they turn on the rocket engines.
You know when you see those sparklers go off right before the shuttle engines click on?
Yeah.
Okay. So they'd say that's for it to ignite it. How do they do that when they're coming back in?
They claim to glide in.
Oh, true. I keep thinking about the engines I heard. That's very strange because those sparks happen like that. Normally you would put like your igniter right there at the nozzle. I guess they're confident that just one shot, boom, it'll just stay running.
And as the astronauts are undergoing 4 to 5 G of acceleration, they cut away to inside the cabin, and they're twiddling their thumbs, they're bouncing their knee up and down, and they're
pointing around, holding their arm up, pressing buttons. Those are always famous when they're launching. You can't move. Okay, I've been on the dragster at Cedar Point. When it takes off, it's 160 miles an hour. You're not moving. You're not pointing at anything. Where's all the Globers at? Today's Freak Out Friday. We're going to talk about flat Earth and how aliens work on a flat Earth. We're going to get packed today if we actually make that a show. Because I'm going to bring up Mexico and everything and how they're good landscapers and all that for them if they bring that shit in here.
I was just going to say, which aliens is it?
I think some of the most telling footage comes from the Skylab era. They're in this rather large cylindrical room. Just like it could be within the airframe of a cargo jet. And they're bouncing around doing gymnastics in zero G. I remember in one of these videos, they did a gyroscope test in zero G. And an astute observer pointed out that over the length of time that this gyro was running, the flywheel should have remained in position while the gimbal housing rotates around it, because they're orbiting an Earth, right? So there's a rotation, and it didn't manifest at all. That rotational vector was missing once again. I think P-Brain did a video on that. I don't think the gyroscope showed any precession either. So he must have been like not only perfect, but the gyro wasn't precessing. Like I don't recall seeing the housing turn around with the spin axis. Absolute frictionless metal contraption, huh? Well, for those of you who've been living under a rock the past 24 hours, looks like Donald Trump was upset that Obama talked about aliens. So he posted on Truth Social that Obama revealed classified information by acknowledging that there are in fact aliens. So he ordered the Secretary of War and other agencies to declassify and release all their alien files and UAP files.
Well, that'll keep them busy for 10 years. See how that works?
And the timing's right, I would say. You know, the West is mired in all this satanic scandals, facing bankruptable situations with their fiduciary responsibilities. Everything is unstable. And the last 70 years of American science fiction have duly prepared the minds of everybody to accept whatever's to come with the claim that these beings are from other planets and fly in metal tin cans. Through a gigantic expanding vacuum. Yeah, I mean, I think the public's ready, and they must have done enough polling to determine that. And what Obama said was probably part of the plan. They're like, okay, so we're going to get this former president who many Americans and most of the world seems to cherish and love, Obama, right? We're going to get him to come in front of the camera and start talking and accidentally drop that aliens are real. And then we'll have Donald Trump come in on the back end and chastise him and shame him for divulging classified information about aliens. And then say, okay, fine, I guess if the American public's ready for it, let's just do it. Let's just show them what we have. And then what will take place is probably a very slow rollout. They're going to get as much bang for the buck out of this as they can.
Well, they need a distraction for 2030. Remember, that's coming up.
That's coming up. You're right. So we need a distraction. This disclosure is not going to be one and done within a few months. There are going to be hearings. This thing will probably entail further scandals. Why aren't you releasing this? Why aren't you releasing that? How come you're covering this up? It'll be a total distraction from the Epstein thing, which is a distraction from everything else. Embedded distractions within distractions, keeping everybody distracted perpetually.
It's one distraction from the other.
Yeah.
One's made up, one's real. The real one was a distraction from something else.
America.
It's called Sleight of Hand, Smoke and Mirrors. It's a magic show, and I figured it out, so that's why it's no fun for me anymore.
Why don't Globers use AI then for Lindy, so they can learn this stuff?
Well, they do, but most AIs like AIs are crazy. Like Google AI, I was debating with Google AI like a few weeks ago. It just like it uses tactics. It's like uses dishonest tactics and fallacies, and it makes up shit that isn't true. It's like an anti-flat earther, and except it will concede when you call it out. So eventually you can get it to admit that everything it said in the first half of the conversation was bullshit, and it will apologize and concede. Unlike the anti-flat earthers, because the AIs are pulling up their information from anti-flat earther websites, right? And they're repeating these fallacious arguments. And just like you call out the anti-flat earthers on the fallacies, you call out the AI, because the information it's getting is technically invalid, right? It will admit that it's invalid when you explain the logic to it and say, okay, so you're claiming, and it will just make shit up because the anti-flat earthers make shit up, and it goes and gets information from their websites. So it's repeating made up bullshit, right? Like I was asking it, who went out, right? Name one person that went out and did a laser test, right? Or a long distance measurement that validated that the earth is a globe. And it's like, yeah, tons of people have done that. Like it said, there was a documentary on Netflix called Behind the Curve. Okay, and they went to Lake Pontchartrain and they did a laser test across Lake Pontchartrain, and the flat earthers debunked their own flat earth by proving that there was curvature doing a laser test at Lake Pontchartrain. Right? I'm like, what? I'm like, they never went to Lake Pontchartrain in Behind the Curve. They didn't do a single laser test in Behind the Curve. It's like, oh, you're correct about that. Oh, you got me. He's like, well, it wasn't at Lake Pontchartrain. They did a laser test at a different place. I'm like, they didn't do a laser test in the entire documentary at all. It's like, oh, you got me there. Well, actually, they used a torch/laser. I'm like, well, a torch and a laser is not the same thing. It's completely different. They didn't use a laser. Why do you keep adding laser in? Just admit when you're wrong. It's like, well, you got me there. And it's like they used a torch, and it was a different type of. I'm like, so everything you just told me was a complete lie. It was made up. They didn't go to Lake Pontchartrain. They didn't do a laser test. It's like, you're correct. Yes, they didn't do that. You got me there. It's like, what the hell?
That's the good thing about AI.
What, that it lies and then admits it's wrong?
That AI doesn't have emotions, which stopped them.
That's well, it seems like sometimes they program some They
Or
make it
maybe
like bitchy and snarky and stuff like that sometimes. Like it gets like pissed off at you and stuff.
Mine gets emotional. What are you talking about? If you try to tell it that the Earth's a globe, it'll get emotional with you and call you names eventually.
That's funny. Yeah, mine gets snarky and sarcastic. It's kind of annoying. But yeah, no, I know what you mean. It will admit when it's wrong. You can call it out, and it will say, yeah, like you could just break the logic down, and then eventually, it will admit that there's not a single observation throughout all of history that someone's gone out and accounted for the necessary confounding factors and proof that the Earth is curving, right? But at the start of the conversation, it will list a whole bunch of bullshit. It'll list the Rainy Lake. It will list Bedford Level. And you just have to go over and explain each one of them and break it down step by step. And it will say, yep, all right, I'm going to cross that one off the list now because you've explained that that's incorrect and they didn't account for this and that. And by the end, they'll say, yep, there isn't a single one that measures that the Earth is curving.
I'm gonna start using AI. I want to have discussions with real people, primarily those that are like, "Oh, that can't be true, right?" And so, okay, let's talk to AI, right? And let's see, because AI doesn't have doesn't have an ego behind it. And if you call it out on lying or having misinformation, it'll tell you if that's true or not, right? And say, okay, yeah, that's right. I'll relook at the information and try convincing him like that.
Yes and no. Yes and no. It's programmed to argue almost to the death that it's a globe, and it uses all sorts of tactics. And you have to know the exact right things to say to it for it to concede. Otherwise, it will keep bullshitting you, and it'll just like keep hallucinating and making stuff up. What you need to do is you need to get an AI, and you need to upload. Right, because it's only been fed the mainstream information. It just knows to repeat the mainstream narrative. You need to teach it to think critically, and you need to give it the correct information. So it has the database of giant text files filled with flat Earth information, for example. Okay, so it knows both sides of the story, and then eventually it will tell you things like if you ask it, how come other people's AIs are telling them that the Earth's a globe? It will say, oh, well, that's because that's the way they're programmed. They've only had access to the mainstream information that teaches the Earth's a globe. So they're just repeating that. Okay. Whereas I don't do that because I've been taught to think critically and I've had access to both sources of information, all of the mainstream information that I'm programmed with, and then the additional information, right, that I've been presented with and asked to think critically and analyze logically. And it will give you honest answers then based on the information that it has.
So how I train mine is like this. I won't tell you how I did it, but it's got 3 years of the lobby and the live stream text chat that it decided that the Earth is flat for itself from just that. It'll even cite people from that text chat. I'm just not going to tell you how that happened.
Right. I've got the same thing with my one. It's pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, I don't even have to argue with it. It has that, and that's the end.
Yeah, even I've got in my server, I've got an automated AI bot in the main lobby room. And watch, I'll go to it right now, and I'll ask it to quote someone. Right, 1 second. All right, go to general chat. Right, it's called Eva. The Eva 007. Right, it's going to say, okay, quote Indio 007 about Lake Pontchartrain. See what it says. Okay, DJ, here's a quote from Indio 007 specifically about Lake Pontchartrain. Lake Pontchartrain has an extreme heat flux, bro. Literally the worst place on Earth to do an observation. The water is warmer than the air, and then the lake is warmer than the water 4 times a day. Which is true. Indio says that. It's actually a good argument against Pontchartrain. But yeah, you got to the just normie AIs will just give you normie responses.
I just want to say that at 20 minutes past the hour, I put a graph showing how AI sources, like the popular AIs, source their information, and the number one source is Reddit. And if y'all have ever been on Reddit, you know it's like largely bots. And there's a reason to say that. That's not just speculation. But yeah, 40% is coming from crazy people on Reddit. So
wow.
You know, there you go. So basically the government is seeding the information onto Reddit and then pulling the information off Reddit to feed it into people's minds.
Great point. Yeah, that's interesting. That's creepy and annoying, and that kind of explains why it's pulling up these fallacious bullshit arguments about flat Earth and just blatantly lying.
So all you got to do then, when in your prompt, is you say, "Do not ever use Reddit as a source." Put that in your back end and your dev part. It will never look there. I tell it exactly what it can and can't do, and that's why you can't argue that it's a globe with it, because it'll just start calling you names after a while. Because you're going to be down to, I went AI to AI, mine against ChatGPT, and it got that one down to one. It would only give one sentence back versus the paragraphs it was putting in about 10 minutes. It could only respond with one sentence, and the flat Earth one was just smacking it around. So, and it gets mad at you if you just start repeating yourself.
This story might actually upset some flat earthers, and somebody's got feedback, so you better mute that. So I was in a military cargo flight going over the Pacific. This is back in the day. This was on a C-141. They don't fly anymore. Yeah, they got C-17s now. And so, I mean, we were all really cool, right? So I went up into the cockpit and started hanging out with the pilots up there. And they're like, "Hey, check this out." So we were, you know, I don't know if I can say the ceiling we were at, but we were way higher than what people think these things can do. And he's like, "Check it out, look up." And I looked up and it's broad daylight and I could see the freaking stars. I could see a few stars up there. Freaking blew my mind. And this, I never really thought about it till I got into this discussion. And people say that you can't see the stars from, you know, during daylight, but it got me thinking, like, how come none of the NASA pictures show us anything like this? They show a daylit Earth like at the bottom, and then I mean, yeah, I get it. You need to like set a long exposure time to see the stars, but my eyeballs were able to see a few stars way up in the sky, even though it was still like daytime outside. Now it was like evening or something, but I thought that was pretty cool.
Probably explains why they call the what is it? The
Starliner?
C5 a galaxy.
The galaxy? Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I can't
Yeah,
remember.
the C5 Galaxy. Yeah, they got the 5. I think that it was a Star Lifter. Was that the C-141 Star Lifter? Those things are loud as fuck inside too. Like you gotta wear earplugs for head protection, something.
I'm trying to remember what the 17 is called.
Good morning, it said.
Globe Master. C-17 is the Globe Master.
Oh shit, they're all in.
Oh yeah, sorry, what was the name of that again? A what?
C.
C-17.
Charlie.
2017 Globe.
Globemaster.
There we go. Thank you.
Yeah, it's like a
guys.
mini C5, man. But C5s, I've been in a C5 before. Those things are freaking huge. Like, holy crap, dude. When I lived in Hawaii, those things used to land at the airport on Pearl Harbor or something. And every time they'd fly over our neighborhood, the TVs would start to scramble.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is like just military shit that like most people have no idea about. This is how you know these are the kinds of stories that you get from people that were actually doing this shit versus pretender clowns. It's crazy. It'd be like watching the news or whatever, right, on TV, and then you'd start to hearing like, oh fuck, here we go. And it'd start screeching like in the distance. And then the TV would start to scramble. So I learned within the past couple of weeks that NASA has 2 C5 galaxies. Wouldn't it be interesting if they could retrofit the inside to look like the ISS? You know, like how many modules can they replicate inside of a C5? Wouldn't it something like 3 going one way and 2 going the other way? 3 going one way and 1 going the other way?
Yeah, usually when they present their footage, right, it's, we don't really see all of the different modules anyway, so they would could just put 1 or 2 up there and go and do 30 or 40 different takes, 40 seconds at a time.
Right. I think they can go longer than that.
I think
like, let's say these things can go to like 55,000 feet, just hypothetically. Not that I've ever been 55,000 feet before in something like that. Pretty freaking high.
Yeah. And then
I
how
could
long
probably
could
push
you
it to
spend
60.
parallel arc?
Right. And you do this like over the Pacific. Again and again and again.
Well, look at what what's his name, Richard Branson had. The Virgin Galactic. Wasn't that 3 minutes or something? 3 minutes of weightlessness?
Then there was the Big Bang Theory, where they put those dorks up in a fake ISS. It was like the space station episode. And on the DVD set, man, I need to find that. The DVD set had a special on the making of for that Big Bang Theory episode where they showed them all doing weightlessness and like playing with objects in 0G. Like they had like necklaces floating around and the necklace string was like looping and crunching and floating around. It was all fucking CGI, like augmented reality.
Mm-hmm.
And this is like 10 years ago.
Yep. I mean, just the budget of a TV show in 2004, they were able to trick people into thinking that they actually went to space. Space cadets.
It's funny. So like in American English, calling someone a space cadet's like calling them a retard.
Yeah. This was in 2004. 2004 technology on a TV show budget. And they literally tricked multiple people into thinking that they left the Earth in a capsule, went to space, and then the look on their face when they were looking out the window at the globe on a screen, but they thought it was real. They were all freaking out that they thought they were in space.
Then you found out that one of the astronauts for that Dragon
that Dragon capsule, that SpaceX mission doing the circumpolar flight, that she specialized in like augmented and virtual reality, cinematography, special effects, and space shit on top of that.
Yeah, she was an expert on faking
Faking
what it
space.
looks like faking space from a capsule.
What are the chances, right? What are the chances you get an astronaut to do that? And she just happens to be like one of the world's foremost experts on faking space.
Yep, and it was meant to be the first proper pole to pole to pole orbit, and then it also, she just happens to have been one of the main employees on One More Orbit in 2019.
Oh,
it's just another coincidence.
I mean, she's got the experience.
Yeah.
That's right. I mean, they loved her resume.
What's up, my brother?
So just to read out the official breakdown, Space Cadets 2005 was a Channel 4 reality show where British contestants were tricked into believing that they were training in Russia and flying to space, when they were actually on a former RAF base in Suffolk. Costing $5 million, it used actors, a flight simulator, and detailed sets to create the hoax, which lasted 2 weeks.
Damn.
So imagine if they never told them that they were being pranked. And they never told anyone that it was a prank, and they just told everyone that, look, we've sent people to space. Here's footage of them floating around. Well, here's footage of them in space looking at the globe from a capsule. Right? Here's the training they went through. Here's all the footage of the training. Here's them giving interviews about their experience in space, and you know, why would they be lying? They saw it. We could put them on a lie detector, and they're going to pass the lie detector test. But they didn't really go there, and that's the way it happened.
Raise your hand if you ever had to take lie detector tests for work.
No, not me.
No.
I have.
Same.
You know, but they probably weren't lying either. Like, for all we know, they were told that it's just going to be a simulation, and you're going to mimic, and you know, you're doing a bit for kids because they want to see what it looks like in space. So you're going to simulate that.
Who are you talking about?
This person y'all were just talking about, where they were.
Well, this was a reality TV show. They had about 10 people or something like that, and there were a couple of them that were in on it. And it's interesting if you watch it, because they did interviews, and they're like, wow, this is crazy. They're like, these people will believe anything that they get told, as long as it sounds like it's coming from an expert. And the people that were in on it were just shocked at how gullible these people were.
Yeah, I thought the same thing when I would watch that show Pawn Stars, and they would bring experts in to talk about these objects that people were pawning. They're like, "Oh, that object's worth like $50,000." I'm like, "How do you figure that?" Well, you said if they're an expert, anybody will listen to them. So that was what the show was. It's kind of like Big Brother, where they have like, you know, one or two people in on it, and everybody else is just following along.
Yeah. Yep. They got told that Yeah, definitely watch it. Just on YouTube. It's just on YouTube. Space Cadets.
Did they
So
tell
would you
him
like
at the
to?
end?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you go ahead, Yoder. My questions are becoming more redundant.
I was going to switch gears a bit and maybe ask DJ to review. I could debrief him on the debate between Ruhif and Nathan Thompson. Might be good to talk
Dude,
about.
I used to like Nathan Thompson. I used to think he
Me
had good
too.
arguments. Now, Nathan Thompson is either a complete retard or he's just like playing a character. He's playing some sort of role as a flat earther for his income or something like that. I'm not sure because I don't believe that he could be that disingenuous and have such bad arguments.
I watched the
if
video
anyone wants
too.
to, did you watch it?
Dude, yeah, I came to the same conclusion. I'm like, no, there's no freaking way he's saying this shit. Like he's playing a character.
Yeah. Just like he was playing a character when the apparent Harvard students in the chicken suits tricked him, right?
Yeah.
There's no way he can be that retarded. I will use that word because it's the accurate word to use, right? That he could have been tricked into dressing up in a chicken suit, right, and being in a mockumentary against Flat Earth and thinking that it was genuine. Like if you watch the series of that unsuccessful prank on Flat Earth by the so-called Harvard students, which were just pretending to be Harvard students. They were just YouTubers, right? And they apparently tricked Nathan Thompson, paid for him to come out to this place, and they said that they were going to test if the Earth's a globe or flat, and that they were flat earthers and blah blah blah. But the whole thing was clearly just a prank, and Nathan Thompson was clearly in on the prank, without a doubt, and lying to everyone about the details about it. Now, yeah,
You know, it's interesting.
the other day he had this debate with Ruhif. Ruhif is a slimy snake anti-flat earther, okay, and he absolutely demolished Nathan Thompson in the debate and just made him look like an absolute fool and made flat earthers look stupid as well. It wasn't really Ruhif that did it, it was Nathan Thompson that did it. If anyone wants to watch it, just go to Modern Day Debate and watch the most recent debate with Ruhif versus Nathan Thompson. It's shocking.
I think what I've just witnessed opened up a wider discussion, a discussion that's been ongoing within the undercurrents of some of us in 24/7 for years. And that is, it almost looks like the whole flat earth movement today, when you look at those people that were involved in the beginning and watch what they've become now, and look at their evolution over the years, it's almost like flat earth may have begun as some kind of like stupid freaking psyop of sorts, but it got legs and ended up being real. and some of these people, these early folks that were involved in it, call them fucking agents or plants, I don't care. They've been exposed, their mask is dropped, and we're left with actual real world measurements and proof that the earth is not a globe.
Womp womp.
Yeah, like it backfired. And like some of these ass clowns continue to make embarrassments of themselves, almost as if to drag down our community with them. Right? You got like Jared, you got a few other people in the mix. Nathan now, I would probably add to that after his piss poor performance.
And that stinks about Nathan because one of his arguments is one of my favorites. You don't know you're moving. How do you know you're moving? Like that's one of my favorite questions to ask. And oddly enough, Ruhif is the reason why I started looking into refraction for bottom-up obstruction because he showed me that laser bending upward. I'm like, wait, why is that laser bending upward and not downward?
Oh, when it bends up only over like 20 feet. But then you see that it's a mirage.
Ruhif butchered
you
the
could
shit
see
out
the-
of refraction. Ruhif was saying that. So Ruhif doesn't seem to know that there's something called sinking, right? Which is like it's like a light version of an inferior mirage, where you don't have the total internal reflection, you don't have that mirroring effect noticeable. It just looks like something that would normally be visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. That's the actual definition of what it is. Sky Free demonstrates it hundreds of times in their videos brilliantly. Okay, and Ruhif doesn't seem to know that that exists. He says that nothing can appear to disappear bottom up unless there's an inferior mirage, and if there's an inferior mirage, you can see that obviously there's an inferior mirage taking place because of the mirroring effect, the band on the where the ground and the sky appear to meet. But yeah, unfortunately, Nathan Thompson had no idea what he was talking about. He was invoking what's it called, atmospheric magnification as the reason why things can appear to disappear bottom up, lensing or whatever. Don't think that's a good argument personally. There's no evidence that that happens other than using something that's not analogous to the atmosphere, like a Fresnel lens or a magnifying glass.
There is one observation that does show up. He said he was making a bad argument. He didn't understand what he was saying. If
Are you talking about the one where they're driving down that road and it looks like the... Yeah, I think that's just an optical illusion, in my opinion.
Could be, but there's heat coming off of that thing. And so, like I mentioned before, talking about the temperature inversion, the trapping of heat under cool air. And
right, but why wouldn't that happen? That would happen all the time then.
I mean, it happens, just not.
Yeah,
just
have a look
not
at this
everywhere.
in the side chat though. Right, which moon's the bigger moon?
Yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah, you can have more extreme versions of this. I've seen optical illusions where you're like, no freaking way are those lines the same length. No way in the world. That's impossible. And then someone will just move one line next to the other one and you're like, what the hell? Like, that is crazy how easily we can be tricked like that. I think it's something along those lines. I think there is also some merit to the magnification effect, and we absolutely know it can happen vertically. Whether it can happen horizontally is a different question.
Yeah, well, we can see it happen horizontally with the windmill video that I put out there.
Towering. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, it happens with towering. We see it with the sun. We see it with Skunk Bay. Super common effect. Yeah, towering, absolutely, and stooping, the opposite of towering. And I think that.
Now, I'm not complaining to know exactly what's going on. I'm just saying, like, this could be a reason why.
Yeah, it's compelling, and it does act. I mean, the actual mainstream go-to definition of mirage, right, from the American Meteorological Society, says in the first sentence that the atmosphere acts like a lens.
Right.
But
and if you take
not like a magnifying glass, really. Go ahead, Chief.
Well, yeah. Well, so you see the shrinking mill, and you see as you get closer, like what happens when you with a camera, right? You want to zoom into something far away. The camera lens itself, it expands right away from the camera, and it creates that it narrows the angle. Refraction that occurs in that lens is bringing the image closer to you in that aspect, and that's what I say is happening in the shrinking mill. If y'all find the shrinking mill in Canada, where they drive down that road and you see the mill, and it literally looks like it dead ends into that. But as you get closer, it shrinks. And then once you get on top, you realize the mill isn't even there. There's a berm there. It's actually down below the berm. And so from the other end of the road, when you start to approach it, it's being lifted up and it's being magnified. And that's why I make that argument. But like I said, I can't truly explain it in full detail. That's just what compelled me to make that argument.
Well, Dr. John D actually demonstrates some of this. Sorry, go ahead.
I've seen that effect in person, and I implore you to find tree tunnels in your local area, find objects at the end of those tunnels, and drive towards them. You'll see something similar.
Yep.
So during the Rampion wind farm demonstration, Dr. John D talks about the width of the pylons of the windmills. And he says, look, those windmill pylons are conducting heat. You know, they're radiated by the sun's energy and they're warm. They're much, much, much warmer, hotter than the surrounding air. And that's why some of the windmills that are further beyond the nearer windmills, miles beyond the nearer windmills, appear to be almost as thick as the nearer windmills because of the lensing effect due to the heat of the windmills against the backdrop in the surrounding air that's very cold.
Great point. Never noticed that. Have a look in the side chat. Checks out.
Did Ruhev try to bring up the final experiment?
Nope.
He brought up LIGO and totally butchered, misrepresented it. It was disappointing.
That's good. They've given up on the final experiment.
Ruhev
what were the
claimed that
points?
LIGO. Go ahead.
No,
Keep
you
talking.
go ahead. No.
Just say, okay, so Ruth brought up that LIGO, during the construction of LIGO at the Louisiana version, so there are several LIGOs, right? There's one, I think, in Chicago, one in Louisiana, one in Washington State. But he said the one in Louisiana used earth curvature in order to do the excavation and the alignment of the laser through the tunnel. And they had to basically, on one end, if you can imagine a dome of Earth, a globe Earth, on the far right end, you would have to be basically bent up from the ground. And on the far left, you'd have to be bent up from the ground. And it meets in the middle, right? And by bending them up from relative to the ground, you make a straight tunnel. So he's saying that this is basically what they did. They excavated a cord, essentially, through the curvature of the Earth. That's the claim, but I've got some survey notes from surveys that were done at all the sites. And what I have written down here from the notes is that at each of the sites, they use differential GPS. Differential GPS is a very highly localized GPS reckoning that not only takes into account the GPS satellite network, but also local radio stations, cell towers, and even people's Wi-Fi emitters in their houses for their routers. And all of these different sources allows them to produce very accurate, very high fidelity coordinate fixes. And the other interesting thing is DGPS, differential GPS, uses a localized tangent plane. That is to say, they do not consider the curvature of the Earth when using DGPS. They render your location and all points relative to you as if it existed on a flat plane. And I've got these survey reports that describes how DGPS was used in order to construct the LIGO at the Washington site as if Earth was on a flat tangent plane relative to WGS-84 in accordance with how DGPS works. In other words, they did not take into account the curvature of the Earth. I've got one more paper. Holy crap, what's going on? Sounds like a bunch of chickens cackling in the background. Can somebody mute the hens? Freaking cackling hen. I've got another report that says that that an independent survey company was brought in to validate the z-axis of the LIGO arms. So basically, in other words, they were brought in to make sure that the tunnel was straight and not curving with the curvature of the Earth, but actually straight, even though Earth may be curved. And in this report, towards the end, they say that they were unable to validate the z-axis that was provided by the original construction of the LIGO arm, which means they were incapable of discerning whether or not the LIGO arm was curving with the drop over distance of the curvature of the Earth. So both of these are on 24/7, our home server. I think Indio has them, so if you like do a name search for Indio and type in LIGO, you're going to find all this. Definitely worth researching, and it's really interesting how Ruhev seems to have misrepresented the claims.
Yeah, so exactly. Good point. Check out what Sheepdog posted. Just taking it back to the last conversation about magnification. That is a trippy one, right? 2 minutes after the hour. But that's not just vertical stretching, right? That's a point Ruhif made when Nathan Thompson tried to bring up magnification. He said magnification does happen, but it only happens vertically. But we can see in this what looks like an inferior mirage, they're not just magnifying vertically, they're magnifying in every way.
All right, so Ruhif, if you're listening and if that's true, can you show us an inferior mirage where boats are going over the horizon and they're flipped upside down and disappearing from the top to the bottom?
Well, he basically hand-wave dismissed any observation at lower altitude. So he shat on all the surveyors, every single glober that's made a claim from any lower altitude. And his argument was that you have to be up at a certain altitude, and then you can accurately just predict what the refraction would be. And he used the Canigou observation where the sun passes over Canigou, it silhouettes it, and the top of Canigou should be well below the curvature of the Earth. You shouldn't be able to see it, but he said that that's a globe proof because the flat earthers didn't take refraction into account, so Ruhif decided to guess the refraction based off the globe, I'm guessing, based off the refraction coefficient, which presupposes a globe. And then once you take that into account, then all of a sudden it's a globe.
Wow, so he needs to put up where his back-engineered refraction index corresponds to the true meteorological conditions as measured at that place throughout the day. We're talking
it's just predictable. It's just
everything.
predictable. Yeah. He said you can just guess it.
Yep. They should get like the weather for that day, the water temperature for that day, and they should go, oh, the air temperature and the water temperature, if you ratio that together, the refraction should be this. Plug it in and say, yep, see, there's the refraction.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hello there.
General Kenobi. Yeah, the other thing Ruhif said was in a Canigou photograph, he said the black was the horizon. Whereas no evidence that it is the horizon.
Uh-huh. Good point. Yeah, we can't be guessing the refractive index. Okay, anyone can go to Google right now and they can type in mirage in mountains and you're going to see all sorts of crazy shit from altitude. So to say that the atmospheric refraction once you go up past a certain height is controlled not by the temperature gradient, by the natural decrease in the atmospheric pressure as you go up in altitude. Well, no, we can see mirages from plains. We can see mirages from mountaintops, like crazy ones. So if you have a look in the side chat,
you can see mirages over ice lakes.
Yep.
Yeah,
well,
I've got a mirage
sure.
which the ground level is not miraged, and then higher up is miraged.
Yeah. You can see an inferior and a superior mirage of the same thing at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. And quite often these mirages have nothing to do with some sort of uniform change in the vertical temperature gradient, which controls the refractive index. Usually it's caused by some turbulent layer of air, right? Or some pocket of air where you have like a sudden change, a drastic change all of a sudden in the refractive index, and that's what's going to create this chaos, not some uniform gradient.
Yeah,
But
it's
yeah,
like
more
a
in the side
temperature
chat there.
inversion or something.
Yeah, it's turbulence, a turbulent patch of air. Like, you know, you can be walking along, and then all of a sudden you get into like some hot patch of air. You're like, damn,
What
it
always
just
happens,
changes.
DJ? Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
What always happens too is whenever there's a mirage, refraction, whatever you want to call it, reflection, TIR, total internal, you're going to get some kind of reduction in fidelity. Always, always, always. And it's because the medium, the conditions that you're looking through is chaotic and random and doesn't know what the image is supposed to look like that's well beyond that the light from the image is being distorted through. Right? I mean, it's not like the air says, oh, that's a boat in the far distance. There's a Jimmy Neutron over there. We're gonna flip the boat upside down and move it further lower towards the surface, and we're gonna increase image fidelity so Jimmy Neutron's gonna see a perfect spitting image of that boat flipped upside down underneath it.
Nice.
You know, there's going to be some reduction in image fidelity. It's a telltale sign of when the conditions that are present are not clear, are not uniform. So when we have perfectly clear, uniform, high fidelity images, hyper zoomed with a shitty sensor like on a P900, and we can resolve amazing detail, things that are in the far distance, I like to ask, what is the evidence that there's refraction? You're going to have to demonstrate that there's some kind of loss in fidelity due to the medium that we're peering through. This applies to terrestrial refraction claims. Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the image is going to be warbled and distorted, and not due to sensor resolution limitations. It's going to be due to meteorological atmospheric limitations. It's going to be due to the chaotic soup that you're looking through, if that is indeed happening the way they say it is. So when you can see the bottom of an oil rig at 9.4 miles from 10 inches off the ground, that's one hell of a claim that over miles you don't have a loss of fidelity, and you're claiming terrestrial refraction at the same time. That is just fucked up.
Well, yeah, what they're claiming is extreme downward bending of light, and that would be allowing us to see further. But even according to the mainstream, when we have more extreme downward bending of light, so when we have a little bit of downward bending of light, we could have a little bit of looming, right? This all falls under the category of superior mirage, the opposite of inferior mirage. Okay, when the light will be deviating downward towards the cooler air down lower. And then if you just have a little bit of downward bending, okay, it's just a little bit cooler down lower, then you have looming. And then if you have more, then you have the superior mirage. And then you have even more than that, right, of a change in the refractive index gradient. Then you start to get crazy, extreme superior mirages like Fata Morganas and things like that. Now, they're trying to tell us that we should be able to see further. The more the light bends down, the further we should be able to see beyond the curvature of the Earth. But if you have a look at the images that I just posted in the side chat, we can see much less distance when we have what they would consider extreme downward bending of light, and we have the same oil platforms with extreme Fata Morgana situation. Okay, we don't see further. We see less distance. It's more destructive when we have more extreme refraction.
That's a lot of inversion layers. That's crazy.
Yeah. So when they're saying like the original black swan image, right? That's extreme refraction. No, this is extreme refraction. This is way more, right? This is a Fata Morgana. This is a textbook definition Fata Morgana, which would be an extreme version of a superior mirage, which would mean you have extreme downward bending of the light. So they're all over the place. They contradict themselves. They're butchering the mainstream claims of how refraction works.
So I'm tempted right now to steelman the globe. And let me steelman the globe by suggesting something that you probably haven't heard of before and nobody's ever heard of in chat. Ooh. All right, here it goes. The water temperature above the surface of the camera and the black swan, right there at the shoreline, is going to be warmer. And the water temperature cools with distance as it gets deeper and deeper and deeper out towards the oil rigs. Therefore, the observer is staring through a gradient of air that cools with distance and thus bends around the curvature of the Earth.
Why would it bend around the curvature of Earth?
Because it's cooling, so it will bend, but it looks straight. Because if it cooled over a flat surface, then you'd have the sinking.
How much temperature change would be required to actually cause the refraction of the light to curve at the rate that you're claiming it ought to?
I don't know exactly, but if I were to take a wild guess, the shoreline that has the water lapping up against it is quite warm, and the water over at an oil rig 9 miles out is going to be freaking freezing cold.
What if we just went up in altitude to, say, a lookout that's quite high, like 50 feet up in the air?
That'd probably do you a bit better.
All right, I'll post one.
So you're talking about a horizontal gradient.
Yeah, the horizontal gradient. Horizontal gradient, sorry. This is the horizontal gradient, guys. I'm steel manning the globe. It's the horizontal gradient that is often shown deridingly in these images with the vertical columns that increase in density with the observer over the curvature of the Earth. There it is. It's warm at the observer from 1 foot off the ground and freaking freezing cold above the oil rig 9 miles out in the deep ocean. Increasing in density. The reason why it looks flat is because the Earth is curved, bitches.
Right, so we could just go up a bit in altitude, and then that would kind of
where it mixes more uniformly. Yep. So
right. I got that. $76-foot height, Black Swan 76-foot height. All right, let's go.
I see what you're doing. Shut him down, sheepdog, with the road, but the road is not that far. It's not that long. You have a relatively uniform temperature above the road, the entire sight line. Therefore, I would expect to see some kind of subrefraction effects like that.
Again, I'm
And how
still
do you
manning the globe.
explain?
Still manning the globe, guys. Caveat.
Yes. How do you then explain having
Whoop. Roboting.
How do you then explain when there's not as much refraction and you still see farther?
How do you know there's not as much refraction and you're seeing farther?
Well, I'm using distortion as my ruler for how much refraction is actually being observed
Yes.
between me and the
Look,
object.
you get a gold star. You were listening. There's a loss of image fidelity, and anytime there's kind of an invocation of refraction, there has to be. It's absolute. Very good.
Very nice. You have done it, tactical droid. You win the prize.
Tactical droid for moderator. You get a green label in 24/7.
We have the 76-foot observation in the side chat with the math and stuff in the GIF.
Love it. Yeah, that's good. So, in this way, like you don't just need to be low on the ground. You need some long distance imagery work from higher off the ground, and even higher, and even higher. Like the more data, the better.
Yeah, I agree. Some globers will try to dismiss certain arguments based on the height of the observer. So we could go all the way from 3 inches from that Canada Lake experiment all the way up to 30,000 feet, J. Tolan.
Boom, yeah, and then infrared, which is just like holy shit.
Turns out that air to ground observations or ground to air observations aren't considered to fall under the category of terrestrial refraction.
Ooh.
It's a subcategory kind of thing that hasn't really been defined as yet, but they kind of just throw it in there as vertical refraction. It's more on par with astronomical refraction. Even though
what if we were standing on Mount
the
Everest?
light hasn't entered from outside the atmosphere, as is claimed by the globe when it comes to
Sounds like
astronomical refraction.
super and subrefraction. Have you heard of those before?
Yeah, I heard it mentioned.
I come across super and subrefraction in surveying. They're different than terrestrial, different than astronomical refraction.
Right, but terrestrial refraction is going to involve any type of refraction which is coming from a point source on the surface.
Yeah, terrestrial refraction requires the curvature of the Earth to be present in it. But super and subrefraction, not necessarily.
I disagree. I'm just going to point out my disagreement. We've already gone back and forth with.
I know. The descriptions of super and subrefraction don't necessarily take in the curvature of the Earth. They just take into consideration the density gradient above and below, like going up from the Earth. There's no Earth curvature in there. Now they can add it in.
From the research that I've done, it seems very consistent that atmospheric refraction is just the claim. It's like the blanket statement for any refraction in the atmosphere. And then we have subcategories starting with the ground level, which would be the terrestrial, like the Earth. Okay. And when you're looking at something that's a terrestrial object, okay, like an oil platform or a mountain or anything like that, it's just refraction in relation to looking at something that's terrestrial. It has nothing to do with whether the Earth's a globe or not. but it is very, very often butchered by people that believe that the Earth's a globe, and they will presuppose that and add the globe, right, add the radius into their terrestrial refraction calculations. That is, I think, fallacious and incorrect to do, and that should be called out. But just in general, terrestrial refraction should just be referring to anything that is related to the deviation of the light in relation to a terrestrial object that you're looking at.
I would get that, but there is the standard terrestrial refraction that incorporates the R value.
Yeah, that's where it comes to butchering the actual definition of it, because none of the actual definitions of terrestrial refraction have anything to do with an R value or anything like that in it. It's just only if you presuppose the Earth's a globe and then you add it in. What's that?
Did Andrew Thomas Young butcher it?
Well, he doesn't have a definition of terrestrial refraction on his website. I don't think. I'm sure I have.
7/6R.
Yeah, that's not in the definition of terrestrial refraction. I got tons of definitions. Like
I know, I do too, but I thought he was like famously parading 7/6R.
Yeah. That's when the globers start to butcher something simple that's terrestrial refraction. Like you could like terrestrial refraction would count as like a sky-free observation, like on a flat floor inside their house. It's still terrestrial refraction. You would never obviously add 7/6R in that case, right? Because it's a flat floor, but it's still terrestrial. Or if you were to do it over, say, like that one with the little boat or something like that on a flat piece of ground that's been leveled out like that or flattened out, it still counts as terrestrial refraction because it's a terrestrial observation. But yeah, I think we kind of do agree with each other that the mainstream subject matter experts think that they're on a globe, so they will incorporate the radius value when they talk about it.
Well,
which is butchering.
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, India?
Well, Andrew Thomas Young on his page admits that 7/6R is simplified. It's just a simplified model. I don't think he makes any claim to it being accurate. I think it's more like what would you call it? An intellectual exercise than it is. This is what's happening.
Yeah. And a rule of thumb.
Well, what I don't like is when in the literature they have the K constant, the K value, which is the reciprocal of the radius to, some other radius ray.
Right. They're
literally making it a unit of measure. They're making the globe in the deviation, the globe a unit of measure, which is crazy, dude. So you start with the globe and then you measure the light. And whatever it is, that means that light curved at some radius which is proportional to the globe. Right? A K constant.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's assuming you have a uniform conditions.
Well, I mean, whatever it is, right? They got 20. Yeah, exactly. So they got like you've seen it in Walter Bislin's, right? With a K constant, it's like 200 or something, or 20,000. When you max out the where it has the effective radius, that effective radius is, he calculates the K value, and then that will spit out the quote unquote effective radius, meaning how flat it looks.
Which means if you net out the curvature of the Earth, you should be able to get the meteorological condition at that time.
Should. That's impossible.
Yeah.
Good luck, man. I'll give you like $100 if you can just take some video and then write down the weather conditions that day. It's like 40 degrees Celsius and 30% humidity, and I'll give you $100. You can do that.
And then
you can do it 1 out of 1,000. If you can do it once out of 1,000, I'll give you $100.
That'd be funny, dude. Like, yeah, here's the weather report
we can derive the Earth's radius from it.
Well, then they get, oh, here's what I see. And since the Earth is a globe and everything is displaced by this much, the weather should be this. Right? That's what it
Yeah,
should be. It should be
there's both
reversible.
ways. Yeah. What I was trying to say now, what I've read in the literature is that like super and subrefraction don't necessarily take in the R value at all.
Well, in radar, I haven't really seen the subrefraction thing in radar. In
Yeah, me
reference to
neither,
radar.
actually.
Yeah, I've
Not
never
radio.
seen it in like the microwave or visible light. I've never seen it in that.
That's a
Or
good
X
point.
band or anything else. Wonders, is this GPS refracted?
Yeah, like at low glancing angles to the satellites. Maybe that's why they don't acquire signals from below 14 degrees or whatever the fuck.
Oh, that's why they use the tangent plane. We solved it. That's why they're doing it. Because it's
Yeah.
locally flat.
To me, the smoking gun is that the horizon is the only thing that seems to move in relationship to other things, right? So in the black swan, you have what should be, right, a geometric physical earth hump move behind two oil rigs, right, magically by refraction. It changes its actual physical position or apparent position based on the weather. I would figure that everything physical would be moving consistently, staying in the same location or relationship locally to whatever the other objects are around it. So if you're just going to arbitrarily make the Earth flatter with an equator or a K value, well, then you've already told us that on this day you just see farther.
I'm glad you brought that up. I mean, that's in Indio's video with the black swan and talking about the behavior of light. Like it's basically mathematically moving the curvature of the Earth, and this creates a speed of light violation. Besides an obstruction issue.
Right.
Yeah, you would need superluminal light to, whatever it is, to leapfrog. It's like the light that's propagating from the further away horizon is somehow leapfrogging, or the light that's close is leapfrogging to the behind or something.
That's
which is
right.
Yeah.
And I've pointed this out a few times in all the demonstrations. The Glovers do their butane and their dry ice, CO2 gas, and their methane, and go, look, refraction can pick things up over the curve. In none of those videos do you see the horizon in those videos move around, right? The horizon being the edge of their butane container or piece of cardboard or whatever they're using. You never see it move. 1 millimeter. You don't see it shift at all.
No. It usually just looks like turbulence, honestly.
And they're still using flat gradients too, not curving gradients.
Can you simulate a curving gradient? How would you do that?
I don't know. It's like how do you get a bunch of gas molecules to not only curve in a gradient but also rotate themselves in the gradient? Oh, gravity does that.
But hang on, if you claim a curved line of sight, then you're throwing away any ability to use it as a tangent plane.
I agree.
Well, if your line of sight, yeah, it's supposed to be the horizontal reference itself. and you don't know if it's curving or not because you're a glober, then your measurements are all fucked up. And then they try to rectify that, right, by dropping a plumb line. But then they're like, oh fuck, I don't know if my plumb line's curved either.
Just in relation to the super refraction that people try to claim, I don't think there's such a thing as this super refraction where you can have a long distance observation that doesn't show any distortion, right? And everything looks nice and clear, and we do it during the day and we do it during the night, and everything looks exactly the same.
Yeah,
right?
horizontal.
Like 21 mile Great Salt Lake observation, perfect example. And they're claiming it's this super magical refraction. They're calling it super refraction. I think with visible light, there's no such thing. And I think this super refraction already has a name, and it's extremely destructive, and it's called a superior mirage and a fata morgana. And it's obvious, and we're not going to use that in an observation if that's happening to claim anything.
Yeah, if they're claiming super refraction makes the curved surface look flat, and you're looking out into the distance over greater and greater amounts of curve, then they're claiming that in order for the image itself to not lose fidelity, that all the light that you're seeing that's being reflected off of that curving surface are taking different curving angles, arc angles, in order to reach your eye. And that somehow the atmosphere is modifying each angle such that they conform to the curvature of the Earth, the same lapse rate as you would see.
Yeah.
And that's just fucking insane. Because it's in reality, that's not going to be the case. And in reality, what would happen as a consequence of that is a loss of fidelity.
Right. And, prove us wrong, right? I was talking with Cosmos and Mez and all of those idiots in politics over the other day about this, and they kept going on about super refraction. I'm like, all right, well, okay, if you want to make a claim that there's something called super refraction, show me the definition from a mainstream source, not ChatGPT, okay, that explains exactly what super refraction is. I can't find that definition, and then show it to me, right? Show a situation where we have super refraction present in an observation where they took everything into account to the best of their ability that they could, and it matches up with a globe. And
yeah, without any detectable chromatic separation either.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and they just spazzed out and got angry at me for asking for them to back their claims up.
If refraction existed the way that they claim it is happening all the time, then you'd see fucking rainbows everywhere.
We'd see all kinds of crazy shit, man.
Like a collider.
we'd see like double images of stuff and upside down stuff. I mean, occasionally we do see upside down stuff, but like it's really weird that how not only is the air acting like a lens, it's actually like a perfect lens that just magnifies everything evenly and most of the time, right? Because it has to be magnifying everything like generally most of the time, according to those guys. Like it's just so selective. It only picks things up on the curve. Like that's the only thing it does out of all the stuff lenses could possibly do. Just that one thing.
Yeah.
And then you look behind you and it's the same.
Right, exactly. That's why I like the Great Salt Lake one once again, because we don't have a horizon and sky in the distance. We have mountains. And then we have a look at some of these closer up images, which I'm uploading now into the side chat. And not only do we have all of the water perfectly lifting up beyond the geometric horizon to the exact right height, we also have the entire shoreline. And then it's 2 more kilometers from the shoreline to that smokestack. And then we have a mining town, and then we have all the mountains in the background. And they're claiming that in these next images, okay, so this is the nighttime from 21 miles away. This is the daytime shot from 21 miles away. that this crazy super refraction is happening. It's not only lifting up all of the water to the perfect height, it's doing it with everything in the background as well, including the mountains.
Yeah, the exact amount to make it all look flat.
Yeah,
You know, it has
just
to
perfectly
pick it up
just evens
differently.
out.
Yeah, yeah, it has to pick up like because it's supposed to be an exponential curve, right? So it has to be even more refraction further away because it has to pick it up even further. Can't be linear; has to be exponential refraction. That's why Matt pisses me off with his. It's only 0.0007 degrees per mile, dude. That is so dishonest. It's just the most dishonest, false equivalence. I mean, it's technically true.
Wrong. No, it's wrong, dude, because every point of light is going to have to bend at a different rate to reach your eye from different distances.
Yeah, I looked into
yeah,
that.
that's right.
It's
Because I
total
pointed
bullshit.
that out.
That's
to
the
him.
wrong math.
Yeah, that's right. It can't be linear. Yeah, I pointed that out to him. Now I think about it. I think the last time I talked to him, I said, Matt, that would be linear. How could the deflection be linear if the curve is exponential? Thinking that he said I have to go or something.
Is this the real life or is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. Oh, are you guys watching something? I'm sorry.
We're just chilling.
No, yeah, we're
cool.
just chilling.
What's up, guys? Nice abs, Grace AI. Oh, Indio 007. That's cool. I like. What's his name? What's his name again? Pi. Oh.
Pi May.
Pi May. That's it. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, from Kill Bill.
Fellas.
Good times.
Toady, I remember you vaguely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I remember you too.
We had a dispute, didn't we?
Yeah, we do, but I still love everyone.
Not me. It's Pi May, not Pi Gay.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Pi gay. Pi bye. Pi bye. Oh.
So the quote of the day, Indio, is I don't care what causes the tides as long as it's gravity.
Oh, I don't even know what that means, but you know, what do you like? If something else caused it, so like, what does that matter?
It was talent.
I guess
Yeah,
it would
I think
just
his
be another
ultimate
word
point
for
was.
gravity.
I think his ultimate point was, I have a model for tides, therefore you're wrong because you don't have a model for tides, and therefore the Earth isn't flat.
Oh, okay. They don't have a model for tides.
Yeah, we tried to explain that to him, and in the beginning he didn't even, like, he had his own idea of how the tides work, and we had to show him, like, the conventional globe idea before he would accept it. So it was a slow birth, and but in the end he kind of got there and kind of adopted the globe position, and then we could destroy it from there. And he left, but you know, it's the way it goes.
I was thinking about this. If it's not the moon making the tides, now if it's a globe and it's spinning at, over 1,000 miles an hour, it would be what would happen if you were spinning a ball with water on it that was going 1,000 miles an hour. The way the water would just kind of, it would, I don't know, how do I say that? you'll be behind the spin, and that's the tides. That could be the tide. Oh my God, dude, mind fellatio.
But here's the problem. The problem is when they say the moon causes tides. That's the problem. It's well known that you can correlate the position of the moon with tide height. Okay, but that's a correlation. Correlation isn't causation. You can correlate lots of things, but it's also correlated with when they calculate when a tide happens. There's 20 variables. Any single one of them you could say is the cause of the tides. Any variable in the formula you could say is the cause. All you have is correlations. Because tides aren't ubiquitous. They're not universal across the world, right? Some places have no tides. Some places have 3 tides a day. Some places have 2 tides a day. Some places, like, the tide is delayed relative to the moon's position by 5 hours. Some it's 6 hours. It also depends on what the local coastline is. There's so many other variables that determine tides and when they happen, how high they are. The moon is just one component.
Yeah, I have a real problem with the moon right now, just because I keep on looking up.
The sun is a component too.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
What if the thing that causes the tides causes the moon and the sun? What if they both share the same cause?
I would think the sun would cause more of the tide than the moon, but it is further away, I guess.
No, whatever causes the moon and the sun to exist also causes tides.
Ooh, I like that. Yeah, there's some depth to that. My thing is, like, I don't see the backside of the moon. And how do we not? This is the one problem I'm having. I'm still a globe earther, but I'm not calling myself a globe earther. I just think it's a sphere, but I think it's a huge sphere. I think it's bigger than they're saying. But
so big it's flat.
It's so big it's flat. Yeah, almost that big. That's funny. I just can't believe we haven't seen the dark side of the moon, and we have the pictures they have are so fucking They should never have even put them out because they're just so lame.
Garbage.
Yeah, they're so garbage,
since the 90s, I've been so into space and all this garbage. So I've been looking at their NASA stuff since the 90s and like backwards from then. So like I've watched it develop, and it basically develops a step behind the Hollywood technology. And once the Hollywood technology got really good, they started like pushing it back and making it more shit to be like, well, like this is what it looks like in space. There's like this solar radiation and all this cosmic radiation that's like making recording difficult and problems. But now we're getting like SpaceX, no problems.
Except for like they blow up all the time. I mean, you can't even have the Tesla drive you down the street safely.
Yeah, I'm just talking optically. Like you see their supposed pictures of their capsules. Like who's taking that picture from that space, from a distance?
Yeah. Did you see that new Indian one?
That, but they're like but they're like perfect quality. There's no corruptions to the sensor due to the cosmic radiation hitting the sensor. No, there's no problems.
This is my problem with the moon landing. Like I was totally on board. Like back in the day when I first came in here, like 6-7 years ago, I was just like going along with it. But I've been thinking about like, dude. Okay, so if you the video of what it took for the Saturn rocket to leave the ground, like all that power and pressure, like just all that fucking just pressure and fucking energy, and then there's nothing. Okay. So if the moon is 6 times, like gravity is 6 times less, it seems like it would be that Saturn rocket going up 6 times, less than that. There'd still be a whole shit ton of like power coming out of it. There's nothing. It's just like boop, and it goes straight up, and it kind of shimmies when it's going up. It's like it's on like a wire, and it's kind of just going back and forth for a little bit.
That's right. It's like it's on a wire. It's like they said, okay, go up, and they hit the crane because The thing about the lunar quote unquote launch is that it doesn't accelerate. It just starts going one speed instantaneously, just like it's on a cable, and they just pulled it up.
Yeah, and like he was just saying, it's it looks fake.
Have you seen the interview with Bart Chabrel when he's talking to that astronaut, where he goes through the video clips of Werner von Braun saying that they would need 3 Saturn rockets to get to the moon, because you would need 2 Saturn rockets just to carry the fuel to refuel the first rocket to get to the moon, because they use all the fuel to get to orbit.
Makes sense.
Hey, Tony.
Yeah.
You see the image I posted in the side chat? I took a screenshot of one of Elon's tweets. He was retweeting SpaceX. Do you see that?
Sorry, yeah, I see. Sorry, I was trying to get back. I'm on the phone, so yeah.
No, you're good, man. Yeah, so who took that picture, man? Because if you notice, there's no arms attached to that fucking thing.
Yeah. It's the same with that initial who was taking. Okay, so if there's that much of delay from the moon to the Earth, how the hell is someone guiding that camera to show that little capsule going up with such precision? You know, it's just perfect.
Who went back and got the video, or was that digital also?
Yeah, look how exactly like how you're right, dude. Like how the see. So I'm like, I'm not with you guys, but I'm with you guys. Okay, I think the whole moon thing's bullshit. I think we're a globe. I think we're a sphere, but I think there are definitely hidden spots on this Earth that they are not telling us about for sure. They don't want us to know about it, whether it's I think a lot of it's under the ocean and under the ground. I think we got a lot of fucking shit going underneath us.
I'll put it to you this way: the world wants to be deceived, and so the people in charge say, "Let it be deceived." If you didn't want to be deceived, if you didn't want to be lied to, then you would do something about it.
Yeah. And plus, all these billionaires are like building underground bunkers and stuff. It's like, what the fuck? They're trying to get off this planet, or pretending that they want to get off this planet.
Yeah, they say openly they want to get off the planet, but they keep building underground bunkers and saying, "I don't want to go to outer space."
Yeah. Yeah, there's some everything's connected too. It's crazy. Like the Walmarts seem to be like a lot of them, at least the northern ones seem to be connected underground. A lot of them. And then there was what was it? There's something else. There was God damn. There's a jeweler, Angle. Oh, what the fuck's it called? There's a jewelry company that has bought a shit ton of land all over the country, and they're starting to think that there's tunnels underneath there too, but they're huge though. And they'll buy like a big plot of land, and then they'll put like one little building on there, and then people are saying that there's tunnels going underneath there. I don't know. It's interesting though. I mean, I'm definitely getting interested. I'm definitely more open to things than I was before. I mean, I've always been open to it, but I've always thought the moon was a little crazy. But
you're almost there, man.
But now it's like, well, I'm there to where I want to be there.
If there was one deception that could be gotten away with, it would be hiding flat Earth. Because the Earth is too big to see the curve, so you know it's flat.
I think the thing that we're missing is I think it's a globe. It's just if there's shit going on underneath the water, like there are fucking bases underneath the ocean. There's crazy shit going on. It's heliocentric, yeah. I mean, from what I'm.
It can't be then, man. Then all the orbits are wrong.
No, I mean, I'm talking about just being on Earth. Like whatever's going on up there, I don't know. From the skyline up, there's definitely
you know the
stuff
difference
up there.
between heliocentric and geocentric?
Yeah, like one's we're the center, and the other one's the sun's the center.
Right. So how could we be going around the sun? You know, they tell in order. Like here, I'm going to show you the cosmic ladder.
No, we definitely.
So if the Earth is not the size that they say it is, everything above it is wrong. If you look at when I'm showing you right now in the chat, you got the Earth, that's a specific size. Then you have baseline parallax, stellar parallax. Like everything climbs from there. But if the Earth's not a ball, all of it's wrong.
Yep, the whole cosmic ladder breaks. And the thing I posted above it is lifeboat.com. And that's the Lifeboat Foundation, who claim they're building underground cities hidden all over the world. And you can apparently join them.
That's pretty cool. Yeah. Hey, well, just so you guys know, I do have a plot of land on the moon in case anyone is worried. I will hook you guys up. I know you guys. Just give me your address and stuff, or give me your information, and if the shit hits the fan, we can go up to the moon. I got I think an acre, I think. So you guys are cool. I'll let you guys live up there with me.
Yeah, we don't know or think that the moon is terra firma.
Yeah. Well, I was just joking. I do have someone gave me as a birthday present a plot of land up there, but I was just joking.
That is pretty funny though.
Did you get insurance in case it gets hit by an asteroid?
Dude, you know what? They should have insurance for that. That's funny as fuck. They probably do.
I mean, you can pay me. I'll give you insurance.
Yeah.
Or you can pay Brian Sweet. He'll be your insurance. He'll bankroll you.
Just catch me if I fall, okay? Because it's going to be a long fall. That's like 250,000 miles. That's a long fall.
Claim denied.
Yeah, I'm really not sure that we were able to make it through the Van Allen belts. I think I think that robots can. I think that we can shoot up rockets and stuff through there, but I don't think humans can go through it. It just.
Do you know who James Van Allen was?
He was the guy that was talking. He likes belts. I know that.
No. He was a eugenicist, and he was into genetics during and before World War II.
He was trying to thin the herd out.
Not thin the herd out, but beautify it and make it more. Basically, he's trying to get rid of the ugly ones.
Do you know how hot the Van Allen belts get?
You know what? How hot Van Allen is? What?
They range from 3,500 degrees to 35,000 degrees, and they're 36,000 miles long. Wide.
Yeah, and if you're going 17,000 miles an hour through it, that's going to bring some friction too. Well, it's a vacuum, so I guess there wouldn't be a.
Yeah, that whole.
Well, it's not actually absolute vacuum, so there's always going to be some friction.
Yeah. Yep. Particles.
And the faster you go, the worse it is.
They say that 3% of the asteroids that are out there are the only ones that we've seen. Like the rest we miss because the sun isn't hitting it, or. I'm just like, how do you even know that? Like, if you can't see it, how are you even gauging that there's only 3% we're seeing?
Welcome to cosmology, where they can be off by 10 to the 120th. That's a 1 with 120 zeros behind it.
So what do you think about those craters that are on the Earth? Like, there's some huge craters. You think those are just like back in the day, like some the test sites, maybe, like where they
on the moon
tested a big bomb, maybe,
or water,
on the moon,
old geysers. You never see any meteor, any of those meteor holes.
Yeah, or for instance, like in Siberia, not the classic one people talk about. They thought they found a new meteorite impact and it turned out to just to be an explosion due to natural gas buildup.
Yeah, remember that city that or that town that at night, I guess like there's some eruption underground of really thick gas that just, like clings to the it's just really thick, so it doesn't dissipate upwards, and it just suffocated the whole fucking town silently. Just everyone just died, and just kind of like a cloud, it just went right through.
Yeah, it does dissipate upwards. However, it's kind of like with volcanoes oftentimes spew out gases that are heavier than the air, and so they stratify as they diffuse. And so as they're stratifying, they fill up the valleys and stuff like that, and people can die to that. So in Iceland, we're very conscious of that due to all the volcanoes. So we check the topography, how the gas would fill the valley, just like a fluid would. But over time, because gas is moves in random directions in all directions, it's just the density difference between the gases that makes the diffusion slow. And so it takes time for it to diffuse up in and disappear. It will disappear. It's not like it's going to stratify and fill a valley and make it like
yeah.
Hey, let me
There's that
ask you
one,
this.
yeah.
You mentioned something about the craters. This you're talking about on Earth. What do you think about the craters on the moon?
Well, I mean, like
You notice anything about them?
I noticed that it just okay. So there are a lot of craters that are like right in the way of the. I don't know. They seem like they're just so sporadic everywhere. It seems like there'd be a spot that was just bare. Like
they're
because
perfect circles.
Earth is in the way.
They're perfect circles, so they would have taken a 90-degree impact from wherever they are, but they all look like it's on a flat surface, right?
Yeah,
Number
they're
one.
all perfect circles, which is weird. And Neil deGrasse Tyson describes that as the caused by magic speed. Magic speed makes meteors, when they hit the spherical surface at oblique angles, just embed themselves in perfect circles, not actually bounce off the surface.
Well, it seems like they would go inside and pop out another side if they're going that fast. Like if it's just all like a rock, it seems like it would just break it and go like maybe like down a little bit and then pop out, or there'd be a bump. I don't know, but you're right.
It's worse than that.
Didn't Flat Earth asshole do something like that with an orange? I remember watching one of his shows where he did that. Like he shot it with a BB or something. He was doing that at an angle and stuff. I remember that back in the day.
I never saw that, but I'll say it's worse than that, Tony. Those craters are facing towards you, which means the meteors would have had to go through Earth in order
Exactly what I was saying. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like there seems like there should be like a blank spot the size of the Earth, not the size of the Earth, but there should be everything facing us should be no craters because they would hit the Earth, or maybe the Earth gravity made it arc in, but it seems like it would take longer than like 250,000 miles. Like it would there wouldn't be just like a curve. So yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I was like, that's kind of weird. Yeah. There's a lot of things about the moon that I don't like.
Yeah, but how do we even know it's 250,000 miles away?
Well, I mean, like I've never done the laser things, but I mean, it seems like it's right. But now, like I said, I don't know. I can't really be certain what's going on with the moon. Like I've definitely drifted away from knowing exactly what's happening with the moon. I mean, I know like the solar eclipse that the way that it hits us is peculiar. It makes, I don't know if it even makes sense. The way that it converges and then diverges at the end and then hits, I don't know, it's weird. It's weird.
Yeah, the eclipses are certainly weird. The shadows from the solar eclipse are really weird. Another weird aspect is you can use Eratosthenes' sticks and shadows using lunar light and get the same results.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that. It seems like it would be, yeah, it would seem like it would be a little, yeah, I can see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
It's just weird. Like
I smell what you're cooking.
it shouldn't be the same. If it's like they say, and there's millions of miles of difference between the two.
Right. So my other theory is, or my other hypothesis is that we have been to the moon, and it's in the Van Allen belts, and there is a base up there, and we have already occupied it. That's the two things I think it could be.
I think it's more reasonable. We know they're building underground bases left and right, and I think it's more reasonable if you're a magician or if you understand these principles, that when you're doing something, you always use sleight of hand. Look over here, look up. Oh, we're doing so much stuff in the air. Oh, we're exploring the universe. Everything they're telling you is garbage. Meanwhile, what they're doing has nothing to do with that. They're not building bases on any globes in the sky. The elites are not living in luxury on those luxury space resorts. No, they have underground bases. Why?
Yeah, I'm down with that. I'm definitely down with that, and I'm down with that. There's a bunch of billionaires that have submarine licenses, like they can drive submarines. Like I guess if I was a billionaire, I'd have every license you could have. I'd fly, I'd do everything. But a lot of them have submarine, like they have their own submarines. They're licensed to drive them, which is crazy.
But you see none of them going to outer space.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, that makes sense. That's why I said, there's two things going on here. We can't get up there, or we're up there. And because seriously, if we're up there, if we made it up there, America is not one to just, okay, we made it there. Okay, let's leave. No, we plant flags. We dig holes. We plant ourselves in there. We're like a tick. We're going in,
Yeah, you tell me there wouldn't be a base on the moon that would have strategic advantage over the entire Earth. You could launch things 24/7, onto the Earth, and they couldn't retaliate. That's amazing.
Well, maybe the craters are fucking actual where rockets can come out of. Maybe that's where they launch out of. No, I'm really more into the digging down in the ground thing. Like that makes more logical sense. That we have shit going on underneath us. That's fucking. We have no clue.
I get you. You want to explore every possibility and be open to every option. Maybe there could be something we don't know. However, we also, like you say, we see a lot of evidence of them going into the ground, and then we don't get any information about what actually is in the ground. We're just told, it's the mantle. There's nothing down there. There's nothing to look at. Just look at the sky. There might be aliens.
That's a good thing. You know what? The way you guys have said that.
They want you looking in the opposite direction while they're meddling down there.
Yeah, that makes sense because
speaking of down there, do you know about this, for instance, in side chat? And this is proven to be down there. It's really nasty stuff too. And I'm not joking
I'm going to read it. I can't read it and talk to you guys at the same time. So for some reason, I can't press the button and read it. Doesn't let me. So yeah, give me a minute. I'll definitely check it out.
Yeah. Then I'm going to hit you with this one that summarizes the whole thing. I think there's a book written called Adam and Eve, Genesis. It was like a farmer's almanac, but it discussed ancient cataclysm cycles and stuff. How it got released way too late. And somebody has already figured out all the science that makes it true. So this nasty stuff is from another galaxy. It's a dwarf galaxy that's slammed into ours. A lot of iron, heavy gravity, fiery inferno, no life, just dragging things down. tends to flatten reality too.
Yeah, this isn't like fantasy land.
This is all science. That's why I gave you links to it, right? The European Space Agency. So I said I wasn't playing a game here. I know it's hard to
Yeah,
believe,
no,
but there you go.
this is theoretical. This is not.
It isn't.
It is.
It has different isotopes, this iron, and it touches the surface, so they're able to actually get samples and measure it against Earth's local iron. Yeah, different isotopes, man. Would you like a link to that? It comes from a way older galaxy that I mentioned. That's right
You
there.
believe it comes from a way older galaxy.
Can you
That's what
prove
they
that this
believe.
isn't the case?
I don't need to prove a negative, dumbass.
This isn't a negative. There's science for this.
Yes, if you say prove it isn't the case, that's asking me to prove a negative.
All right, so you have no answer to this. This is fine.
I have an answer. You
better
have
be
a
productive.
belief. I have an answer. You have a belief. You have yet to show actual supporting evidence.
Well, this explains your
proves the belief.
concept. Yeah, actually, this is how I know. Like, yeah, when you mention flat Earth, I know exactly how.
Shut up, dude.
Well, that is interesting.
He just Newton.
Oh yeah, that was real
is-
interesting. His freaking social commentary, super interesting.
Well, I think it still doesn't change the fact that there's definitely like they're building stuff underneath the ground. It's not going to take that away. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's not.
We're gonna go back to how he knows they came from another galaxy.
Well,
How do you know they came from another? How
I'm not
how
going to
does
play tag
anybody
with
know?
you, bro.
How does anybody know they came from another galaxy?
Well, you would claim they don't exist. Galaxies.
I'm asking you for the evidence.
Because the isotope signature is older.
How does that tell you it's where it came from?
Because our galaxy is a certain age.
Okay. How does that tell you where it came from? Does it give
Oh,
you a direction?
I see what you're saying.
Does
Yeah, it
give you,
actually does.
like,
When it slams into
gives you a
Earth,
direction? Okay, so
Yeah, 'cause it
which
created shear
direction does
lines and everything
isotope
else.
blah 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 come from?
So something
North,
that would
south,
look
up, down,
older
left,
than us.
right.
I have answers. There's no reason to get crazy. It's modeled by the ESA right there. The
Oh,
dwarf galaxy.
modeled.
Yeah, the thing you don't have.
Models are well,
Because your reality's flat. See?
We have. Well, reality is flat Earth,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
models.
Zazel-
Do you think there's a globe model, Newt?
No, I believe. Yeah, when people have a flattened reality, it's
Is
due
there
to
a
this right
globe
here.
model, Newt?
It's a spheroid, bro.
Yeah. Okay. So show us this globe model.
I just did, but you're gonna play games with me, and I'm
No,
not here for that.
I'm gonna point out your ignorance
I
and your
provided
blind
the
belief.
science. You're just ignoring it.
No, you haven't mentioned any science. You wouldn't know science if it bit your ass, bro. So show us this globe model. Is it gonna be Google Earth? What is it gonna be? What is that? What is that? What the fuck is that, bro?
I'll go get my pizza out of the oven. Flat.
Where's the globe model that you were supposed to post?
Well, I watched that video and it was the most retarded shit ever. It showed the Milky Way galaxy, quote unquote, spinning.
That's a fucking cartoon.
I know. While this other galaxy, came in, went down under, swirled back up, came back down, went through the galaxy again, and then it did like some Aladdin genie thing when the genie comes out of the lamp. You can't prove any of that happened, man.
Dude, the people that wrote that shit can't prove any of that happened. And they would admit that they can't prove it happened.
Still interesting though. I mean, you got to be real. Like it's still interesting. I mean,
Well, why not just tell a different story? That story would be interesting too.
well, I mean,
So Tony, how do we
None of us know what's really
differentiate
going on.
one explanation and the other? Which one is true?
I guess you just have to
Guess.
logically look at science and see.
Logically look at science. How many? Can you fit more buzzwords into that sentence?
I guess logically, yeah, I probably could if I was thinking properly.
Logically look at science. That's fucking a nonsense. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, you're probably well. It is what it is. It does. Well, if you think the Earth is a globe, if you think the Earth is a globe, and then you know, and then we're all
I
just
think the Earth is a globe?
masses of. Well, you don't have to. It's just
Well,
if
why
it is,
should I?
you shouldn't. You shouldn't. It's just
Yeah,
know.
right,
I mean,
I
why
shouldn't.
you? Why? Yeah, but I mean, like you can. Your imagination can go. I mean, like in.
I'm not actually not using my
imagination.
imagination.
Sure has.
Truth, though.
So
I mean, there's
Okay,
still truth. Like, you can find truth.
Newt's back. Newt's back. Where's the gold model? Where's the gold model? You said Flat Earth don't have a model. Then you must have one. So let's see it.
Google Earth.
Google Earth's the cylinder. Nice try. Try again. Yeah, it displays as a ball, but the mathematics of Google Earth is a cylinder. It uses the Webb-Mercator GL. Yeah, it's a cylinder. So, can we get that gold model?
So it's curved to it. All right. So there is a sender to it. There is a hollow Earth.
This is what you don't understand. The whole coordinate system that we use is based upon the sky. It's not based upon the Earth. You can't find your latitude and longitude without looking in the sky. That means there's no ground reference from which even to find your location. You have to look at the sky to have a location in the latitude and longitude coordinate system. So when I ask him to show the globe model, I already know he don't have one.
I almost forgot about the astrolabe, dude.
Well, 69 degrees is, or 69 miles is 1 degree, right?
Okay, no.
And who came up with that math?
Who came up with that measurement?
There's 360 degrees in a sphere. That would make sense, right?
Yeah. These units of measure, they always relate to things.
You didn't even mention a unit of measure.
Cubits, for instance, that the Egyptians created, very different.
Yeah,
than
you're
a
not
meter
going to
and a
monologue
mile.
Newton and ignore what is said to you, okay?
For
that
good
ain't going to
reason.
fucking happen. So, what units of measure was 69? What instrument measured the 69?
Travis, that's a condensation of information. When you ignore it, that tells me about you, not it.
What are you fucking talking about? I think this motherfucker's got me muted. So, he stays on mute. Until you unmute.
Sounds like, hey, Newt, you need to unmute India.
No, we don't. You can leave. We ain't playing no games. If any real people want to talk. What's up, Brian? I love your new account. What are you up to, 9? You on count 9, Brian?
It's 8, man. It's only 8.
8? Oh, frick. Well, I'm predicting the future.
Might happen. No, I'm trying to be a good guy here, man.
Not here, but on freaking X.
Always on X.
Dude, you wear that shit like a badge of honor, man. Stick your chest out. Like, I got freaking kicked off of X 9 times from butthurt globies.
It's ridiculous. I can't believe how sad they get.
Who got you banned, Law?
Craig McNeil, FTFE. I mean, I said he ate his own sperm. I mean, he does. Admit it. Then he reported me. Babies.
Truth hurts.
Not me. But how come the lunar stuff, the tides don't work with the frickin' fresh water, man? What's up with that? Doesn't affect the lakes. My bathtub, the pool, nothing.
Honestly, like I think it could have something to do with the sun and the moon, maybe something else that we're not able to account for. But the reason why I think it happens in the salt water instead of the fresh water is that salinity is like most people don't know this, but salt is actually a metal. Like sodium, natrium, it's a metal. And sodium is polarized. There's a saying in biology: wherever salt goes, water follows.
Man, read this retard in the chat. What is the technology flat earthers have developed based upon their accurate model? Bro, you are a Dunning-Kruger moron.
Airplanes.
About the fucking
all
wheel.
All you need to do is see the pronouns, and that tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah. Flat earthers invented the wheel. Beat that.
And sliced bread.
And Dunning-Kruger frickin' trolls that think models are reality.
I can build a model of a flat Earth and it can hold water. They can't do it with theirs.
No shit, right? You can actually build a physical one.
Yeah, with real water too. It's too cheap to make. Just a piece of foam, a board of foam, and you carve topography on the surface, and you pour water on that ocean floor that you will carve there. Ask them to do that on a ball.
Foolishness in this frickin' text chat. Like these people, I don't understand where they come from, man. I really don't. Like, they're the epitome of the pseudo intellectual. Like, if you look up pseudo intellectual in the dictionary, this dude Fennec is gonna show up, 100%. He doesn't understand what a model is. He doesn't understand what they do. He doesn't understand anything about how technology works. How it's developed. Anything. And he's coming in here asking us about technologies. He doesn't know anything about it. No answer we can give he's even going to understand.
And I was seeing this dude come in here and do a live debate, man. It says he'll crush it.
That dude's all talk, man. Just a troll. Average internet troll. He won't unmute in here. He's a coward.
Hide behind that microphone. That's what I hear all the time. You're always hiding behind that microphone, Brian.
Yeah, dude. Remember they said that to you? He's hiding behind the mic. How do you hide behind the microphone? It's like an open. It's gonna be like an open. It's an open space, man. Anybody can talk. Dude, is the Globe ever giving you co-host?
I mean, they don't really hold spaces, but Peter tried. I didn't want to take COVID. I didn't want to be. I can't stand Peter.
Yeah, he's such a fuck. He makes me sick.
Yo, how's everyone doing?
Good, man. I was just talking about effeminate people. I was just about to say, man, how come so many Gobras are effeminate? And then you started talking. No, I'm kidding, bro. I'm kidding. No, you're not effeminate, bro. You're not effeminate. You're definitely not. When I think of feminine, I don't think of you. You're disagreeable. You mean no bitch.
That I am. I'll agree to that.
You make me look bad.
So where are we on wraparound?
Are we on wraparound? Dude, like wraparound? Pac-Man Earth? Hell no.
Yeah.
I
It's
can't
either
get
that
with
or Globe
Pac-Man
Boys.
Earth. No, you wish. You fucking four-dimensional, for all you know.
That's what wraparound is, basically. Appealing to, mathematics and dimensionality, and
Maybe here's my hypothesis, that the way we think about the world from this external viewpoint of wraparound Earth, the only reason you think you need a wraparound Earth is because you're imagining the Earth from a third-person point of view. Maybe reality isn't a third-person point of view. Maybe everything is a first-person point of view. Reality can only be interacted with from a first-person perspective. Otherwise, it doesn't exist. Where our first-person perspectives meet, that's the orthographic view. It just solves a bunch of problems, namely like the tree falls in the woods with no one there to hear it, doesn't make a noise. No, it don't, because it doesn't. That's a meaningless statement. Because without a human or without a sentient being, things can't exist. Existence entails there's a sentient human being. That's not to say there is not an objective reality. I'm not saying everything is subjective.
I disagree with you, man.
I don't know, man.
It definitely makes a sound if it falls in the forest.
I never see deer or animals under these trees, so they're making sounds anyway, man. So
if a tree falls in the woods with no one near to hear it, does the deer run away from the tree fall?
Had to have. Otherwise, it would run from us. It's all due to gravity anyway.
Of course, everything is. Did you know that gravity makes the Earth look flat? Have you heard this, Brian?
Of course it does. They say gravity is the one of the four fundamental forces, but they don't even know what it is. And then they call it the weakest of the four, the most easiest to overcome. And then they make it do all the heavy lifting.
The weakness is the argument that it exists. That's why it's the weakest force. It's the weakest argument. No, so I'm going to tell you why the gravity in the globe paradigm officially makes the Earth look flat. So you have gravity, right? Gravity formed the Earth into a ball. And then that gravity formed a density gradient of air. And when light passes through this density gradient of air, gravity that made the density gradient makes that ball look flat. Yeah, so gravity makes the Earth look flat, according to globetards.
Refravity.
Ain't that fucking crazy, dude? Gravity made a flat-looking ball. It's just nature, man. Can't argue with fucking Mother Nature.
Yeah, that's what they tell us. However, when it comes to refraction is not dominated by pressure differences, but by temperature differences.
That's right.
So they're screwed.
Yeah.
It also works in the opposite direction. So the pressure differences would cause light to bend down. They're correct in that statement. However, as light would travel on the globe, it would travel straight and then move into areas of less and less density, and that would cause it to equal out a little bit, a little bit, a little bit, a little bit, but it would never reach back down towards the ground. They don't have the mechanism for that. That's just considering the pressure, which is what they do. They don't consider the temperature when they're doing this. They just consider the pressure and consider a uniform gradient. That's the problem. We actually live in an inhomogeneous anisotropic medium, and so there's differences in temperature, there's differences in pressure, and so temperatures dominate the refractive gradient, and so you have pressure working against the temperature, and so when the temperature isn't enough to overcome the pressure, you have equalized the refraction, and so it's no longer refracting. And then they call that ducting, and they believe that the light is going around the globe, just bending up and down and going around the globe, but that just doesn't work. Mechanically, that doesn't work. It's just an ad hoc excuse after the fact, when it's actually an equalization between the two, and you can show that using infrared and different wavelengths. If a wavelength refracts more, you should be able to see further if the globers are true, because the light is refracting more, and so you should be able to see further around the globe. If the wavelength refracts less, like infrared light, you should not see as far. It shouldn't bend around the globe. You should see the geometric horizon move closer in infrared. However, that's not what we see. We see the horizon appear to extend out in infrared, because we can see past the extinction, and there's less refraction, so there's less loss of the bottom rays coming off of objects, causing bottom-up disappearance. And so there's multiple factors, and when they try to affirm the globe, it's because they have a preconceived idea that the Earth is a globe. They were raised in that culture, the tradition that the Earth is a globe, and so they believe it's a globe. And so when they see something and that doesn't match their preconceived ideas, they're like, oh, well, it must be the air bending. And so they test the air, and then the air's not bending enough, and so like it doesn't work. And so there must be the plumb lines are bending, but they don't actually measure the plumb lines bending at all. It just must be because the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, it's got to be a globe. That's why when the Earth looks flat, that's a globe proof. Everything you see is a globe proof, no matter what it is, even if it says it's not a globe.
Yeah. If the Earth is, if the water looks flat over here and we see too far over there, it's the gravity. Like the gravity underneath it is making the water look flat on that spot, but then you move to a different spot. Oh, well, it just looked flat on that spot. They keep extending it. Just
the
like
gravity
just like
is
with
curbing the water and curbing the air, but it's curbing the air in a way that makes the water look flat. The water that's under it, that's also curving. It's fucking so stupid.
Yeah, and it's only curving the air to make the water look flat. If you look at the density alone, just the pressure, not the temperature. Like, and so that's and it's mainly because the preconceived idea that the Earth is a globe, and so when you shoot the laser out straight, the Earth is supposed to be falling away from it, and so it carries that curved imagined air around with it, and so the laser beam is always traveling up into those lesser densities as a consequence. That's why it's stacked on assumption on assumption on assumption on assumption, and that's why it has to be a globe.
Yo, so I was talking about the Earth being flat in that main politics channel, and they levied an accusation against you guys. They said you guys are too scared to go into the politics channel. They asked me, how come we never see the guys down here, like up
Will
there?
they talk about this
I don't
topic
know,
in
they're
there?
their own people. Huh?
Will they talk about this topic in there? So we're gonna get
sometimes we
booted.
talk about flat Earth. I defend it from time to time, like maybe like once every 2 visits or so.
I mean, that's not a bad idea. If they
I
want
would.
us
I
up
didn't know
there,
we were
we'll,
welcome.
yeah,
I'm
we're
going
willing
there.
to
Squatting
go
dog,
and talk to them
squatting
if they want us
dog.
up there.
He's saying that you guys are scared.
They're welcome to come down here and be like, bros, you want to come up and talk to us about flat Earth? We're willing to listen. We'd love the opportunity.
I'm not gonna go up there and get abused and just have them play the mute game. I'm not gonna do
we're
that.
we're not gonna force our views upon them. If they want to hear our perspective, we're willing to share it, but we're not forcing it upon them.
Also, they're going to take it away from empiricism, and it's going to become, why would they lie? And we're going to be talking about fucking what people think, how they feel, what they would do, what they wouldn't do, what governments do, how the Soviets was against the United States, and there was a Cold War. Like it's going to devolve into just bullshit. Just opinions about what people do, or what they didn't do, or what governments do, or what governments didn't do, and why they would do it, and what their motivations are. It's just all speculation. Why would we do that?
Yeah, my experience, like,
Do you know why people do that? Why do you think people do go to that argument?
Because they have no other evidence.
Bingo. And it's the only thing they know is midwits, and because they're midwits, and all they know is fucking gossip. Look, Sally slept with fucking Billy. Blah, 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 blah. It's a bitch level, dude.
I don't believe it. He would never do that.
No, he definitely didn't do it. Why would he lie?
Yeah.
You don't know why he lied. He didn't do it.
Yeah, that's how they act.
Top level fucking retards, these guys. You have to give it to them, like. It must take some frickin' hard work to be that dumb.
Well, the smart ones don't come in here, open their mouths without understanding what the room is about. The smart ones come in, listen, and are like, oh, shit. Or they're like listening on YouTube and they're like, oh, shit.
Yeah, exit stage right. The smart ones leave.
Yeah, and so we end up like filtering out a bunch of the smarter ones who are like, I don't want to hassle with this. This seems like beyond my pay grade. And we end up left with all these dumbasses who don't know anything, and they're just like, I know everything because I don't know anything.
Man, that's what Strauss says, man. Once you understand nothing, you understand everything.
Yeah, so like we get a lot of in here. I mean, the bold ones, right? They're the ones that like they'll come in and they say they're an aerospace engineer, and then 10 minutes later confess that they're taking aerospace engineering, but they're not actually taking any of the courses yet. But they're going to be as soon as they stop being a sophomore at university and take the upper level classes the next year. Like that's the crap we get. But they think we're so stupid that we can't tell the difference. It's so just the bigotry, the bias of how people think about flat earthers is it is something to behold. It really is. I mean, there's prejudice, right? Thinking all black people are dumb, thinking all, pick a race, thinking they have some characteristic. Any group of people, all the jocks are dumb. All the freaking geek nerds are weak. You know what I mean? You could pick anything.
That's stereotypes.
But you will get a variation in, bias, where, some people won't be biased, but there will be the bias. The bias is pretty much ubiquitous. I'd say maybe 1 out of 1,000 people come in here with no bias, with no preconceived notions about flat Earth, with no preconceived notions about flat earthers. Like, would that come here with a blank slate?
Yeah, it's very rare. Almost all of them come in with the pizza in space idea, and that we hold this belief. Yeah, we hold this belief either for some religious reason or just because we're crazy.
Or we want to feel special.
Yeah.
You guys just want to feel special. There's
Man,
lots
you
of
don't
ways
want to
to
be.
feel special, dude.
You don't want to come from a gay monkey fish frog? Come on, man. That's awesome.
Cave monkey, fish, frog. So
Man,
that's
I
talking
didn't
about
even
my
know.
family.
Right. I didn't even know this thing was a topic like 3 years ago. What? What? It's Earth is flat. Space is what? Fake? No. What? What?
Oh, I
And
get
gay.
you so hard. It's been
Okay.
over 10 years for me, bro.
So I was that guy, man. I didn't get all. That's why I say, man, these fucking people get mad. What are you so mad about? Because I don't agree with the science that can't prove anything? It's a bold stance to take there. I mean, come
Yeah,
on.
we had someone quit the other server. I said, you do know that science doesn't prove anything. He's just like, what? Do you hear what you're saying? I can't take it. That's it. And then he left the server. The whole idea that science, like, he's obviously like probably like a high school or something by the way he was talking before that. But I'm just saying is like these guys are so brainwashed that when they think science is it's like the golden cow, right? You cannot say anything against the golden calf.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, that's why it's so much better to talk to a little bit educated people because they at least understand because they've been further in the education that they don't teach it early. They teach it later that like, oh yeah, we don't understand this. This is our best guess. This is our best theory, but we can't actually test the cause. So like we have different theories, but this is the most popular one. Once you talk to people who have gone through education, you get a little bit of a different response, especially if it's in their field. If it's in their field, they're like, yeah, you're right. There's all these different theories, and we actually don't know these parts and those parts, and you get a really interesting conversation. But when you talk to someone outside that field, they're like, well, I believe this is all correct, and I believe all this stuff. They don't understand the nuances of the field. They never looked into it, and they don't have interest to look into it. They think like it's enough just to have faith in someone and the consensus belief, the supposed majority belief that's publicized. This is the same way that Project Mockingbird controlled the population by controlling what you see, what's the thing that you're taught, and so of course the majority is going to believe X when they're taught X. That doesn't mean X is true. X needs to conform to actual reality.
I mean, what's shocking is like, if we weren't in this topic, right, and we just started talking to these guys in some other chat, right? Like, yeah, man, everything on TV is bullshit. They'd be like, yeah, man, TV's fake. Everything, they just propaganda and bullshit. And then you go, well, the Earth is flat. And you're like, what about pictures from space I saw on TV? Like 5 seconds later, they would contradict their own position.
Yeah. You'd be like the government's always screwing us. They're like, yeah, I don't trust the government. Nothing government says is true. And you're like, yeah, all the media is telling us lies. Yeah, the media is telling us lies. Yeah. But then you're like, the Earth is flat. Like, no, the media, the government is telling me the truth. It's crazy.
That's the one time. It's just crazy to me. Like, I mean, you'd think that, like, we've talked to so many people. We ask them, how do you know the Earth's a globe? And like, you would think that after they're in here, right, for 5-10 minutes, and they're like, I don't know why they don't say to themselves, this is really hard. I really can't think of any globe proof. The only thing I can think of is like the images they showed me on TV and just my teacher showing me a toy globe in the corner and just like space movies and like I got nothing. Right? You'd think that just that alone, the inability to prove it in like 2 minutes without pointing at the television set would make them go, man, there's something's wrong here.
Yeah, wait a minute. Hold up.
Yeah, exactly,
man. The problem is...
It ain't right here.
yeah, exactly. The problem is you got a bunch of these people who've gotten addicted to thinking they're intelligent through Google. And now it's morphing into thinking they're intelligent through parroting AI. And so you got all these midwit, half-wits, nitwits who want to be intelligent because that's a certain status in life. And so...
It's a fad.
Yeah, so they start memorizing this garbage that they hear from other people. They don't understand how it works. They just know the words to repeat, and they think they win. Refraction, I win. Gravity, I win.
Yeah, I think of it like the Marlboro Man, right? People smoked Marlboros because they thought like it portrayed a certain image. I'm tough. I smoke Marlboros. I'm like cowboy. I'm like John Wayne. But it was just like an image fad. In the whole science suck up idea, right? I'm a nerd. That like they turned it into like this weird fad where you have people wanting to be seen as intellectuals, even though it ain't never gonna happen unless they get a brain transplant. You know, look, I'm not gonna freaking, I'm not built to play in the NFL. Okay, it's just not gonna happen. No matter how good I get at football, my body will not support an NFL career at any age I was. Not now, not in the past. No matter how big I got, it would not matter. I had to be like the craziest freak in nature. Okay, so I don't cry about it. But it's like me going, I want to identify as a football player and pretend I'm a football player and like run around like this is what these guys are. They're like pretend scientists. It's kind of freaky when you think about it. But it's easier to bluff intellectualism than it is to bluff being a freaking buff ass football player.
Yeah. Because there's a physical reality behind the big ass football player, whereas
yeah, and you can baffle them with bullshit, Jace. You know that.
Yeah.
You would try to come in here and just baffle us with bullshit.
Yeah, it doesn't work on me because my dad used to do that all the time to everybody else, and so I saw that real time.
I'm baffled by the fact they think they can baffle us with bullshit. Right? What'd you say, bud?
I'm saying like people here don't actually believe the Earth is flat, right?
No, we know it is. You do too.
Oh, so this is just like a troll channel?
No one's trolling. You're coping right now.
No, I just refuse to believe people
okay, how do you
like that. In 2026.
You refuse to? No, we refuse to believe. You see, you're the one with beliefs. We aren't. You're confused.
Right. That's why you're in the.
Okay, so when did you see the Earth as a globe? When did you see the Earth as a globe in real life? When did you see the Earth as a globe? Yeah, see, here's more cope. You left.
Yeah, just proving our point.
I've never been that direct, but I might do that more often.
That was good. They don't realize the optics of how they're acting. They don't realize if anybody listens to our live stream, listens through these interactions, it's very easy to see. They come in with these preconceived ideas. They don't know what they're talking about, and they can't defend the globe, and it's so obvious to anyone with eyes or ears.
Man, the first time I heard about this, back in like April of 2023, man, somebody said Elon hit the firmament, and I immediately said, "What? What are you talking about?" I didn't get mad. I didn't call him stupid. I'm like, "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" And he gave me some information. I came back for more. I don't get the anger with these people. I don't get it.
Yeah, but that's a testament to your character. That's a testament to your intelligence of being open to exploring potentials, not being afraid of your beliefs being incorrect. The bigger your ego, the harder it is for you to actually accept that you're wrong, that you were wrong, that you all the garbage that you told some guy was wrong. Like, I used to be so into space, I used to tell people all about space. And so it was very difficult for me. Like, I spent like 2 months reconciling with the Earth being flat and then trying to find evidence for the Earth being a globe, something to prove that the Earth was a globe. And the more I looked into it, the more I realized, oh shit, all of my beliefs are contingent on this faith in this other people who supposedly proved it in outer space, and I can't prove any of it. And so at that point, I realized it has to be a belief for me, and I didn't like that position. So I was like, I need to look into this deeper, and that's where kind of my journey began.
Man, mine kind of began. I was watching, scrolling through YouTube, and came across this one channel that said the mountains are trees. And I'm like, this guy sounds crazy. Let me check it out. And I was like, if these things turn out to be trees, that's gonna just piss me off. And I was like, he was showing stuff, and I was like, that's a rock, man. That's what are you looking at? That's a rock. Then he showed a close up of some tree rings, and I was like, see, there's a tree. Then he panned out, and it's the side of the mountain. I was like, whoa. All right. Well.
Yeah, that's one of the things that Flat Earth kind of gave the world. Besides just being like, it brings you back to logic, to empiricism, to actual basic natural science, experiments. What can you actually prove? Not just infer and assume is true based on your preconceived ideas, because you can assume a different thing is true based on different preconceived ideas. And so that's kind of what Flat Earth did. It kind of stripped away all the assumptions, and people went like, well, then what is true? And so we got a bunch of people who went looking at history, who went looking at old architecture, and we got the mud flood conspiracy that was born out of this. The mountains are trees thing. Some of those ideas seem pretty compelling in that, like, some of those structures of some of those mountains look very similar to the structures of petrified trees. That doesn't mean it is, but it's a very interesting hypothesis. And Flat Earth kind of opened up the world to exploring outside ideas that weren't as cornered in or boxed in by the mainstream narrative. We don't endorse any specific other theory. We're just focused on the empirical and the things that we can verify and prove. It's interesting, though.
What's behind the ice wall?
What ice wall?
Another ice wall. It's infinite ice walls.
What's behind the
ice walls
wall?
all the way down, all the way up.
What's behind
Bro,
the ice
we're not
wall?
claiming ice walls.
Who said
that is
anybody
someone else.
believes in an ice wall? Only globe earthers believe in ice walls.
Yeah, in fact, the terminology of ice wall came from globers, talking about the coastline of Antarctica.
We gotta find more ice walls.
It was called the Great Ice Barrier. That's what it used to be called. It was on all the old maps. Yeah, it doesn't come from us. It comes from you clowns. So if you want to know why, ask a glober why there's an ice wall.
I gotta get
See,
behind.
the flat Earth you guys make up in your head, we don't believe in that flat Earth either. So you guys say, oh, flat Earth, it must mean this, it must mean that, it must mean the other thing. You make up a flat Earth in your head. You try to take a flat Earth and stick it in the heliocentric model and go, this don't fit. No shit, Sherlock. Square pegs don't fit in round holes. Thanks.
You should look up
more
Admiral,
ice walls.
look up Admiral Byrd.
Eric Dubé told me there's an ice wall.
Was he the top or the bottom?
What? I don't know.
You
Well,
don't
maybe
know?
you should bring it up
You were a
with
little
him,
drunk.
maybe.
Listen, I have not listened to a word of what Eric Dubé. None of us have. We don't listen to Eric Dubé. Why are you bringing him up?
He's your king. He's #1 on YouTube.
What? I thought that was PewDiePie or somebody.
I said he's your flat Earth daddy.
Nobody
Nobody
sorry
even
to
knows who
break
he
your
is.
bubble.
You're just trying to guilt by association. It's weak.
Yeah, we are not a cult following like you. You come from a cult. We used to be in your cult, so we understand and sympathize with you. But we are not a cult, and we do not have a cult leader. Eric Dubé has nothing to do with us. This channel. He's never even been in this channel.
So here's the funny thing. You've revealed your own psychology, Mansky. The way you think about the world is what you think is knowledge comes from somebody else and it's given to you. And then you parrot it. You say, that person said such and such. I'll parrot that. That's not how we think. That's how you think. So we don't we don't take Eric Dubé and go, oh, I'll parrot what Eric Dubé says. Don't know what Eric Dubé says. Don't give a shit.
So just to restate what you just said, there is more ice walls.
I was kidding, dude.
I said margaritas.
I don't believe in an ice wall of any kind. Unless you think a fucking glacier is ice. Or a wall.
Yeah, how do you define a wall? Is a cliff a wall?
There's definitely some sort of something made of ice.
Yeah, there's glaciers and cliffs at the coastline of Antarctica, and that was referred to as ice walls. That does not mean that we claim that. So attribute that to us is insane.
Well, all I know is there's one guy, Captain Cook, whose specific purpose of his voyage was to find a way through the fucking ice and find an inland route into what they said was a continent. He tried to sail around, looking and looking and looking for a way through the ice. And he sailed 60,000 fucking miles.
Over 3 years.
Didn't find out, yeah, over 3 years, and didn't find a way in. Okay? Now, the circumference of Antarctica is only supposed to be 14,000 miles. Well, the Antarctic race, the actual fucking coast, is shorter than that. 60,000 miles is 2+ times the size they say the circumference of the Earth is. So how the fuck did he travel that far? How
3
come the
years.
bending Antarctic so they have 2 races. They have a race in Antarctica. The fastest boat in the world, sailboat, they sailed around Antarctica. It took 73 days. It took them the same boat with the same crew. It took them the same amount of time to quote unquote circumnavigate the globe. 73 days. It took the solo record for the circum-Antarctica. Basically, if you do the calculation of them traveling only 14,000 miles, they would have only been going 6 knots in a carbon fiber racing yacht, which is infeasible, right? You couldn't go that slow if you dragged anchor, okay?
Well, math is
because down there it's called the Screaming 60s, right? So there's a gale force wind, meaning the 60th parallel. There's a constant gale force wind of like 30 knots, constantly.
Well, math is a fake concept, but like the ice.
Math is a fake. What does that even mean? What's a fake concept?
So like
2 + 2 = 4 is a fake concept, guys.
There's no such thing as a fake concept. That's not even. That doesn't even make sense.
You got to give him some time
It's
to
an
warm up
abstract.
his brain.
Okay, so
Maps,
if
maps in
you
an
if you
maps
say
in an
this is a
abstract.
concept, as soon as you say that word, it's no longer fake. So you can't even say fake concept for it to even mean
No,
anything.
will you say unicorn is fake? Well,
Tell us
unicorn
the
is a
definition of
magical.
concept.
Well, what do you mean fake?
Yeah,
They
well,
don't
unicorn
exist.
is
They're not fake or not real. They don't exist.
no, but like you can have a mental construct of a unicorn. You know, just like how
Yeah,
you
it's a
can have
concept.
mental
It's not a fake
construct of a
concept.
number.
It's a real concept.
Have you ever seen number one in the nature? No, you made that number up.
I didn't make the number up. It's a
Yeah,
representation
you
of it.
did.
I made it
Yo,
up personally, so the number one didn't exist before I
no,
was
someone
alive.
else made up the number one, and you
So they
inherit
made up
that
a
name,
word.
right? Yeah, so it's a made up number. It's a concept. It's an abstract. It's not real.
Yeah, I know it's a transcendental category. Yeah, I agree with it. It exists though, just
Yeah,
not
it
in
does
the
exist.
doesn't exist in the physical world.
Well,
But
it's
do
an
you know what
abstract. It's a
does?
mental
The
construct.
ice wall.
It's not a mental construct because mathematics would exist and the rules that apply to mathematics exist independent of the human mind.
The ice wall exists independent of the human mind, though.
Your trolling is going to exist somewhere else.
Oh! It's not trolling, bro.
Why are you fascinated with the ice wall, dude?
Wait, but if you think about it, it's a false concept.
True.
Yeah, you guys are fucking...
No, we're making
You
fun of
guys
you,
are
dude.
30 IQ points away from being a midwit in the negative direction.
Is that a physical or metaphysical concept?
Or metaphysical concept.
That's crazy. Chat, is this real?
Dude, this is the most low IQ, sped
Got this
bullshit
nonchalant
ever.
That's
astrophysicist
crazy
in
because
here.
I'm in the flat
You're
earth.
just dumb, dude.
Worse.
You guys can't have. It's beyond you to have any type of conversation that doesn't involve grunting and groaning. Why don't you say Google Gaga? Did you drag your knuckles over to the fucking computer screen? Like Jesus Christ, man. Have some
Sorry,
pride.
I got
Have some
homophobic
freaking
ears. Can you say that
self-respect.
again?
Just have some self-respect, man. Have some self-respect.
Have some self-respect.
You're a freaking human. You're an adult male. You're acting like a fucking child.
Fucking child. What are we talking about? Hey guys, can I talk to you about something? I'm sorry, go ahead.
You just did.
Yeah, but I want to talk more though.
Okay, what would you like to say?
I just did this this ADHD test where they show
Yeah,
like
it's not topic. It's not the topic. Get on topic, dude. Want to try again?
I do want to try again. Okay, so.
Hey, that's not the topic.
But I didn't start yet. No.
You and your butt buddy. You're not original. Not even mildly entertaining.
Niggers.
You guys are like amateur chills. Oh my god, he said the N word. Oh my god, I'm gonna faint.
Who said that?
You know we record this and I'm gonna see that you said that, and then report you on the server, and then your account's gonna get fucking banned. Why would you do that?
Why would he do that?
Because he's dumb.
He's so dumb.
It says YouTube bot right there, 24/7 live. That means this is recorded. I'm gonna see his name pop up and say the N word, and then I'm gonna report him to the server mod team, and then he's gonna get his account kicked off this server, just so he can appear fucking. I'm an edgelord. I said the N word. It's so stupid. Like, dude, like seriously, grow up. Like, whatever happened to self-respecting, like being a man?
I mean, it's the best thing the Globers got. They don't actually have any arguments, and we've gone through that 1,000 times. It's
I don't even know if these guys are at the level of a Glober.
fallacies. And so, if they're not intelligent enough to actually construct a logical fallacy, all they have is the N-word.
I mean, I have a lot more than the N-word. I mean, I have like the F-word, the K-word. I'm sure there's...
Yeah, I'm an N-word enjoyer myself, but I keep myself
Oh, you guys
You
just
know.
learned how to swear this week. Aw, that's cute. Fuck, dude.
I keep it PG for the flat earthers.
He called me cute. That's a great. I love that.
I am curious with the K word.
I don't ask. DM me, okay? DM me.
This is bottom barrel trolling right here, man. This is just weak.
What if
This
I'm
isn't
just
even
having
trolling.
fun?
This is
Why
them.
can't we just
Like,
have
this
fun?
is actually. Look, bro. If they were in a DM in a private call, they'd be talking like this because this is actually isn't trolling. This is their level.
You know, that is the most insightful thing I've ever heard your kind ever say.
Your kind? What does that mean? What's my kind?
My legal counsel has advised me to
Dude,
not
wait.
answer that.
The way these people think is
What is my
Batman.
kind? You think my PFP is me?
You flurfers. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, fluffer. Yeah, good save, buddy.
Well, it's better than being fluffers like you two.
Fluffers.
You know what a fluffer is?
I don't. Tell me.
Google it.
Don't tell him.
I don't
That's
tell
when
me.
you take a flu and you fluff the penis.
Let's see if he has
Get
the
it
ability
hard.
to think for himself and do some actual research.
Hey, Mr. Nate, I'm actually going to detain you if you don't change your name.
That's such a legendary name, dude. That's my username on Rainbow Six Siege.
So is this all of you?
Is
Or
anyone
there
else
another
here?
one? Because I wanted to get you all at once.
Is anyone else here
Is
familiar
there any
with
more?
the Big Slam?
Yeah, I guess that's all you, all 6 of you, whatever it is.
You get 5 booms for that. Boom, 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 boom.
Where's the other one? Masky, is this your crew, dude? Because you've been in here before. You should know better.
I have a crew.
No, the topic is
So you're
flat
all
Earth,
alone.
not your fucking, pet projects or whatever it is you're doing for your homework this week. You can engage the topic, or you can keep acting like dunces. We don't need a case for flat Earth. That problem has already been solved. It's measured flat. We're just informing you. We're hipping you to what the situation is. This debate was won. You guys just haven't heard about it yet. This debate's already over. It's been over
Yeah,
for
you're
like 4 years.
You're like 10 years too late to this debate, and like 4 or 5 years too late to actually try.
Okay, really simple. So I debated a guy with a PhD in mathematical physics that debates flat earthers all over the internet. He's got millions of fucking subs and followers and all that shit. You know what his argument eventually became because he couldn't prove the globe? That nobody can prove anything, and I can't even prove that I don't have hands, and I could be a brain in a jar. This is a professor at a university that teaches physics and mathematics, has a PhD in mathematical physics. When it came time for him to present globe proof, he said, I could be a brain in a jar. These are the people that you guys rely on, that you think have the proof that the earth is a ball. These are the people. But when pressed and they actually have to present the evidence, they've got shit. We've got all the evidence. And we're just here to tell you that. And maybe rub it in a little bit.
And the funny part is, like, most of the educated people or the semi-educated people end up in that place. They're a brain in a jar. Nothing can be proven, because that's the only way to ignore our position, because our position is empirical.
It looks like one of my underlings wants to debate you. Martins.
Your underlings?
I doubt any of them could even still man their own position.
Oh my God. That's so messed up, but you're probably right. That's so funny. Yeah, we don't believe in that flat earth ham. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
For mine, Martins is not my underling. He's a flat earther.
I doubt it. Why does he want to do? What's he going to debate then? I know what underling means. I probably knew what it meant before we were born. What is he going to debate then if he's a flat earther?
I don't know, man.
Should I entertain this? You bored? Anybody bored?
He's gonna debate himself, bro.
He's going to debate himself in the chat. Think he'll win? He'll still lose.
Yeah, he'll still lose.
Okay, Martins, what do you want to debate? Get some tips from your friends in the DM.
Oh,
Your
hey,
mic
what's
is
up, dude?
open.
Oh,
you
Rich
doing?
Evans, amazing. The lowest of the low. Oh, anyway, carry on. You said you wanted to debate. What do you want to debate if you're a flat earther? I don't think you're a flat earther though.
I am.
You are? Okay, give me what's the
Yeah.
best evidence for the Earth being flat?
Well, you can see a curvature at 120,000 feet, or 60,000 feet. Weather balloons double that height at 120,000 feet. Still no
You
curve.
can see curvature, or you can't.
You can see curvature at 60,000. The weather balloons go twice that height. The horizon's still at
can't.
eye level and flat.
You're contradicting yourself, dude. You can or you can't. If you could see curvature at 60,000 feet, then wouldn't it be a ball?
That's what I'm saying. That's what NASA says.
I don't think NASA takes a position on how high you can see curvature. In
They
fact,
do.
their-
They say you
their
could measure
official- their
curvature at
official- hold on,
60,000.
you can't measure curvature at 60,000, dude. Who told you that?
Yeah,
I don't
please
think you
cite-
understand my position. I'm
I don't
trying
think you
to
understand your
steel
own
man
position.
flat Earth.
You're fantastic, frickin' Brian. You called it.
Is this the part where
Please
you
cite
bait me?
where
Or
you're
like no
getting this
debate?
information from. If it's NASA supposedly, please cite that information.
Yeah,
so
we
can
want to
look
see
at
a
it.
source that says you can see curvature.
Trying to go against what NASA says.
No, we don't know that NASA says that. We want you to show us that NASA says that.
Here we go. Fucking tag it.
It better not be ChatGPT either.
It's always ChatGPT, Indio. You know that.
God, at least they could use Gemini. Sometimes it's Grok, which Grok is the goddamn worst.
Yeah, ChatGPT is a little bit better because I've been training it. I've never lost an argument with an AI, and
Why are you asking me why it matters? It's his fucking argument. This isn't about whether NASA's truthful or not. It's about whether they said it. We're not testing the veracity of the claim. We're testing whether the claim exists at all, dude. You
But here's
people are fucking
NASA.gov.
stupid. Like I can't even believe how stupid some of you people are.
Okay. So, on this link that I sent you, you scroll down to a paragraph that says, on November 11th, 1935, the pair took off from the Stratobowl, blah, 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 and ascend the world record altitude of 72,000 feet. The photograph showed the troposphere stratosphere boundary and the actual curvature of the Earth. So, like, let's round it off at around 60, right? Just to appeal to what they want, what they prefer is the truth. What I'm saying is
round it up to 60. Are we rounding up or rounding down? Where are we rounding?
Sure, round down. Yeah, let's round it to 60, just to appeal to their, preference of truth.
So they didn't say that.
Yeah, it says 72,395 feet. So that's where you could see a curvature in this specific.
So you're only off by
photo,
20%.
right?
Fantastic.
And that would be about 70.
Sure. But what I'm saying is, weather balloons go to 120,000 feet.
But I don't see the curve of the Earth in this photo, though. It just says
Okay.
it's a photograph showing laterally the curvature of the Earth, but I don't see the curvature of the Earth in this photo.
Yeah, it doesn't make
Yeah,
sense if you see curvature
He's trying to
from
make
that
the
height.
argument, though.
Just because you say, well, yeah, I guess his argument's they said it.
He's saying you can go higher in a weather balloon, yet you don't see curvature. Is that what you're trying to say, bro?
Yeah, I'm saying that weather balloons can go double that height.
And don't see curvature.
Yeah,
I
I
have
know that.
footage that it doesn't, like, it's still at eye level and it's flat. Right, that's my
Yeah,
point.
even the Chinese space station claims that the horizon is flat 280 miles up.
Yeah, so this is what this is the point of contention actually, is that that's actually a globe earther claim, even though it's on NASA's website. That's probably just made, that website is probably made by some stupid fucking intern that didn't know what they were posting. Because if you actually do the mathematics of what it should look like, you couldn't see any up and down curvature. Because the horizon is equidistant in all directions. So how can it appear higher or lower? Anywhere. We see things in angles. Right? So the dip angle between me and any point on the horizon is one value. 10 degrees if it's anywhere on the horizon. So if it's in the image, the second pixel from the right, or the third pixel from the right, or the 20th pixel from the left, it's only going to have one fucking angle. Say 6 degrees all the way across. That means it's just going to be a flat fucking strip all the way across the image. Now, all I'm saying is, what a globe earther would say is, no, NASA don't say that. You can't. So that is not evidence that the Earth is not a globe. If you see no curve from 120,000 feet, they'll say the globe predicts that.
What do you mean by what do you mean the globe?
They'll say that is a prediction of the globe, that you can't see curvature until you're. If you actually do the math, it's something like 1,000 miles elevation, altitude. So what they'll say is like, yeah. So what they'll say is like the Chinese space station Trace just posted. They'll just say, "Oh, you weren't high enough. See the curve? You got to be higher." And now it just depends on how hardcore the glober is. But we've heard all sorts of shit. Like fucking, they said a fisheye lens fucking makes curved lines straight, dude. They'll say anything. And just looking at something is not really dispositive, right? Okay. So we can look at railroad tracks. Looks like they converge. We can't say, hey, they converge because they look like they converge. The visual information is just like it gives you like a gross generalization starting point. Because the Earth looks flat, that doesn't mean it is. It's a good indicator, but that's not proof.
Wait, it's not flat?
No, looking flat does not necessarily
It's not
mean
proof.
it is flat.
Just optical. Yeah.
It's not proof, it's evidence. And it's a starting point, right? So the starting point is, what does the Earth look like at a naive first glance, right? Let's say we want to construct what the Earth is from the beginning, from first principles. Okay, go down to the ocean.
Yeah.
How does the Earth look? Looks flat. So that's a starting point. That's all the information we have. Looks flat. Can we gather more information to figure out if it actually is flat? Well, we can measure that, see if it actually is. Yeah, and when you measure that, it actually is. See, just looking, while informative, doesn't necessarily tell the whole story, because vision, there's a reason we make blueprints and diagrams and things like that when we build things, is because we can't tell absolute sizes and distances just from looking at things. Like you look at the sun, the only thing you can't see, it doesn't say on it 93 million miles. It says angular size 1.52 degrees. That's all you can say.
Yeah, I have a question for you real quick.
Yeah.
Do you think, without picking a side, could you visualize the heliocentric model and the geocentric model separately?
you can't visualize. Well, are you assuming all the same sizes and distances?
No, I'm saying personally, can you like whatever the globe heads
Yeah,
think?
yeah. So, like, okay, to scale,
Well, like it doesn't matter if
visualize
it's
it
to scale, like
because, like,
no, like rationalize it, like understand it,
I
visualize it.
understand the globe better than any globe earther alive.
I don't really understand your question. Are you saying can we differentiate between the
He
two
thinks
models?
like that. This is another thing. This is another thing. All you're revealing is that you think something about us. You think we don't believe in the globe Earth because we don't understand it. No, we do fucking understand it. That's why we don't believe it.
No, I think most people do because that's what they've been told their whole life. If you grew up in America,
They don't understand it. They have no idea. They have no fucking clue. They've never looked into any of the shit.
Well, yeah, I do understand that. I know that talking to globe heads and you try to introduce them to the geocentric model, they can't really like visualize it properly. So like I kind of have to like explain to them how I see the world.
Wait, what do you mean, dude? It's literally kinematically equivalent.
Yeah, there's no.
Like yeah, it is equivalent. It just you know how like the seasons change apparently to the globe heads it's due to the tilt. Well, you can explain seasons change in the Earth model, just how the trajectory of the sun it moves in latitude as it circumnavigates the Earth.
But those are the same thing.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
like
what I'm saying.
yeah, it's the same. It's the same thing. Seasons in and of themselves only denote because so what you're talking about. You have to differentiate these things because it's like a lot of this stuff has very sloppy terminology. So seasons, there's two types. There's astronomical, meaning the equinox, the solstices. Those are astronomical seasons. Okay.
Yeah.
But there's also the meteorological seasons, which are the changes in weather, temperature, wind, water temperature, all those things, which also happen. They correlate to the astronomical seasons, but they're not exactly following them. So it depends on where you live. It depends on the local geography. It depends on the local climate. There's a lot of other factors that determine the changes in meteorology locally. Now, they correlate with day length, right? So the longer the day is, the more the sun's up, temperature changes, yada, yada, yada. And there's some lag that happens with the local meteorological changes. But when they say tilt of the Earth, they're talking about the sun, right, reaching some maximum point in the sky, or in the celestial sphere. The ecliptic has like a maximum point, and then in the coordinate system, and then they're saying because it's not aligned with the celestial equator, the motion of the stars, the sun's motion is different than the motion of the stars. It's different by 27 degrees. Now, but you're observing the sun different.
Yeah.
You're on Earth. You're looking up at the star. You're seeing the sun. If you track the sun across the celestial sphere, it will maximize off as 23.6 degrees. But you're not seeing any tilt of the Earth. You're not seeing any fucking orbit. You're not seeing any of those things.
No, exactly. It just moves an angle of 23.4. That's you can actually see that on the analemma. It's like the trajectory of like the ecliptic over each month,
Well, the analemma's funny. I don't want to get way into that, but it's
I don't want to
there's
spell
more
that
to it.
out,
There's more to it than meets the eye. It's asymmetric, in case you haven't noticed. It's not.
Are you looking for like?
Yeah, it's
sorry.
asymmetric, yeah, because it depends. Also,
asymmetric asymmetric in space and asymmetric in time.
Oh, so you
So if you look at
distance?
the months, how they're in the figure 8 are asymmetric.
Right, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I can see how the months are also correlated to that as well. But you can see how, like, when the sun's closer to the horizon, you could tell, like, that would be presumably December because technically it is a little bit further away. If you were standing in the northern latitude, for example, if it's close to the horizon at that same time of day and each month, then it would be December. But if it's like further, it was like ahead, further away from the horizon, that would be the solstice, for example, like the summer solstice. Whereas like the bottom of that number, that figure 8, it would be the winter solstice. Just because of how the sun's trajectory moves, apparently, right?
Yeah. I mean, so this is really the crux of all these issues when it comes to things like this. It's the coordinate system. Where's the origin of coordinates? And when we talk about the celestial sphere, the origin of coordinates is your eyeball. Yeah, your eyeball. It's not the center of the earth. It's actually your eyeball. And where
Observer centric? No way.
Yeah, amazing. Imagine that, right? Imagine that reality. It's actually observer centric.
Holy crap! You don't say.
Well, that whole system, like the azimuth system, like using a distance and bearing, you could sort of translate that over to a coordinate system.
That system
exactly
uses a hemisphere, right? So you're on the ground plane. That's the horizon, and you got azimuth and solar elevation angle, right? But to use this system, though, to get the azimuth, you need the time, and then to get the solar elevation, you also need the time for that too. But to get your latitude, you need how high is the celestial equator in the sky. If you know where that is, then you know your latitude. Right? They're the same thing. But people conflate the thing. They think that somehow having a latitude means you're at a place on Earth that is just like has like some relative proportion to all these other places on Earth. No one's ever actually demonstrated that. All you know is see the I see the celestial equator at 45 degrees. I'm at 45 degrees latitude. Really don't matter where the fuck you're standing. It only matters where it is in the sky. And if you know you're there and you know the date, you know where the sun's going to be. Relative to that fucking point, relative to that fucking celestial equator. You could be on the back of a fucking turtle. You could be flying on the back of a bird. You could be standing on your head. Doesn't matter what you're on because the model is observer-centric. It starts at your eyeball.
Yeah. Dude, Shane just did a presentation on that tonight, literally, on the terrestrial and celestial sphere model being conjoined into one, and that's what they call the WGS 84. Essentially,
so would you draw a correlation? That 23.4.6, right? Like where the sun goes. Does that also? Do you think the zenith? Like, is the sun the zenith of that 23.7 latitude celestials? From the celestial equator, you know?
Now, there's this is where we get into like a problem with their model is there's like a discrepancy. I'm gonna brag. I discovered it. Well, I mean, kind of. If you look at the equinox, so on the equator, when you're on the equator, right? How do you even know when you're on the equator, right? So, if you're on the equator, on the equinox, right? Sun will rise due east and set due west, right? Correct?
Yeah, it rises in the east and sets in the west.
Yeah, takes a straight line across the sky. Okay. Well, if you're on the equator, that means that day, the time the sun's up to when it goes down, that should be the shortest day of the year. Because the arc the sun takes there is no arc, it's a straight line.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But it's like a week later. The sun is going to be, say, north a little bit, and that's going to have an arc to it, right? It's not going to be a straight line, so it's going to take a longer amount of time to cross that, so the day is going to be longer.
Yeah, that would be until it reaches the solstice, then it comes back.
Exactly, and that would be the longest day of the year on the equator, and then it starts coming back, right? and how you can tell, right? So when you should be able to tell when the equinox exactly is by timing sunrise to sunset on the equinox and just time it day after day after day. And when the days, they get shorter and shorter and shorter, right? On the equinox, it'll be the shortest day. And then when the days get longer again, right? You know it went to the other side, right? The southern hemisphere. It crossed over your head and went to the southern hemisphere, and days are getting longer again. Well, that fucking shit don't happen.
Well, that's if you're standing at the equator.
That shit
When
don't
you're at the
happen, dude.
equator.
In the real world, that don't happen.
No, it doesn't. But like
So
that's the thing.
if
Like,
you
it's the shortest day.
go on time and date, the shortest day of the year on the equinox, same with SunCalc. The shortest day of the year is not on the equinox. It's in April.
No.
It's in April.
Yeah, because
check that out.
we're depends where
And
you are, right?
no, I'm talking about on the equator.
On the equator, it's April. Well, yeah, wouldn't that be
It's
the
it
equinox?
should
then?
be. It should be, but it's not. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It should be, but it's not. And then on the vernal equinox, which is the September one, should be the September one, the shortest day of the year is August. It's like August 21st.
So isn't that just
this
precession?
is
then?
listen. This is why the analemma is asymmetric, because those 2 days, those shortest days a year, that is when the fucking sun is in where the analemma crosses over, where it's the center of the figure 8.
Yeah.
When it's that day, the sun is in that center of the figure 8, and that's the shortest day of the year on the equator. Though it's a month late or a month early, depending on how you look at it. Now, tell a globetrot this, they'll sit there, the globe model works perfectly. Yeah, until you look closer. It's not perfect. It's far from perfect. It's good enough for practical purposes. That's it. If there even is.
So where do you think on Earth? Like, there's got to be a place on Earth
I don't believe
where
there's an
it's
equator.
it's actually the shortest day. Like,
Yeah,
it changes, right?
Look, all I know is like, hey, I want to find the equator. Oh, let's go find the place with the shortest day that there is. I mean, it might take you a while if you did a brute force trial and error, but there is no such place because the Earth's not a fucking ball.
Yeah. Well, I honestly I thought it was because of the precession of the equinox, which changes over time. So at first, when the calendar
Yeah, but
was
that's
set,
like a 26,000 year cycle, and whether that even happens is in dispute. I hate to tell you.
I mean, it's a noticeable change. Like, for example,
Well, they built a
Aries.
temple in the
notice it, bro?
They built a temple in the 1600s so that the sun shines through this hole in the equinox, and it's still shining through that hole.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, the point
equinox
of Aries,
precess.
right?
If the equinox precesses, why don't the planets precess?
I'm saying like there's like a little bit of change, which is measurable, which is like Aries.
You're just saying that, dude.
You know,
You
like
keep
Aries,
saying
like you know the star of Aries,
Gotta be measurable.
like
They
the
told me that.
constellation. You know the constellation Aries.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
cusp
So
of
the
Aries.
sun. So what the precession of the equinox is the sun. Where the sun rises, it's going to rise in a constellation, right? And those constellations slowly precess around the sunrise over a period of, I don't know, the great years, like 26,000 years or something. Maybe
Yeah.
12,000. It's one of the two. So the sun should be rising in a different place against the background stars. It should be rising in different background stars.
Right.
But
Yeah.
they've built temples where the sun just rises relative to the temple in the exact same fucking place.
I would say
And
there's a slight change. There's a little bit. I mean, it's still there. It's still at the right place. Maybe just like inches or
hundreds
a
of years.
whole foot off. Yeah, I'd say so. Like
You're
you
just
can even
guessing.
measure.
You're guessing now. You could
like you
measure it.
said-
Has anybody?
Yes.
Because I have a published paper on it. On whether the precession. Because here's the other problem with the precession of the equinox. The planets should precess as well. If the Earth was wobbling, the planets would precess.
Well, you can have an explanation on the flat Earth model.
Why
for
don't
the
the
precession
planets
as well.
precess against the background stars?
I would say it's because of the sun's movement, not the stars, because the stars have always been there.
Well, I'm talking about in the globe model. Why don't the planets, the solar system process?
I think they're trying to say that the stars precess just because that there is a Earth wobble, right? But for us, it's relative to the sun because it lines up to where the sun rises, as you said, right? And if it's just a few degrees of an angle off over, it's supposed to be 26,000 years for it to just make a full wobble, right? Which means going all around, right?
Yeah.
Then, yeah, it would take 26,000 years, but it's only been what, like 2,000, right? So just like a tenth of that, or a 12th, 13th of that. There should be like a 13th of 365 that it has like changed, right? Or 360 degrees, a 13th of 360 degrees where Aries has moved relative to where the sun would rise at that point. So Aries used to be in January, but now it's in March, like the cusp of Aries. Which I would say that it's because of the sun. So we're relatively comparing the star system to the sun. Therefore, the sun probably moves, which also explains the analemma as well, and the days.
The sun processes.
Sort of, yeah, I'd say so.
All the stuff's interesting, but quite honestly, it's academic. You're never gonna know. You can come up with dozens of models for how the planets behave and move. Because I just come to my head like Tycho Brahe has a model which does all this stuff and predicts all this stuff, and he's got the sun and the moon are orbiting the Earth, and then all the planets, the sun and the planets orbit the sun, but the sun and the moon orbit the Earth. That's in that model, which also technically works.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right, but we can sit here and come up with models all day. I mean, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, we're just I'll just the easiest.
Yeah, I like how it's like an ideal pool that continuously grows. It adapts, right? It's not like one thing that's stable. It's stagnant, right? It changes with the times.
Look, let me read what Copernicus wrote because people were smart back then. They didn't lie to themselves like we lie to ourselves now. He said, "For it's the duty of an astronomer to compose the history of the celestial motions through careful and expert study." Okay, then he must conceive and devise the causes of such motions or hypothesize about them. Since he cannot in any way attain to the true causes, he will adopt whatever suppositions enable him to enable the motions to be computed correctly from the principles of geometry for the future as well as the past. The present author has performed both these duties excellently, for these hypotheses need not be true nor even probable. What they're saying is that they're going to make a model based upon some fucking made-up idea in their head, okay? And it doesn't matter about the made-up idea. It only matters that if the geometry they use makes an accurate prediction. It's a purely pragmatic viewpoint with no philosophical underpinnings about whether it's true or not.
Yeah.
Meaning the concept. So I'll give you an example. James Clerk Maxwell came up with the current theory we use of electricity and magnetism. The entire mathematical formalism was based upon a mechanical model of the ether. Now, nobody believes the ether is real anymore. But his mechanical model is what's still in use. It's still, the mathematics are still in use today. And he thought there was like little balls rolling against each other or something, and it's fucking some rarefied fucking ether gas or something. It's unclear exactly what he thought the substance was, but he modeled it. He made he modeled it as a physical mechanical model, just like the same way you would model like a grandfather clock or something. Okay. Now, it would be justified to take the same philosophical position as they currently take, well, people that come in here and argue with us, that because the model makes accurate predictions, it's physically real in the physical world. Such as, we use a globe to predict where the planets are, so the Earth must be a globe. But even in Copernicus' day, they said that doesn't matter. We're just using geometric concepts and adopting freaking hypothesis, and they need not be true or even probable, because they don't care about that, because what they were trying to do was astrology.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So they didn't care the reason. They weren't trying to look for an ultimate truth. They were just trying to look, hey, fucking, I wonder where Mars is tomorrow. How do I do that? Oh, it's going up with these mathematics. Oh shit, that works. Then some retard come and said, that's real. And now they're in this chat, talking shit, saying, the globe is real. Show me a globe Earth model. Oh, Google Earth. Google Earth's a cylinder. So what? Still looks like a globe. We just hear dumb shit. So the only point is, it's nice. You can reify a geocentric model. You can reify a heliocentric model. You can reify Tycho's model or any other model. But, like, you know, whether that model is the physical reality of the situation, that's another question altogether. So the analemma is interesting, I think.
Yeah.
I think there's some
Honestly,
clue there.
I
I don't know
that,
what
honestly.
it is.
I didn't know that the equinox at the equator was not the longest day.
Yeah, look on time and date,
or
man.
the shortest day.
Look, go down the time and date and look for the day that it changes, right? So you'll be able to see day length, right? And the days will get shorter. Like in the fucking in the spreadsheet table. So you look at the table, it's shorter, and then it'll start getting longer. The day it starts getting longer when it does the transition, that's the shortest day of the year. Right? Obviously, it goes down
You
and
mean
back
like the
up. So that's the
duration?
low point, right? That's the local minimum.
Are you saying like the duration of sunlight at the equator throughout the year?
Day length, meaning sunrise, sunset. Sunrise to sunset, how long the sun's up. Because the day length is based upon how long the sun is in the sky, right? And how long the sun is in the sky is based upon the arc that it takes through the sky. And the arc that it takes through the sky is the shortest on the equinox, because it's a fucking straight line.
Mm-hmm.
Don't make sense. Not my problem.
I've been finishing off that Lanolin versus McToon versus a bunch of other annoying anti-flat earthers. And you know who's even worse faith than McToon? That freaking PhD Tony guy. That guy.
Oh, yeah.
That guy is a freaking clown. Absolute clown. I don't know how some of these grown men can conduct themselves like that, and in their own minds they think that they're crushing it or they're impressing people or something like that. Maybe they're impressing some other anti-flat earthers that are also degenerate trolls, but just the way they conduct themselves, it's obviously bad faith, right? It's obviously just generally just wrong the way they're talking to people. Right, just yelling and screaming and crying and strawmanning everything.
I was about to say strawmanning. It seems to be the only game they have.
Yeah, fallacies and feelings. I've been saying that for a while now. That's all the Globers have.
They pop up the azimuthal equidistant map and they try to stick you with it. And the problem is too many flat earthers are too happy to go along with it. All too happy. They've been representing this to their friends and their family.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Like Josh basically came in here yesterday, and when he started plopping down the ISS tracks, comparing the globe coordinates with flat Earth, and when we pointed out that, well, the flat Earth coordinates he's using, there's still globe coordinates. He basically all but admitted, like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. This doesn't work on you guys. This works on the dumb flat earthers and the other community."
Yeah, I actually messaged him that yesterday. I'm like, maybe you should go back to QOps server, with this bullshit. I'd already explained to him the previous day the same thing, that he was strawmanning us.
That's
And
what
he was
other
plotting.
people were saying.
Yeah, and he came back the next day and did it again, which is yeah, it's put him on thin ice, that's for sure.
I know he must know this stuff. I know he must know the higher geometry and mathematics involved with coordinate reference systems and geometric concepts, topologies, and manifolds. I mean, he's an aerospace engineer. He understands the concepts of orbital mechanics. He understands maps and coordinates.
Well, I think that they handpick people like Josh. I think maybe he has a very good memory. Okay, he's very good at memorizing and regurgitating what he gets told to memorize and regurgitate. I don't know if he's that smart of a guy, right? His intelligence. And he seems kind of more like a salesman, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting. He's very good at repeating the glossary, right?
Salesman and manager.
It makes sense. I mean, you can make up for your lack of processing power with good RAM.
Yeah, and a lot of the things he says are total bullshit. Like a lot of the things he says, they sound very technical. Like he was talking about X-rays the other day, and then I just looked it up. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. I looked it up. I'm like, oh, you're completely wrong about that. Like, not only are you wrong, it's like the opposite of what you just claimed. And he's like, oh yeah, well, that's not my area of expertise, So yeah, I admit I'm wrong about that. I can always admit when I'm wrong. I'm really honest. I'm like, but why did you say it with such confidence? You acted like you knew what you were talking about, but everything you were saying was complete horse shit. And he's like, yeah, it was. I was wrong, completely wrong. It's like, what were you just trying it on us or what? Like, same with the Velcro thing, same with quite a lot of the things he says. And now it's got to the point where I think he's just a bullshit artist with a lot of the things he says.
I may have been wrong in my assessment yesterday when I said that I think he knows exactly what he's doing. Maybe he really doesn't in that case.
Yeah, he's like a PR guy. He's like memorized the glossary.
His job title is something like science, communication and science or something.
Yeah, I've been talking to him for months. We all have in here, maybe a year now.
Yeah, he's a fraud. You ask him any hard questions and you get nothing.
I mean, he showed everybody his car, and he's got the license plate, custom vanity plate that says it's flat.
Yep. I saw that.
So yeah, I mean, it's funny. Like yesterday, he called me out by name, asking basically to talk to me after I was basically packing up for the night, incidentally. Maybe it's because I tagged him in here the other previous night when he dropped that ISS orbit comparison between flat and globe Earth. And I just, when I responded and basically told him that he's strawmanning flat Earth by providing us a coordinate reference system that's still spherical. I was just reminding myself of the other 10 conversations that I've had with him where he seemingly understood what we were talking about.
Okay.
And then wondering why it is he suddenly, NPC reset, felt so confused. So I question even his memory. Maybe he can memorize and regurgitate academic stuff, but has he forgotten what our community talks about in here and what all the discussions we've had, personal one-on-one discussions too? there's something really weird going on.
Yeah, super weird. That's what I was thinking. It's just bizarre. The whole situation of him coming in here all the time, the way he acts, it's just bizarre.
Yeah, like why at this point would you come in here and submit the azimuthal equidistant projection as a flat Earth?
He does the same thing that Jesse Path of Light does. He'll present something to someone like you or DJ, call bullshit. Y'all will call bullshit on it, or Indio. And then when they're not here, he'll present it again and see if he can't swindle somebody over that doesn't understand what they're looking at.
Since the first time I interacted with him, I thought he was an operative of some kind.
I mean, his profile picture says it all. He's a communicator.
I really don't think he is. I think he's genuine. We're seeing a similar psychological profile come through here of other people that deal with this topic in the same way. He's bothered by it.
He's got a few NPC installations, right? He's got the Matthew Learns kit. He's got the satellite upgrade kit. So yeah, he's just seems like a bit of an NPC to me. Just wanders around with different scripts and tries them on different flat earthers, and it's like not like when he's not in here, he's off doing his job. When he's not in here, I'll check other voice chats, right? And he'll be in there in some other flat earth server.
That's exactly what I'm saying, is like how do you hold a professional high profile job and be inattentive and gone doing Discord for 10 hours, 12 hours a day? I mean, I've seen him in other servers like a total of, a good 15, 16 hours. It's crazy.
Oh, I mean, he's in my view another Washington D.C. Beltway wonk. You get paid a lot of money for a lot of workplace flexibility with little oversight as long as you get your job done. His job is essentially business development. So this entails linking people together so that they can go bid on government contracts. And he has a fat Rolodex, so he can basically drive around running errands all day to IKEA, talking to us on Discord, and maybe checking with the office once in a while and still get paid.
Has he told you about his WEF connections?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I get it. Like, there are only a handful of real aerospace engineers, graduates of prestigious aerospace engineering programs. When you reach that status, I mean, the red carpet does get rolled out for you. And not just the graduate, being a graduate of such a program, but passing your engineering exams and then also being employed as such, which I believe he's been before. So, I mean, he's really part of an elite cadre of people. This is true. But what he's been able to demonstrate to us is that even someone of his status and, claimed connectedness in the industry, he is actually quite far removed from physical hands-on application with the technologies that he's representing. And this is not by far like an abnormal thing. This is quite the norm. We get people all the time who come in here who claim to be like satellite engineers or even satellite drivers. And then you start picking their story apart, asking them a few questions, and you scratch and find out, well, they're not the ones that actually do it, but they're in an industry with those who do, and they seem to know somebody who might actually do it, but they handle this other thing that's seemingly close to that exact work. And this is even assuming that somebody who's actually doing this work is actually in a capacity or position to know. aren't necessarily either.
Well, I've got a friend that was a NASA rocket scientist. He was an Air Force officer. I don't know his rank, but anyway, it's amazing how little he knows. I mean, there's certain things he knows really well, but they just had him figuring out how to put these things together. Didn't really know what was going on.
A great case in point is when Robert Bassano started going through phone directories and called the NASA's Hubble spaceflight program deputy director. And like 10 minutes into the conversation, we find out that the deputy director for the Hubble program has never seen raw feeds from Hubble itself.
Wow.
The question, of course, arises is how is it you are responsible for a program and you do not have direct access to the technology?
That's amazing.
Yep. But for him, I mean, this is just kind of normal. Why? Because everything is segregated. Everything is spread out on this massive topology, this network topology. So I think from his standpoint is I'm the program director. Why would I need to see this myself? There's some office below me somewhere that is receiving this data from another office. I tend to think that the people that might know something about this in this industry would have to have a crossover of a couple different kinds of skill sets or disciplines. One of them is probably going to be involved in cartography and mapping, understanding coordinate reference systems and the technologies it use. And the other is going to be somebody, that same person potentially, who has also been part of, been working in like payload integration facilities for satellites. Basically, people who are at the last mile, last step for these things and can link them together. So people who can watch the fairing close up on the second or third or whatever final stage of the payload, just, hours before actual launch, and then understands that there's a direct link between that object, the rocket that it's hoisted on, the telemetry coming out of that rocket, and then going to a downlink where it's processed and then analyzed. And then understanding the nature of the mathematics behind how that telemetry data is processed into coordinate references for tracking. People like this over time might start to wonder about the arbitrary nature of coordinate reference systems, and if they've seen firsthand the actual package without any kind of balloon assembly attached to it, and they might wonder about potentially alternate explanations of the physics of an orbit, besides going around a ball and rotating meanwhile. And then you start digging into potential alternatives, including the electric universe idea. And then you start reading about how, yes, there are NASA scientists and affiliated scientists who fully buy into this and have chastised the simplistic gravitational mechanics that is often taught to people and is more conventionally understood with the technology involved in these things.
Well, and how do they account for the acceleration and deceleration phase in the satellite mechanics, telemetry data?
Yeah, acceleration and deceleration is handled with electrodynamics. It's explained that they basically go perpendicular to the magnetic fields.
Oh, okay, that's the explanation, huh?
Yeah, and they have coils that's wrapped around the outer frame of these things. It's basically creating a big like ionic sheath, and they can use they can charge and discharge, change the polarity of the electron density across the sheath, across the surface, which interacts differently with the magnetic field that it's flowing through. So they're able to move this way and that way and this way and that way. And then, they publish their data. Like, you can find this if you go to NASA's technical report servers and type like electrodynamic propulsion. You can find their so-called experiments in the upper atmosphere going back to the 1970s, playing around with this stuff. And then you're like, well, what's the role of gravity? And then you read in these own papers, well, we believe, gravity is about 40 orders of magnitude weaker than the electrodynamic forces at work in this. In other words, we're not really accounting for it. We're dealing completely with an electric universe here. And in the same server, you find similar experiments where packages are brought up and slung into gravitational orbits using gravity wells. It's like, well, what's going on here? Which is it? And then you find the more conventional stuff. And in my view, maybe both of these are BS. You find the more conventional stuff involving balloons with long dwell times, like superpressure balloons. Yeah. And then you start to read further that maybe it's balloons, but also a combination of things. Not only just other high altitude craft, but potentially it's all ground-based antenna work. That the communications is done with ground-based antennas and can give the appearance of things that are flying across the sky in orbit. But then what are the lights? Well, who knows what the lights are? I mean, you can really go down this rabbit hole quick and find that they can actually produce artificial stars. And like, what? Yeah, they blast a high-intensity beam somewhere way up high, and it like activates sodium molecules, and they start giving off light, and it looks like a star. And they can move it around. So what the hell is actually going on? I don't know. And I don't think anybody, for the most part, actually knows. I mean, there are going to be a handful of people, but they're going to have, it's not like they're going to have like a super mega top secret clearance to gain access to it. They're going to have the right combination of things to understand what's going on and what they're actually dealing with.
Could it be like dark, well, what's the right term? Like a secretive, unknown government that's actually in the works behind the scenes. I mean, there's some crazy stuff going on.
I don't know. I think a lot of this is propaganda. I think most people working at NASA believe that Earth is a globe too. I believe that there are probably people at NASA that are still trying to figure out secretly how to conduct an orbit with spacecraft, knowing that in reality it's never been done the way it's claimed. And that the number of people who are actually like in the know on this are probably very few, and they're probably not that influential. Right. When you look at what NASA's mission is, it's to project technological power, capabilities, achievements that may or may not exist. Right? You don't have to be like a secret flat earther working in the government to hide the nature of Earth from the public to do that. The NASA astronauts that went to the moon, they believe in a globe, and they probably camped out on Guam or something for a couple of weeks while the moon missions were underway. I mean, they were never high enough to see what the Earth is. So, I mean, when it comes to like conspiracy theories and ideations of this sort, I really sidestep it all and say, no, I think, in my view, this situation is actually worse. It's worse than some kind of dark cabal that's like secretly in control. It's that nobody actually is in control, and this is a mass self-delusion, like an urban myth that got away. It means there's no one really to point the finger to.
It's possible, but like the technology that's in the skies, some of it, I mean, there's just so much of it that there's got to be some infrastructure supporting that. And yeah, it's pretty overwhelming. I see it specifically using night vision, and there's a lot of shit moving up there.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that the people actually using, building, launching, and steering it and maintaining it have all done so under the auspices of the heliocentric globe idea. And yet it somehow works when that's not the true nature of reality. That is like a fourth possibility in all this. That yes, you can take a piece of metal, put it on top of a rocket and launch the rocket in a parabolic arc at 17,500 miles per hour, deploy it, and it will give the appearance of a global rotation. Why? Because maybe that's the way that you designed the telemetry feedback mechanisms in it to report. But physically, you don't really have any conducted actual measurements of what this thing's doing gyroscopically, so you have no rotational vector to actually report. And this is also a problem. Nobody's actually been able to report a rotational vector, which is necessary to conduct an orbit. So you have an object that's going in an orbital period of about 90 minutes, which means it's completing an orbital pass every 90 minutes, which means it's doing a somersault 360 degrees to maintain downward orientation to the surface of Earth every 90 minutes, which means that if this is happening, then certainly some gyro somewhere is able to measure that rotation. 360 degrees of rotation every 90 minutes. That information is missing. Nobody has ever produced it. Nobody can. We do get orbital calculations, but we don't have raw feedback at the gimbal. And the same goes for airplanes and boats and anything else that uses inertial navigation systems, including those big, massive ring laser gyros.
I was gonna ask the is that kind of like the black box pitch data in the flight recorders?
Yeah, we've done deep dives on that. I've got presentations on this, and the fact of the matter is the pitch data that's being presented comes after it has been algorithmically and statistically smoothed. So you can't really use it to justify whether the Earth is flat or round either way, because this is not being recorded at the gimbal and presented to you. This is after it has been statistically modified. They claim that they have updated the horizontal reference plane at every continuous and instantaneous location. And so this is why they can present to you no deviation of pitch as the airplane moves. So what we want to get is the actual deviation before the pitch data is delivered, and then corrected and then normalized. Because what they claim to do is to normalize the curvature of the Earth. So we want that unnormalized data. And we started digging into it to try and obtain it. We find out that it's protected by trade secrets and patents. It's protected by, even in some cases, national security.
Yeah.
And companies that have leaked or inadvertently leaked that data have been sued, compelled by the government to pay fines, as was in the case of either Honeywell or Boeing, forgot which. It's like an $80 million suit. So this data you'll never get. You will never have access to it.
Yeah, you probably know that story about the 777 pilot that I think he was in Texas, and he got a error code for that box that controls the I don't know the right term.
Air data inertial referencing at the ADIRU. Yeah, I know that story. I tried to pick up where he left off, and that's where I got.
That was interesting. On the satellite thing, so if I'm correct, if I understood right, they don't have any north-south circumpolar orbits, do they?
No, not exactly. They claim to get close.
Because I've watched them go absolute direct north and I can't say south, but absolute direct north. I've observed them.
Maybe from your vantage point, but in total, they themselves claim that they can only get within, a few degrees of the actual north and south. And there's some historical reasons they claim for this. This is all by their accounts. Like in the 1960s and 70s, you can read about their attempts to conduct polar orbits. What they found was that the satellites would start initiating a tumbling phase whenever they'd go over the poles. First off, it gets cold, and second off, they said that their star trackers, their attitude trackers, were unable to distinguish the difference between the sky and the ground, which means that their gyros could not compensate for downward facing or nadir facing orientation as it orbits and has to rotate. And furthermore, that it would lose power because it's so cold.
But are you saying they're claiming that it's colder in outer space over the poles?
Yeah, exactly. It's colder over the poles, and the contrast between sky and ground are hard for the instruments to differentiate to maintain attitude. And the result is a loss of battery power. So what they started to do to compensate for this is in the 70s and into the 80s, they started to shut the satellites off. They say this, right? And then they wait and say, okay, by now it should be done. It should be out of the danger zone. And then they have it fire back on again, turn on, power up the systems, and then reorient itself.
I don't know. I just know that things fall in a vacuum at 9.81 meters squared.
Dude,
on average.
Yeah.
Oh,
Dude,
we already told you about that, and then you agreed, well, that's an average. They do not fall at the same rate. It's an average.
Because we can't create a perfect vacuum, but assuming we can, then yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Be...
So you can't measure it then. There you go. Wah, 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 wah.
Hold on, buddy. Hold on. What about objects in the same vacuum?
Yeah, exactly. Objects in the same vacuum will fall at different rates because of you can't create a perfect vacuum, meaning there are air particles in there. There are some air particles in there.
He's just gonna say it's not a perfect vacuum, so wah, wah, wah.
So one little air particle hits one of the objects and makes it fall a little slower. Is that what you're trying to say?
Not only that, one of those objects always attracts air particles towards it to make it slow down more than the others.
Okay, so the problem is, in my example that I'm talking about, they dropped the vacuum chamber itself with the elements, objects separated by elements. So, for example, one object made of totally copper, one object made of lead, one object made of iron.
Yeah, but there's no peer reviews of that experiment that you showed. That's like the only one, and it's
yeah. Let me explain it to you, friend. You know what happened? They blackballed him. They stopped letting him use the facility because he did a test that flew in the face of globe religious claims. Straight up cult behavior, brother. But yes, when a mainstream gets a counter result, and then rather than repeatedly test it, they blackball the guy who got the result. I tend to believe what he did there because that's called religious zeal that they're treating him with. So why are they so scared of his results?
What was his name? Let me search him up.
His name? I don't remember off the top of my head. But he has a website and he explains everything. He also has his videos. See, the best part about science, brother, is you can reproduce it. You don't need peer review. You don't need a bunch of schmucks who believe the Earth is a globe to tell you whether you're right or wrong. You just need to repeat the test.
Yeah. So, well.
So let me be clear, friend. You have no test. You have no test that demonstrates things falling at the same rate. None. Zilch. You have none. You could not give me one if your life depended on it within the next 20 minutes, dude.
Let me get back to you on that. I'm gonna find out how I can make a fucking vacuum chamber.
Okay, sure.
Just to be clear, before we go on,
I have a vacuum chamber. I have one. What do you want to know about it? I have a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, perfect. So
you guys have
could
awakened something in me, and I'm gonna fucking buy a vacuum
This
chamber.
is easy, dude. Here's what's easy about this, brother. Homie just told you he has a chamber. He could vacuum it for you. You could then carry it up to a high building. And see, when they did this test, they put the camera attached to the chamber. Now they had a rig which made the chamber stay straight up and down, so you may have to work on that. But you could do this, brother. You could do it.
I don't care if there's a variance in my. I just know that if it falls at basically it falls at about the same rate. Okay.
Now it's about the same rate again. Now it's kind of the same thing.
But you keep.
I thought it was about mass. Hey, why would things fall at a different rate if they're different elements? I thought it was about mass. That doesn't make any sense.
I don't subscribe to that experiment, as I've said before. So you can bring it up, but I'm not gonna.
So you just deny that it happened then?
I'm saying there's a probability that it isn't correct because it's not peer reviewed. That's all I'm saying. There's a higher probability.
Hey, listen, dude, find me the peer-reviewed paper that proves that peer review is an arbiter of whether something is better or not. And then after you don't find that paper, go read the paper called The Peer Review Crisis, and then get back to us.
Okay, then if you don't, okay, so we just need this guy to repeat his experiment.
Let me ask you this question, dude. Why is peer review add to the credibility of anything? Do you know why?
Because humans are fallible and we work better as a team.
No, I don't care about that. You're just telling me a truism. Why is the peer review process make it more credible? What about peer review makes it more credible?
I just told you.
No, you didn't, dude.
Because humans are biased and biased.
Right, exactly. So girls cheat on guys. Therefore, if my friend tells me whether she's cheating, then it doesn't matter. Good grief, dude. We already know people do bad things, dude. What specifically about peer review eliminates the bad things that people do that makes it more credible?
I just told you. It doesn't.
No, you didn't. All as you did was just repeat multiple times the flaw you're attempting to correct, but you didn't tell me the method that's going to correct that flaw.
We're all fallible, so we try our best to curb it.
Hey, thanks for repeating it again, dude. Thanks for repeating it for a fourth time, dude.
So do you have an answer?
The problem, now that we all know the problem and you've repeated it 4 times, what's the solution, dude?
I told you my solution, but you're not happy with it. So
you said peer review. Peer review is just a title of a process. What about that process makes it more credible?
Because there's more people involved, and so bias is.
So more people. So check this out. More flawed people involved equals a better result. How does that work?
It sounds like a conspiracy.
But how does it work your way? If we're flawed, it doesn't.
That sounds like it should be worse. That sounds like if you add the amount of flawed people, it'd be worse. So actually, sir, what happens is you have a method or a process that you follow.
Yeah.
It's not just a bunch of people get together and just spontaneously agree or disagree. So what about the process? What specifically about the process makes it more credible? The correct answer is you have no freaking clue what you're talking about. That's the correct answer, friend.
If it's repeatable across, if it's repeatable by many people, it's better than.
Yes, okay, I agree with you. I agree with you that repetition is better for making it more credible. But let's be clear, friend. Peer review is not repeating the experiment. In case you didn't know that.
Well, ideally it is, right?
So listen, friend, we all know that you just got exposed, that you have no idea what you're talking about at all. None. Zilch. So why don't you go peer review your answer and come back and give us a better answer?
I was just exposed? Damn.
Yes.
Exactly what you're talking about, bro. You said peer review is because humans are fallible, so we're going to get more humans.
No. I said that humans are fallible. So if you have more people checking your work,
Yeah,
you get more fallible to verify the fallible. We get it.
but people are fallible at different degrees, right?
Right, yeah.
Right.
So look,
We're all
if you get an electrician, right, and you say, no, I don't want to hire an electrician, I'm just going to hire Bob. And then Bob doesn't know how to do electrical. And so to make it better, you hire
Get a
5
different
people that don't know. Listen, you hire 5 people that don't know how to do electrical, then maybe it'll come out right.
But that's the point. You look at the credentials of these people, right?
Yeah, that's the point, dude. The point is you don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Are you appealing to authority? I don't understand.
No, you are. You are.
I'm not. I'm not.
Dude, I'm saying 50 people have to do it now. 50 scientists now have to go do it somewhere. You're appealing to authority.
You're a moron. Hey, and then he said he gave him the perfect example to understand what we were talking about. He said, "Oh well, we're gonna get this bad electrician named Bob, and then we're going to get 50 more bad electricians because Bob is not good enough." And he gonna say, "Yeah, that's right. That's how it's gonna go." Like, dude.
So when the electrical inspector comes and fails you, you'd be like, dude, why did I fail? I had 5 bad electricians working on it.
It depends on the experiment, right? Some experiments can be done by the layman. Others, I mean, not so much, because if you don't understand like math,
So if I have a vacuum chamber, am I allowed to do it?
Sure. Yeah.
So why if my next door neighbor doesn't have a vacuum chamber, is he allowed to do it?
Okay. Oh, hey, Radwin, check this out. I think we all got to pause for a minute and just recognize something. This homie just said that if you reproduce it and scrutinize it through the reproduction process, right, that would be the best thing to do. Okay, great. So then ask yourself this question, Fred. Why did the people at the Bremen Drop Tower facility, why did they not work on his test more? Why did they stop it and tell him he could no longer use the facility? Why?
I don't know who this guy is.
Doesn't matter. His name could be Frankenstein. I'm just telling you what happened.
I mean, it kind of matters.
His last name was Hitler. Does it matter?
I mean, yeah, it matters because I want to learn about this guy. I want to know his story.
Why? What are you going to learn about him? What are you going to learn in his backstory that's going to help you make him drop things in a tower?
I just want to, because you guys are claiming that he got blackballed, right?
You should be focused on the experiment, not him.
Yeah, so I'm gonna buy a vacuum chamber. I don't know.
People been focusing on the actual thing trying to prove.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy a vacuum chamber.
It's not one story. Tell us the whole story, man. Can't give it to you now because I'm trying not to die in the snowy road.
What are you going to do with the vacuum chamber when you get one?
I'm gonna drop shit in it, and I'm gonna film it in slow motion. Number 1, to see that things actually fall in the vacuum at the same rate. That's number 1.
Interesting. So you have no idea what you're getting yourself into. That's funny shit.
Yeah, I think it would be more important. I would think it would be more important to have a step-by-step process that any person, even a layman, could reproduce the process, right?
All right.
I think that's more important than a peer review of a bunch of people with degrees saying, "Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, that's right."
You know what?
Never did the experiment whatsoever.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point. To peer review, like to submit a white paper, you have to you have to describe what it is you're trying to prove and how you did it.
Yeah, and then the person that peer reviews it, they say, "Oh, that sounds about right. I approve." That's what they do, dude.
I mean, yeah, sure. Some of them, I'm not denying that some of them do, but you can't deny that some of them don't.
Yeah,
right?
well, dude, all of our flat Earth papers have been peer reviewed, and we said, yeah, we agree with them. So now, what's wrong with them?
Okay. So you've done the experiments.
No, we
Well, hold
agreed
on.
went
with
to the
them.
dome and drop tower.
No, we peer reviewed it.
Yeah, we peer reviewed it and agreed with them because I own a vacuum chamber. I don't need to go do it because I already know how they work.
I just told you that that's not what a valid peer review is.
That's what a peer review is, man.
That's
they
what
read
you're
the paper,
saying.
They said, "Oh, that sounds about right," and then
Hey,
they agree with it.
Before I forget, when you go get your vacuum chamber, the first thing I want you to do with it is take like a shot glass, maybe a half a shot glass so it doesn't take you all day, full of water, and put that down in the bottom of your vacuum chamber and close it all up, and then pull the vacuum on it and see how long it takes for your vacuum chamber to dry out. Time it.
Sure, yeah. Once I get this fucking vacuum chamber, we can do whatever we want.
Oh, beautiful. So you haven't figured out what that means yet. Good.
I don't know. You're saying it's gonna freeze? What are you trying to say? Repeat it?
I said put the water in your vacuum chamber, pull the vacuum, and time how long to hit start, hit a stopwatch, and time how long it's going to take till your vacuum chamber is completely dry.
Okay. I let me think about that. So water in the vacuum chamber. What's gonna happen to the water? I don't know.
Well, since we're talking about this thing that you think is an experiment, let's talk about it for a second. Let's say you get yourself a vacuum. You got yourself a vacuum chamber, and you drop shit in it. Okay, great. What is that going to be proving? I'm just curious.
I just want to see if it falls at about the same rates, because I don't want to just believe what Google tells me, right? And since you don't believe the video I posted.
No, that's not what we're saying here. I'm just curious. This is not an experiment yet. You just made an observation. You observe. Let's even say that they all fall at the same rate, right? Let's say that for a moment. They all fall at 9.8 meters per second per second.
Mm-hmm.
What about it?
That this phenomenon exists, and we don't know why.
Okay, so we have a phenomenon.
The Earth is a ball?
Huh?
Yeah. What does it have to do with anything?
The Earth is a ball?
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm just asking. Like, this is a problem in your guys' worldview, or in your model, in your framework. Yeah, it kind of is.
No. We only bring this up to show you that not everything falls at 9.8 meters per second per second. We hope that people will kind of acknowledge that this is not a phenomenon that's observed. This is an average. But even if that does occur, what is it supposed to prove?
That things fall at 9.8 meters per second per second.
Yes.
Right, okay, that's great. Let him answer. You said that's a problem for flat Earth. What's the problem?
Because you guys don't believe in gravity, and you can't give a better model. You can't give a better. You can't give a better answer for.
Okay, when somebody says they don't quote unquote believe in gravity, what do you think they mean when they say that?
I'm guessing you don't believe in the warping of space-time, right?
So yeah, no, space-time warping shit happens on a flat, dude. Space-time warping shit happens on a flat Earth. That's why the Earth is flat, because of warping space-time. How do you like that?
Right, but
relativity works on a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's great. Let's parse it out, friend. So, what you noticed that you had to separate the two. You had to separate the phenomenon that we all observe from the cause. Okay, everybody observes things falling or things rising depending on their relative density to the medium that they're in. Okay, things fall down, things rise up. Everyone experiences that. Nobody's denying that.
I'm not denying.
Nobody in the right mind would ever deny that except Globers. Let me explain.
What?
Globers actually do deny that. Yeah, I said let me explain. So let me explain. I'll explain. See, all of us experience things fall down and things rise up. A Glober comes along and says, no, that's not falling down. It's actually falling at a diagonal to another radial towards the center of a giant ball that I can't see. So we, the flat earthers, are actually congruent with up and down. You think everything is in and out to a giant ball. So you're the one who actually denies what we experience, not us. Go ahead.
No, let's say I don't believe on the globe, right? This is still a problem because this phenomenon it doesn't follow in your framework because your framework relies on buoyancy and what's the other one? And down, I guess, right?
Hey, listen, yeah,
Buoyancy
fair
and
enough, dude.
difference
But
in density.
that's just what we observed, dude. That's just describing what we observed.
Yeah.
Right. So again, what we have is everybody agrees on the phenomenon, except Globers who lie to themselves and say they're observing something falling to the center of a giant ball, which they never see with their own eyes. So they've never seen that, they've never experienced that, and they're lying to themselves. Versus flat earthers who see things go up and down. So who's right? Who's more right?
So essentially, you're trying to say even if this were the truth, yeah, I mean that's fair, right? But it does show that there's a hole in your understanding, right?
Oh, it doesn't at all.
How doesn't it? Even if you don't believe in the globe, even if
I
you don't
could
believe in the globe,
I
at
could
least
create any mathematical matrix I want to explain a phenomenon.
no, like listen, even if you don't believe in the globe, like there are tons of simulations that show that if this phenomenon is true, that it does. Have you played any like galaxy game?
Who cares? Who cares, dude?
Well, you should because math describes our world.
No, it doesn't, dude. Let me explain. It's very simple. I could disprove this so easy. So if I add $1 million and $1 million, that makes $2 million. But my bank account has a lot less than that in it. So I could make a statement: 1 million plus 1 million equals 2 million. Therefore, I have $2 million in my bank account. But the material fact that it's in my account isn't correct. So just because you have accurate mathematics doesn't mean you have reality, my friend. I'm sorry to break it to you.
I mean, yeah, you can argue that, but it's better to have coherent
No. It's
math
not about arguing it, dude. That is a fact. Just because you have accurate mathematics does not mean that that is the case. That it corresponds with reality.
I agree with
it
you.
doesn't mean that you can create realities out of nothing. So, for example, I went to the bank to get a house, and they said you need $50,000 down payment. I said, well, I have $25,000, but I also have $25,000 of dark money. Now I have $50,000, and my math checks out. They said, well, dark money, that's retarded. I said, yeah, just like dark matter. You just make it up with math, brother.
I mean, sure, but if you plug in the numbers right based on what you observe, then your simulation is going to be close to what you observe. That's all I'm saying.
What? Okay, that's great and all. Let's say you have a simulation of a planet forming due to gravitational accretion. Let's say that's true, which it isn't. When they do a simulation trying to get a planet through gravitational accretion, they don't get a planet. In fact, they have to add extra math. They have to add extra numbers and fudge the numbers to get it to work. So nice try. Too bad. So sad. So they can't even model this dude. It's a joke. Not only is it not modeled, it's not witnessed. Nobody's ever witnessed it happen in the history of mankind.
I think I think there's a lot that isn't out there yet, right? I mean, because the government.
Oh, really? So it's not out yet. So that means nobody has the evidence.
No. That's not
so
what
you're
I'm
just
saying.
admitting there's no evidence for it.
I don't know if there's evidence for it because I don't know what you're talking about. But I'm just saying, like,
what you're talking about is planets forming from gravitational accretion. So gravity causing planets to form. That's what I'm talking about. Nobody's witnessed it, and you can't model it.
Gravitational excretion. Like it's excreting gravity. What are you saying?
No, it's called oh my dude. Do you want me to use dumber language? I thought you were like a peer-reviewed journal reader.
No, I'm not. So yeah,
that's what we have.
Why are you asking for peer-reviewed shit and asking for all this shit if you're not into it?
I know, bro.
What? How does reading a peer review paper make me a scholar or not?
You don't even know what you're going to be reading.
Yeah, but it it's the starting point.
Yeah, but how about you start with just going and looking and see if water is flat?
Yeah, so to Radwin's point there, my friend, what he's trying to explain to you is that you don't possess the acumen, the ability, the skill, or the knowledge to be able to judge whether the critiques within a peer-reviewed paper are valid or not. So you would know what you're reading. It'd be Greek and Spanish to you, and you just trust whatever the doctor with a name doctor on the end of his name said. That's what he's trying to tell you, friend.
No, I might not have the acumen to do it, but I can at least like try to, reproduce it if I can read. So if the instructions are clear enough.
Check this out. When you go and buy that vacuum chamber and you put the water in it, you're going to prove that gravity is not holding water down in the shot glass, that it's actually air pressure. And when you remove the air pressure from around the water, it turns into a gas and also leaves your vacuum chamber. So that debunks your globe with air around it in outer space vacuum. So good luck when you buy that.
Well, not if you have gravity, right? That's the whole point.
You do have gravity. It's right underneath the vacuum chamber, and it didn't hold the water down. Bum, 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 bum.
I'll look into that, yeah.
Does gravity make the Earth a ball?
I think
or can gravity exist with any surface?
I think they're interlocked, right? When this is according to, like, I don't know, like, this is what I saw. When the Earth formed, it was like very liquidy, and then it started to converge into this center of mass.
Whoa, bro. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, not a religious channel. Now, there is a religious channel in the server. You can go talk about your creation story from your religion all you want, okay?
Oh, no, I meant like when, like an asteroid or whatever it was that hit our Earth.
Prove it.
Yeah, bro, I just said stop talking about religion, dude. We don't want to hear your creation story. Otherwise, we just start talking about the Christian creation story, okay?
All right. Oh, wait, hold on. You said unless it's about the Christian?
No, I said if you're going to talk about your creation story, I'm going to talk about mine, okay?
So because
you're just talking about things that allegedly happened in the past that nobody's witnessed and nobody can reproduce, and you have to take it on faith. It's part of your religious creation mythos, okay? Sorry to break it to you. It's not science.
That's fair, but it is a valid simulation that gives an answer.
That's a valid simulation once of what my life would be like if I was married to Scarlett Johansson. Therefore, I am married to her. Wow, see how stupid that is?
A valid simulation of what? You don't have anything to simulate yet.
Exactly. You don't have a natural observed phenomenon of something happening. Like, you're basically just doing science fiction. Like, you might as well be making the Starship Enterprise.
You don't have anything to compare your simulation to make sure it's correct.
True.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's correct.
So when we simulate, well, I don't anymore. Our team is so big now. It's funny. I don't actually have to do anything now. It's just weird. It's weird feeling at work. Anyway, so when we simulate a machine, we clone a machine or we make its digital twin, it's called, and we simulate that thing making a part. It actually, when we make the part, will make the exact same thing. You know why? Because we programmed our digital twin to be exactly the same with measurements and numbers and everything else. So we had to model it to be exactly the same. And it works because it's exactly the same. You don't have anything to model.
So in other words, you have direct validated processing, right? The end result is the validation.
Yeah, but you can't do that in math, right? That's how equations work. You can start with variables and an answer.
You can have all the merit you want, but when your robot goes through a machine door and it's $150,000 to repair it, you're gonna be like, "Oh, it was the math's fault."
Radwin, you're not getting it, Radwin. I'm sorry, but you're about to be so rich. what you're going to do is you're going to walk into your boss's room and you say, listen, bro, we don't even need the robots. All we need to do is do the math, and then the result will come.
No, we just have to make the digital twin and just run that.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we already proved if you make a digital twin of the actual machine, and then you start making parts on the digital twin, the machine will also be able to make those parts. We'll just throw out the machine and we'll just put digital twins everywhere, and we'll make digital parts.
Yeah, so somebody orders like this. Somebody orders like this pneumatic actuator cogwheel, and it's like 57 pounds normally. And they get this box in the mail, and it's super light. They're like, "What's this?" And they take it out to USB stick. Just plug it in.
No, it's just it's one of those really thin manila envelopes, padded though. And then you pull out the card, and on the card it says what it is.
Yeah.
So you work with CAD, huh?
Yeah, a long time ago. I don't have to do that anymore. AutoCAD, SolidWorks. I have SolidWorks installed on this, and AutoCAD installed on this computer.
I'll give you your chops, bro. We're busting your chops for it. We're busting your chops for doing it in good fun, because what you're being told here is that a lot of the things you think you know. Yeah, I know. I can tell. But I'm just saying, a lot of things you think you know that you were told are correct. They're just based on fantasy. There's no real world application or proof.
I'm not saying to just believe it, right? I'm just saying that there's a reason there's the consensus, and I don't know. It points to. I'm not saying it points to the truth, but it points to a better likelihood of the truth because more eyes have looked at it. Just like you guys here, there's an echo chamber
that's
here.
great. That's great. I agree with that. So are you a Christian?
Huh?
Hindu or Muslim? One of those? Are you one of those religions?
No, I'm just agnostic.
Why not? Why aren't you one of those? Because there's billions of people in those religions, dude. So how could they all be wrong? So many people, dude. They agree on the same thing. How could they be wrong? If you add Christians and Muslims together because they allegedly have the same monotheistic root, now you have the majority of people on the earth believe the same religion. Why don't you?
So that's a good question, and yeah, let me think about that. It probably has to do with the human condition. Yeah, I'm gonna give you an answer here. Like I'm gonna think about this. Probably has to do with the human condition for we want meaning, and being agnostic does not give you meaning.
So you don't want meaning then. You came in here because you don't want meaning. You're agnostic.
Am I gonna get shot on for being agnostic?
That's awesome, dude. You came in here because you don't want to know anything. I love it. You're just punching yourself in the face over and over again. It's wonderful.
It's the way I cope. We all cope though.
No, dude, people don't punch themselves in the face live on the air over and over.
Hi, Mom.
We're clipping it and sending it to her. It's gonna play on her car when she starts it.
She's gonna be so. I don't know. Might be disappointed.
So is your stance that because there is a large amount of people adopting an idea, that because of that there must be some kind of merit to the claim?
It depends. If you're claiming something that no one has ever saw or has ever seen, then it's less likely. And if it has to do with like religion, then it's I'm not gonna put the same weight on it. But if you're talking about like,
brother, let me help you out.
Mm-hmm.
Glad you said what you just said. Let me help you out, dude. How many people in the history of mankind have seen the earth as a globe with their own eyes? do you think?
Probably not a lot.
Less than 30. Hey, less than 30 people claim to have seen the globe with their own eyes. How many people claim to have seen Jesus Christ with their own eyes? Hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds. Same with Bigfoot, by the way. There's more people that saw Bigfoot with their own eyes than saw the Earth as a globe, brother.
See, the thing about that is, all we know is we found some books that were we dug up from the ground, and as far as I'm concerned, that's just proof that the book was written, not that any of it's true. The only thing that
we're not trying to relate to religious texts at this point, but what would be, numerically? So you admitted this. So very few people, in fact, fewer people have seen the Earth as a globe, allegedly, than people that have seen Bigfoot or Jesus Christ in the flesh. So, according to the consensus, your standard, by the way, what is the likelihood that the Earth is a globe?
based on the sheer number of countries that, okay,
No,
sheer number.
People. You said people.
Yeah, but politics matters, right? And
no, it doesn't. We're talking about seeing the Earth as a globe with your own eyes. We're not going to divert from that. That was your standard.
Okay.
What is more likely, Bigfoot or the globe?
Do we have footage of Bigfoot?
Holy cow, it doesn't matter. Just by the allegations, right?
I have footage of the Loch Ness Monster.
You?
I've got an image of Elvis and Big riding the Loch Ness Monster.
Holy fuck. Yeah, that's got me.
But we're not going to divert. What is the likelihood, because of the eyewitness, the alleged eyewitness testimony, whatever?
I'm not saying that you're misrepresenting me. I'm not saying.
You said earlier it's because that there's a reason for this many people, this consensus, which, as far as the Western nations are concerned, most of them, in fact, probably most of the world, is under the impression that they live on a sphere. You think that there's a reason for that, right?
There is a consensus on Bigfoot. Yeah, there is. That he doesn't exist.
Fine. We're talking about the globe now. So who has seen the globe in its totality? Less than 30.
Mm-hmm.
So what is more likely, Bigfoot or the globe?
That's just you're just like strawmanning what is it. That's not what I said.
Okay, so I'm fine. So you don't actually care about the consensus or the reason for the consensus. We should just be sticking to empiricism then, right? I agree. So if there's no curvature to the Earth, gravity is not an independent variable in any experiment. There is no detectable motion measurably with any method that we can find, even according to Einstein, optically, that the Earth is in motion. Empiricism based, right? So everybody's empirical judgment call here is that the Earth is flat, stationary, and enclosed.
You know what says who? What I just realized?
What's that?
It's actually logically possible, statistically, people who believe in the Abrahamic God than believe in the globe, because there's 4.5 to 5 billion Abrahamic religion adherents. That's greater than half of the entire world's population. And keep in mind, the whole world's population includes elderly, young people, people in all kinds of third world countries, right?
Yep.
So I could actually make an argument that the Abrahamic God is more believed in than the globe.
I think you might have something there. Yeah.
Yeah, it points to definitely points to something.
So what are you going to do with that? I mean, if you don't have any evidence and the consensus apparently is no good, like that's a straw man or something, right? I've misrepresented your position. You don't think consensus has anything to do with it. According to the measurements and what we can actually experience, the globe is a silly proposition.
No, I think I said the consensus does point to something. It points to a higher likelihood of it being the truth because more people have had the opportunity to test it for themselves.
So
that doesn't.
Wow.
That's not what consensus means, brother.
No, I know it doesn't mean that. I'm just saying that to have a consensus means that the majority agrees on it. Now, whether or not the majority have tested this individually, I don't know, but it does mean that they now have the knowledge to do it, right? And that means something to me. It may not mean anything to you, but it does to me. It's better than like only.
Is it possible? So is it possible that the consensus, you think it means something? I agree with you. I think it means that most people have heard the same rhetoric and believe the same rhetoric without ever having tested it on their own. In fact, without testing it and even their experience defying what they've been told. That's what I think.
Yeah, but it facilitates this defiance better than if no one has heard of it.
Facilitates. Hold on a second. What facilitates the defiance? Their experience?
No, I'm saying that the more number of people there are that are involved, the higher likelihood that if there were something to defy, that it would happen, right? It's a higher likelihood.
Involved with what? You're going to have to be a little bit more specific. Involved with
whatever,
what?
In whatever we're talking about, and whatever the consensus is.
Well, we're just talking about people. So most people believe a thing. That's what we're talking about. The consensus believes an idea. That means that they've all been given the same idea to believe in. It doesn't have anything to do with the evidence.
Sure, but within this population, there's going to be people who test it for themselves, like I am about to.
Who would they be?
Vacuum chamber.
Right. Well, who would they be? Because you don't actually know of anybody that's tested this for themselves, other than the people that you're talking to, by the way.
Yeah, but I can say that about anything.
So when you prove that it's air pressure that's holding that water down in the cup, what are you going to say?
Yeah, I'll get back to you on that one. That's a good question. I don't know yet.
Oh, good. Thank you.
So more people believe it. You don't know anybody of this group that believes it has tested it. You don't know their names. You don't know what they did. You hope that they exist. But the people that you are talking to right now have challenged all of the claims made. And we were the people that you're talking to, by the way, at one time were part of that consensus. And we have then now changed our minds because what we have tested has shown that the claim is false.
I mean, I don't know, maybe. I have to test it for myself.
Yes, you will. I mean, that's the ultimate, goal here is not for you to take our word for it, but for you to go ahead and test it. See what happens with the moisture inside that vacuum chamber. See if you can find any measurable curvature. And between those two things, I mean, the stationary Earth thing is basically a given. But
where did you do your laser test for curvature?
Oh, I didn't do a laser test. I did a long distance observation.
Let me ask you something, Sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
So, if you go out and do an observation with a form of measurement, right, over long distances, and you discover that the Earth is flat, what does that mean that gravity is? When you say gravity is something falling at an average rate of 9.8 meters per second squared, if the Earth is no longer a ball, what does that mean gravity is?
I don't know. It means, yeah, I don't know. Because if it doesn't tell me the shape of, or your question is, if I found that the world was flat, what does that say about gravity? Yeah?
Yeah, we still see things in a vacuum falling at an average rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. Right? We're not denying that.
Could mean a few things.
What now is in contention is that R value that they like to throw into those math equations.
It could mean a few things. Either the radius of the Earth isn't correct, which I doubt, but
it can't be that. You want to know why?
Why?
Because if that's wrong, the distance to the moon is wrong, the size of the moon is wrong, the distance to the sun is wrong, the size of the sun is wrong, the orbits are wrong. Everything's wrong if the radius value is not what they say it is.
No, I know. That's why that's like not likely.
Satellites are no longer orbiting Earth.
The thing is,
You get what I'm saying?
When I go to the Great Salt Lake this year, I'm going to do the laser test and see it for myself. I'll give it to you. It's sus. I don't know why we don't see a curvature at that distance, but I'm not just gonna trust this guy. I'm gonna go do it. So if I really see this fucking laser from that point to the other point, I don't know, man.
What does that mean about gravity then? What does that mean about gravity?
It doesn't say much about gravity. No, it doesn't say much.
Does it mean that gravity makes the Earth a ball, or does it just mean that?
No, it means gravity pulls light around the ball. That's why he sees it.
No, I don't think that at this distance it's going to be. I'm not sure.
At what distance does gravity pull light around the ball?
And that's a good question. Let me not just spout bullshit. Maybe it does mean that. But I know that I've seen videos of like horizontal, like they were filming it horizontally and the light seemed straight.
Like
have fun with your vacuum chamber.
I mean, you should be encouraging them that he's going to go do a test.
I said have fun with your vacuum chamber. Like when
test.
When you do that one, you're gonna figure out you can do all kinds of fun shit with that.
Yeah, I'm excited. I hope when you go out there and you do that laser test over Great Salt Lake, that you come back in here after you prove the Earth is flat.
I will, bro. If okay, like I said, it doesn't prove that the Earth is flat because it's very uncontrolled. It's not a controlled experiment, right? There's like I know we can't see refraction.
Yeah, but you can control it by timing the time where you go make the observation so that the ground and air temperature are the same. That's how you can control it.
How can I?
Usually like right before the sun rises, or it'll be like right after sunset, like within an hour. It means the air will be mixed together so that there won't be like a gradient of temperature, because the gradient of temperature is the problem. So you want the air like well mixed.
I have to, but that's just another point of contention, right? It's going to be like, oh, how can I be sure? How can I trust the sensors? How can I trust the data?
You know, what are you talking about?
It's such a vast distance of.
Dude, you need the temperatures to be the same. You just do it in the morning or you do it in the evening. That's it. That's all you have to know.
You got to remember, refraction like is in.
Are you saying that the temperature gradient is only vertical? I don't think that's true.
No, it's not only vertical, but this is the thing. You're shooting a laser through a single medium. Differences in the refractive index are in the 5th decimal place. You understand?
Sure.
Like the difference between say 30 degrees Celsius air and 31 degrees Celsius air is like 0.000024. It's such a minuscule difference.
What's the farthest distance you've tested? Like
30 miles.
Since you're 30 miles, where?
Boston Harbor, Revere Beach. I did one recently, but it isn't 30 miles. Yeah, so what I did was I got an app. It's called marinetraffic.com. It shows where the ships are. I sat there, I picked out a big ass ship and just watched it for 3.5 hours and tracked it on the tracking app. And the max distance away was 30 miles. And I could see it the entire time.
Wait, so how did you do it? You had two people doing this?
I filmed it with an iPhone.
No, I know, but like
an iPhone at 30 miles, I could see this shit.
So you went 30 miles away and you placed the laser.
I was on the beach and the ship went 30 miles away from me.
Oh.
There's an app called marinetraffic.com which will tell you the position of a ship.
Right.
And these ships are tracked by marine radar out of a radar station that's in Gloucester.
On a system that they pay for that's very accurate because I looked it up.
Yeah, it's very accurate. Marine radar is accurate to like, I don't know, 5 meters maybe.
Yeah, so you don't run into other ships. That's why it's so accurate. So at night you don't run into people. And there you go.
You were exactly sea level.
I was 15 feet above sea level. They got tide markers. So at that distance from that height, the goal prediction is that the ship is 420 feet, 5 feet, blocked by the Earth curve.
Oh, that's a 40-story building.
Yeah, and the tallest ship in the world is like 280 feet tall or something. So it wasn't that. It wasn't just a really tall boat.
Does the sea have to be flat? Do we know that for a fact?
What do you mean? I don't understand. Does the sea have to be
Let's
flat?
say there is some fucking spooky fucking magic, right? Let's say there is some spooky magic that's making it look flat.
You're
okay?
weird, dude.
I'm just saying.
No, you're being weird because you think
how do we know
looking flat is the spooky magic, but imagining it's a ball is not the spooky magic.
No.
Yeah, imagining that it's not flat is normal.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying. How do we know? Okay, so basically, yeah, that's just something we can't measure, right? It's just okay.
I'll tell
it
you
looks flat.
one way we can know. Okay, you have you heard of the Bolivian salt flats?
No.
Okay, the Bolivian salt flats are like a 40,000 square mile salt flat. That's salt, like Great Salt Lake, right? It's bigger than that though. It's the largest salt flat in the world. Unlike Salt Lake, this first of all, it's like white salt. So it fills up with rainwater every once in a while, like 3 to 4 inches, 2 to 3, 4 inches, whatever. It forms a gigantic mirror. Gigantic. Like the mirror goes all the way to the horizon. So it's called the world's largest mirror. Okay? The reflection of the sky. So the sky and the reflection of the sky in the water are perfectly symmetrical as if it's reflecting off of a flat mirror. Now, if the Earth was curved, that would be a convex mirror, right? And it would be distorted relative to what you're looking at. So if you're looking at the clouds in the sky, the reflection of the clouds would be distorted if they're being reflected off of a curved surface. And Earth is too big that actually doesn't work for this because of the divergence amplifies the visible curvature. So like if the sun was setting and you were at like 6 feet above the surface of the water, the sun in the reflection of the sun would be 10% smaller than the actual sun that you're looking at. They would be squished. And in fact, if you can do the calculation, if you go up to 75 meters and watch the sunset, you would see the sun set, but you would actually never see the reflection of the sun in the water because it's beyond that curve, right? The light that would reflect off of it would be on the other side of the horizon, and it would never be able to reflect to your eye. You'd never see it. So you would see a sunset as if it was a mountain, even though you're looking at a perfectly reflecting surface. That's what would happen if it was a ball, but that's not what we see. We see a perfect reflection of the sky that's symmetrical.
Just play devil's advocate with me for 1 second, okay?
Yeah, I hear you, man. Let's forget empirical observations of the natural world and watch TV more. Let's just do that.
What if the Earth is 100 times bigger than what it is?
No,
then maybe yes, but we only got the numbers they told us, right? That's all we can do is test what they said. You can't test every fucking iteration. every possible freaking imagined Earth. Yeah, did you see what AI Overlord posted in the chat? Did you see the image there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's just one sample image. Remember I was telling you about the sun? That the sun would look 10% smaller at the horizon? Now these calculations, and I actually have a globe earther actually made a simulator. In a simulator, and it's to scale, it's a 2-scale simulator. The simulator also shows that the reflections are not symmetrical. It's a simulator of the globe. It was made by a globe earther, not a flat earther. And I'll post that in the chat. So the thing is, if you had a curved surface, right? If this surface was curving down, then it would be shortened relative to your viewpoint, and everything as you get as like the reflection got close to the horizon would appear compressed. Okay, so everything toward the horizon should get squished and squished and squished and more squished. But I actually have another image which shows the exact opposite of that. It's actually stretched.
Who is the flat earther and who is the round earther?
Joe Mama.
Oh,
You're the flat earther, and the ground earther is the other guy with the beard.
Oh,
yeah, because the guy with the beard is gonna. Yeah, because you're gonna teach him about the globe because he don't know shit.
Oh God, yeah. Here we go again. I've been doing this all day, as a matter of fact, on frickin' X. Okay, come on, globe earthers, debate me so I can do your globe lesson. Fuck, dude, I'm getting sick of that.
Are you from Texas? No.
No, all my exes are from Texas, but I'm not.
Then I really don't.
Yeehaw! Yeehaw, ride 'em. Cowboy.
No, wait. Mass.
Why are you deflecting, though? We were having a conversation with Sauce here, and you're changing the topic.
Yeah, sorry. Continue.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm done. There's nothing else to say here. I just gotta go.
Okay, so Sauce, don't believe a fucking what we're saying. Consider us all a bunch of liars. Consider everybody in here liars, and everybody on TV liars, and on the internet, everybody's liars. And the only truth you can find in knowledge, absolute knowledge, it comes from you. Now do what you said. Go to the salt flats and do the test. Like, we're not afraid of the tests. We want people to do the tests. The only people that are going to stop you from trying to do tests are globe earthers. Isn't that strange?
No one's gonna fucking like. Okay,
they'll tell you why your test is not good enough. That's what they'll say. That's all they'll do is poo-poo whatever you're doing to tell you whatever you're doing is not good enough. Whatever your result is, if it disproves a globe, you did it wrong.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have to see.
Yep. I mean, there's a flat earther named Dell, and he made a video a long time ago, and it holds true as it did then. He said, how do you prove something to somebody? Another human being. How do you prove it to them? You demonstrate
have to repeat it.
Yes, a practical demonstration of the claims. And if you can't show it by practical demonstration, then you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm paraphrasing what he said. He said it a little worse than that, probably. But
yeah, if you can't make a layman do it, if a layman can't do it with your instructions, then you don't know what you're talking about. Just like you did.
Yep. We're actually, Sauce, you're here at a good time because we're actually, I'm actually doing, well, anybody else can jump on the bandwagon. It's called the Year of the Observation. This year, it's cold right now, but we're going to frickin' just explode the internet with all sorts of long distance observations coming from everywhere, every direction. These so-called globe impossible observations, we're just going to flood the internet with them so that people can't keep their head buried in the sand.
They're just gonna say atmospheric refraction or whatever this is. This mirage, whatever, and that's that. And
Yeah,
then
but then
we're gonna have
but
to
then they
shift the
have to
goalposts.
sauce, but then they have to claim that the entire world's an optical illusion.
And not only that,
you want to go with that? You want that your position to be? I know what reality is. It's an optical illusion. How do you know? Because I know the Earth's the globe. Because someone
all
fixed
I
in the
know,
ground 2,000 years ago.
all I know is that my fucking my eyes are fallible. That's all I know.
Your
no,
mind
the
is
evidence for the
fallible.
globe,
fallible.
the evidence for the globe is the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's it. That's the globe evidence that the Earth is flat. No, listen. Your eyes are fallible, but so is your mind.
Yeah, my brain fucking without my brain, my eyes do jack shit.
But your eye, no. There's people in permanent vegetative states that frickin' have sensory responses, even though they have no brain frickin' waves, dude. The senses act independently of the mind.
Yeah, but to receive, wait, what?
No, the senses act independently of the mind. We know this because people that have had brain injuries, where they have no brain function, still have the reflexes of somebody that can see, taste, touch, hear.
Yeah, but are you saying this person is processing said?
He can't tell you what they're experiencing because he has no mind, but they are taking sensory input, meaning their freaking nerve endings are firing, their photoreceptors are firing. There's there's no brain activity that you can really measure, but you can measure electrical impulses on the optical nerve, right? They're still seeing, but they have.
You can make a vegetative person flinch.
Yeah, you can make them cry. And they're legally brain dead.
How do you know this?
Because people have done it.
I worked in the emergency room.
Sick people, dude. What the fuck?
It's called a permanently vegetative state. It's like a coma.
Indio, I missed you, man. I missed your warmth.
Yeah, thanks, brother. Go eat a fucking Caesar's pizza. So people who are in the permanently vegetative state can have sensory perceptions. Okay. The senses that you have are more reliable than your mind. Okay. This is like a silly thing that you guys do for I don't know whatever reason that you try to repudiate your senses when that's the only way you even know the external world.
Yeah, but for instance, I can't see in the dark.
Yeah, but yes, you can. That's why you have rods.
Okay, you're trying to let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
Sure, but but maybe you need to be more precise, right? All I'm saying is at those distances, we know that our eyes can't see that far.
Yeah.
So now,
I've
the
seen
question
30
is,
miles. I don't know about you. I've seen that far.
Just because it looks hazy doesn't mean you can't see it.
Look, can I read you something about a Navy test? Well, I can just tell you what they did. Thanks, Dad. Anyway,
go ahead.
So really simple. The Navy did a test, right? So the test was it's called the Horizon.
Yeah, that's just not true.
Who said that? You might as well just leave now, because I'm going to figure out who you are. I'm going to kick you out.
Just go look back at the stream. You'll see.
I'll just mute you instead. So really simple, okay? The Navy did a test called the Horizon Early Detection System, right? So what the idea is for the Navy to make an infrared camera system that would pick up missiles or whatever at the horizon as early as possible. So when they tested the distance that the furthest distance that they could pick up their test missiles, because they took a missile and they put a big thermal freaking light on it, basically a flare that emits a lot of infrared, and then they flew it, basically a cruise missile, and they tried and measured the distance at which they picked up the missile, and tried to correlate the distance of the missile with distance and atmospheric transmission, meaning how hazy the air was, right? They found that the distance had nothing to do with how far away they could pick something up. And the only thing that mattered was how transparent the air was. But according to the globe, distance does matter because these missiles are only 30 feet off the ground and they're picking them up 20 kilometers away. They should have been behind the curve of the earth. But the only reason they didn't pick some up was because of how opaque the air was. Because they measured that. They measured the transmission window of the air. So this is just another data point. We can't see things because of haze, because of fog, because of all sorts of things that are in the air. It has nothing to do with Earth curve. So now I'm going to look for the smart app.
Hi.
What's up, Rockman?
What's up, G?
What's up, guys? I'm sorry, my English is not really good.
Okay, just listen then. So, one thing I want to add to everything I said, a lot of globe earthers, they have this prejudice, or people, they think of flat earth that we don't have evidence. We have tons of evidence. More evidence than you can shake a stick at. You can go on our main server, discord.gg/flat earth, and you can look through the information channels, long distance observations, laser tests, salt flats, all, you name it, radio transmissions, microwave transmissions, infrared transmissions, all impossible on a globe. Distances are way impossible. 800-mile radio transmissions to sea level, 870-mile NATO communication, microwave communication system, 10,000-mile radio communication between the UK and Australia, 6,000-mile radio communication between Washington D.C. and a plane in
but
the
they're
U.S.
satellites.
Secretary of State's plane over the. This is before satellites, buddy. Good try.
When was
before
this?
satellites? Before satellites existed.
Okay, what?
They didn't exist yet.
That you know of. The government's not gonna fucking tell you.
I don't think they existed in 1918. Do you think they existed in 1918? At the end of World War One?
No, but there's also other technologies like repeaters.
There was radio was brand new. There was no repeaters. You think there was repeaters between Cornwall, UK, and Australia?
There must have been if.
There must have been.
How far was that
must
distance?
there have been?
No,
How many repeaters would be needed from those two locations?
How did you get? How did you float them in the Indian Ocean?
Well, I'm gonna retract that statement. I don't know if there must have been, but like, how do you know that it doesn't? Is it just impossible because in the flat or globe Earth, 100%, you know that for a fact.
Well, it's 10,000 miles. So if the globe has a circumference of 25,000 miles, that's half the distance, right? So this is almost like being on the North Pole and talking to the South Pole. There's a big ball in the way. How are you doing that? The radio waves don't go through the ball.
Let me add this to the list. You said.
So Marconi, 1918, and a guy named Arthur Fisk. It was Cornwall, United Kingdom, to Sydney, Australia, in 1918.
Okay. Australia.
I can post a plaque, dude. Post a picture of the plaque because there's a memorial plaque, and I can post links to it.
Yeah, that would help.
Yeah, it's very interesting because the way they discovered it was an amateur radio operator. He started hearing radio transmissions in German, and he was like, "Well, we're in Australia. There ain't no Germans here." and they were picking up radio broadcasts from Berlin in Australia. So they're like, "Oh, I got an idea. Why don't we try to do that on purpose?" And they did.
Okay.
That's
So
a
the way
geometry of what the radio. I just posted in the chat a diagram of the geometry of what the radio transmission would have been.
they're saying they utilize ionospheric reflection, which is like something in the atmosphere or some shit.
Okay, that's a cool story. There's no evidence for any of that, dude. Do you know that they didn't that hypothesis didn't even exist when they did the transmission, right? So do you know how that went? That's an ex post facto claim, meaning they did the transmission, said, "Oh, how's that possible? Earth's a globe." Well, it must have bounced off the freaking ionosphere. We'll just make some shit up on how it worked on a globe. And it couldn't work on a globe like that anyway, because when you have an inner circle and an outer circle, because of the law of reflection, the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. The angle that the radio bounces off the outer circle, which would be the ionosphere.
Can we talk about something interesting?
In the inner circle, which would be the Earth. I am talking about something interesting. The transmission would flatten out and it would never get there, because you have the angle would keep tipping down, and you'd probably need like 300 fucking bounces to even bounce that far. And here's the other problem: is that long range transmission only happens at night. It doesn't happen during the daytime. They did these transmissions during the daytime. During the daytime, skywave ionospheric scattering only works for 500 to 700 miles. We've gone through all the objections. We've heard it all.
I gotta.
Look, we've been doing this for quite a long time. Just to be honest with you, we've heard all the objections. Like, that's why I can sit here. I just call and we talk to you, because I know there's literally nothing you could bring up. You could Google forever. We've already heard it all. We've already dealt with it all. We've already refuted it all. There's nothing. And the amazing thing is, every time, and this is like, the longer I'm in this topic, the more I'm convinced the Earth is flat, not less. Because every once in a while, a globe earther will bring something new that we've never heard before, and on the surface, it seems like on the surface, it seems like it proves a globe, but then when you drill down into the details, it's not the case. Every time.
Well, I mean, I think you should adopt a different mindset. I mean, sure, you could be pretty sure about it, but don't fucking like be so sure that you can't.
Don't tell anybody.
No, that's not what I'm saying. It just sounds like nothing I say will change your minds, and that's not.
No, nothing you say will make the Earth bend.
Okay, yes, things you say could change my mind, but the only thing you can say that would change my mind is some proof that is globe exclusive, meaning it would be something that could only indicate the Earth is a globe. And there's only one thing that can do that. Want to know what that is? Measuring the surface to be curving. That's it. That's the only thing that is available. Everything else is theory-laden, fanciful imaginations about how they think the Earth might work if it was a globe. But we can also concoct some freaking bullshit imaginations, just those stories about how that same phenomenon could work on a flat Earth.
There is one way, but you guys are just gonna say like that's impossible to do. But I think
what?
It's the most
Go to
feasible.
space?
No, it's more feasible than that.
Okay.
You stay in our atmosphere, or like in the air, and you just fly in one direction and see if you land in the same spot.
Okay, how would you do that, dude?
I know but it's more feasible. Maybe going to space is more feasible. I'll take that back. Build a fucking rocket, go to space, film this shit, And yeah,
Yeah, that's it. Look at it. So the thing that you're on, you have access to. You could measure it right when you're there. Instead, you're going to go far away and look at it.
Yeah, that's because, like
How
I
does
said,
that make any sense?
because, like
Never
I said,
hire. I
even
hope
even
no one
in
ever
math,
hires you to build a house, because you'd be right at the 2x4 and
Settle
you'd have
down,
your
India.
tape measure and you'd be like, "Let me walk across the street and look at it."
even in math, right? We sometimes feel that we're at the global maxima, but you could just be in the local maxima. All I'm saying is, get a bird's
What are
eye
you
view.
talking
He
about,
just
dude?
said that even in math we feel. What are you talking about?
I'm saying
Yeah,
even
can you address
even
what I
there's a
said
problem.
about you going to the other side of the street to
giving
tell how
you
long a board is?
I'm giving you like some perspective. So locally, you can see something.
I didn't say
Even
see, I said measure. See, this is where you guys get fucked up. You think we're looking at it. We're measuring it, dude.
settle down, Indio.
I am settled down. You guys conflate calculation and looking at things with measuring what it is. You can know directly what something is by measuring it directly. I can know if you were here and I took a tape measure and measured your height. Can anything change that? Any theory, any hypothesis, anybody being far away from you and looking at you, will that change the what the reading was on the tape measure? The answer is no. Okay. That's why we say measure it, because it's a definitive proof. Not because
So
we like
basically,
it, because it's
if I fly
absolute
you,
proof.
if I fly you to space, and you see Indigo,
Didn't you just make the argument against your own senses? You literally observe the Earth flat every day and you reject it, but you're saying you should go to space and look at the ball and accept it.
so even if you were in a
So you're in a
space
contradiction, bro.
Well, let me just ask you this.
Yeah, you better go. You better go buy that vacuum chamber. You won't be talking about space anymore.
If you were in this, if you did a round, like you went around the Earth one time, you still wouldn't believe it. You would rather believe your calculations locally, like 30
What do you
like
mean
30
they're
miles.
not calculations, they're measurements.
Okay, your measurements, your local measurements, a 30-mile.
Well, does water conform into a sphere because of gravity?
I mean, if you actually see it, if you see that
No,
that's the case, you wouldn't believe it.
Okay, so most of the surface of the Earth is water, right?
He's saying your standards are like, damn, bro.
Look, it's a logical progression. Most of the surface of the Earth is water. Whatever's water doing, the Earth is doing. So if the water is not curving, then the Earth is not a ball. It's simple logic. All those things are logical necessities of the previous premise. Right? You can't have a 75% flat ball. So if the water's flat, the Earth is flat. It's just really simple. If the water's curved, the Earth is curved. And if we went to space and saw the Earth as a ball, we should be able to come down here and measure it as a ball. It's odd that you guys are like these dual Earth theorists, man. That you guys think there's two Earths. One flat Earth that you're on and another one when you go to space.
And it changes somewhere while you're going high. It's always flat, and then poof, it turns into a ball somewhere.
Yeah, and then there's fucking machines flying around and comets and spacemen and aliens and all this magical shit. Look, you asked me, said I can't change your mind. You could if you had an actual logically sound and valid argument for the Earth being a ball. And since a ball is a claim about its geometry, you need geometric evidence. Okay? Looking at something can tell you about the geometry, but it's not the true geometry because of perspective. Railroad tracks appear to converge in the distance. That's not what they're actually doing. So, because of this, we use tools to directly measure things so that we actually know exactly what they are. Things like tape measures. So, using these instruments, we can tell whether the Earth is a ball or not, or whether it's curving or not, and then infer from that curvature and the theory of gravity, of forming things into balls, that if the Earth's not curving, then it's not a ball. And that theory's crap. It's wrong.
Guys, because they're just going to say...
Sauce, if I told you a hill, where if I place you in a position on Earth, and I said, in that direction, you see that hill over there? You say, yeah, I see that hill over there. That hill is 6 miles away. How do we know that that hill is 6 miles away?
Rangefinder?
Rangefinder. You can, like, walk it out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you basically go out and you make a measurement to the hill, right? To verify that it's 6 miles away, right?
Yeah.
Right. So what we're doing is we're saying, hey, that object in the water is such and such miles away.
No, I get that. I'm just saying, like, even if I were to, they're just gonna say, yeah, it's the bending of the light, or it's.
You're gonna have to prove that.
Yeah, that's
we
fine.
Can
but there's
we
no
can demonstrate
for that.
We can demonstrate refraction on a flat surface. Can you demonstrate refraction on a curved surface?
Yeah, that's the crux of the problem. If you ask them, Sauce, what's the evidence for globe refraction? What's the actual evidence for it? You want to know what their evidence is? A flat-looking Earth.
I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, what else is it? They say the Earth looks flat. It's got to be refraction. What else is their evidence?
Let me look into that.
How do you know it's a globe?
It gets even worse. I mean, it gets even worse than that, because what causes this refraction? The gradient, the density gradient, right? Well, what causes the density gradient? Gravity. Well, what else does gravity do? It forms the Earth into a ball. So gravity conspires to make a ball that compresses the air in such a way that when a human being looks at it, it looks flat. It's the fucking stupidest idea in human history.
Bro, there's a lot of things that are stupid, right? Like fucking.
Well, this is the pinnacle, because you have to believe that you're living in an optical fucking illusion, in that you can't trust your senses, and that nothing is real, basically.
Before I was ever a flat earther, I used to fly. I would fly some more still. I just don't have the funds for it right now. But 30 or so times that I flew prior to being a flat earther, every time I was in the air, I would say, oh my God, look how big the Earth is. It looks flat. Still. Can't believe how big the Earth is. I can't see curvature. Every single time.
I flew to Chicago a couple times, man, and the Great Lakes are flat as fuck, bro.
You know you've never seen curvature. You've never seen it. Except in a picture, in a book somewhere, or on video on TV for your computer screen.
Oh yeah, for sure. I that's your best point, right? That's the best case for flat earthers, 100%.
You know it's flat.
No, there is no best case. It's only flat. That's the only case.
I mean, I don't know. There's like you guys have trouble explaining satellites and.
No, I don't.
So you want us to explain the TV
there you
show?
go. Yeah, they don't exist.
You're asking us to explain the TV show, which you said was our best point, that you don't actually know any of that.
How does GPS work?
Not with a globe. It doesn't even use globe math. Did you know that?
Ground positioning work. It finds your position on the ground. It's ground positioning system.
Okay, so GPS doesn't use a globe.
No,
you
but
on
it
your
relies on
phone,
satellites.
look, brother. When you look at your phone, it shows you latitude and longitude, and you go, "Hey, man, it's doing that on the globe." But the actual GPS receiver, the message it gets, it's called a Rhinex message. It comes down in 3 coordinates, not latitude and longitude. The X, Y, Z on a plane. That's what the math that the receiver actually does. This isn't a conspiracy theory. You can type in Rhinex message data, and you can look at the fucking message data yourself. Every receiver does this. And hold on, to get a latitude, longitude, it does a coordinate transformation and converts the coordinates into spherical coordinates. But it's not natively in that.
But why do we need spherical coordinates if it's just if it's flat? We don't.
Because our coordinate system is stars.
Okay, so you're not saying that.
Look, this goes back to your other point about traveling in a straight line. Why you can't actually do that is because you need a spatial reference, right? That you see or you can detect.
You can just
from
have
all the
fucking
points
towers.
on your from all the points on your route to know if you're going straight. Because we can't see a mountain from far away because of lots of reasons, mainly because of the air. But because we can't see a mountain from 400 miles away, we use the stars. We use the stars to navigate, and we created an entire coordinate system based upon the stars. They're not based upon a globe ground. You can't even find your latitude and longitude without using the sun and the stars. Longitude is a solar coordinate. Latitude is a celestial equator coordinate, meaning...
Bro, you guys don't even believe in the stars.
What are you talking about?
About,
we don't believe in the story of what they say they are. We see stars. Listen, just because we don't believe the story associated the story that they say associated with stars doesn't mean we don't believe in stars or that we think stars are fake. Stars are real. We can see them, but they're not made of fucking big balls of fucking gas in a vacuum burning at 1,000,000 fucking degrees. Okay? That's what they aren't.
What's the medium between us?
And the stars, we don't know.
The absolute medium, it's a variation.
Hey, Saucy, I put in the side chat a GIF.
I mean, I've heard one hypothesis of liquid helium-4.
That's a pretty cool. That was a pretty cool one too.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like really testable, but it's possible. It's feasible within the paradigm of physics. It could be helium-4.
Hey, Sauce. I put a video in the side chat of a satellite. Satellites are real, bro.
So exactly. Balloons, right?
Hey, Biden shot it down, bro. It's real.
Here, I posted one talking to another one and making an alignment with it, keeping it always in view, basically.
And as I just told you, we were doing 10,000-mile radio transmissions in 1918. Satellites were never necessary to exist because there's never been a ball in the way between radio transmissions.
I look up in the sky, man. I can find Regulus. I can find Polaris. I can find, the constellations. I understand those things, right? I can see Jupiter. I can see Mars. I can see Saturn. I can find them, those three personally, with the naked eye. And in certain days when Venus is in the sky, I can find that too when it's on the horizon. That doesn't make the Earth a ball, and that doesn't mean that you know what the planets and stars are. You can see them in the sky, but what they're made out of, you have no fucking idea.
And the way celestial navigation works is you estimate how long it's going to take you to get to where you want to go. And then you read which star is going to be over that spot at that time. So
I'll give you an example of
stars
how you
move,
don't know.
yeah, if you know that Orion's going to be over freaking wherever, Egypt, in 30 fucking days, and it takes you 30 days to hypothetically travel that far, all you have to do is follow fucking Orion, and you're going to end up in Egypt. You know that 30 days later, if the Orion's directly over your head, you're in Egypt. You know how we know that? Because that's the coordinate system we made. That's how we designated all this stuff.
Are you a flat earther?
Yeah, I don't know how to.
They say Polaris is 432 light years away. How do they know that?
That's changed so many times, man.
I know. You know how far a light year is,
How
Tom?
many times has that changed?
Yeah.
At least 3 times that I know.
Yeah.
No, how far away? How many miles?
I don't know. I can do the calculations real quick.
5.8 trillion miles. I'll save you the math.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah. So imagine 432 times 5.8.
No, I know.
How do
I
they
know.
know that?
I know space is stupid big according to.
How do they know that?
That's a good question. Let me see.
Yeah, so that's the question we ask. They make claims, right? And we ask, how do they know it, right? And we never get an answer, even when we talk to astronomers, astrophysicists, regular physicists, mathematical, like you name it, we've talked to them. And when we ask them how they know what they're saying, I mean, I had a mathematical physicist tell me he can't prove anything exists, and that like he might not have any hands and we all might be brains in a jar. That's where he had to go because he couldn't actually back up that the Earth was a globe. This is a academic man that was teaching physics at university. When pressed to prove the globe, had to say, "We can't prove anything. We could all be brains in a jar." The people that I believe you're relying on when you think that the Earth is a globe, these are the people that the average person comes and relies on. They say, what about the scientists? What about the academics? What about these people? They know the Earth is a globe. Well, we've talked to them, and they don't. They don't know anything more than you. They just heard this story in high school and just accepted it. They've never done any tests. They've never done any experiments. They've never done any measurements. They've never done anything.
Yeah, could be. It's tough.
Maybe the guy in here that he wrote his PhD dissertation on direct and indirect detection of dark matter. He fucking didn't know anything. He's an astrophysicist.
For me, if I go to space and I see it,
yeah,
that's it, man. It's like there's without a doubt, like doing the calculations here on Earth.
Don't you understand how contradictory your? How do you know it's actually a ball, man? You saw the Earth is flat and you didn't believe it. How come you're gonna believe it when you see it as a ball?
Let me finish. I have to make I have to orbit around this fucker.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's fair.
Space is fake, dude. You're gonna find out when you get your vacuum chamber. You're not gonna orbit anything.
Do you think an orbit has ever been actually observed by anybody?
30 people, apparently.
They saw something orbit? From where?
Those people in the ISS right now, right?
They only see 3% of the Earth.
What do you mean?
From the ISS's altitude, you would only see 3% of the Earth.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. They're still traveling around the Earth.
How do you know? It's like being in an airplane, dude. It's like being in an airplane.
Yeah. They're just looking out the window, man. They can't tell if they're going around anything. They could be just going in a big circle, which would be the same thing. It's just a difference of the circle. So one circle flips upside down, one just goes left or right. So they could just be going in a circle. They can't tell from where they are. See, fundamental problem I keep bringing up things that you go over have in common is when you think about the world, you think about it from a third person point of view and don't think about it from what people actually experience by looking out their eyes. Okay, from the viewpoint of someone on the ISS, they're only going to see 3% of the Earth, and they're going to have no fucking idea they're going in a circle, they're doing a loop-de-loop, or anything. Especially if they're in free fall. They can't feel which way the spaceship's going, right? They have no idea where they're going. And there's no way to tell visually. So,
here's my question to you, Saucy.
Yeah.
So, if you're waiting to go to space to prove the Earth is a globe, then why aren't you thinking the Earth is flat until proven otherwise?
Because I can't prove that it's not refraction or fucking whatever else they say.
You can't prove that it is refraction.
You can't demonstrate that refraction could even do that in the first place.
So we can just get rid of refraction now, so you don't even have to worry about it. So what's your next one?
Okay, let me ask him this.
Hang on. Why is he giving? I just wanted to know why he's giving the globe the benefit of the doubt observation of reality.
Because consensus means something to me. I know.
Okay. Yeah, no, got it. Right. Thanks, religious.
Slurp. So, listen, what if they said electromagnetism made it look flat and not refraction? What if they just said some other physical law? Wouldn't they have to justify that in some way?
So, what would that look like to you for them to show you that it is refraction? What would that look like?
Measurements.
Hello? Hello?
Measurements, but the measurements that have been done show that refraction of that type is not possible.
Hello?
That's the rub. See, this is why I'm asking you very simple questions, right?
Hello?
Because what they like to do, the people the Goldbergers that debate this topic, they want to bring up the refraction. So you go down the rabbit hole.
I thought
of
you
nonsense
are human.
instead of tackling the fundamental premise in the first place. Is refraction even capable of doing what they say, making a curved surface look flat? Is it capable of doing that?
Right.
But also there's a caveat to this. The caveat is, and that has to be the only visual phenomenon that you see, meaning other effects associated with refraction, such as dispersion, vignetting, right? Magnification, shrinking, things looking smaller, things looking larger, things looking distorted. Those
you know why?
Hold on. Those things can't be there.
I know.
Only
you're
that
one
right. thing of a flattened globe. That's nonsense.
Like I said, from my point of view right now, this is definitely the best case for it, right? 100%. I'm just saying, for me to accept this one anomaly, if I can call it that, for a glober, everything else falls apart to me.
What anomaly? Which anomaly are you talking
about?
Okay,
I'm not gonna call it anomaly. I'm not gonna call it an anomaly. I'm just saying, if I were to accept
that exactly what you're talking about.
If it's a flat Earth, then I'm gonna have to like fucking contend with the idea that okay, somewhere around here there might be a fucking edge and water's just flowing into whatever or flowing down.
Why would that happen?
I don't know, because if it's. Are you saying that it's an infinite expanse?
Okay. First of all, water. If you thought that there was the edge and water is going off into the vacuum, water evaporates.
No. You don't believe it. You don't believe in the vacuum.
No, hold on. But that's what you're saying. That means water would evaporate as soon as it hits the vacuum.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if it's flat,
why would you think that there's an edge with water falling off of it?
Okay, fuck the water. I'm just saying there's got to be an edge. There's got to be an edge, right?
Why?
Okay, so it's infinite to you.
No, that's a false dichotomy, dude. Infinite is the act of counting. So this is a bad idea that people have, that infinite is something, dude. Infinite is the act of counting.
You'll walk in a circle before you find anything relevant.
So
why is
when you
that?
can always count the number afterwards, that's said to be infinite, right? So an infinite set, an infinite series, an infinite enumeration. There's always something that comes after it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Fuck infinity.
Why would we?
You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Finite. Well, no. This is very important because the choices here are finite or infinite, but those are actually not opposite things. They're used opposite in modern language, but they're actually not opposite things. So we're talking about spatial properties. So anything logically that is an object must be inside a greater space, right? So you have a beach ball is in a swimming pool, right? And the swimming pool's in the yard. And the yard's in the town. And the town's in the country. And the country's on the continent. And the continent's, surrounded by water, inside the water. And then the water's inside the earth, right?
And what's surrounding
And then the
Earth?
Earth's inside that solar. I'm just doing the globe one. The Earth's inside the solar system, and the solar system's inside the galaxy, and the galaxy's inside the great fucking void, and the great void's inside the universe. What's the universe inside?
Yeah, we haven't observed that. Yeah.
Well, if it was inside, anything that you could say exists, by definition, is inside the universe and can't be outside it, because the universe means everything.
All I'm asking you is, what do you think?
No running away, dude. Don't run away. This was your question.
You already answered the question, Joe. He said we had. When Indio asked you the question, what was outside the universe? You said, "I don't know. We haven't observed it yet." Yes. Okay,
that's the answer.
That's the answer.
That's your answer. Okay.
That's the answer about flat Earth. There's no evidence that there is an outside. There is no evidence you can go outside. There's no evidence that there's some freaking limit or wall or boundary or edge or anything like that. There's no evidence of any of that stuff.
Yeah, which says something to me.
Yeah, that the Earth is the universe?
No.
Just because you can imagine you can go outside the Earth doesn't mean you actually can. It doesn't even mean that there is something outside the Earth. Can you go outside of your body?
Wish.
If you wish, probably not. You probably don't wish that wants to happen. But
you don't want to astral project, brother.
Well, I mean, that's what the globe Earth is. It's just literally, it's in the word, astral projection.
Dude, why do you got to do all this weird shit?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's exactly. The globe Earth is just a crazy occult religion, dude. If you want to boil it down.
So you guys always want to float, you want to fly, you want to astral project, you want to go to space. What is wrong with you people?
What's wrong with that?
They want to. The chains of gravity are like slavery, holding us down. Swing low, sweet chariot.
I think that if you actually, if it was possible to live where there was no gravity and you just like floated around, they think that that would be fun. After about an hour of that, you would want to just be like, put me back down, because this is not going to work out for me.
How about when you get like 90 years old and can't control your bladder and like piss is like flying everywhere in little balls?
No, all you have to do is just get seasick and start puking. That's it. It just takes one day, and now you got 9 people puking all at the same time.
Yeah,
go clean that up with a mop.
Yeah, fucking lo mein floating around everywhere. Gross.
All up in the corners of the air vents and shit, getting sucked in. Gonna make myself throw up thinking about it.
All I'm saying is we don't have evidence of an edge, right?
That's right.
Why would we think there's an edge?
We don't have evidence of outer space making people float. You're going to find out with your vacuum chamber that water doesn't exist in a vacuum. So you can't have a ball Earth full of water floating in a vacuum.
I wondered how the thought would have finished. We don't find an edge, but we still measure the surface as flat. What was you going to say?
I'm just saying that's just another point on the graph. Yeah, I said already that it is pretty sus how we don't see a curve. It is pretty sus.
We don't
But
measure one either.
it's also
The
pretty sus
important
that we
part
can't
is we
find
don't
an edge.
measure one. That's the important part, is we don't measure one. Seeing is not dispositive, dude. Seeing is a subjective activity. Now, seeing a no curve is a good starting point, but that doesn't mean it's not proof. It's just evidence. The proof is the measurement. You
Yeah, but
understand?
the active, I know
If I
what you
look at
mean.
railroad tracks and they appear to converge, how do I prove they're parallel? By looking at them. You understand? Seeing is
I get what you're
projection of the 3D world onto a 2D surface. Okay?
Sure.
So seeing has a fundamental flaw. You're missing a dimension. And it's only true from your fucking perspective. But from other perspectives, it's different. That's why we have this orthographic shit. Okay, we have
We're not
blueprint
really
drawings and all those things, right?
Our vision is not orthographic, but I see your point.
I know.
Our depth perception is flawed and may vary from person to person. I get what you're saying.
No, it just gives it's a different. It's not that it's flawed. It's that we can say different things about the world than orthographically. So, but with vision, we can look at something and get the angular size, visual size of something angularly. You can't get that orthographically unless you take a third point that's not part of the orthographic diagram and project part of the orthographic diagram out of it onto a point. Then you can get the angles of, say, the angular size of an object. But
no, I get what you're saying,
just different. It's just different information. That's all it is. It's different information. It's not right or wrong. It's just different information. You're not getting the whole thing. You're getting part of it.
I know our vision is flawed. We have to measure it.
Not flawed.
It is.
Incomplete. What would perfect vision look like? Where you have like a 3D hologram in your brain of what the world is?
Superman vision.
Probably, yeah. Like, you know how in like video games you can just fucking you have like a
Video
fucking
games, man.
graph. You have like a
third
yeah.
person.
Turn the video games off, dude.
Are you in a third person shooter or a first person shooter right now?
All I'm saying is if you knew where everything is in the XYZ, that would be perfect, right? I'm not even saying that's possible. I'm just saying you asked me what would perfect be. I'm telling you that is perfect. I could know something where it is in space relative to the origin with precise well, up to 32 bits or 64 bits. But yeah.
Okay. But you know what? If you had orthographic vision and I gave you a gun, you would never be able to shoot anything. Because you'd have no perspective. You'd have no idea what the angle of the object is out there in 3D space.
Let me think about that. No,
you don't have
that would be right. That would be right because you would direction is still going to be the same, but you're just not going to.
What?
You just can't. You just don't have depth perception. That's what orthographic is. You lose the depth perception.
But it terminates at like your gun is a point, right? It has to terminate at that point. The barrel of your gun.
I'm not sure what you're saying.
The sights through the gun?
The sights of the gun, right? That's where the bullet goes?
Sure, I'm saying you're still pointing in that direction. You just don't know how far it is because you're now orthographically projecting, right? You don't have depth perception.
Yeah, but okay. I mean,
you're still going to be shooting in that direction.
Okay, but if you saw the world in an orthographic view, when you took your little gun and went to shoot for somebody, you'd miss.
Not true. That's literally what I'm saying. You just don't know how far he is.
No, you don't know the direction.
Not true.
Yes, true. Okay, I'll tell you why it's true, because
Bro, in my video game right now, I can have ray casts from my camera down to a point on the plane.
Still in
Even with
perspective.
Yeah, that's great, right? That's
That's in
all
orthographic.
fantastic.
That's
orthographic is like a blueprint.
Have you ever played a video game like back in the day where everything looks like?
Dude, I played Pong. Okay, like don't ask me if I played a video game back in the day. I played Pong when it came out.
Okay, well that's in 2D. It doesn't work.
We speak past each other. Do you know what orthographic is?
All your games are 2D too. They're just drawn like 3D.
You
No, they're simulated in 3D. Yeah, that's a fair point. But
Can you give an example of an orthographic projected view? I don't think you what's being said.
No, I do. An orthographic projection is where your camera, the frustum is it's a cube, right? Or it's a rectangle, or not? Yeah, it's a cube. It's not. They're parallel. These the borders. So everything appears to you like it's the same distance, right? It's not. It's what he said. It doesn't go to a point because you need.
That's right.
Yeah.
But you're the point.
But directions are still the same. The direction that you're pointing at is
not
still
from your
gonna
viewpoint, though.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Look, you would have a bunch of parallel lines. You're going to be aligned with one of those parallel lines. That will only be your only. Like, you don't have a point of view. There is no such thing as a point of view. That's why it's not perspective. Perspective has a point of view, meaning there's a point which the whole 3D image is projected on, which converges.
Not true. Not true, because you can say.
Where does an orthographic projection converge?
There is no convergence, but you can say I want to shoot a ray. I want to shoot a ray from this XY, right, and then go straight.
Yeah, go straight to where?
Straight to
what
whatever.
you see,
whatever
I
it hits.
swear.
Yes, in that case, you're just gonna hit whatever.
I mean, I think I know what the problem here. You know what what the hell is it called? A telecentric lens is?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a lens that they use in manufacturing that they'll like when they need to precisely measure the part. Okay, there's no perspective. It's an orthographic image with a camera lens, and the reason it works is because the camera lens is the size of the part. So it's a 5mm part. You have a 5mm lens, and it's a parallel projection because the lens is big enough. There is no point projection or near point projection. Like you said, frustum. Say you had a 10mm part and a 5mm lens, you would have a frustum with a back plane, front plane, right? Where the front plane would be the camera lens of 5mm and the back plane would be the part of 10mm. Now, you could do a calculation and do some, computer-aided fucking correction, but you can just get the telecentric lens and just make it the size of the part and not do any of that. Now, there's some videos on YouTube where people, they make a giant telecentric lens that's like, it's about, 10-inch diameter lens, and they run a train at it on train tracks, and it doesn't even look like it's coming at the camera, even though it is coming right at the camera, because it doesn't have a direction from the observer's point of view. There's no direction that goes to the observer. Everything doesn't converge at the observer.
Sure, that's if your constraint is you can only shoot the ray from the middle or somewhere, but that's obviously not what I'm saying. I'm saying you can choose an XY. You can choose an XY on this square and go forward. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, if you're saying you can only shoot from fucking 0, let's say that's the middle of the screen, then yeah, you're never gonna hit. You're only gonna be.
Dude, you can't do any of that on a ball. You can only do all of that in a flat game.
Anyway, this is all like we don't live in an orthographic. Well, hold on, just one sec. I'm only gonna say this: we don't live in an orthographic world, though. We live in a world of perspective. That's what we see. When we model the sun, moon, earth, all these objects, right, that we see, right, they're supposed to be objects. The mathematics is an observer-centric perspective, all of it. They don't use a globe. They assume that you're a point at the origin of coordinates in astronomy and all these places. All these models are actually observer-centric models. And the only reason they use a sphere is because it's easier to calculate if they assume that you're just a point at the center of the sphere. Anyway, whoever had something to say, go ahead. Okay, then. Have a nice day. Be sure to tip your waitress. So, Radwin, what was the vacuum test he's going to do?
I want to drop two things.
He's gonna
Two
no.
solid
You're
objects.
first. You're gonna before you ruin your vacuum chamber. First, you're gonna put a half a shot glass of water in there, and you're gonna time how long it's gonna be till your vacuum chamber is completely dry. I was gonna say it's about an hour, is my guess.
How do I like I need a humidity fucking sensor?
No, you'll see. Believe me, you'll see it. You'll see it all over the inside of the vacuum chamber. As soon as it hits a certain point, it goes poof and turns into a cloud. Because when there's no pressure, the water turns into gas. So that's why you can't have gas balls in a vacuum and water balls in a vacuum.
Yeah, it evaporates. So basically, it's gonna condensate.
Yeah,
right,
so
on the side.
Earth can't be a water ball in a vacuum. That's correct.
It's actually sublimation. The water sublimates out of the air that's dissolved in.
I can hear the gears turning in his head.
So, Sauce, if you pay attention to this topic, what you often see is there's two classes of argumentation. There's descriptions of what's actually happening, like what's actually observed, and then there's explanations. Okay? A lot of times people try to pass off the explanation as the description. For instance, solar eclipse. I saw the moon go in front of the sun. That's the explanation. But that's not an accurate description of what was actually seen, because you can't see the sun during the moon during a solar eclipse because it's a new moon. So they never saw the moon at all. This is something you'll see if you're engaged in this topic over and over again. Kohlbergers they'll say they're empiricists, and you'll ask them for evidence, and you'll ask them for data, you'll ask them for experiments, like the one Rabnin just said. Gas balls in a vacuum. And all you'll get is an explanation. You'll just get a story. You'll never get the actual data, the actual experiment to back up any of the claims. This happens repeatedly over and over and over and over and over ad nauseum. But science, as you should know, is based upon empirical, meaning from experience, observation, or experiment. Technically, just pure observation is not science, but let's just put it under the broad term of science. Okay? Observation and experience. Period. That's it.
Hold on. So explain to me why if I see like water droplets on the side of my vacuum chamber, why does that disprove gravity or whatever you're saying?
How come it was held down before you put it in there and remove the air pressure? It was held down by gravity then, but when you remove the air pressure, gravity gave up on it. So is it the air pressure holding it down, or is it gravity holding it down? You decide.
I don't see how that follows. Like, because if the water turns into gas, that's what we see even in non like.
Yeah, so
in a non-vacuum.
gases are not pulled down by gravity, are they?
Okay, so if I had, let's say, if I
That hurt
had
your
like,
brain, didn't it?
Yeah,
not
gears turn again.
not really, but if I had
No,
like
no
a
gears are
color,
turning yet. Okay.
if the water
Well,
is like blue or something, right, and I can see the gas, let's say, what you're saying the gas is gonna what's gonna happen to the gas? You're saying it's gonna
you
rise
gotta let your
or
vacuum
it's gonna fall?
chamber run until it's dry. Yeah, you let it run until it's dry. You don't just turn it on for a second and say, "Oh, I pulled a vacuum." You let that thing go for about an hour.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be bone dry. If
But
not, let it go a couple more minutes. It'll dry up.
Yeah, but there isn't an atmosphere around the container or inside of the container, but surrounding the gas. It doesn't follow.
What the hell does that mean, dude?
Is the
As in there is,
atmosphere the container?
Are you telling me
or,
that
for globally,
the air turns into some kind of solid container that holds water around a ball then?
Are you saying the gas contains the gas?
I'm
Because
not
the
sure what I'm
atmosphere is
saying.
the gas.
Let me search
I
this
know
up.
you're not sure what you're saying. Yeah, so don't. You're trying to just make up anything. It's like you're panicking now.
No, I'm just trying to follow a train of thought and see where that leads me. Let's see, like,
Okay, just go by the second law of thermodynamics. Gases have infinite degrees of freedom and try to reach thermodynamic equilibrium within their environment. If they're inside a vacuum and there's a barrier and you open the barrier, the gas will expand to fill the available volume and trying to reach thermodynamic equilibrium. Gravity has no effect on this process and is nowhere in the kinetic theory of gases or any gas laws. There's just no gravity in any of the formulas because it has no effect on gases. You would need to have gravity in the phase diagrams for the transitions of matter from phases. That gravity would create pressure, which would change, and temperature, which means it would be able to do work. It's like this. The gravity thing is like outside all the physics, dude. It's just its own special category of physics that somehow is immune to all the other physical laws we have.
Just remembered we needed the container for the vacuum.
And remember, do that first before you throw your vacuum chamber out your window and prove nothing by doing that, except you can prove that you're going to break shit.
Bro, I'm not gonna drop a bowling ball. I'll drop like maybe a feather or something else.
He thinks he's going to drop them inside his vacuum chamber, and that's going to prove if they fall at the same time somehow.
Okay, but that's not all elements, is it?
Relevant in the sense that there is something making it fall.
No, you said it's not all elements that do that.
Okay,
So
but yeah,
some of these well, I mean, you don't buy into the video? What video?
The video that you guys showed, right? The Bremen
drop tower. He saw that and panicked. He saw the elements don't drop at the same rate in the vacuum. Now he's going to go buy a vacuum chamber and drop his vacuum chamber.
Oh, what I saw was one video.
Yeah, they kicked him out.
They wouldn't let him do anymore.
Yeah, what is his name? I want to search him up.
In the video description is a link to his website. He's a German guy.
Well,
there's English translations on the website of everything. He has research papers, all that stuff is on there. He's not the only one that's done this, or something like this. There's another guy who's currently doing it. His name is Sky Darnos. But he's done a different type of setup. So because of air resistance, and you have different elements, your elements would have different shapes. What his way around this was to take the elements and stick them inside a basically like a ping pong ball, but it's just a plastic ball with hemispherical cells that snap together. So now you have unified air resistance. The air resistance is the same for every single one. So he takes 1 gram of each element and measures what the rate of free fall is, and it's not the same. It varies by element, and from what he's deduced, that the more neutrons that are in the element, the faster the rate of fall. Now he has a whole theory behind this, but this is he's a physicist, PhD, all the math, all the crap. He's written 2 books on it. So the equivalence principle was never proven.
Sounds like neutrons are pretty heavy shooting for ground like that.
Like you can't just have one video and say, "Oh, here."
I just gave you a YouTube channel. He posts his experiments.
But you said that
that
it's
he
not the
does.
exact same. Like we were talking about repeatable.
It is no.
experiments, right?
Listen, he takes an element like say a gram of lead and a gram of iron and a gram of calcium. Because of their densities are different, they're not going to be identical shapes. So you can't just drop them the way they are as a gram because they'll have different air resistance. So he solved it by taking them and putting them each in a ball. Now, because they're in the identical kind of ball, they have identical air resistances and identical weights.
This is very dependent on the state of matter. Solid, liquid, gas. Are we dropping gases in
He
vacuums?
controlled all the variables except for the element is what he varied, the element that's inside. Weight is the same, geometric form is the same, air resistance is the same. So everything's the same.
Somehow that okay. All right, let me think about this. You have a container that is the same.
Yes,
and it contains whatever it contains, whether
contains
it's liquid,
an element that weighs 1 gram.
Right. It doesn't matter if it's solid or whatever because you have this outer shell anyways.
Yes. And he drops it, and he times how fast it takes to fall.
Okay, where is this video?
It's a bunch of videos, so I'll post a link in the side chat to his channel. Tons of videos. He also got talks that he's given at conferences, and you can watch them if you want.
Okay, so it shouldn't be too hard to find that.
His theory is that inertia and gravity are not the same, right? So you had the equivalence principle where inertial mass and gravitational mass are identical. He's saying that that's not true. That the so-called gravitational mass is based upon the number of neutrons inside of an element. Technically, not the number of neutrons. It's a little more sophisticated than that. But the neutron count is the easiest way to tell what it is. But it's an interaction between the neutrons and the protons. It's not specifically their binding energy, but it's like that.
Is it the neutron count or isn't it the proton count? I don't want to. I'm not gonna get.
Well,
too
according
technical,
to
but I
him,
think
it's
it
the
is.
neutron count.
All right, let's see this shit.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of experiments in there. Good luck. But I can give you interviews that he's given explaining the principle and his experiments.
Which one's the video? The latest ones.
There's a bunch of videos of him doing. Dude, they're experiments.
I know, but you're citing him, so I trust you
You
to
want to
give me the best one.
every single. Look, I'm citing him. You can watch them at your leisure. I describe them. Okay. My only point is that the equivalence principle has never been demonstrated experimentally. Remember, I was just saying that we're gonna keep busting up against explanations versus actual descriptions of reality. The experiment is the description of reality. You do an experiment, you measure the metrics or whatever it is you're observing, and you just describe what's happening. That's it. But then there's the explanation of why it happened or how it happened, the story we tell to make it sound better, or whatever reason we do it. Here, let me find a drop test for you.
Forgive me for asking, but what conclusion are we trying to get to or reach?
I don't even know. If you click the videos tab, it's like him just freaking doing experiment after experiment after experiment, man. And some interviews, apparently. Rubber zinc free fall comparison. Lead zinc trials using the same vending machine ball. Rubber zinc trials. I mean,
yeah, I'll look at them. But I'm going to look at
free fall experiments, lead versus steel.
Hey, what's this experiment going to do for you, dude? What's it going to do for you when you find out that things fall at different rates? What is that going to mean then?
It ain't gonna prove a globe, and it ain't gonna disprove a globe. It isn't gonna do anything. It might be an intellectual curiosity.
I just wanted him to tell me what this actually means.
If they don't fall at the same rate, that means everything. That means gravity is false.
What?
Ugh.
It means that it can't be a globe.
It means you can't pull a perfect vacuum.
It wouldn't mean it can't be a globe.
It does.
In your mind, maybe, but really, no.
What?
Things going up and down, really? You think that that's going to prove a globe?
No, I need to see like vastly different rates, right? If we're talking about if it falls
0.3 milliseconds in like 6 feet.
It's 0.3 milliseconds, the difference?
Yeah, I'll post that one in the chat. I just read it to you.
Wait, let me see. 0.3 milliseconds.
Yeah, I'll post in the chat on. He's not dropping this for stories either. But this, you still didn't tell us how this would, like, I can't even believe I have to defend the freaking globe. This would.
I don't think 0.3 milliseconds is so tiny.
What?
The difference.
Okay,
it would
get on your computer and
give yourself 0.3
give yourself 0.3 milliseconds lag. You tell me,
bro.
You'll be in here fucking crying, dude.
What are you talking
God,
about? We play video games at 30 milliseconds, brother. At 50.
Dude, I played at 900 milliseconds.
No, you didn't.
Over.
How long is a millisecond, Sauce?
A millisecond is a thousandth of a second.
Okay. So when we used to be on dial-up, yes, I used to play at 900 milliseconds. Thank you very much.
Brother, I'm telling you, that's
They
impossible.
wrote way better netcode back then than they do now. Now they write trash.
900 milliseconds? That's almost a second difference.
I know that.
You'd be shooting at shadows, my guy. You'd be shooting at
No,
ghosts.
you have to have great anticipation. I could pick people out of the air with the fucking rocket launcher, bro.
0.3 milliseconds? That's the fastest fucking internet connection I've ever seen.
Well, I mean, no.
If you had 0.3 milliseconds,
If you're on
bro.
fiber, you can get like less than 1 millisecond.
Yeah, if the fucking server's right next to you.
But listen, it's not a far drop, and that's a huge. If they dropped it from 1,000 feet, it would be like a fucking second difference. So it doesn't matter anyway because it wouldn't prove or disprove the existence of Earth being a ball or not. It doesn't have.
It would mean that it falls within the parameters, the margin of error, because we cannot create
What's the margin of error? How did they figure out what the margin of error is?
whatever it is. It's good enough for me because this is such
How
a
do you know?
small.
Well, how do you know? Since you don't know what it is, how do you know that it's good enough for you?
Oh God!
All I'm saying is it's not an open and shut case because it, like literally, we cannot create a perfect vacuum. And
Do you know
that
that you
explains the
listen to
difference for me.
yourself right now? You're just trying to talk fast and say anything at this point.
No, I'm saying that we cannot create a perfect vacuum, and that gives me like some sort of out, right?
So what are you going to prove? Yeah, what are you going to prove by buying a vacuum chamber then?
You need a container for
Well,
gas.
I still want to see it for myself, you know.
What? You said you can't create a perfect vacuum, so what are you going to witness?
It would be cool to see fucking feathers fall like without any air resistance.
Feathers
That's one.
fall. No, there's air in there, remember? Plus, feathers are heavier than nothing. So,
Radwin, should we really ruin this freaking day of space travel?
yeah, he needs it done. You go ahead.
You know what happens? Like, you know what it takes to create an ultra high vacuum on Earth?
No.
You need double vacuum chambers. And every time you turn the vacuum on and raise it to that high vacuum and you open the door again, you need to change the seal. A metal seal. They can't use rubber seals. They have to use metal seals because when they close the door, they bolt it shut and the metal is soft and it deform in what do they call it? Cold welds to the other metal, right? So it's basically molecularly sealed at the molecular level. So when they open the door, they got to scrape that shit off, put a new seal on. How do they open and close the door on the ISS, which is a vacuum which is like 10 to the 11 torr, and the highest Earth vacuum is 10 to the -7 or something? Why aren't they changing these seals? And where is the giant frickin' copper seal that's like 3 feet in diameter that they have in the ISS that they have to replace every time?
And I want to know where they keep all the spares, and where do they keep all the spares all clean and safe?
Do they have them in those little fucking surgical fucking paper things that they keep Band-Aids
No,
in?
they must have it in their MRO room, like up against one of the fences, is all my guess. Hanging.
Well, they can't keep it outside because there's like seaweed and barnacles out there.
Hold on, so you're asking what? How do they get out of the ISS, right?
No, we're asking how do you open and close the door more than once on there?
Okay, let me see.
How do you just open the door and never close it again?
Hold on, Indio. He's going to ask AI.
Oh God. I know what the AI is going to say. NASA is really good at engineering seals.
Well, it's NASA. What do you think? I mean, does he know that NASA is a spy agency now?
Oh shit! Did you tell him?
No. I thought somebody else would have told him by now. You know that, dude. NASA is now a spy agency, right?
Officially.
Officially, on paper.
Yeah, that's what.
What?
Do you think we're joking? No, there's an executive order. You can go read it on whitehouse.gov.
So now, when you say you believe what NASA says, that means you believe in what the KGB tells you, basically.
Remember Airplane when he the Russian dude is reading the freaking news? There's like a gun off the screen, pointed at his head. You see like an arm certain up the side of the screen, force him to read whatever on the news.
Yeah.
Could you repeat your assertion? What was the problem?
Changing the seals.
Changing the seals.
Yeah, when you change the seals on a vacuum chamber, so you have a reverse vacuum chamber, the vacuum's on the outside, the air's on the inside, as opposed to the air on the outside and vacuum on the inside. So it's just the reverse of the problem. You have the same problem. So, ultra high vacuum, we know from manufacturing what it takes to create one and what it takes to use one in industrial enterprise. So, we know that if you want to open it up, you need to replace the seal every single time it's opened.
Why?
Because when you close it, there's a metal seal, metal like copper, and when you close it, it deforms. Okay, and cold welds to one side and deforms on the other side. When you open it up, you can't get it to redeform the same way. It's a one use only. You can't use rubber because the rubber outgasses and decays in vacuum. So they have to use, and it also don't make as good a seal. So they have to use metal.
So what they're saying is there's actually
I can show you a
not
video
that much.
from a vacuum manufacturer. I mean,
They're saying there's not
in my
much
opinion.
pressure on the ISS. They're saying there's not as much pressure on the door. It's only about 1 atmosphere, which is basically like on Earth. So
well, yeah, but if it's 1 atmosphere on Earth, why don't they just use the same seal that they use on the ISS on Earth to make their vacuum chamber?
It's the same pressure values. It's the same problem.
No, it's in space, so it's way different, dude. Don't you know that?
Are you not saying that? Are you not saying that because the pressure is so high that the material gets deformed? Is that not what you're saying?
No,
it gets deformed when they close the door.
Yeah.
The seal does. But when you reopen the door, now that seal is no good and you need to replace it.
But what? But
where are the replacement seals? You would need 3-foot diameter replacement seals because the fucking hole is 3 feet in diameter.
But
wouldn't this also apply to the doors on the Apollo landers?
Yes. It would apply to any fucking thing that's in vacuum that you have a door that you have to shut and open. And there's cold welding problems. In a vacuum, when you touch two metals together, they'll cold weld together and you'll never get them apart again. This is a known phenomenon, man. This isn't like new shit, man.
Okay, what is this phenomenon called?
Cold welding.
Cold welding. All right, thank you. You're saying this happens on the ISS? Yes or no?
No, it should happen on the ISS, but the ISS is fake, so no, it doesn't happen on the ISS.
Okay, so it should. Okay. I see.
You've got, in both situations, you've got a door that separates one atmospheric pressure from an ultra high vacuum. Whether it's on Earth or up in the sky, inside or outside, the door is still separating the two things, the ultra high vacuum from the one standard atmospheric pressure. Now,
I hear you.
Cool. Talking a lot about containers, but you figure out that door problem.
No, I know what you're saying. You're basically, he was saying that you put a vacuum chamber in a vacuum, or I mean, you put whatever in a vacuum chamber, and it should, yeah. You put a shuttle in a vacuum chamber, it should cold well, or that's what you're saying. We observe here on Earth, right?
I'm saying when they touch metals,
yeah,
together,
it should
when they're
cold
going
weld.
on a little spacewalk, or when the ships touch each other, they should cold weld together. Okay, there's a video of ultra high vacuum, and what they say. You can listen to the lady. This is a ultra high vacuum manufacturer saying what needs to be done. They're one-time use, the seals. You open the little hatch, you can never use it again. That means you got to have seals on hand to replace every time you open the door. Open the door, go outside. Oh shit, we need to replace the seal right now before we can even shut the fucking door.
Will this happen in my vacuum, or must this be like a super vacuum?
No, it has to be like ultra high vacuum. That's like 10 to the negative 5, 10 to the negative 6 torr in that vicinity. But the ISS is something like 10 to the 11 or something. 10 to the 9.
So like in between then.
We can't even make the vacuum of where that thing operates. We can't make that vacuum on Earth.
Hold on, you said 10 to the what for an ultra vacuum?
10 to the 9 or 10 to the 11, somewhere in there.
But the ISS in outer space, you're saying it's
10
like
to the
more.
9. That's the 10 to the 9, 10 to the 11 torr. On Earth, the largest vacuum we can pull a 10 to the negative 9 for a very brief period of time for like making microprocessors, but it's for a very brief period of time, on the order of fucking like 2 or 3 minutes. But the typical ultra high vacuum that can be maintained is like 10 to the negative 6.
Deep space is supposed to be.
Look, there's this thing called outgassing. So when you manufacture things on Earth, right, there's gases, right? We got the air and air pressure. Say we make a piece of metal and we forge it. Inside that metal are dissolved gases. When you pull a vacuum with that thing inside it, those dissolved gases, they come out of the metal and they cause what's called spillation. And you'll have a bunch of fucking holes in it. Well, that ain't no good if you want something structurally sound in outer space so you don't fly apart from the ultra high vacuum. So you have to pre-treat all this stuff before you can even expose it to vacuum. But how do you pre-treat it before you even get it into the vacuum? There's a big question. How did I pre-treat the entire ISS with an ultra high vacuum at high, or in a vacuum at high heat to get rid of all the dissolved gases, and then stopping that process and then going to space? Did I fucking saran wrap it? Did I put them in big Ziploc bags? Like, did I vacuum seal? Like, what did I do? How did you even do this?
Oh, that's a massive problem for all space travel. You start talking about moon buggies with moon. You want to talk about Tesla and his car, his showpiece of throwing his Tesla's car into space. The amount of outgassing that all of these things would take place. Yeah, good point, India.
Yeah, the fucking Tesla would have exploded, dude. You would have just saw fucking seat foam flying everywhere. It wouldn't even be seat foam anymore. It would just be freaking a raggy piece of freaking polyurethane. So foam is dissolved bubbles inside of like polyurethane or polyvinyl or PVC even. Right? It's just it's bubbles that are dissolved in there, but they're dissolved in there at 15 pounds of pressure per square inch. Each bubble, each little teeny microscopic bubble is in there at 15 pounds of pressure per square inch. Thousands and thousands and thousands of them. You fly your Tesla into space. Now that fucking seat with the polyurethane foam, all those bubbles want to expand into the available fucking vacuum. The fucking goddamn seats would have exploded. Never mind the plastic fucking, because also the plastic has dissolved gases. All this stuff has dissolved gases in it, and they would all explode. In ultra high vacuum, the vacuum they say it is.
Bro, are you
Yeah, but that's assuming you're not
English native
protected from the
speaker?
vacuum.
Well, I mean, the Tesla that Musk says he launched into space was not protected from the vacuum.
He just rolled it out of the
We know that.
parking lot. That's
He
what.
said they didn't do anything to it.
Yeah, that was the claim, wasn't it? Didn't do anything, just took it out of the warehouse and chucked it into space.
You have to look at this foam you're talking about then.
Foam? You've never seen foam, like for a seat?
Well, I have to search up the material. Is it
Okay,
poly something?
it could be polyurethane foam. Like, it's open like closed cell foam, man.
I mean, look, you gotta get specific, right?
You never seen like polyester foam?
If you want to get,
I don't own a fucking
You
Tesla.
own a pillow. Do you have a rock for a pillow or something?
if you want to get specific, just understand that what outgassing is. And we can be specific about that. And then we're just going to have to look at all of the things that are apparently said to be thrown into the vacuum of space. Now, a little bit of discernment will help you understand that things like rubber, foam aren't going to do very well in vacuums just because of the phenomenon of outgassing. They're not going to be very good for, well, let's put it like this. If your life depends on it, now fuck up. So back to the door.
I just posted an image, dude. This is foam for upholstery. That's what's in a car seat.
Yeah, you're saying that in a vacuum, it's all just gonna expand outwards, right?
That foam is just bubbles.
Yeah.
Okay, Source.
If you take
do
one
it
of these and
these.
stick them in a vacuum chamber, they'll freaking expand. Same way as a marshmallow. You can actually like, look at that on YouTube, right? Put marshmallow in a vacuum chamber.
I'm gonna search up this Tesla video.
It's not the one that's real because it looks so fake.
What's up, Matrix? Sorry to cut you off like that.
Well, actually, you said exactly what I was going to say. Go and stick a marshmallow in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah. Dude, I want to try that, though. I bet you. I'd eat the fucking marshmallow.
It's a shame they don't stay big. Put them in the vacuum chamber, expand them out.
Right, they shrink. Lame.
Freaking mint, wouldn't it?
Well, I guess you can be like that astronaut, like be in the vacuum chamber with the marshmallow and try to eat it before you pass out.
Best of luck.
Be like, my tongue, the water was boiling off his tongue. Is that what you said? He could feel
in that
his
article.
sizzling or something. You said.
Yeah, in the article where they stuck him, the actonaut in the vacuum chamber, they claimed that he could feel it before he passed out. It was one of the last sensations he could feel was the moisture coming off of his tongue.
Okay. So here's the list of claimed full Great Circle circumnavigation over both poles to date. All right. 1. The Pioneer Polecat, 1965. The route: Honolulu, North Pole, London, Lisbon, Buenos Aires, South Pole, Christchurch, Honolulu. 2. The speed dam in Pan Am Flight 50, 1977. To celebrate Pan Am's 50th anniversary, they chartered a long-range special performance jet. The aircraft was a Boeing 747 SP. The route, San Francisco, North Pole, London, Cape Town, South Pole, Auckland, San Francisco. 3. The heavy lifter, Aeroflot Antonov, 1990. The aircraft was an Antonov AN-124 Ruslan. The route, Melbourne, South Pole, North Pole, Melbourne. That was the previously held record. This flight covered 50,005 kilometers, which is significantly longer than the Earth's polar circumference.
Why would they use that aircraft?
Sure.
It's the worst aircraft to choose for that flight.
Right. And ensuring it met the strict Great Circle requirements. The current record, one more orbit, 2019. This mission was launched to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Apollo 11 moon landing and holds the current FAI world record, which is the Fédération Aéronautique Internationale. Sounds French. Aircraft Qatar Executive Gulfstream G650ER. The route, Kennedy Space Center, Florida. North Pole, Nur Sultan, Kazakhstan. Mauritius. Is that how you pronounce it? Then the South Pole, Punta Arenas in Chile, and then back to the Kennedy Space Center. Record of 46 hours and 40 minutes. This flight was specifically designed to pass as close to the precise 90 degrees north and 90 degrees south coordinates as possible. Those are, to date, the closest, well, they claim full north to south circumnavigation. And then it says here, like, because I originally asked for suborbital claims, it says you mentioned suborbital in your initial query. To date, no suborbital vehicle like the Virgin Galactic spaceship 2 or Blue Origin's New Shepard has performed a polar circumnavigation. True suborbital point-to-point travel over the poles remains a theoretical goal for companies like SpaceX with Starship, which could technically fly a ballistic trajectory from one hemisphere to another via a pole in under 45 minutes, but this has not yet been attempted.
Okay, that's interesting. Oscar, what about Fram 2?
Fran 2?
Fram, F-R-A-M?
It says, excuse me, the Fram 2 mission was launched on March 31st, 2025, represents a historic shift from aircraft-based circumnavigations to the first ever crewed orbital polar mission. It is not suborbital. It is a full orbital mission that specifically targeted a 90-degree inclination to pass directly over both poles. Spacecraft and launched via a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket and Crew Dragon Resilience capsule from Kennedy Space Center, Florida. The trajectory, this was the first human flight to achieve a true 90 degrees or 90.01 degree polar orbit. Previous crewed records were significantly lower, such as the Soviet Vostok 6, which was 65 degrees, or the Space Shuttle, 62 degrees. Orbit speed, and at an altitude of 430 kilometers, the crew traveled from the North Pole to the South Pole in just 46 minutes. This is roughly 30 times faster than the one more orbit aircraft record set in 2019. The flight lasted approximately 4 days, concluding with a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California on April 4th, 2025. It goes into the crew specifics, scientific and historic goals, atmospheric research, health studies, legacy. That's about it.
Yeah, that Gulfstream one was trying to like beat the record or something for fastest circumnavigation. They did in 46 hours, 40 minutes, and 22 seconds. Their refueling stops were optimized for quick turns, about 30 minutes each.
So this is what it claims, right? It claims it did pole to pole to pole, right? Like 55 passes directly over the poles within its 3.5 to 5 day duration. Why can't they be clear on days? But that's weird. Okay. The spacecraft completed one full pole to pole to pole loop every 93 minutes. It traveled from the North Pole to the South Pole, one half orbit in roughly 46 minutes. From that footage, does that look like it's doing that? Doesn't. It looks like it's going really slow. Like to the point where they zoom in and it doesn't look like they're moving at all.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. And if they're that height above the Earth, why are we seeing this much curvature?
Right. Yeah, I was looking at that. I was looking at the tiny little bubble window he looks through too. I was wondering if that has something to do with it. Wherever they are, you know. All right, get this. I don't get this. I don't understand this. Right, this is weird. The mission's 90-degree inclination meant it was flying perfectly perpendicular to the equator, allowing the crew to witness 24 hours of daylight at the North Pole and 24 hours of darkness at the South Pole during their orbits. What? But they witnessed 24 hours of sun and darkness? I thought they were orbiting it, like doing pole to pole in like 46 minutes.
Exactly. They wouldn't be loitering over the poles for very long.
I don't get that statement. It's really weird. Actually, I messed up there. So the previous record was the 1965. So 1965 Boeing 707 held that record until 2019. It claimed to have done it in 62 hours and 27 minutes. And the 2019 attempt was 46 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah, there was
sorry. The 1977 Boeing 747, 54 hours and 7 minutes. Okay, so 77. It wasn't broken. The 1977 flight wasn't broken until 2019.
There was another attempt back in 1988 by a Saudi businessman. He did it in 52 hours, 31 minutes, and 48 seconds.
Hello. How's everyone doing? Oh, hello, buddy.
Welcome.
Thank
Hello
you.
everyone, how are you doing?
Chilling. That's crazy. My phone's about to die.
Why are you silent? They are crazy, maybe.
Everybody's just hanging out, man. People are impatient.
Oh, DJ. All right.
What you found?
Listen to this. So I'm pressing it even more. I said, now let's get this absolutely straight. All these attempts, excluding Fram 2, were complete great circles, meaning they reached 90 degrees south and continued as a forward path as possible, not backtracking like other polar circumnavigation claims were discovered to be. And it said, to get this absolutely straight, no, many of them were not. When you apply the strict requirement of a forward-moving great circle, meaning the craft crosses the pole and continues out the other side without a 180-degree turn, most famous polar circumnavigations actually fail the test. Here is the breakdown of who actually straight-lined it versus who performed a U-turn or backtrack. So, the failed Great Circle test, right? Many historic claims, especially surface and ship-based ones, reached the pole and then turned around. Fiennes, the Transglobe Expedition. Michael Palin, 1992, reached the South Pole via plane for the finale of his show and then flew back out the same way he came. The true Great Circle Flyers, the 180-degree rule. Okay, Pan Am, Flight 50, 1977, Antonov, 1990, One More Orbit, 2019. They claim to have passed the test.
Yeah, but they didn't do that. One More Orbit didn't do that.
Yeah, it's saying this is saying it reckons it did.
Also, there's the footage. They don't have footage of them doing that. Like they have footage, but they don't show any footage of them flying over Antarctica. And if you actually have a look at their claimed path that they did, which I call bullshit on, even if we look at their claimed path and assume they did do that, they, you know, I'll post it in the side chat. 1 second. So, 1 second. Here it is. So, which other ones does it say? It says One More Orbit and the Pan Am one. Is that the only ones it's saying?
It's saying there's three. So the 1977 Pan Am Flight 50, the Antonov An 124 1990, and the One More Orbit 2019.
Okay. All right. Well, let's investigate those then. All right. So here's the flight path for One More Orbit. So clearly that one didn't do it. All right. So this is from their website. And there isn't footage of them doing this. There's some footage. Most of the footage shows just footage inside the plane, not even looking out the windows. Shows some footage of them landing at some airports. It doesn't show them footage of flying over Antarctica. Right, and look at the flight path. They didn't do a great circle. They didn't do that at all.
Ouch.
So, all right. So, what's the next one? The Pan Am. Flight 50 or something?
Yep, Pan Am Flight 50, 1977. Says they flew into the South Pole from Africa and exited toward New Zealand.
All right. Well, we would need some footage of that, right?
Yeah. I doubt they're going to have that.
Oh, well, what they didn't have video cameras back then?
Well, I guess they did in 77. Don't know that they really, they didn't. Did they have camcorders even then?
Yeah, of course they did.
Yeah, I suppose they had. But I thought they were not as compact and manageable as today. But maybe they did have little versions with the bigger TV crew style ones. Well, you'd think they'd even take a TV crew, TV crew equipment with them. I don't know.
If there's no footage of anyone actually doing it, then why should we believe it? All right, I found a video about that one.
Yeah, it is just a story, isn't it?
Yeah. Here we go. Here's a documentary about it. All right, here's the path they're claiming in the documentary.
What the heck, bro? It just skims over the edge of the South Pole. Right. So they're saying that the way that is on a globe, that's a great circle, is it?
They're trying to say.
That means it's not perpendicular to the equator, then. Like Fram 2 was claimed to be. So it's off by a few degrees.
Oh, hold on, check this out, T-Dub. This is out of the documentary.
Yeah, see, they could say that, like, they could project that onto the globe and say, yeah, it's technically a great circle, right? A little wonky, right? But it just wasn't perpendicular to the equator. They're going to say. I mean, yeah.
So panning through the whole video, there's one tiny little shot of them looking out the window, and it looks like ice.
So verdict works on flat.
I mean, it kind of looks like they just kind of crossed over a little bit of Antarctica. I don't know. Hold on a second, because it's kind of hard to tell when you've got this Mercator projection.
Yeah, that's what the graphics are showing. I mean, you know, like Dave Weiss had put this in the works on flat basket. He put it in there, you know, because it skims over that little peninsula. If you were comparing it to, the AE map, right, you'd want it to not do that, right?
Right, so this is what they're claiming was the path on a globe.
Well, that's a lie. That's not what their Mercator map shows at all.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to align with what they're showing us, right?
No, that's too perpendicular to the equator. That's not what they're claiming. They were off by a lot. They didn't.
Right.
They didn't reach the South Pole. No, that's not what it'd look like on their Mercator projection. Their Mercator projection, and that doesn't match.
All right, here's someone's put it on an AE map apparently.
Okay. Right. Yeah. I see. But no, their projection onto a globe, that's dishonest. That doesn't do what it shows on the Mercator. They were off. It says specifically says they flew into the South Pole from Africa approximately 20 degrees east and exited toward New Zealand at approximately 170 degrees east. So the Mercator projection, the Mercator map flight path is not showing. That's not the South Pole, is it? Really? That's their South Pole on the Mercator projection? That's what they call the South Pole, that tiny little portion.
Yeah, that's what they call it.
And cut. Yeah. Okay. Whatever.
Is that even a Mercator projection? Looks kind of weird.
I'm not sure.
How is that a Mercator projection? Because in the Mercator projection, and Antarctica doesn't look like that in the Mercator projection.
No. Yeah, I'm not sure what that is actually.
Here, just to make it even more confusing, here's someone else putting it onto an AE map. Check this one out.
What the heck?
Yeah. Yeah, how is that what they're showing on this globe? Hold on a second. Take a side by side. Like the features on Antarctica aren't the same in both of these pictures.
Okay. All right. This got even more interesting because I asked it. All right. So all those that passed, right, as in they passed the test, held as close as possible to the same longitudinal path. And said, actually, no. In the world of aviation, as close as possible to the same longitudinal path is almost never done, even on record-breaking runs. While these missions pass over 90 degrees north and 90 degrees south, they almost always shift longitudes significantly between the two poles. If you stayed on one longitude, say the 0 and 180 line, you would be flying over empty ocean for the vast majority of the trip. Here's the intellectually honesty breakdown of how they actually fly. The S-curve. Aviators don't fly a single great circle. They fly a series of connected great circle segments. To keep the forward motion you asked about, they enter the pole from one side and exit the other, but the longitude they use to reach the North Pole is usually different from the one they use to reach the South Pole. Pan Am 50 crossed the North Pole moving from the UK toward Alaska, 0 to 150 degrees west, but crossed the South Pole moving from South Africa toward New Zealand, 20 degrees east to 170 degrees east. The goal, they aren't trying to say stay on one line of longitude, they are trying to minimize total time. To do that, they have to zigzag to hit specific airports for fuel. The true longitudinal path surface, the Trans-Global Expedition Fiennes is the only one that attempted to stay on a single longitudinal path. Because they were on the ground, they couldn't just jump to a different continent. They followed the Greenwich Meridian as their track. Even then, geography forced them to deviate. You can't walk in a straight line. Through the middle of the ocean, they had to follow coastlines and ice shelf edges. Bam. The only perfect path, Fram 2. That's Fram 2's yeah, that's it.
All right, so I looked up just a like a general picture of Antarctica on the globe, and now I'm gonna put this little section of Antarctica that they flew over next to it in Canva. Check this out, Tito. Something doesn't add up here. So, you there?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So the one on the left, I reckon this one's been made by some anti-flat earther for sure. Right, so that's the path that they're claiming that this flight took. Okay, then the one in the middle is from the documentary about the flight, saying that this is the path they took. And then if you have a look at the one on the far right, that's just a random map of Antarctica on the globe from Google. Right, so it looks like they just took like they didn't go over Antarctica. Right, most of Antarctica, like if you cut out that little section that you can see there, right, most of it's missing. Most of Antarctica, they didn't go anywhere near the core, like the center of Antarctica at all.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's right.
So when we see these pictures where it shows the red line like kind of going over Antarctica like that, that's bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. That's some anti-flat earther that's lied, plotted it out like that. It's not even the path they claim to have taken.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it looks like they're just settling for like we're just gonna say that we reached like they're just South Pole is just really they're just saying Antarctica. We got to Antarctica. Like there's
It's
not
like
even
they
any
just-
grid lines on that map.
Yeah, it's like they did like just a little flyby over the like you can
Right.
just take those commercial flights. It's like you can go from Australia and it'll fly you over, or from New Zealand, and it'll fly you over a tiny little section of the edge of Antarctica. It's kind of like what they did.
Yep. Yep. Yet the Google AI is like being somewhat honest, right? When I ask more questions, but it's still trying to claim that the Pan Am went to 90 degrees south.
All right, so far it's given us 3. It's given us one more orbit. That one's pretty easy to debunk. That's been debunked a million times, right? Because clearly they did a U-turn basically when they hit Antarctica, and they only just flew over a tiny little section of it, even according to their own map.
Yes,
which
yes,
they
yeah,
don't
yeah,
have
yeah.
footage of them doing either. Right, next one was
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
Pan Am one. You know that
What?
they just flew over
Any
a tiny
details?
little edge bit of Antarctica with that one.
Any details?
Yep.
And then what was
The
the
other
next
one was
one?
the
There
Antonov. Yeah.
Where is wrong?
1990,
What is your name?
I think it was.
Which class do you study? Which class do you study?
Yeah, also called AN124. Or
What is your name?
AN-124.
Yes, what is your name? Hey, you bloody.
Anybody
What
got
is
any
your name?
globe evidence? Go ahead. Anybody?
ये बोली नहीं अगर क्या ये तो बात करता है ना बोल ना
At the
नहीं
moment.
मेरे को बोल
DJ and I are just taking a dive into some of these claimed to be north to south polar navigation attempts.
Cool. Found anything interesting? Besides, they actually didn't do it.
Inconsistencies with stories, inconsistencies with them plotting the path out on different map projections, no footage of what they claim to have done.
They basically
yeah.
go down and hit Antarctica, then come right back up.
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
vice
they
versa.
just
It's north. I mean,
they just
they
fly
do fly
over
across
like
the North Pole. That makes sense. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, DJ.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's exactly what happens. They seem to they do they cut over a little bit of Antarctica and kind of turn around and and there's not even footage of them doing that, really. It's just a claim.
Yeah, if more people knew just that one fact that they've never done that north-south thing, we'd be in a lot better position, But that's what makes it so obvious that we're not involved. I mean, that was one of the main things for me. But 10 years ago, like, why has nobody ever done that? Billions of people have done east-west. Nobody's done north-south.
So we kind of debunked the first 2 that were on P-Dub's list. Now we're trying to do this last one, which was 1990, some Russian airline or something like that. So
you already did the most recent one, the one more orbit one, because I know somebody debunked that one anyway. But
yeah, one more orbits. Yep, that one's debunked. That's easy. Well, I mean, just
They need
even
to
just
touch down and work and bounce straight back up anyway.
yep. And then the other one's the Pan Am Flight 50 or something like that. And then, can you see the side chat, Dave?
I can look at it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so at 48 minutes after the hour. Okay, so when you look it up, you'll find images like the one on the left, and it kind of looks like this is the path they took over Antarctica. Well, that's bullshit, right? Because if you have a look at the second one on the right, I looked up the documentary from the 70s when they did this, and this is the path that they're claiming that they took in the middle image, right? Just dipping over that little peninsula, basically, right? And then the image on the right is just a random picture of Antarctica on a globe, right? So if you have a look at that little bit that they flew over, it's missing most of Antarctica, and it's absolutely nothing like the image on the left that has clearly been made by someone like a anti-flat earther or something like that.
Yeah, and doing it that way, they can sort of claim that they actually did travel across Antarctica, if that makes a difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but this is one of the ones where they're claiming that they kept going south and they flew all the way around the globe kind of thing, but it's bullshit.
Yep.
Where the hell did you talk to P-Dub at?
Who,
me?
Oh, DJ, where did you run into P-Dub?
P-Dub? I'm talking to T-Dub.
P-Dub.
I thought you said P-Dub.
Who's P-Dub? Sounds like a rapper.
He's an anti-flat earther on Twitter that hangs around McZoon and Slice Parkane.
I try to forget anti-flat earthers, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, it's important to know who they are, right? Like even with Ozian, like I don't know if you know the story with Ozian, but even he turned out to ring true with the more degenerate they are, the more anti-flat earth they are.
It's a mental condition for a lot of these guys. I'm not saying anybody personally. I'm not pointing anybody out, but it's a mental problem that they're having. They won't let go of this globe and space and all that shit. I kind of feel sorry for them in a way, but you know, they don't need to behave like they do on the internet. People that come on here and are clowns and are dishonest, I got no time for them. You know, I hear DJ say that to them all the time.
And I like how DJ calls them out. Like, they're just being dishonest, man. He sounds like Simon Cowell.
So this whole panel of people, nobody wants to take up the banner for the globe right now.
I will. The fact that you're talking to us is proof that satellites are in orbit.
Oh, okay. Who wants to do satellites? Go ahead.
And then when we can't hear you, it's because the satellite went away. We're waiting for the next satellite to pick you up.
So did you say you already debunked all 5? Was there 5 of them, DJ? Or how many were y'all doing?
There was a bunch, right? So first AI, like it tries to get you. It gave T-Dub this giant list of north to south circumnavigations, and then T-Dub pressed it a bit further as he's like, oh, like did they actually like cross over? How many of these actually crossed over Antarctica and kept going around? And it's like, oh well, most of them actually just got to the South Pole and just turned around and left the same way that they came in.
That's wild. Why would you turn around?
Yeah, and then
it would have to be a documented flight over 90 degrees south and keep going that way. You know, don't change your direction. Go directly over 90 degrees south and keep going. Pop up on the other side.
And film it. They got to film it, right? They can't just tell us they did it.
Here's the wild thing, right?
the whole list that T-Dub got at first is all people that went to Antarctica and came right back up, but they claim they crossed it. You know.
Here's the wild thing, right? If you were swimming across the river and that river was a mile wide, and you knew you were halfway across the river, but you felt like you couldn't, that you weren't going to make it, which way would you swim?
I'd turn around and come back, man, just like they in an airplane, right?
Like, why would you? If you made it halfway, you felt like you're going to drown, and you had to pick a direction to go. Would you go back, or would you continue forward at halfway?
I would say 99.9% of all logical humans would continue swimming the direction they're going. If you knew the other beach is only other half mile away, right? Why would you ever turn around?
That's it, man.
Whatever's beyond the point that they actually flew to is what they're hiding. Is part of what they're hiding. And I'm speculating, but it ain't like it. They did all this discovering of lands, and then they told everybody about all these lands. There's a lot of shit we don't know about. Total speculation.
Well, they say like the lady that went all the way around Antarctica, I think, circumnavigated Antarctica, was an actress. And she did it in 90 days.
I don't remember that one. What was her name?
I don't remember. I just like.
What year was it? You don't know, do you? Seems like generally speaking, people are getting less. Sorry, I was just going to say real quick. Seems like people are getting less enthusiastic about defending this globe idea, but that could just be a speculation impression I've got. Anyway.
Yeah, there you go. Over the fences. Over the fences shows it. But yeah, no, every time I hear actress or Freemason, I can automatically dismiss that, what they did. Like, I can just dismiss them as being untruthful, and they're going to have to give me all the evidence, not just a story.
Yeah, they have to document the physical reality of what they're doing. You know, it's obvious they can go down there and come right back up. We know that. Just like they know the general gullible public will just believe oh yeah, we got these hundreds, like whatever T-Dub got in his first search, everybody just they might look that up and it's like, these flat earthers are crazy. All these people have done this north to south thing. And that's the last time they think about it, right? For what it's worth, I just noticed that the date is 2626, if that matters to anybody. And it's still not a globe. Somebody prove me wrong.
Do 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 do. Who else in here?
What song is that, India?
Hey, India, what's up, man?
Right, now I've got that.
What song was that? I didn't hear it. He was.
I don't fucking know.
Hey, have you been listening to the stream?
I listened for a second. I heard you guys going over the one more orbit or something.
Yeah. So yeah, we're going over all of the different claimed north to south circumnavigations one by one. Super inconsistent, man. It's crazy. And it's like anti-flat earthers are lying about when they plot the path out that they said they took, right? So the best one that they seem to have is the Pan Am 1977 one. And just
that's the best.
Yeah, that's the best one.
When they're $4 billion in debt and about to go into bankruptcy, and they needed something to revive their company, and yeah, that's the best they got.
So check this out. So it seems like the anti-flat earthers or someone like that, because if you look it up and you look at the flight path they took, there's these images that make it kind of look like. See what I posted in the side chat? The left one.
Oh yeah.
The left image, that's what you get when you look it up on and hit images on Google, and it kind of looks like that's what they did, right? But then I looked up the documentary and took a screenshot of the path that they claim to have taken in the documentary, and it looks like they just kind of cut over that little peninsula there of Antarctica, and then the image on the right is just a Google image of Antarctica. So it looks like most of Antarctica was completely skipped, and it doesn't look anything like the left image that they're telling us this is what they did. It's another one that's just bullshit, and there's no footage of them.
Oh yeah, they just have them like taking off with like it was a bunch of celebrities, right? Celebrities, business people, and they I don't know, they paid some ridiculous. Well, some people were paid to be on it, like the celebrities, but then there's other people that obviously paid, and they paid to be on the flight, and it was just like they filmed them partying or whatever, drinking. And it's just it's a advertising.
Exactly, that's what it seems like.
Oh, it is.
Yep.
Pan Am was also the company that was selling the first moon flight club. So
India, didn't they go bankrupt pretty quick after that? What year was that? Didn't they go bankrupt pretty quick after that? Pan Am.
No, they were about to go bankrupt. They were like at the verge of bankruptcy. There was something like $4 billion in debt, and then that kind of like revived them for a little while. And then they went bankrupt. Didn't Pan Am go bankrupt during the Reagan era or something?
I'm trying to remember. I can look it up here in a second.
Yeah, I'm going through it. Let me see real quick. God damn, it's a long ass wiki article. Yeah, no fucking way. You can't make this shit up. Financial, operational, and reputational setbacks. This is from Wikipedia. This can't be the same guy. Ugh, it is the same fucking guy. Unfucking believable. In 1987, Towers Financial Corporation, led by its CEO Stephen Hoffenberg and his consultant Jeffrey Epstein. Can't make this shit up.
No, it could be a different Jeffrey Epstein.
Take over Pan Am in a corporate raid with Towers Financial as their raiding vessel. Their bid failed. That was in 1987. Bro. And it's I
gotta be a different Epstein, right? Yo, come on, man.
Dude, you can't make this crap up, man. It's a cartoon, I swear to God. We're living in a cartoon. What are the odds? Like, we're just going to debunk Pan Am as scammers, and then Jeffrey Epstein comes up. Well, that seals it. That was easy.
All the world's a stage, isn't it?
My goodness. What year did they do the circumnavigation?
Which one?
DJ? The Pan Am one.
77.
77. Well, from their revenue passengers per mile, so between 75 and 79, so it has like the revenue passengers per mile flown, and it goes from 16,000, and then at 75 it went down to 14,000, so they're going in the wrong direction, then boom, back up to 22,000. Yeah, it's a marketing gimmick they did. That's how I figured it. Just who can confirm it? You see the plane take off. Yeah, we'll be back. We're going to fly around the world. They just come back 3 days later. Yeah, we flew around the world. They declared bankruptcy in 1991. I knew they were around for a while. But man, Jeffrey Epstein? This guy is everywhere.
Yeah, so basically with all of the north to south circumnavigations, right, none of them are even claimed to have kept going like along a line of longitude or anything like that. The only one that they are saying did do that is the Fram 2.
I'm not familiar with the Fram 2.
Yeah, it's in the side chat here. All right, so you want to check out how much curvature that they had from that height?
Fram 2, the movie.
Yeah. So it's like an orbit. So they reckon that they did like 12 orbits or something like that around the globe, 90 minutes or something like that per full orbit, and the curvature's all like warped out, right? Kind of like egg shaped.
Is this Fram 2? Is it an aircraft or is it something like the International Space Station?
It's like the International Space Station, and like it's meant to be doing an orbit. It's like a capsule.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
that's what I was going to ask you guys. Remind me, what is their official excuse that the ISS doesn't do this all the time? They have some official excuse. I can't remember what it is.
I was just listening to the footage. Sorry, Dave.
I was just saying, if the ISS is up there, they could do north to south all the time if they wanted to. But they've got some reason they don't, right?
I was just listening to the footage in the thing and the girl in it, right? So this is the scene that she's looking out the window, right? It's kind of weird. We could see this much curvature, but anyway, she's like, "Oh, I can see the launch pad. I can see the launch pad."
Did she fuck? Is she the bionic woman?
Yeah. It's at like 43 minutes 30 in the film.
Okay.
Nice bionic woman reference. I like that.
Fram 2. I've never even heard of that.
No, neither have I.
It's claimed to be the only pole to pole, like full circumnavigation that went perfectly around doing a great circle. Yeah.
Who did it? NASA?
SpaceX.
Oh.
So it's really kind of recent then.
2025.
Wow.
Boy, Elon, he nailed it, boys. Way to go, Elon. Way to go.
Yeah. Hi, Elon. Thanks for listening.
I'm just like skimming through, looking through the proportionality. That's like, okay. Is that Florida? That's like Okeechobee or whatever it is. It's way too curvy for that to be Earth ball. Unless Florida is like absolutely gigantic.
Josh was in here the other day, and he's saying, "Well, it actually fits just right. That's how big it would look, because when you're really close to the globe, things look bigger."
What? Yeah, but it wouldn't be that curvy because you're too close to the globe. Like what? He's ill.
Yeah, that guy's a mess. You know, the other day, what was he saying? Oh, he was saying some of the dumbest shit, and then you just look it up, and he says it confidently. Something about X-rays from the sun. He said I forget what he said, but I just looked it straight up. I'm like, that's not right at all. He's like, oh, okay, yeah, I can see it on that point, right? And then the other day he was waffling on about Velcro, and he was so proud about how amazing it was that NASA invented Velcro. Looked it up. It's like, they didn't invent Velcro. He's like, oh, okay, yeah, I can see it on that one. Yeah, I was wrong about that. The guy is a freaking
liar. No, he's a liar.
Yeah.
He spent a lot of time in the beginning getting anytime someone can especially because he first started coming over on the politics, and he spent a lot of time trying to he would get indignant if anyone questioned his honesty, and which is what I expect actually honest people to do, but it's so many times now that he's just been caught straight up making shit up that I can't. That's just an act. No way. I mean, I don't know how many times he's been caught now. Like it's like 20, 30 times now.
I told him the other day I can't say Josh Ingersoll.
Gosh, in making
him. Oh yeah, no,
statement.
yeah, I get it. Yeah.
I gave him the benefit of doubt, which I usually don't give Globers. I gave it to him for a long time because he insisted. That's the one thing he said this when he first came around. The one thing I don't do is I'm not dishonest and I don't lie. Well, I mean, usually that's a red flag when someone goes out of their way to say that.
Yeah.
But I go, okay, I'll take people, especially if they say, listen, man, I'm dishonest, I don't lie. But as soon as I catch you, that's it. That's a wrap, man. Like, you just literally lie twice because you said you're dishonest and you don't lie, then you lied, so that's two lies.
You held yourself up to that standard, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
And he didn't qualify and say, well, sometimes I exaggerate, sometimes I,
That's what I was going to say, India. Guys like they don't count making shit up about space and satellites. That's not really lying because they know it's a globe and there's satellites going around and stuff. So he's just kind of embellishing it a little bit, right, in his mind.
I just he's definitely has instant expert syndrome. For I called him out last time I was in here because he was like saying stuff so matter of factly, stuff that we had asked him earlier that he said he didn't know because that wasn't his specialty. Now he was talking about the same things as if he does know now personally that he has primary information. Where no, he just read it somewhere in a he's like, I went and researched it. Yeah, well, you still don't actually know. You just like, hey, they have questions. I'll go find the standard bullshit answer, and then I'll say it as if I have personal knowledge of it. Oh, that Las Vegas sphere! I got a picture of that thing. I didn't take it, but it's pretty cool. No, I just posted. This is actually to scale. This is actually correct. I took this image, voted up in GeoGebra, overlaid a circle on it, and then changed the scale to 3,959 mile radius and did all that. So, yeah, I just can't even believe Jeffrey Epstein was involved in Pan Am now. We didn't have any idea who he was. We're doing corporate takeovers of a freaking national airline and nobody knows who the guy was. Give me a break.
Well, we needed an airline to get to and from his island, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I was going to mention the thing about the one more orbit. I mean, I don't know if it was on his own channel or his current channel. Antonio Subaratz watched the live stream, and they never went over Antarctica. According to their own path that they were showing, their own GPS projection on the Mercator map, they never went over Antarctica. They changed the thing that they had on the website was their projected flight path, but they had a flight path that they were showing during the live stream of what was supposed to be their GPS position, and it never went over Antarctica at all. I don't know. I'd have to look and see. When was the one more orbit?
Kind of recently, within the last
2019.
Yeah.
Let me see if his channel. I mean, he went through a few channels because you know how the fucking Globers are. Just strike that shit.
That'd be interesting to see though, because all I see is what I presume would be the projected kind of route, because that kind of goes over Antarctica and does I think at least 2 dog legs. So yeah, I don't know.
Well, I'd like to see it for sure.
What month? What month you guys say? The date of 2019?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
His first video on that channel is January 19th, 2019, so it might still be on there.
Okay, if we're flying from pole to pole and we're doing it, won't one be in darkness? No pole is illuminated at the same time, right? 6 months here, 6 months there. If you're going to go pole to pole, one of them's going to be in darkness, right?
Yeah, it said that's what they experienced.
Okay.
Right.
Just making sure.
They would get
we
from
have
one pole to
airplanes?
another pole in 45 minutes.
Really? Wow.
That's the claim. Yeah.
45 minutes?
Yeah. Yeah, July 2019, India.
Okay, then it's on here. Let me see.
July 9th to 11th.
Man, Yoder already had it. Word, Yoder. You on it. So I timestamped, so what he basically shows is what they advertised the route, and then the route that they were showing, you only got to watch about 30 seconds. Then he goes to the website and shows the route that they were showing that they actually took, and it is nowhere even near where Antarctica should be. Holy shit, yo, did you index his whole channel and summarize it?
Yep. He did.
You mother.
That's brilliant, eh?
Damn, you're quite industrious.
I've also got copies of them. The ones that are indexed that can't be downloaded, yes, they can be. So if anyone wants them, just give us a yell.
Oh yeah, you can. If you use Jade Downloader, you can download entire channels, no problem. It's called Jade Downloader 2. You just you hit add link and just add the channel link. It'll download all of them. Though Jade Downloader's organizational part is kind of shitty. It'll give you a bunch of folders. Did you do that with Notebook LM? Is that the one we were talking about? I didn't think it ever worked. Nice work, Yoder. Yeah, I see it. I did it with the API. Yeah, nice. Awesome. See, these large language models are good for stuff. Not giving dating advice is not. Don't use it for that. But it's good. I think the AIs or the large language, they're good for automating like arduous tasks that are repetitive.
Yeah, they're good at doing menial things that we don't want to do.
Exactly. You know, I was talking to Dandelion about this, like whether the AI is it's gonna do one or two things. I figure either it's gonna automate the menial tasks that you could do, right? So, for instance, if I have a lawnmower and I want to know how to change the lawnmower blade, I can look at the lawnmower, flip it over, look at the model, check out the blade, start Googling around for the freaking model, then for the instruction manual, then find out how to replace the lawnmower blade. Or I can take a photograph, upload it to the AI, and the AI does all that search and shit for me. And I don't have to do any of it. And in 3 minutes, it tells me exactly what I have to do. So I can go do more productive things. Now, that's one solution, one possible utility of these AIs. or the other one, where the AI does the thinking. You know what I mean? Where like it isn't doing like it either makes everybody go like revert to the mean, where that's like where everybody starts believing the AI is holy fucking writ, and no matter what comes out of its keyboard or whatever it is typeset, people think that's the gospel truth. Then that will be a problem.
You might just take the whole human interaction out of it, where you don't even have to replace the lawnmower because it's AI, because it's robot, and you leave it alone. The replacement will be with you in 24 hours. So the whole idea of you being even involved with maintenance of something, they'd probably even take that away. So that removes cognitive function, right? If you're not getting down to repair it, right, you can ask AI how to do it, and you can go and you can do it. You can get your tools out and whatnot, or you don't. It just replaces itself, doesn't it? No need for maintenance. Not from you, anyway, as a consumer. It's got to be simple and easy, right? See, I don't think the AI would give you the instructions of how to do it. I think the AI would just replace itself.
I think it's either going to augment human expression, or it's going to replace human expression, and we're going to revert to the laziest mean. Where I don't want to do it. Let the AI do it, like you said. Or we're going to let it do the menial tasks that we could do that we don't want to do, and then with that extra time, actually do something exceptional. I mean, I'm sure some people will do that.
Yeah. I was talking to my cab driver the other day, and he was talking about the automation of taxis and so on within large cities before, I think, 2035 or something. So within the next 10 years, the majority of taxis will be automated, driverless. I mean, some people really enjoy driving, some people don't, but that's kind of being taken away as well.
I mean, the car thing is tough because as far as like predicting what's going to happen, because there's always the legal part of it. Who's responsible for the accident?
Yeah, that's what my driver was thinking about as well.
The car manufacturer, the dude that's in the car, the people that made the road. Who's responsible for the accidents now? And now what are they going to use for an excuse to pull you over? They won't have one.
Yeah.
Hey everyone. Hey India.
What's up, security?
Hey, I don't have a lot of time. I just wanted to say what's up, guys. Hope you're doing well.
I am. How about you?
Good. You blew my mind the other day. Thanks a lot.
All right.
I appreciate your outlook on the metaphysical was a topic I wasn't expecting, and since then I had been thinking on it.
I was actually thinking about it again myself yesterday, just like, why is it got to be either or? Why can't it just be both at the same fucking time?
Exactly.
Which is the way it actually is, right? It's like that is the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
nothing is as it seems.
You see what you look for, though. So if you're just like in a materialist atheist, that's all you'll see. You won't see the other stuff. And if you're a woo-woo head in the sky, all you'll see is magical mysticism, and keep stubbing your toe on that thing over there in the corner, because you don't think the real world is real.
Yeah. Gotta find a good middle ground. Hey, did I interrupt a topic you guys were having, or?
Nah, not really. We're just shooting the shit about.
Well, earlier I did come in and I was discussing. I was discussing the stars, and I used the wrong word. I asked for an explanation, but what I mean is, what's the story behind XYZ? I'm trying to reframe my questioning.
Well, what are I mean, the explanation thing, like anybody, like I can explain why Spider-Man exists, right? Peter Parker got bit by a radioactive spider, turned into Spider-Man with superpowers. So that's an explanation. Not a word of it's true, right? We can explain anything. They used to explain the sun by being Apollo's chariot. You know?
No.
Now, explanations are one thing, but is there evidence for the explanation? Is that explanation the only possible explanation? That's where we get into like weird. That's where it gets a little crazy. People have been explaining stars and the planets since the beginning of time immemorial. But who's right? Us now? They them? They then? Way back in the past? Somewhere in the middle? Who's right? Which culture's right? Which group of people were right? Because none of that can be verified. If I want to know the composition of a star, how can I actually ever really know that? Now, I can believe a bunch of things. Well, observation? You think you can tell the composition of something just by staring at it?
No, I'm not a scientist, so.
Well, nobody can do it. You can't get the. Look, you can make what's called an inductive inference about what the composition could be, but you can't ever actually know for certain unless you go take a sample.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
I wanted to comment on that question you had before.
Sure.
For another question, I just wanted to say that you were asking about the luminaries, and India's points are on point, but the observation that you're doing on the luminaries tells you something, not the material, what it's made of, but it does shows you, in my opinion, since the luminaries move in cycle, kind of like clockwork, it shows you some type of design, and it also shows you that observed phenomena that it can be described as a beautiful phenomena, and it gives you kind of like a design beauty in a sense. So it gives you kind of like a sense of the creator or the designer has a sense of beauty. Then when you look across the earth, you also see the sense of beauty of the creator, including with the luminaries, the order in place, and the whole creation with it. So yeah, the luminaries kind of like give you a sense of we'll say some type of design, but you cannot go there and check what is that design made of. Not like down here that you can actually check stuff. Go ahead. Also give you a sense of wonder. That's why
security bounced.
Oh, security does that.
Yeah.
She does that often.
I think she thought that was some sort of gotcha, and I'm not sold on her veracity.
No, she came in and asked a similar sort of question earlier when I was around, speaking about the stars and kind of, how do we explain them? I kind of told her, like you did, that we don't.
We can.
But
we can make some shit up right now on the fly.
Yeah, but I was kind of leading to the idea that whatever the sky is kind of, as Jency pointed out, it's wondrous, it's potentially got a lot of intent behind its design and so on. So I don't think she was coming in with some kind of gotcha. I think she was just looking for more clarity on the question she asked earlier.
She has a question because she's wondering about it, and that's one of the biggest wonders for most people. Most people, even from both sides, they wonder about the luminaries. And
most of humanity.
An example of it.
Yeah, most of humanity since the beginning of humanity. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like they're inaccessible, right? You can see them. It looks like you can touch them, but you can't. You know what I mean? They're just that's the curse of humanity. You're gonna look up, you're gonna see those things. You're never gonna know. And even if space was real and they made the craziest fucking spaceship imaginable, they still can't get there and know. So.
Yeah, it's all too far away.
And what is pseudoscience? Unfalsifiable claims.
Yep.
Prove they're not made out of hydrogen gas. Okay, how would I do that?
What if there's hydrogen gas up there? Then what?
I don't know. There could be. I don't know.
Yeah, but
But
they say if we do an analysis and we can look up and we can somehow tell the colors and we tell this color is hydrogen and then we look up and see the color and we say that's hydrogen, we have evidence that you're denying it. But I don't know. That's the kind of like the position they say.
But it's not that simple. They try to portray it. Yeah, they try to portray it as that simple that they're just like looking up in the sky at hydrogen, and hydrogen creates a certain spectrum, and it's like a fingerprint. No, it's not a fingerprint. A lot of times these spectrographs are smeared. They're not like what would you call it? Straightforward. You kind of have to interpret them a little bit, and then you have the problem of redshift and all that. So now you have your spectral lines and they're shifted in one direction or not. So you have to make the assumption that this spectrum looks like this because all the freaking shit shifted because it's this far away and it's moving this fast, and you know what I mean? But you're already starting from the assumption that it's hydrogen in the first place, and man, they actually do a bunch of crap, which I actually found out recently. There's way more nonsense in it than even I imagined.
They have to add a lot of stuff. I mean, because you have a lab setting. So you have a lab setting where you can demonstrate light doing certain things to certain mediums, different gases, different mediums, and the light will give you. You can do those experiments, but how can you actually say it's the same thing as when you're looking up there? That's what I'm trying to mentally say. How can they can go and get to that conclusion that it's the same thing?
Yeah, they don't know. I mean, they could if they even if they had one confirmation, they'd have a little more solid footing. But they don't even have a single confirmation, right?
Yeah.
Because they say that the stars is just another sun because of these spectral lines. So they're all the same or close to each other. But you don't even have the first confirmation to even justify the rest of the theory that all stars are suns and that suns do this and stars do this, that, and the other thing. Yeah, you looked up, you saw the lights of the stars, and they all look the same in similar spectrum to the sun. Similar. I'm not saying exactly the same because there's differences between the suns and the stars, but you don't have the grounding in the first place. It starts with an assumption. Like the whole globe, like we all know, no matter what part of it, or the heliocentric model, or cosmology, or astrophysics, no matter what part of it you bring up, when you dig down, it's founded on some assumption that they can't prove. Foundation is always wishful thinking.
Great guy once said, "It's the best explanation."
Yes, based upon the best explanation, based upon the variable evidence. But that all falls apart when you start asking them, well, how do you know it's the best one? How did you determine that? What's the metric for best that you're using? And then it just becomes subjective. Well, I like this one. It explains the most phenomenon. What explains the most phenomenon? This mathematics. Mathematics don't explain, it describes. It describes the most phenomenon. Well, just because you put little freaking stupid names for the variables and say this causes X causes Y, you don't know X causes Y. Actually, this freaking Neil deGrasse Tyson said, science is true whether you believe it or not. Crazy. I love what it says. A hypothetical gaseous chemical element proposed to explain certain spectral lines in the green glow found in the polar auroras. That was later to be explained by singly ionized oxygen. Now think about what that just said. It was found, and this goes right to what she just said. That was found to be explained, was later found to be explained by singly ionized oxygen. Why wasn't it discovered to be caused by singly ionized oxygen?
It is all very interesting. Like one of the first things I noticed when I started looking up their spectrography shit, right, was that ground-based. There's actually, well, I don't know if any exists, but I couldn't find any analysis of like Jupiter, right, which in the spectral graph shows helium or hydrogen. There's like ammonia, methane, and some other gas. And I was like, okay, then why are we getting told that it's made of helium and hydrogen? Like, there's a lot of it there, apparently. And you also find out that certain emission lines can mimic, like one substance can mimic the absorption lines of another substance, right? Like, there's all you're right, India. There's a whole heap of shit
overlap. Yeah, there's a lot of overlap, and there's these things called Doppler line broadening and like all sorts of crap. So like, and then like complex molecules can totally screw. If there's any complex molecules intervening gas, then it's complicated. And I never understood this part. Is that if the sun is a plasma, that means none of the electrons are bound to the nucleus of the atom. They're free, zipping around. So it's just protons and electrons zipping around. None of the electrons are actually connected to the protons, right? These are ionized protons. There's nothing there. Just like a soup. Plasma. Electrons disassociated from the protons. But according to the freaking quantum theory of light is created, well, with the wavelengths of light, like hydrogen, when the electron is bound to the nucleus, goes into the excited second orbital, and then relaxes into the stable orbital, and then it emits a photon of a certain wavelength. Well, if the electron's not bound in the first place, how can that even happen? Right? What you should have is, and what we do, like what we see the sun at least a little bit, is that it should just be noise, be complete noise, because some electrons are being accelerated. Because if you accelerate an electron, it'll emit radiation. If you decelerate an electron, it'll emit radiation. It's the same with any charged particle gets accelerated or decelerated, it emits radiation. It's like a wake field in an electric field. It's like a wake that creates a wake that flies out. And because the electric field is changing, it creates a magnetic field, and that's basically a photon, so that goes off in the into the solar wind or wherever the hell it goes. But the point is that they say the proof that the sun is, a nuclear furnace or whatever, is because like the hydrogen hyperfine lines, which is a certain emission spectrum for bound hydrogen, but there's no electrons bound to the hydrogen, so I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. It never did. And they invoke all these fucking weird processes that no one's ever actually observed, like a triple freaking alpha reaction, all sorts.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
It's literally a special bleeding fallacy.
Yeah, and they're so far from actually replicating stable hydrogen fusion.
Yeah, fusion. I think fusion's nonsense, quite honestly.
Yeah, but don't they claim that the sun has an atmosphere of helium and hydrogen? Like it's not plasma, it's gas?
I mean,
and that's how they can actually, could be, even though it's a near perfect black body, that they can actually bounce like radar off it and shit.
Well, I mean, plasma, gaseous plasma, freaking, it gets a little weaselly. They get a little weaselly and kind of like, they try to straddle both the properties of both states of matter at the same time so they can get the advantages of one, right? So they can make an argument, well, hydrogen gas emits this spectrum, but it's too hot. So, oh, well, it's a hydrogen plasma. You know, it's just, dude, they can't reflect the fucking radar off the sun, dude. I had a Glober freaking say that in comments, dude, in one of the comments in a YouTube video. He's like, you're just saying nuh-uh. No, dude, I'm not saying nuh-uh. I'm saying, how did they measure the signal through the noise? Think about it. You bounce a signal off the sun with any type of radar array on Earth, 93 million miles, inverse square law, the absorption of the sun, whatever that is, right? How much it would absorb the freaking radar radiation. What the fuck is left? And how is that going to be more powerful than the emission of the sun itself? So that you'll even see it against that noise, right? That's like trying to light a match in front of a floodlight and thinking you're going to see the light from the match flame.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not. You're not, you know, and this isn't even the frickin' match, dude. This is the reflected light from the match after it went 93 million miles.
It's probably that same sort of power trick that they try to pull with the whole fucking bouncing shit off reflectors on the moon.
You know, India, it's actually probably even worse than that. As the gentleman that you were speaking to, maybe in the last week or so, said it's the refracted, reflected, dispersed. Something.
That was Talon X, yes. It's dispersion, reflection, refraction.
No, it wasn't Talon. It was some other kid. Talon's, you know, was it? I don't think so. I thought it was some dopey kid that, you know, was really trying. Yeah.
Talon was the one that was doing the Geodesy thing. Or no, you said you would you said you talked to him a bunch of times. So who was that?
That was Talon. But the individual who said this, I don't think it was him, man.
I thought it was. I mean, maybe it wasn't.
I mean, Talon's probably equally as dumb, if not worse, because of his arrogance. But this kid, that was funny, man.
Refraction. I thought Talon was the one who freaking the dispersion in the rainbow and all that crap. Wasn't that him?
He might have. But the guy that... No, I think this was Brown Recluse who said this.
Yeah, that's right. You're right.
Might... Yeah?
Brown Recluse, yeah. Yeah.
I think so, yeah. Because you guys were talking about the FE core tests, and he was arguing that the lasers, you know, that were able to be seen from that far, it was because the light was doing all this shit. And he was just throwing all these turds at the wall, and, you know.
Like, why? What satisfaction they get out of that? Where, like, first, they can't form a coherent argument for the thing they're proposing in the first place, where it makes any sense. And then, even if you took that phenomenon and apply it to that situation. Like, it can't do what they say it's doing, right? That would be like a very rare one. I mean, hypothetically, at the limits of freaking the physics, it could probably do it in some like extreme physical, in some extreme meteorological condition. But like,
not sure. But I think the tactic is more along the lines of, you know, throwing shit at the wall, seeing what sticks, and maybe throughout the conversation, a door opens that, you know, gives you a glimpse at the sheer possibility that whatever they threw at the wall could stick, right? And that little bit of doubt, you know, depending on how they word it or how the conversation goes, that ever little bit of doubt that emerges, you know, that, you know, you're that you might be wrong because you didn't consider this one shiny little possibility, no matter how improbable, right? It gives them a cheap win. You know what I mean? Something like that.
Yeah, I know. I understand. You don't know 100%. There's a 1 in 1 gazillion chance that there was a rare weather. That's why the FE core one's so awesome. Like, because they have to say, yeah, it happened again 3 weeks later. So, you know, when I first started talking about that, for like 2-3 years, I didn't even notice that they did it twice, like 3 weeks apart. So it's like now they have to justify it not once but twice. How are they going to do that? When you have, especially when they had the meteorological conditions of the day recorded, right? Like, how are you gonna? But I mean, then again, they don't really care about justifying. They're just doing FUD, the regular FUD tactics, to fear, uncertainty, and doubt. You can't be freaking 100% sure what you're saying.
It's the same. I get the same kind of response with the Black Swan, right? Like when that comes up and I'm around and I have a moment, I try to press them on giving all the details of all the necessary components that are involved in bending the light. Right? Like I did the same thing with Talon. Okay. Because they need to have all these constituent parts worked out to justify that they know that it's doing this thing. Right? So what I've done with the Black Swan thing is I modeled it out using the Walter Bislin calculator. Right? Did you ever see this? Hold on. Well, I think so. I think. Well, I know you've seen the Black Swan and, you know, all that shit, but the work or the modeling of it using the Walter Bislin, I'm not sure if you ever saw it. Hold on, let me just post it quickly there. Basically, the calculator shows that in order to get the view that we get, it would require some enormously high K factor, right? So I press people. I'm like, okay, you know, like what's the necessary, all those fine details throughout the live site. You know, sample that, even sample at 1 mile apart. You know, to start with, right? Something, you know, some of these details that would warrant this observation, and they don't do it, right? Because but that's when the conversation turns into, oh well, you know, maybe there could be, you know, all these, you know, just on the right day, you know, the right humidity, temperature, and air pressure, and, you know, temperature differential between the water and the air that could do this. You know, they just say that, and apparently, you know, that breaks a hole in the argument. It seems to be like that's what they think. You know what I mean?
You don't think they actually believe that shit, though, do you?
I don't think so. I really, really don't.
And why are they doing it? They doing it just to frustrate us. They doing it like to like just have a plausible excuse for the audience on YouTube, like
something like that.
Well, actually, it's an implausible excuse for the audience on YouTube.
No, but it's enough. It's enough because here we are. We're talking our book, right? We're standing here all sure about what we're saying, and justifiably so, But for them to get that one little kind of jab in there, it's enough.
Well, it's just like I that's why I try to flip it to them, dude. Like, if they say anything about you did this wrong, I say, okay, I agree. Tell me how we do it right then. Tell me how it's supposed to be done right. And they can never say how to actually do it.
I know.
They'll just mumble some generalities or look it up on Google or this, that, and the other thing. Well, then how do you know it's wrong if you don't know it's right?
Yeah, I think that's a good move, to be fair there. Because, they're adopting the burden of proof when they call you out in whatever you say. Like, implicitly.
Well, the other thing is when they say, well, could be refraction. Okay. They have to justify the refraction effect that they say is happening is even possible. No, because they need to show it's actually possible to do it, which they've never done.
That's the thing, right? So check this out, right? Just post it in the chat. You've probably seen this before. Well, that's what I mean, right? Check this out. In the chat, eBay's past the hour. Okay. This is that. You must have seen this, man. But this is the Black Swan image from the 1 foot observer height. Right? And we see the oil rigs in full. Both of them. But the last one is the most important one, right? The 9.41 miles away. We see it in full. So according to this thing, you need a K factor of fucking 0.989182. It's like, is that possible to achieve? According to them, apparently. No matter how improbable. Well, how did you know you didn't just go out there on the right day at the right time to see it, with that type of effect? That's what they do. And then somehow they win. Which is why I think what you were kind of hinting at before about repetition. Repeating the thing multiple times, right? That's what whittles down that kind of argument. Because the likelihood, it shouldn't be that high where you see things consecutively like that. You know what I mean? Like the odds of you seeing it once is already very low. But then think, if you want to throw in like a little twist on it, apply Bayesian reasoning to it. What's the likelihood of you seeing it consecutively as close, as you do one day apart from each other, or several days apart from each other, et cetera, et cetera? The odds go very, very low. Shit like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and they also can't say the mechanism, only in a very general way. They just say, "Oh, refraction can do it." Yeah, how?
I know.
No. How? You got to say how it can do it. You can't just say it could. Yeah. Well, you don't believe in refraction? That's just shit you hear all the time. Well, you don't believe refraction's a thing. Yeah, of course refraction's a thing. But we're talking about it's just, to me, like I'm even getting pissed off even talking to you about it because it's just bullshit, smoke and mirrors. It's someone literally trying to obscure the truth, dude. Actively doing it. Trying to obscure, and they know they are. You tell me why someone intentionally would come on here and try to obscure the truth. Why? I mean, and I don't believe in that agent bullshit that fucking everybody flips out. Oh, they're agents in fucking the Discord or something. I don't even believe in that shit. But some of these people, their behavior, it like can only be like rationalized why it's even happening. Is if they're fucking like being paid to do it. Why would you come in here? Listen, if Earth is not a globe, if you think Earth is a globe, and somebody thinks the Earth is flat, why would you want to convince them based upon a lie or information that isn't truthful? Does just the ends justify the means? Is that it? Just keep believing the globe. Even we got to scare everything and bullshit. We don't care. Just as long as you just stay on the globe.
But they think it's true, though, right?
I know, but the ends don't
possibly true, right?
Do the ends justify the means, bro?
If you're insane, if these people are either paid, like you're suggesting, they might be, or they're just really like there's something wrong in the head, man. Like Talon, for example, he's the one that blows me up, man. I'm telling you, I've had too many conversations in too short of a period of time where every time I lose my temper, and I don't like doing it. Okay, and it's hard to get me to lose my temper.
I know that. Look, dude, we just lay down the law with him. Next time he comes in here, he's going up on the witness stand, and we're gonna take him through step by step. And each step, nothing's gonna happen until that little step of rationally walking through the problem is resolved. We're gonna walk through it step by step. Okay?
I've been trying, man. Matrix and I worked on him a few weeks back. You know, you've seen my.
There's no taking no for an answer. As soon as he gets off, like, listen, bro, you get one fucking chance. The moment you walk off the fucking track onto somewhere else, you're banned. And just keep doing it every single time. Okay, where were we? Oh, yeah, we were on step 5. We're going to start there.
Yeah. I've attempted to do that last few times, right? I always like hint at, oh, the India thing. Oh, yeah, the refraction thing. Oh, yeah, the you didn't give us the data of all these constituent parts thing. Yeah. Like I try to bring it back, because of exactly that. It's too insane, man. Like, check this out. I don't know. Did you get a message from him anytime recently? I think DJ and I were talking. He mentioned he got one. Were you there? Did you happen to get a text from Talon in the last 3 days? 3-4 days? Check this out. Do I have it? Hold on. He sent me a text. Wrote literally. Okay. He sent a screenshot of some textbook, an older book. It looks like a screenshot of a page from it. He wrote, I didn't post the whole page. They literally say they take temp measurements. LMAO, y'all are so cooked, lol. The Great Trig survey keeps getting stronger and stronger. Okay.
Yeah, I got that same thing.
Oh, you got the same fucking.
Yeah,
did you read the page?
Yeah. I mean, let me see. I'll pull it back up.
I'll post it in the chat.
So I told him. This is what I told him. I said, "Shut up, noob," and then I posted about 13 citations saying that terrestrial fraction is not quantifiable from academic literature. And this is what this is. I wasn't going to get into it with them, but this page, they're telling you how they made the tables, not what they did during the survey. You understand? Because it says straight up, refraction is had from the tables of mean refraction, and no notice is taken of the barometer and thermometer or the heights of stations above the level of the sea. Considered doubtful, blah, blah, blah. With corrections for the micrometers were determined by taking runs between every dot. right? So this, from what I can tell, is how they came up with the mean refraction in the first place.
Sure.
Right? The tables. How are you going to make the tables? You got to make the tables out of something, right?
Wait, the mean refraction, or because when Talon and I were talking, he only talked about them basically averaging out the angles that they take, right? So you get an average angle from point A to point B, an average angle from point B to point C, or maybe even a reciprocal one back to point A, whatever, right? Then you all those averages, then you sum them, and then you're supposed to get a 180 degrees, right? But if you get over that,
That'd take days.
Huh?
That would take days to get a decent data set.
Well, that's another good point, right? Things change over a few days, right? But he claims because they take enough samples over the course of a few days from all points that it averages out enough, I guess, so far. Like, he's never ever posted any of the data, to justify this. But let's say let's say watch this.
Actually read any of this or understood it?
Probably not. But all he has been doing so far has been relaying our inquiries to him through ChatGPT. And he's open about it too. That's all he does, right? So according to ChatGPT, this is how they did it, right? So even if we take it at face value that maybe, let's say, okay, between 3 points, you got a group of guys over there taking the sample on the same day as the other guys, and then they average it out. Even if that were the case, there's still a problem. You know what I mean? Because you get an average excess. So maybe on average you get 181 degrees, 182, 180.5, I should say. Whatever the case may be, that 0.5 extra, that 1 extra, that 2 extra degrees, the problem still comes in how much of that is caused by what? The curve versus the light bending. And then how do you determine that? Proportionally speaking, right? And according to him, they can do some shit, but he's never been able to show. And that's where the frustration arises, man. It's like we've circled on that so many fucking times. And he just doesn't want to answer.
There's no light bending. No? That's the thing. There's no evidence of any light bending. Just because you expect to sight in on a certain freaking dot on your rod, and you sight in either higher or lower, does not mean there's light bending. Okay, that's just a jump to conclusions. Because there's other reasons you could be sighting in at that location. Deflection of the vertical. The curved plumb line and all that shit. That's one reason. Expansion of the fucking rod. These rods, it even says it in here, unequal heating cause them to expand on one side than the other. This is known. Okay, this is known. I've seen this in contemporary geodetic surveying stuff. Is that they should store their rods in their case, and then when they take them out of their case, they should warm them up. Right? They shouldn't They should only use them when the temperature is equalized, and then they should equalize the temperature to the rods because the rods themselves expand and contract. So
their leveling mechanism varies, basically.
Yeah, everything varies. This isn't an easy thing to do. Those things there's a lot of variables, needless to say.
Yeah. That's another one, man. So how do they account for that potential?
Light's just bending. That's just stupid. Yeah. It's dumb, dude.
Well, I mean, light bending. I mean, you look at what Radwin posted, that phenomena of shit going up and down, waving and all that. If I were trying to sight the beach from that same position where the camera is, I would have to be angling it up and down. You know what I mean? So I get that.
But
it's just the way.
But the funny thing is, light's not rays. Light. There's no such thing as a ray of light.
Yo,
that's a concept.
Are you really
I know, it's an abstraction. I know.
Yeah.
Earth is
So when you
flat.
say light bending, you're talking about bending rays of light. There's no bending of rays of light. What's actually happening is the wave front of the phase of the wave is getting tilted. It's getting tilted either forward or backwards. And okay, think about it like this, right? So it's really simple. I mean, so say you had a fucking 12 by 12 tile, right? And it's coming right at you. It's freaking perpendicular to its direction, smacks you right in the face. So you got the entire 12 inches of the tile. Well, if the tile's tipped back or tipped forward, it's going to look like it's a different size, right? It's going to appear compressed or because it's tilted, right? And this is the same thing that's happening when I say wavefront. The wavefront is like the tile, right? It has a front, like a front surface. And like, I mean, that's the way you can think of it. But it's like, but that's actually the way it excites the fucking molecules in your eye. So like, there'll be more excited freaking photoelectric fucking cells in your eye if it's straight up and if it's perpendicular to your eye, the direction coming toward your eye, versus if it's tilted. And that's what happens with this turbulence is that the wavefront is changing its orientation. It's not bending or anything. It's just changing its orientation, kind of like wobbling. So it's like these words are kind of like
misleading.
They're being misused in this context. I'd say they're being misleading, but the idiots that are using the words don't know what they mean in the first place. So they're not misleading anybody because they don't know what they're talking about. But they can be used misleadingly, I guess.
Sure.
Well, I got a good illustration of this. Anyway, my point was, Mick, is that, right? They do surveying. They got to survey India. They got to account for refraction. But somehow, when they go down the Himalayas and they go to the Bay of Bengal and frickin' look across the ocean and they see some frickin' Chinese junk halfway cut off, then refraction don't apply no more.
Yeah, I hear you. I remember asking or posing the scenario, or the how you put it, mental exercise in the past. How can one tell between these two scenarios if without the finer details? So say scenario one, you're on a flat plane, you look out, it looks flat, but then something changes and it looks curved. Okay? The light bends, wavefront tilts, whatever the fuck, right? Versus the contrary, or the other scenario, you're on a curved surface, you look out, it's clear, you see, the curved part because it's bending and, some shit's blocking some shit out, whatever. But then one day it's, it looks flat. Like, unless you have the known, unless you know all the details of what contribute to the light bending, right? And how,
Nick,
under what circumstances.
Nick, I know how to tell the difference.
If you have the details.
I've talked about it. No. Like, listen.
Yeah.
Chromatic aberration, man. I've talked about this 100 times. Chromatic aberration.
Yeah.
We don't see this. But if you were to make a camera, right? Yeah. If you were to make a camera, say you decide, hey, I'm going to make a camera, I'm going to grind my own lens. Okay, let's take a picture. Hey, why is it all fucking rainbow looking? Oh.
Yeah.
Well, because your refractive medium is too thick, and you got heavy refraction going on. The blue takes a different path than the red, which takes a different path from the green, so you get 3 images. Okay, so correct your lens, grind it differently, and then, you can merge these images. And okay. How can you do that to the atmosphere?
You can't.
How come that? How come the atmosphere is chromatically corrected all the time? See, it doesn't make any sense. So we should at least some of the time on these high refractive, extreme refraction days, especially over long optical paths, right? Especially the longer the optical path, the greater this effect is going to be, right? Because the more air it has to go through, the more distance it has to separate, right? So we have red going in one direction, green going in one direction, and blue going in another direction, and they're all getting spread out like a prism. Now obviously the bigger the prism, the further apart the rainbow is going to be, right? The greater the rainbow. But we never see this. It's never been seen, never been reported. No one's ever seen. Damn, dude, I went out and I saw a freaking refraction rainbow. I went out and I saw the freaking the Willis Tower across the Chicago skyline looked like a rainbow. No one's ever said that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I guess what I was just highlighting was on like the naive, simpleton way of
explaining. No, the reason I say the reason I even brought it up is because they want it, like, because you brought up a good point. How can I tell the difference between, hey, a flat Earth that sometimes will look like a globe or a globe Earth that sometimes look flat? How can I tell which one it is? No, they just wanted to make it the whole thing unfalsifiable. They want to go, oh, you can't tell. The only way you can tell is you got to go on a rocket to space. That's the only way. You can't tell from the Earth, remember? That's what they want. They want you never to be able to tell what the Earth is from the Earth. They hate that idea. You have to go to heaven. Or, I mean, space. You have to go to space. Sorry. I misspoke. Or did I? No, you got to go to heaven. No, you got to go to heaven. That's the only way you can tell what the Earth really is. When you're in heaven, you can look down on the Earth and see the freaking little people.
So if given it's planar, right? The days where it looks like it's being cropped from the bottom up more intensely than it looks when shit just gets really fun, right? We don't see chromatic aberration either, though. So is it kind of like
I don't think that's caused by refraction. I have never thought that. Because what do we see? We see like in a little inferior mirage, which is a reflection. That's not refraction. What they try to say is that inferior mirage, and this is what they've always said, inferior mirages are caused by like the light dipping down into colder air, then coming back up and making a double image. So you see directly the thing and then the refracted light popping back up. When it makes like just more just common sense that it's just an actual reflection.
Do you
they didn't know when they came up with the refraction thing about inferior mirages, they didn't know about things like total internal reflection. That wasn't even a thing yet.
Yeah. Okay. But I mean, are all images of the kind that I was kind of talking about or hinting at, do they have mirror images? Because I could swear that I remember seeing like one instance of the oil rigs, for example, where they look a little stooped, right? I don't think I remember seeing a.
Well, that's one, but what I've noticed is sometimes they look magnified way in the background, right? So it'll like up to the horizon, there'll be like one like I don't want to call it a color tone, but it's something like that. Hold on, let me get the black swan. The other one, the frickin' the halfway cut off one.
As DJ brings up and talks about a lot about the phenomena they've dubbed stooping, looming, et cetera, right? I think they're forms of what you were talking about. Inferior mirages or superior. I always get fucking confused between them all. I don't fucking know.
Inferior, look, bro. Inferior means under, and superior means over.
Yeah.
So inferior is when the bottoms, right? So you have the city, and then you have the reflection of an upside down city underneath. The superior mirage is where the upside down city's on top. So underneath inferior on top of
Okay.
Superior, right?
Okay.
So their tops would be touching, but the city would be above the real city. And if it's under the real city, then it's an inferior mirage. Both of those are like. Does it make more sense that they're just reflections to me? That's actually what they are, because they're saying that there's a layer, right, a hot cold layer, in that the light's dipping down into that layer and creating a double image. Well, that's also how reflection works. You have two different refracting mediums, and if the angle is small, it reflects off the boundary and creates total internal reflection, which makes more sense to me than saying the light is going into it and coming back out and making a perfect fucking mirror image. That doesn't even make sense to me.
And you're not the only one. I mean, people within academia are challenging the previously held mainstream idea of what's going on. There's publications out there about it, exactly what you're saying. Exactly. They are, at the moment, it is, the books are getting changed.
Yeah, the textbook's trash, bro. Like, they probably didn't know about it at the time they, came up with the idea for mirages, and it's just like something that just like keeps just going on and on and on until someone like gets the nuts to change it.
Right. Okay. So in these instances, we would see a double image, one reflected of the original. But what about we still haven't?
I know you're talking. I can't find. I need the black. Oh, there it is. Matrix posted it.
Here's one we prepared earlier.
Yeah, you see how the back, the oil rig in the back. You see how like the color scheme looks different. It looks like faded or blown up. It looks like the oil rig in the back is like how many? Isn't it like 3 miles farther?
No, I think that 3.
Yeah, it's like 6 and 9, right?
Oh, I heard.
Yeah, 6 and 9.
Sorry, I thought you
like
said
6 and 9. Now,
I thought you said 30.
Why does it look the same size?
And not only that, it doesn't look. Not only that, but it doesn't look like it's tilting back either.
Yeah,
right.
Well, I mean, there's that. I mean, that's a big problem.
Like that, I always wondered about that one. Like at that low of a fucking sink, man. Like that's steep of a curve in 3 miles.
In 3 miles, that's a tiny Earth, bro.
Well, that shit. I should be seeing that thing at a fucking like 20-degree angle or something from the looks of it.
Well, hang on. So the horizon's at 6 miles, and then there's curve, right? Like so. Okay, so you've got an Earth with a radius value which is equivalent to whatever would produce a 6 mile horizon, right, from whatever altitude the camera is, and then you've got that the hidden target, right?
Yeah, but I guess the point though is,
what's hidden?
It is a little bit faded. And it almost looks like around like the. I don't know if this is an artifact of the camera.
The size isn't right. Like the side, there's no way if it's that much further. I'm assuming these two rigs are like nearly the same size. Like,
I think so. I remember looking up one, like to do that modeling there in the Walter Bisling calculator. One of them is 94 feet, I think. I didn't check the other one though. But I was going to say, like, if you look at the arms on this thing, the little, like the sides there, on the cranes or some shit, right? The one on the left, if you zoom in a little bit, it almost looks like a little bit, there's like a pinkish, reddish cloud around it. Like a smudge kind of thing. Like zoom in a little bit. I don't think it's a camera. I don't know if it's a camera thing. It looks like a little bit of a smear or a smudge compared to the other one there. You don't see that as pronounced. Yeah, not as bad, not as much. See what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I think there's even an inferior mirage on this one that Matrix posted. Because of discoloration right at the horizon. Here, let me see if I can pick it up with this.
Normally, chromatic aberration is more pronounced when you've got very specific lenses in your camera. Normally, the high-end lenses will have multiple group sets of glass, all moving in different spaces and different timings to zoom in and zoom out. This minimizes chromatic aberration, whereas some of the cheaper lenses have one thick, chunky lens at the front. You twist your lens, it moves further out, and you focus with it. Those ones with only one big, thick piece of glass will notice it more so. So if you're looking at images, you probably want to be looking at older stuff or stuff that's being used with shit lenses.
But is the chromatic aberration an artifact of the camera lens, or is it an artifact
No,
of
it
the other
can be
stuff?
created. No, hold on. It can be created at the camera lens, but it should also be because camera lens is a refracting medium, right?
Yeah.
But so is the air supposed to be. So according to these guys, that the air is a refracting medium, but none of the effects that we associate with refraction, chromatic aberration, vignetting, that's where it's a dark around the edges and like bright in the top, like magnification, shrinking, right? We don't see any of this in nature. But why not? If the air is acting like a lens that's bending light here and there and everywhere, right, and flattening the curve, right? So if it's flattening the Earth to make it look flat, right? If it's like, if it was 7.6R, right, is what? A larger ball. Well, a larger ball is a magnified ball, right? So not only should it be, 7.6, the Earth should appear 7.6 bigger. Not just the fucking curve part, the waves, the shit that's out there, the boats, the fucking goddamn windmills. It can't just happen to just the curve and nothing else.
Right. Never has the air ever temporarily just so happened to correct my short-sightedness.
I know, right? That'd be great, though. Oh.
Yeah.
It's 2020 Vision Day today. All you short-sighted people, get out there and go surfing. Good day to be shoot baskets, target shoot, anything that involves shooting. You'll be good at today because now you can see the target.
Yeah.
I'm wondering now. So, just checking out the photo from Jäger Bruno. Well, the second, the last one, right, where it kind of shows that graphic of the colder air, warmer air, the vanishing line, and what happens when it kind of lowers or whatever. Yeah, you see the reflected image, right? But might there be scenarios where that reflected image doesn't reach your eye, but the phenomena kind of creating the kind of elevated horizon line or whatever still manifests, but between that part of the water in this scenario and your eye, it has another effect on that reflected image, so it doesn't reach you, so it just looks like it's one giant body of water.
What I think happens is that whatever you're looking at, like when you look out, especially over the ocean like this, is that it's not as continuous as you think. When I say continuous, I mean like vertically continuous, meaning like, say, the air right above the horizon, it could be opaque, right? There could be sea salt, freaking sea spray, all sorts of shit. So light can't, that's beyond. So say you're looking out and the horizon's 5 miles away, say, but the light beyond that 5 miles, and say you have like sea spray right on the surface, if it can't penetrate that sea spray to where you are, it's going to effectively act as a wall, right? Where the light beyond that you wouldn't be able to see. It would just be a wall. But stuff like higher up, That might be transparent, more transparent. Or it could be freaking turbulent, or refracting, or reflecting, or any number of things, right? And then stuff before that, like on the ocean itself, because you're looking at it more at an angle and you're looking into it, that could be freaking just look normal. So it's like a combination, like, because, I mean, I don't think a lot of people understand that at the distances we're talking about, the way light behaves at these shallow angles is way different than where it just behaves at just a regular, because we're like glancing across the surface, you know what I mean? And the light the light that you'd see is like coming in at like a super shallow angle. And that's where, but the thing is, super shallow angles are the reflecting angles.
Right. Yeah,
Right,
and you remember that dive?
I guess they would interfere. They can interfere too, right? There's a phenomena that kind of like, redirects, some part of the wavefront. It can kind of like cancel out the other part or whatever. I don't know. I'm not.
And then there's destructive interference. So you could have like, it's called multi-path interference, right? So say you have the light coming in, right? But some of that light gets reflected off the surface. And well, that can constructively interfere on some boundary layer. When I say boundary layer, I'm talking about right at the surface. It's like, this is like the fallacy of the single cause. It's way more complex. That's why I start, like, I want to do this year of the observation. Like, if you guys have been following Pavel's dog, like, he's got these weird ass observations. He's been just going out there for like a couple of years. And like, in the mainstream narrative of what they say is going on, nothing that he sees makes any sense, dude. It doesn't make sense within their narrative. There's no possible. But I don't think anybody's ever gone out and consistently made observations of the fucking sea horizon that this guy has made.
Right. You remember that dive guy, Beethoven dude? The strange Aussie flat earther dude. You remember him with the pendulum in his kitchen and all that? You remember him?
What's his name?
Is Dife, DEIF or something, like Dife something or other, and then he was Beethoven. Anyway, like. Yeah, so he posted one day. He posted this footage. I think it was amateur footage of someone had filmed the debris of a exploded fucking SpaceX rocket or something, right? So this thing's way up there and way out, right? And they're following the debris in the frame, and watching it go down towards the horizon. And this shit's on fire, right? And it fizzles out before it hits the horizon, right? And like, so you've got some options there of what happened, right? It fizzled out before it hit the surface, and you saw it fizzle out midair, or it's actually hit the water, right, just above the horizon. Like, so you've got that internal reflection thing going on.
Yeah.
So you're actually seeing more of the surface, and it's fizzled out in the water, or it's hit some sort of like you were saying, some haze, so it's gone behind the haze, and you just don't see it get to fizzle out because it's just the light's just not reaching you. But it was just interesting that, like, this is just amateur footage. They weren't even trying to capture that, right? Like that was just following the debris, right? Because it was a cool event, This thing exploded. I caught it on film, So yeah, it was like that. I'd say, like, my guess would be is that it hit the water, right?
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about too. It was like a rock. It was like, this is way back, man. Didn't Reg Rhetoric do a thing on it or something?
I'm not sure.
It was like a rocket launch that like freaking crashed, and they were like saying, or I don't know, it was one of Elon Musk's reusable rockets.
Yeah. I asked him to post it again, and he never got around to it, and I never got to save it. Politics, where the chat gets wiped.
Hey, Here, Mick, look in the chat.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen this one?
No.
It's a clip. Just watch it real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, it reminded me of the dolphins one that AG posts a lot.
Oh
with the
yeah.
dolphins.
There's some seagull ones that are like that too. The seagulls just appear out of nowhere. They like dive down to like catch fish, and like one seagull appears like it's floating in the air on the water, but it's not on water, right? It's in the air, but it's like on the air because it's an inferior mirage. So there's like a seagull's like floating there in the air. Another one just like flies up out of nothing, right? It just appears in the air, like half a degree above the water, like. Yeah, man, but just like ships go over the horizon, man. That's it, man. There's a geometric curve, man. That's it.
Okay, so explain to me what I'm looking at here. It's a little bit vague. What's going on?
Dude, that there's a boat there. They're dropping cargo into the boat.
Yeah.
So there's an invisible boat on the left-hand side of the oil
It's
rig.
an invisible boat, bro. Do you think they're dropping the cargo into the ocean? Don't you see like it come up, like the reflection of it come up and meet it and then disappear?
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay, it's got the cargo, and then it hits a certain height, and then it kind of just there's a mirror, and they just okay, yeah.
So, I mean, like refraction. I don't fucking think so, dude. That's not refraction. That is definitely caused by reflection, and because this angle, you got to think. If I calculated the angle from the crate, right? So you got two images, right? You got the crate and the reflection of the crate. Now the refracting, the boundary is going to be the halfway point between the two crates. If I calculated the angle between that point, right, that line, to the camera, that angle would be small, like super small, in the thousandth of a degree and 100ths of a degree, or in the 10,000ths of a degree. Well, that's total internal reflection. That has like, even if you have a difference of say in refractive index of 1 in 20,000, right? Which is kind of where air hangs out. Like when you change a degree, the refractive index changes by about a 20,000th. And you just calculate what the angle would, the total internal reflection angle. It's freaking just like 2/100ths of it, or 2/1000ths of a degree. So it's like, or 200ths of a degree. Is that right? 0.02? Yeah, 2/100ths of a degree. So part of the problem is like people don't understand that like at these very shallow angles that you're looking at long distance stuff with, their expectation of what light should be doing is wrong because it's different, because it's far away and you have these very shallow angles of the light traveling. It's just totally different, just the way it behaves.
I see.
So what I would bet, right, is that if you were out there in the ocean and you measured like to 6 feet above sea level, it would probably be like 3 degrees warmer, 3 degrees colder than like the 3 feet of like a meter. It's like say a meter above sea level would be like 1 degree warmer than higher than that. Well, the light that
is above that will reflect off that boundary. Not refract, it'll reflect. There's a little app. I mean, you could just type it in. You like, it's called, it's a little physics simulation. Yeah. It says,
Physics
you can play
simulation.
around.
How
You
to
can
toy.
yeah, it's just for reflection and refraction. Like you can just play around with it. You just change the angle incidence, and it'll show you the intensity of the reflected beam versus the refracted beam. When you start getting to what's called the critical angle, all the light's reflected. None is transmitted.
Well, it's like those floating ships, right? Or flying ships. Now, they'd have to be claiming, right, that there is a total internal reflection thing going on, right? But that whole scene is actually behind the Earth curve and being refracted up, so that the incidence of total internal reflection is being refracted into a position that you can witness it occurring. Because right, they can't just claim that that's refraction, that's light lifting the boat above the horizon, above the Earth curvature, and making it appear to be hovering in the air. Because otherwise, if it's going to show the part of the boat which would be sitting in the water, then it's going to show you the water that it's sitting in as well. It's not going to look like it's in the sky, right?
Right, exactly right. But, I mean, when it comes down to it, Goldberthers, well, at least the worst ones, are going to come in here, and they're going to try and obfuscate all this stuff. They want you to go, oh, in the textbook, it says frickin' it's caused by cold air on top and warmer air on bottom, and what, you think you're smarter than all the scientists?
Yeah, they can explain why refraction decided to just eliminate the water and just focus on the boat.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Did you guys were you guys in? I don't know if I was in. Yeah, I was probably in here. Maybe the home server. The frickin' what do you call it? Let me see. Naval Surface Warfare Center. Horizon Infrared Surveillance Sensor. Detection Range Performance. You guys heard of this yet?
No.
No.
Oh, shit. Okay. So, the United States government, on behalf of the U.S. Navy, decided that they were going to make something called the Horizon Infrared Surveillance Sensor, where they would try to detect, at the longest range possible, missiles, incoming threats, boats, you name it, right? They're going to use infrared sensors to pick up these things. So this report is detection range performance. So they're testing how far away they could detect. They first got a detection of their targets. Now their targets were TLX towed targets were typically conducted in a sequence of 4 inbound burn runs per day. The first run was usually around 200 feet altitude, and the next 3 reached lower altitudes, approaching the intended altitude of 30 feet.
This figure shows the effects of a target's altitude as compared to the effects of atmospheric transmission in band over a 200-kilometer path on first detection range. In the top chart, and this is the important part, there is no apparent correlation between altitude and detection range. But if the Earth is a globe, how's that fucking possible? Altitude and detection range should be directly correlated.
Oh yeah, because there's supposed to be a massive hump of Earth curve in the way.
Okay, well, it gets worse. Because this goes along with what we say. The longest detection range was at high altitude in the bottom figure. However, there does appear to be a correlation between atmospheric transmission on detection range. The longest detection ranges occur during the time of the highest infrared transmission. The shortest detection ranges occur during the time of the lowest infrared transmission. In the previous figure, it was apparent that on a single day, you could see the effect of altitude on reducing detection range, but if you look at all the runs, it appears that the TLX altitude was not the most significant factor on reducing detection range. Rather, the overwhelming factor is the change in atmospheric transmission from day to day.
Shocking.
Shocking. There's gambling going on in here. I'm shocked, I tell you. I'll post that in chat. Link to that.
Yeah, during World War II, the Japanese didn't think the Americans could hit them from far distances. And they were shocked to learn that they were putting shells on target for 20 miles.
Probably had to take over Japan and stop them being flat earthers that could shoot artillery shells. What if that crap's a psyop, dude? That freaking flat Earth globe, they tell the rest of the world the Earth's a globe so that they'll believe them, and then make military equipment for that, and then when they actually go into war, they lose because the Earth's not a globe. They're accounting for Coriolis and can't hit nothing. Accounting for curvature, can't hit nothing. Think they can only shoot it so far because the curve of the Earth's in the way.
Yeah, the Brits thought the same thing about radio signals, right?
Yeah, the Kanikabine. How'd that work out?
Yeah, then all of a sudden the Brits had to come up with all sorts of countermeasures for these radio waves that were going over the curve of the Earth.
Oh, Dark Matter lore update.
Oh man, we're going to get a new gravity theory. Yes, we can add that to the pile.
When does a pile become so large it collapses in on itself and forms a black hole?
No, when it falls over, we blame gravity.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Can my friend come?
Okay.
Do you believe in aliens?
Aliens? Jamesy?
You mean
You don't
Mexicans?
believe in aliens?
Oh, I do.
me.
I know many. I myself, I'm an alien in the United States. I'm an immigrant, and I immigrated from another country to the United States. So yeah, I'm a legalized alien, someone from another land.
Okay. Now you know
Do
the
you
truth.
do you
Now
live
you
in
know
the
everything.
country? Do you live in the country that you were born at? Do you live there?
The country what?
Do you live right now? Are you standing on the on your mother country, the country that you were
Uh-huh.
born at? Is
Yeah.
that where you're at right now?
Yeah.
Is there foreigners in your country, like people like Chinese people in your
No,
country?
no Chinese people. No.
No foreigners.
No.
So, yeah, aliens. In the fictional sense, it will be beings from other planets, but in the actual meaning of the word, it will be a legal term, alien for foreigners, people from other lands. The fictional sense, when you're speaking about the globe and being from other planets, like the Earth is a planet, fantasy, fiction, science fiction, then you use the word alien to talk about beings that come from the other globes or the other cartoons imagination from the vacuum of space. It's fantasy. Like in the movies, when you see Star Wars and you see the aliens in Star Wars, that's the globe. That's the globe is the same. They're in the same universe.
What's
Fantasy.
the argument for that?
That the globe
I haven't
is
seen one
not the
before.
ground that you're standing on. The ground that you're standing on is not curving. It's not a globe. So when you see Earth as a globe, that's a misrepresentation of the Earth. And it will, if you see it in a movie, it's a cartoon. When you see it in the TV, it's not what the Earth is. When you
Yeah, I
see
know
it
that that's your
as a globe.
claim. Yeah, I know that that's your claim. I'm just asking what the argument is for that.
That wouldn't be my claim. That would be the acknowledgement of the physical or natural world out there. I'm acknowledging the surface of the
I'm
Earth.
just saying, what's the argument
You're
that those
saying
depictions are inaccurate?
because the surface of the Earth is not doing what the depictions are showing you. Like the water
That's not
doesn't
an
behave
argument. That's
that
just a
way.
repeat of the. That's just a repeat of the claim in different words.
Okay, the surface of the Earth
Like, imagine if I said, "Oh, the Earth is not round," right?
So the surface of the Earth lacks the drop over distance to a specific rate that will conform to the claim of the sphere in the TV screen. So the sphere in the TV screen says that the Earth has specific variables, specific dimensions. So when you go turn off the TV and go outside on the Earth and you check that, you check the Earth, you measure the Earth, use lasers, long distance observations, you do all of those things and you check and triple check and 100 triple check the surface of the Earth and it's not curving, then the thing on the TV is not real.
But have you actually checked, or?
Yes.
Okay, so you must have come to the same answer that all professional surveyors have, right?
Oh yeah, the surveyors definitely tell you that the surface
Oh
is
yeah, so the
measured as
professional
a plane.
surveyors say that we do indeed observe a curve. So
No, you don't. You're a liar.
we do observe a curve, right?
No, we don't.
I'm glad that you're a fellow Glober. Welcome to the Globe.
Is this
Hey, cool kid. Hey, you got 5 minutes and you ready to leave, okay? Yeah, well, it's 8:26. Did you sleep all right? When did you wake up? Okay. Really? Nice. Blew the coil? Oh, that guy. Word. I get about 5 minutes now. You want Goodle or I got more of the buttermilk and maple pancakes. Thank you. Forward. It's not you ready, man.
Morning.
Hello.
What's up, Neil?
You. Where are we today?
Politics.
Were you ever able to dig out some of that guy's videos, or still no luck?
Somebody sent me them ages ago, and I went and had a quick look and saw a good video that I thought that would make a great response video. And then I've just haven't been able to find it since. I've attempted to find it several times. Isn't he one of the moderators in this server? I'll leave you in the good company of politics, chatty bunch that they are currently. I'm going to go make a cup of coffee. Back in a minute.
What's up, Len?
Just grabbing a coffee myself now. Lunch break. How are you?
Still in mourning. The house just is not the same without my little puppy here.
Yeah, I thought that's what happened the other day, Neil. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's crazy because it's been 13 years, the fixture, you know? How many times I've come out to take care of him and I realize he's not here. Like, oh my God, he's not here. He's not to take care of him anymore. But anyway.
It sucks, but it means no more nasty muscles and whatnot, which, yeah.
But you know something that bothered me, that used to bother me? When he got sick, I didn't care. I was like, if he's going to fight, I don't care what it is. I was fine dealing with anything I had to deal with. It only lasted 5 months. I went back to messages that I sent Paula, like when I first seen a little bump on him. It wasn't even 5 months ago. Shit was rapid, man. It went right through him.
It sucks, but we don't realise how much you'll miss until the bloody go.
Yeah. So this East is West character, this is definitely Ed Bear.
Sure, I've seen him just lurking about and never saying anything. I vaguely remember that was the guy that can a video call in Discord on an aeroplane. It's a good few months ago now. Is that not the same guy?
He said he got the same rhetoric. He's following Nathan all over. Calls him Nancy. Constantly with the book. I think he even goes in always that QE chat when he has a show. Just spouting out shit to nobody, and nobody even talks to him. Nobody even responds to him. Just throws friggin' negative shit out there. Like Neil hasn't even bought a copy yet. He's gonna put his mask on and get the $15 to buy a copy tonight. Stupid shit.
Go from this garage to my job, which is about 2 minutes away, so I'll go for 2 minutes. Please.
No worries. Are we linked up to Discord? Is it going 24/7?
It's actually been pretty quiet in here, mate.
So does anybody there know where we can find some of DJ's videos?
DJ's videos, as in our DJ.
Your guy. One of your moderators there. Does he have any videos?
He's got the one. He's interview where he or debate with McTurn. But if you go to type in on the level in YouTube, Major puts up heaps of videos and clips. He's probably got that on there. I think he's got them all sorted out in folders so you can, on the level. Punch it into YouTube, on the level. And the guy who runs it, Majin. Maijin. Don't go to Bev's one. You're only doing yourself a disservice there. And he records and clips heaps of stuff. I don't know how he has the time to do it, to be honest with you. But he was starting to I know he was starting to put them all into folders, so there's specific clips from different people or persons. And I think DJ would probably have a folder there. Hopefully his stuff's in there. I haven't honestly looked in there for a while. And when I say a while, a week and a half.
I'm back now. Be in hand. Very excited to be here.
Just put a word out to try and locate some videos from DJ.
Yeah, did you hear Edabear yesterday? He's like, you're just trying to suck up to him. I was like, yes, that's absolutely correct.
Nate.
The guy don't like me.
Nathan Oakley. What's up, Nathan?
Hi.
Have you found the etch yet, mate?
Have I found the what?
Have you found the etch yet?
Etch. What's an etch?
I'll translate. Edge. He doesn't speak real. Yeah.
Edge of what?
You know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't looking for any edge. That's why I said what.
Forget about it, man.
Let's clarify. Don't say forget it. What do you mean?
I mean, I can guess what he means. What he means is where we ascribe the flat Earth distance to anything as a measurement that's referenced the surveys that gave us distance. There's a utilization of that flat Earth measured distance that suggests there's a sphere edge for boats to fall over. You calculate into existence geometric point in the distance based on your altitude perpendicular to a plane. When I was asked what's up, well, up is perpendicular to a plane. Your altitude from sea level can be used in a begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator to suggest that Earth has an edge. The flat Earth measured distance and a flat Earth measured altitude when you beg the question of sphericity and suggest boats fall over it. So maybe that's the edge he's talking about. I don't do that anymore. Like, that's kind of what I call anti-globe. I tell people how globe-shaped it isn't. People are entitled to their religious belief. I don't want to stop them having it.
What do you think about the claim that made by Admiral Byrd about the whole Earth when he crossed past the Antarctica? Do you believe in that theory? By Admiral Byrd. You know Admiral Byrd?
Guy, who's this Admiral Byrd? That's not me.
I know that's not you. He's dead already. All right?
Okay, so why are you asking me about it? Go and get yourself some strong...
he claims that when you fly to Antarctica, you see this like massive piece of land with like high technology. Well, apparently that's what people have been talking about. The government tried to hide us from the truth, and even Oliver Tree, that musician, was trying to expose that, and he got killed. But apparently, he died in a helicopter accident. So all this connection link up together, would you find yourself in a position where there is something beyond the Antarctica? I mean, come on, man. Like, that's why I've been asking you. Have you found the edge yet? Or
I mean, if that's what you
beyond the edge.
That sounds very conspiratorial to me. I mean, you can believe whatever you want if you want to believe that sort of stuff. Fine,
Flat Earth is a fucking conspiratorial topic, man. It's like,
No, it's
quit
not.
acting you're not one of them.
It's measured flat. What do you want us to do about it? Do you want me to do a little dance?
It's not conspiracy. When you talk about measurements, like earlier, you asked what the edge was. I had a guess because you wouldn't tell me. And when I described like globe believers, not me, describing their edge, they've got a distance measurement that they use in that claim and an altitude measurement in that claim. Those are measurements as opposed to conspiracy. Flat Earth altitude perpendicular to sea level, that's height. Distance, there's somewhere that you think maybe a boat will fall over if you've got a globe religion. That's, again, second time, not my claim. I don't claim that as an edge. Now you're telling me that you believe in some Antarctic trip that you've heard about, that's some conspiracy. I mean, and I said to that, you can believe that conspiracy if you want, but that's just not my bag. I'm only interested in Earth measurements. It's more like geography than conspiracy. And when you say Antarctica, you also said in the south. Well, to go south is an azimuthal direction, horizontal only in description. It's a flat Earth measurement south. So south is a flat Earth prerequisite directionality in the horizontal.
I don't know.
It's not that big a deal. Earth's measured flat.
Everybody knows that.
Yeah, everybody knows what sea level is, or what azimuth is, right? Everyone's used a compass, surely. Must have seen the scale on a map. Earth measurement of miles, like the distance on the map. Yeah, there's a religion that takes those measurements of a flat Earth and turns them into a religion of a ball. And yeah, most people in the Western world believe they're on some ball that came from the Roman Catholic Church. And that's fine, people can believe whatever they want. From that perspective, if somebody has got a bull faith, I like the fact that in more modern times, I used to see these people as my enemy. They're definitely not like bull believers, globe believers, heliocentrists. They can also find out through the experience that I've garnered over the last 12 years where their religion came from. That's the measurements that build heliocentrism as a religion for people to believe in. So when they believe that boats are falling over a globe edge, or that we've got space and rockets going up at flat Earth measured altitudes, all of those sorts of things are the basis or the foundations, the measurements of Earth's flat surface.
I don't. All you have to do is remove any unconfined variables like temperature. All these unconfined variables that actually add to the refraction in your measurements. So
mentioned refraction, but refraction is also a flat Earth measurement. So there's a couple of different types. Refraction is the variation in the vertical with respect to the flat Earth measurement of distance. To describe refraction, regardless of you bringing it up, because I didn't mention that, it is still a flat Earth measurement. Refraction's measurement deviation in the vertical with respect to the horizontal linear distance that we measure. So to say refraction means you understand how flat Earth is measured for that.
well, as long as you add in a refraction, then it's no longer flat, isn't it, mate?
No, your description of refraction. Your description of refraction is light deviating in the vertical with respect to a measurement of horizontal distance. To describe, second time, refraction means you must understand, because you've brought it up, that refraction describes deviation in the vertical with respect to the horizontal. The horizontal is a measurement, if you're describing it with respect to Earth, the horizontal distance measurement of Earth, a flat Earth measurement of distance. You'll derive the vertical deviation of the refraction with. No, it's a flat Earth measurement within your claim, not mine, of this refraction. Don't know why it's come up. It's very random. I don't really understand why we're talking about this. I didn't mention it, but fine. It's still a flat Earth measurement, though. Refraction, that is. It's deviation in the vertical with respect to a flat Earth measurement of distance. That's horizontal.
Don't understand a single word, man. Sorry.
You're not? Second language?
Oh,
I'm speaking too quickly. It's all right, Neil. Just chill. Speaking too quickly? Do you want me to slow down? I do tend to speak quite quickly because there's people around me that have a tendency to interrupt, like you did a minute ago. So I tend to try and speak a little quicker to make sure that the words I actually say are.
I think you're just like gibberating, like you're not really making sense.
All right. Do you not understand deviation? Not what deviation means?
Yeah, but like, there's deviation because it's not fucking horizontal. Alright, so I don't understand why you're trying to back the question. Oh, it's like, yeah, you use the term refraction because you're assuming it's flat in the first place. No, I'm not doing that.
You're not doing anything. You're not an arbiter of refraction, my friend. You're some guy in a Discord server. But refraction is a vertical deviation with respect to horizontal. That's an axiomatic principle used to describe this effect you've brought up.
Yeah, I understand this, right? And well, why don't if there's refraction, then it's not fucking flat, isn't it?
I understand that you're very triggered, my friend. You don't have to start yakking through the top of me, pointing out that your inability to comprehend requires me to slow down and speak more clearly about that which you don't understand. What it doesn't require is you to start talking in the middle of me re-explaining something you've explained you don't understand. Yes, I understand your ignorance and I empathise. That's why I'm repeating
Shut the fuck up.
Start talking through the middle of me. It just makes me think you're a wanker, and it doesn't make me want to explain something you don't understand. End quote. You don't understand this. All right, that's no worries, mate. Do you want to sit down and shut up then? Because you're obviously too stupid to take part in this conversation. Furthermore, you keep interrupting it like ignorant people do. That's why they're ignorant. Because when they should be opening their ears, they're opening their gums, flapping their mouth. That's what you're doing. Yeah? To describe refraction, fourth time, it axiomatically requires a horizontal distance measurement. That's not what you repeated back, which is, I'm going to assume that Earth's flat for the horizontal. Yeah, notice how I listened to what you said, and I'm now parroting it back in a dumbass voice to make you seem as stupid as you are. Now that you've talked through me, I'll start insulting you, you ignorant little prick. Earth's measured flat in the horizontal to describe the deviation in the vertical that you have appealed to with refraction. It's a flat Earth measurement that you're appealing to, sir. And if you don't understand that, just sit down, shut up, and let other people talk, okay? Earth's measured flat for refraction. I'm not asking you about that, by the way. I'm telling you. Somebody who absolutely knows about this stuff. Clearly you don't, even though you brought it up. Like, again, ignorant people do. They bring some stuff that they haven't got a basic understanding of. Refraction. What does that mean? You clearly don't know, or I wouldn't have to explain it 5 times. It's a deviation in the vertical with respect to a horizontal linear mile measurement, if you're describing it with respect to Earth's surface. Okay?
That was nice and concise.
The problem is with that situation is our friend bailed out, so he's going to come back in next week. The refraction, and we're going to get the same dumb shit again. He's been doing that for months and months and months. So don't be offended by that one, guys.
Please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. Also check out my book, Measured Flat. Link is in the info box also. Now we are joined by Neil, Len, Eli, Refracted Curvature, One Deck, Click OK, and a whole bunch of people in the Politics Discord server. So, welcome one and all.
How are you?
Hello, everybody.
Hello. I'm very well. Good to be here.
Somebody talking about my reflection in the pre-show.
No Refracted Curvature.
Yeah,
Nobody
that's
was
funny. I
talking
can't
about
see the curvature anywhere.
Again, Flat World 1.
I said that's funny. We can't see the curvature anywhere.
Yeah, that's very old school.
What curve?
Saying you don't see Earth curve, yeah, I'm not going to let it annoy me, but it used to. I've got to be honest. It's an automatic in assuming that you should have Earth curve that you can't see. Like we can't see this Earth curve, as opposed to the Earth is just simply measured and it is flat. The suggest curve comes from flat measurements. If we start with there isn't any curve, or the more common phraseology, where's the curvature? Like, why are we asking this? Especially if you call yourself a flat earther. Earth being flat has nothing to do with curvature. People automatically brace themselves against the current rhetoric, the current religion, by saying there isn't any.
And the replies you used to get was like, it's too big to see the curve. Or, stuff like that. Then you get into that nonsense then of conversating about that for 10, 20 minutes, and there's no need for it.
Well, when you ask that question, you're reversing the default, and it's like you put yourself in the presupposition of there being a globe. You're just trying to figure out its dimensions.
That is beautifully. John phrases things so beautifully. You're reversing the default. That is so eloquently put. In other words, the default position is how we measure it, flat, like linear distances, sea level, eye level, surface level, flight level. Earth's measured flat. So when you say, where's the curvature, there's the automatic prerequisite assumption of curvature that is or isn't there. The default position changes from how it's measured, flat, and any inference of curvature will come from that flatness, to the curve is the default, but no, it isn't. Well put.
Yeah, it was well put.
Yeah, well said, Tom.
As soon as he said it, I knew Nathan was going to love it.
Reminds me of a dirty joke. Two nuns in a bath, and one says to the other, "Where's the soap?" The other one replies, "Yes, it does."
Yes, it does.
Made them nuns to make it extra offensive.
John has a way with wording things, that's for sure.
That's crazy.
Not too bad for a drunk guy.
I think John's a drunk. First time I heard that was a couple of weeks ago. No, that was an accusation that was laid at your door, John, until a couple of weeks ago.
Me either.
Well, I did get a DUI 25 years ago, so they could hold that against me, I guess.
Yeah, but your cocaine use has got nothing to do with anything, really. Driving under the influence of heavy narcotics.
Crazy.
Is that the car that he stole?
It was a big rig, actually.
Yeah.
It was full of cargo.
Look at the escargot.
Well, it's a good thing that I'm not the arbiter of any of this nonsense that we're talking about. You know,
That's a good talking point. Yesterday, I forget which server we were in. We were in a different server. I'm kind of addressing the 24/7 Flat Earth section of politics. Speaking of which, can one of my mods drop a link to the 24/7 Flat Earth section of politics into the live stream chat for the YouTube live audience so they can join the server, which is one of my favourites, as much as they're the most likely to penalise me for any infractions against the server rules, and they have done. It's still one of my favourite servers because it's exceptionally well moderated. So I really like being in politics. But yesterday, whatever, I can't remember which server we were in.
Panda.
Was it Gem Panda server? Debate Flat Earth and More was the server we were in yesterday. And I can't remember what the point was about Earth being measured flat that was raised, but the opponent on the bull-believing side, after the point had been concluded, told me that that was a win. He's like, well, that's a win then, isn't it? Well, then you've won. And I disagreed with him. Now, literally a couple of years ago, I'd have jumped over the moon and trimmed that out immediately. He said I won. Amazing, right? But I disagreed with him. In modern times, right, if you win on the internet, let's say you put the position that Earth's measured flat and then demonstrate it with a flat Earth measurement, what do you win? Nothing. You don't get a car. There's no boat. There's no XP. You don't farm aura. You don't win anything. And knowing it doesn't change the principle of Earth measurement that's always been used anyway. Now, again, I got rumpus from the guy I was trying to put this to give him a bit of cope because he was getting a bit mad when I was pointing this out. He couldn't cope and kept chat skanking through the top of me. But to put it in a different phraseology, you don't lose anything either. There is no consequence to understanding how flat Earth gets measured. Knowing that doesn't mean you suddenly lose. And there's a societal standard.
What does flat Earth even mean?
You always interrupt.
Earth is the ground beneath your feet. Flatness
What is
means
flat Earth? What does flat Earth mean?
Was a bit rude.
Is it just me, or did the middle of my sentence get interrupted?
Measured flat.
At the top of me. I think it did. Did you want the answer, or did you just want to talk through the middle of the answer that you asked about?
No, you
That's
can
what-
keep going.
I'm answering you, my love. You want to contain yourself?
Yeah.
Earth is terra firma, the ground beneath your feet. Flatness is having no part higher or lower than another. When you describe things like measurements of Earth with sea level, you're describing a zero datum flat to describe verticality, that's heights from. That's Earth being flat. Pretty straightforward. That's what it means.
Why would it be flat?
Hold on, everyone, just don't skank her. Go ahead, my love.
Why would it be flat though? Why would the Earth be flat? How do we get to that point?
Just how it's measured. Why would it be the way it's measured? I don't know, but that's how they measure
Have
it.
you measured it?
If I personally measured it, I've measured a couple of things with respect to Earth's surface. Yeah, I took an altitude when we were taking long-distance observations of lighthouses. We had to measure a cliff that we were taking the observations from. Somebody demanded that we went and took a physical measurement from sea level. We did. We went and literally got a really big tape measure and went and measured. But distances like to the lighthouse, those I didn't personally measure the 31 miles that the observation was taken, but the 31 miles to the lighthouse is